Chapter 201 Making Buddy Borg. Many individuals are not very powerful, so deceiving them does not consume much magic power. However, the pig next to it makes the magic power in the upper level of the library much thinner. Liu also has a rough idea of the limits of deception. A judgment, at present, based on the magic reserve of the library. About 20% can be used to deceive a devil's son, and a small amount of many can be ignored. But it is not yet known how much it will cost to deceive the king of the Colosseum like Ajibuki. Liu felt that the devil's son only consumed 1/5. So it was not impossible for a high-level devil. At the same time, Liu also discovered a new way to play if you can deceive the target's perception. You can use the authority effect to observe the enemy. Couldn't a book or a bone spur in the library be Skorik? Who can catch him? The Knoll family are really kind people. Brother. It's brother. Seeing that Galaric had turned into an unruly skinny hipster, Lulu and Feifei didn't notice any difference at all. They pulled off Brother Pie's pig head and hugged Galaric's body. He stuffed ice cream into the skull's mouth. Brother. It's delicious. Eat the ice cream. Liu used Galaric's voice to say, brother is not here. You should give some ice cream to the other minis first. And let's talk about something. Brother. Where are you? You must take a bite. Lulu insisted and patted Galaric's face. Okay. Just take a bite. Liu had an idea and used deception on himself. He deceived Skalrik that his mouth was his own. And he tasted ice cream for the first time. Liu was enlightened and suddenly realized that he had missed a lot since arriving in Demon King City. Liu had only eaten one magic stone. He really didn't expect that there was such a delicious food. Under the dense and thick taste, there is a strong fragrance mixed with a slight smell of banana, which brings a coolness straight to Tion Lingai, and then spreads in the mind, and can't help but make Liu's upper body bang his head and scream in admiration. But Liu didn't want to find out where it came from. Maybe it was a pig's nose. Or a snail's mucus. Is it delicious? Lulu and Feifei were stuffing together again, completely forgetting that this lump of ice cream was originally going to be shared with other minis. It's delicious. Galaric made no move. But in Lulu and Feifei's perception, it was his brother's hand that patted his shoulder and gave him high praise. Liu was even more happy because he discovered a new way to play the stick of deception with the jump of the stick of deception. He can avoid some direct dangers in the future and live more secretly. And as long as you cast a spell in the library, you can take advantage of the sensor of the self-healing bone to communicate over a long distance. As long as we figure out who is being deceived and then turn the self-healing bone into ourselves like this. Wouldn't it be great? Liu had a new idea and decided to give it a try when he was free to use the self-healing bone as a medium to identify the target of deception and borrow the magic power of the library to communicate over long distances. What's even better is that the target of the deception needs to be very specific. So if the communication effect is achieved, it will even have perfect confidentiality and will not be afraid of prying eyes. It's theoretically possible. Very feasible. Brother, you are so awesome. Lulu and Feifei were eating ice cream while watching the killing seed butterflies clear the field. It was as if they had participated in a battle in person. They were still excited at this moment. We also want to. Shut up. That's not fun at all. Liu seriously educated the two little sweet potatoes. The Colosseum is used to entertain other monsters. Do you want to be their playthings? If it weren't for seizing the opportunity to make a fortune, Liu wouldn't have participated in the Killing Cup. And many, who had finally survived the library and close combat training, wouldn't have been sent to that kind of place to die. I don't want to. Lulu and Feifei finally calmed down. But brother, why do you want to become their plaything? Liu was stunned for a moment and scratched his sticky hair. My purpose in joining the war this time is actually to protect the library. I want to let the demons outside know that our library is not to be trifled with. So that we can save money. Go to some unnecessary trouble. By the way, rob a family of gnolls and make money. But we also want to be as powerful as our brother. We can't just rely on him to protect us. Lulu pouted. Liu was caught off guard and moved again. And chuckled. Of course. So I found this guy for you. Liu said, controlling the deceived illusion to walk out of the self-healing bone, and pointed to the skeleton knight beside Minnie. There will definitely be others in the future. When you come to protect the library, this is the new instructor. You can get to know him. Galaric was stuck there, with his bones removed and ice cream stuffed. He had been confused for a long time. Only now did he understand what was going on when he saw Master Skorik coming out. He was surprised that his master was everywhere. I couldn't help but take a high look at the two minis in front of me. The owner didn't even pay attention to Bitterbird. but he spoke kindly to the two little guys. It was obvious that their relationship with the owner was unusual. So Galaric bowed his head and saluted the guardians on the left and right of the library. Lulu and Feifei also formally introduced themselves and read out their proud titles in full. This instructor is currently the gatekeeper of the library. But maybe in the future he will help train the army and raise mysterious creatures. You should get closer to him. Liu also told Galaric about the work arrangements. Galaric listened solemnly. But a question kept lingering in his mind. Master, I don't know when. I can go to the 13th library to have a look. Galaric came to the library. In addition to serving Skorik, he also wanted to get close to the people in the 13th library. Bone. You can do it at any time. Liu suddenly thought of Min Min. Remember? There is a brain spirit there. Don't disturb him. As for when to try to open the 13th library, I have other plans. Liu did not consider this issue at all for the time being, even if he wants to open the 13th library. It will have to be after the library is completely stable. Okay. Let's get to know each other. Brother. I still have something to do. Seeing that Mama hadn't come back yet, Liu was ready to immerse himself in the upper levels again and start working. Liu really has a lot of things going on. The usage of the 3 demon relics has just been determined. In addition to the Killing Cup finals, tomorrow night is also the day when the demon market is open. And it is also the graduation course of the closed combat training promotion study. The class schedule has been completely disrupted by Minto. Liu guessed that there must be some special reason why the Demon King arranged promotion studies in the last class. So he couldn't miss it. Whether the Demon King's castle has invaded reality, maybe the answer can be found in this class. Before that, Liu had to use Weird Puzzle to make a complete set of skins. Buddy Borg's skin. Buddy Borg will go to the Killing Cup finals tomorrow night, regardless of whether he survives or not. The library cannot be empty for one day. Host. Moreover, there is nothing more suitable to serve as the facade of the library than an indestructible brain spirit master. Liu decided to recreate Buddy Borg's peak appearance based on the appearance in his memory. In memory of those good times gone by. While Liu transformed into Bitterberg, he injected telepathy into the Weird Puzzle, causing the demonic relics to squirm layer by layer, as if they were injecting flesh and blood. Interestingly, when Liu connected the weird jigsaw puzzle with the brain spirit pituitary gland with a binding thread, the weird jigsaw puzzle instantly became quiet and changed completely according to Liu's needs. It seemed that he realized that the pituitary gland could promote its growth. Liu did not expect such an unexpected surprise. The brain spirit pituitary gland has a beneficial effect on the living demonic relics. So the suppression and surrender were completed? In this case, wouldn't it be able to eliminate many negative effects? But once the connection is disconnected, the weird jigsaw puzzle seems ready to move. And there is still some unfinished content. It seems that I still can't separate myself. After this episode, Liu refocused his attention on the shaping of the weird puzzle. Look! Did you look like this back then? Liu never asked Bitterberg to leave, letting him hide and spy on him. Give me some advice. What Liu restored was Bitterberg, who absorbed the slave master Bakali and the wandering sword paladin. Unfortunately, there are no dead bodies and magic armor. It looks like a brainless one and lacks a bit of meaning. Come on, become my nourishment. This image seemed to trigger a certain memory in Bitterberg, and the former master of the mind murmured and extended his thoughts. Don't mess with those useless things. I asked you to give me some advice. Liu used his tentacle to swat Bitterberg's head, but it was in vain. Should the color be darker? It would be better to add a few more skeletons? Liu didn't have the corpse, and he didn't intend to let the weirdo jigsaw the clone. Suddenly he thought it would be good to sew a few more bones on it. It is more in line with the current trend of library collections. Well, Bitterberg had a headache. Don't be unhappy and help me. When you come back from the Killing Cup tomorrow night, I can lend you some clothes. Liu's words made Bitterberg not know whether to be happy or scared. Chapter 202, Embracing Death. In Bitterberg's memory, the skin of the Lord of Brains from the period of victory finally appeared on the upper floor of the library, in a large size, and after the advice of Dandan and Ying. In addition to a huge brain, this brain spirit master was also sewn with 3 killing sea butterflies, a heavily armored man, 16 octopus tentacles, and 4 more. There are 5 brain grooves covered with devil wolf fangs, and the bottom of the brain is like some kind of reptile, covered with dozens of pairs of lava right hands. All available materials were used, and the binding seams had to be sewn several times before they could be sewn together. The functionality is not the optimal solution, but it looks lively enough. After peeling off the outer skin of the Lord of Brains and Spirits, There are still many good things inside. Liu stacked a large killing sea butterfly in the core, which is enough to fit a whole uninhibited skinny hipster, completing the Matryoshka doll of Matryoshka dolls. Now, not only Liu can penetrate this lord of the brain spirit, Dandan and Ying can also be controlled with particles and shadows, and Bitterbird can be dragged directly with his thoughts. Of course, the mechanisms inside were a bit complicated for them. Those with additional effects, such as the lava right hand and the octopus tentacles, needed Liu to control them. But this is enough. As long as movement is not a problem and Liu is within a certain range, the Master of Brain Spirit can exert 100% of its combat power. Friend, you've had enough fun. Come out. It's our turn. Dandan was urging Beautybog to leave the Lord of Brains and jump in to have some fun. Beautybog disappeared and asked Liu in a low voice, Master, tomorrow night's killing cup, can I not go? No. Then can I go wearing this outfit? No. Liu shook the tentacles on his head. Whether you can survive tomorrow depends on your luck. I suggest you give up those useless fantasies and get familiar with how to escape. Although Bitterberg found the sensor again, Liu didn't think he was valuable enough to put himself in danger again at worst. If he died and started over again, he might have a deeper understanding of escape. Run away. Escape tomorrow night. Run away when the fighting starts. Bitterberg recognized the reality. Think on the bright side. At least the moment you participate in the finals tomorrow night, you will no longer owe Ijibuji anything, and you can live in the library with peace of mind. Liu also comforted Bitterberg. It can be regarded as your right, the atonement that has occupied the Brain Spirit promotion channel for so long. Be calm and embrace death. Liu drove away Bitterberg and took a final test drive on the Master of Brain Spirit. After fine-tuning the control field, he came out and confirmed that the skin was in perfect condition. Ugly, but useful. In the following time, Liu silently calculated the possible changes in the Demon King City tomorrow night, while sorting out the books in the library and sorting out books related to battles, military formations, breeding, and chaos cuisine, which he will keep for tomorrow night. Later, new courses were opened for Brain Spirit and Mini-Minis, since Isaac from Brave Science said that the Demon King's castle may launch a new expedition, no matter what position the library holds in the Demon Expeditionary Army. It is still imperative to strengthen its own combat power. You can ask Galaric to teach fighting, and Pig to teach demon cooking. While sorting out the books, Liu was also sorting out his thoughts, figuring out Mento's attitude towards promotion, figuring out whether he would launch an expedition, and figuring out the current situation in Demon King City. What is the level of authority in the library? What is the role of the high authority seen in the Brave Studies graduation class? What does the King of the Colosseum want? Liu had many questions to ask Mento, enough to write a long letter. During this period, the demon merchant Mai also returned with profits as expected. After deducting Redcoat's share and Mai's share, the assets of the library reached 270,000 gold coins. Obediently piled in the chef's stomach, 100,000 is the income from the library's own inventory, and the other 170,000 mainly comes from Redcoat's principal. Liu was also a little surprised that the Red Robe Bishop had so many valuable things, and just a few of them were worth more than the entire library. With these 270,000 gold coins, it was enough for Liu to spend a lot of money in the Devil's Market. Liu's initial idea was to find some equipment or materials that could improve the overall combat power of the library, and he silently looked forward to the Devil's Market collection trip. By the way, while delivering Redcoat's income, Liu also used the Devil's Manual to analyze the Red Robe Bishop and found that it was similar to the Red Robe Priest. After questioning, Liu learned that Redcoat had mastered it. More rituals. If you want to promote in the next step, it's time to find believers and formulate your own teachings at the same time. Not wanting to be benefited by Redcoat, Liu took the time to escape quickly and handed Redcoat a domino made of self-healing bone with a hooded shape carved on it, ready to try communication immediately. The Staff of Deception? When Liu just walked away with his front foot and his back foot emerged from the dominoes. Redcoat, who was proficient in various rituals, his eyes lit up, and he understood Liu's magic. Yes, we will contact you like this in the future. Liu hurriedly cut off the spell, and felt sorry for the loss of magic power in the library. Liu only passed a figure, but today's magic power in the library was instantly drained, leaving not a trace. It only takes 20% to deceive Redcoat. Liu guessed that the remaining magic power consumption may be caused by the Gate of Chaos, and he has a deeper understanding of the Rod of Deception. Fortunately, the experiment was successful, and Liu was in a pretty good mood. He had a great time watching Dandan and Inging drive the Brain Spirit Master, and made a lot of dominoes. Some of the dominoes were engraved with chains, some with wings, some with pig heads, some with rings. Liu planned to use these as graduation gifts for close combat training and distribute them to the surviving Devil Sons. In this way, even if the close combat training is over, Liu can still maintain communication with the Sons of the Devil and learn about the major and minor events in the Demon King City through them. You can even conduct transactions remotely. I believe they will not eat this weird domino. When the moon was full, the fourth full moon of Kylie year 299 finally arrived. Bitterberg rushed to the Colosseum to participate in the Killing Cup final as scheduled. Just like going to the execution ground, Liu entered the Gate of Chaos with Dandan and Inging, each with their own agenda, participating in the graduation class of close combat training. Liu had a lot of questions to ask Minto, while Dandan and Inging were looking forward to the Demon King Mentor having a different graduation gameplay and picking up some good things, good nutritional supplements and the like. The promotion studies had not yet begun, and the children of the devil gathered together to wait for the class to start. Liu also took the opportunity to distribute the dominoes. I was the first one to get it? Redcoat had a strange expression when he saw the familiar dominoes. Could it be that we are friends? No, don't overthink it. Liu was a little afraid of Redcoat's ritual that required the sacrifice of friends to complete. So he shook his head and explained. So this is what friends feel like. Redcoat seemed not to have heard anything and rubbed the dominoes in his sleeves. Immersed in it, after getting the dominoes, the children of the devil had different reactions. Brother Pai swallowed it directly, as if he didn't want to leave the library. Diamond, Binbin and Maimai checked it with all their means, and there was nothing wrong. They couldn't figure it out. How would Korik use this bone to complete communications? I will definitely keep it well, and keep it in my most important place. Nate Meyer was very annoyed, and Liu pretended not to hear. After putting away the dominoes, the red hour came, and Minto also appeared as scheduled. Before the students could speak, they were divided into 7, and each taught the Devil's Son. The main body waved to Liu. Come here, Minto said low, and Liu walked over obediently and picked up his list of questions. Listen, time is limited. Very limited. Unexpectedly, Minto was a little anxious, but the worm on his chin put on a smile, which made Liu vaguely feel that something was wrong. What is this old guy so happy about? Chapter 203 Pillars. Why is the time limited? You want to have a meeting? Liu saw that Minto's smile was not funny. It seemed to be a bit of a joke, and he didn't remember what was wrong with him for a while. Of the 6 kinds of blessings, 3 have turned into cards and are hidden in Liu's hair. The number of hidden times has been exhausted, and there are still 2 kinds of absorbing and replenishing that expire tonight. It stands to reason that under the effect of complete, there shouldn't be any mistakes. As if he had seen through Liu's thoughts, Minto smiled even more happily and said something meaningful. Compliment works according to your will. It can only have a small effect on your original plan. If you don't detect some hidden danger, or the calculation is wrong, it will have no effect. Minto said that Liu wanted to go to the Colosseum. Could it be that Buddy Borg would cause some trouble? What Liu is most afraid of now is that Buddy Borg will attract some big boss. Since your time is limited, if you have any questions, just ask. Minto's body walked up to Liu and sat down in front of him for the first time. There were a few questions for which Liu had to find the answers in Minto. He stopped thinking about them and asked them first before saying, You won't come back? Liu originally made a domino with worms carved on it, but he also doubted that he could contact Minto in this way. I will return to Chaos, but I will come back from time to check on the egg. Minto also told Liu one thing. The egg still needs to absorb a lot of specific materials before it is mature, and I will bring them to it. Liu once again lamented, who is the real son of the devil. You need to ensure that it will not be discovered by the city lord. Before Liu could ask for too much information, Minto gave Liu a task. City lord. Liu guessed that Dandan should be extremely nutritious, so he couldn't let the current city lord find out? Okay. Liu agreed and took the time to ask the question. The closed combat training is almost over. How will you report to the city lord? What Liu wants to ask is whether Demon King City will be opened. If it is opened, there may be an overflow of brave men in the city, and the development route of the library will also be changed accordingly. The city lord will launch the demonic expedition, and it has nothing to do with how I will report it. Minto knew what Liu really wanted to ask, and this was the reason why he forced Isaac to give Lamont the sacred object. Minto, the new city lord's decision has been predicted. Is there really going to be a fight? Liu confirmed this, feeling suddenly much more relaxed and glad that he had made preparations in advance. After tonight, the city lord will ignore the opinions of several lords of authority and announce the news, Minto said quietly, with a very firm tone. The lord of authority? Liu directly extended his second question. Is the owner of the library considered the lord of authority? Did you see it? School of the Brave? Minto chuckled, happy to see Liu wasting his time. The library has not been the core area of Demon King City for hundreds of years, so it is not a real pillar. And neither is the city owner. We'll seek the library's opinion. Back then, there were 8 candlesticks between the thrones. Are they the 8 lords of authority? Liu recalled those vague emblems. The double swords. The altar. Yes. The high candlestick between the thrones is the big pillar of the Demon King City. There are countless small pillars under the big pillar, and the library is just a small one. When Minto talked about the Demon King City, it was no longer so obscure and difficult to understand. The speed is very fast. As if in a hurry, the big pillar has more magic power to nourish, and will also share more of the expeditionary force's profits. Big pillars and small pillars can be converted and annexed to each other. The basis is the strength and influence of each. Minto glanced at Liu, the implication being that the library is not yet a climate. What now? Which areas are the big pillars? Which ones are the small ones? When Liu thought of Ujibuji's arrogant appearance, combined with the gambling demon's attitude towards the Lord of the Brain, he could guess that the Colosseum was a big pillar. Today's the Demon King City has 8 big pillars and 9 small pillars. Minto raised his finger, and the magic power condensed into 17 large and small badges in the air. The big pillars are the Forbidden Forest, the Joy Room, the Colosseum, and the Big Pillar. Altars, humans, casinos, the Mouth of the Abyss, and Treasury. Liu took the opportunity to memorize the emblems of each region. Human? Liu was a little confused. At a time when there was less conflict with humans, those fallen nobles were also a big pillar, supporting the resources of Demon King City. Minto explained. It is precisely because of this that places like Joy Room and Colosseum, large altars and casinos, the status of this entertainment area will increase and become a major pillar. It can be foreseen that once the demonic expedition is launched, the status of the Pillar of Humanity will inevitably decline, and the status of the corresponding pig cages and fresh-keeping warehouses will also increase. You can figure it out for yourself. Liu took advantage of Minto's cooperation and quickly understood the wind outlet of Demon King City. The small one is your library, research room, dreamland, etc. Minto used magic power to highlight 3 small emblems as a special reminder. There are still some areas that are isolated from the world, or because of some reasons have declined, such as Devil's Kitchen, Tomb of Light, Dragon Mountain. The emblems of pigs, bones, and dragon wings were lit up. And Liu was thoughtful. It is understandable that the demon chefs are obsessed with making chaos cuisine, and they are aloof from the world. Isn't the Tomb of Light the home of the skeletons? It's gone too. Is it related to the fact that Skeleton King Ledric is sleeping in Dreamland? So is it the same in Longchamp? The decline of the Dragon Clan? The big pillars annex the small pillars, improve their status in the Demon King City, and get more supplies. This is also a way to become the City Lord and the Demon King. Minto seemed to be reminding Liu. For example, Ujibuji comes from a casino and has a good relationship with humans. If he can steal a few more powers and occupy a few pillars, he may become the Demon King. What about the current City Lord? From which authority did he come from? When it came to the operation of Demon King City, Liu was very interested and silently thought about which ones he should embezzle. The current Demon King killed his predecessor and directly seized power. This is the second way to become a Demon King, which is more orthodox. Minto looked at Liu meaningfully. Liu suddenly realized the first time Minto asked him which path he wanted to take. Was it that the way the current Demon King came to power was the reckless one? Hateful, eye-catching, rebellious. The second type is Go, who hides behind the scenes and stirs up trouble. Ujibuji? I understand. So once there is a war with humans, and the Demon Expeditionary Force is dispatched, there will be a wider change of authority in the Demon King City. Liu thought of the Abyss Mouth and the Demon Commander's 977th son. Every time there is a war, the Abyss Maw will always be the strongest pillar of the Demon King City. There is no doubt about this, Minto said with a smile, as if he was looking forward to the collision between the library and the Abyss Maw. When Liu thought of those terrifying siege beasts, He suddenly felt that the library was far from impregnable, and he felt a great sense of crisis. Think a little deeper. The current city lord wants to launch the demonic expedition even if he is seriously injured. Is it because he finds that internal conflicts are on the verge of breaking out, and he must take the opportunity to weaken a few major pillars? If you force the maw of the abyss, the Colosseum, and humans to fight until your brains fly out, will you be able to regain your strength more easily? The more Liu thought about it, the more reliable it became. But he did not dwell too much on this issue, and let his thoughts return to the present. How can the library take advantage of this trend to expand? Build an army. Develop it silently. And seize a lot of authority? Almost. But there are a few internal problems that need to be solved first. There are two mysteries that Liu has not solved yet, and he can't care about them anymore at this moment. So he asked again, "What's going on in Library 13? What's that cloak?" Haha, that cloak, aren't you almost in? Minto was actually watching Liu's every move. When you get in, you will naturally know. As for the timing of opening the 13th library, there's nothing wrong with your idea. Minto put his hands into his sleeves. Wait until you can handle the challenges of other lords of authority. Then play that bad song. Just fine. Hearing the challenge from other authorities, Liu suddenly understood what the problem was. Chapter 204, My House Was Stolen. Just like Liu took advantage of the Master of Brain Spirit to go to the Killing Cup and use the Heart of Purgatory to blow up his home. Couldn't other demons have thought of it? If you want to invade the library, what better time than when the Master of Brains goes to participate in the Killing Cup? Even if the Lord of the Brain Spirit has the help of the Devil's Son. Today is the full moon and the graduation class of close combat training. So how can there be a Devil's Son guarding the library? After figuring this out, Liu even guessed where tonight's crisis came from. Wasn't it Ajibuki? This bag devil may have had this idea when he forced Butebog to participate in the Killing Cup. In this way, even if Bitterberg survives the finals, his home will be stolen. His magic cocoon. No wonder Ijibuji insists on grabbing the staff of deception with the magical nourishment of the Colosseum and the authority of the library. It is possible to even deceive the city lord. Liu suddenly stood up, full of murderous intent. Haha, there should have been gladiators at your door. Right. Minto raised his hand to let him go. By the way, the last question. Before leaving, Liu turned around and asked, which pillar and authority of Demon King City are you? Liu looked at the worms on Minto's chin and always suspected that the Demon King Minter was related to the giant mouth of the abyss. My authority is not here. Not in this world. Minto smiled and motioned to Liu to stop guessing and get out. Liu looked at Ying and Dandan, who were freezing, and without delaying their graduation class, he turned around and ran back to the Gate of Chaos. No matter how ranked the gladiators came, Liu wanted them to turn into flesh. Seeing Liu flying away, Minto rubbed the worms on his chin and took out 3 more cards out of thin air. There were still worms on the cards. One was invisible. One was wearing a bachelor's hat. And one was wearing a bachelor's hat. Tinker with a small hammer. After thinking about it, Minto took out the one wearing the bachelor's hat and stuffed it into the egg shell of Dandan. When Liu returned to the library, Galaric, who was looking at the door, had been beaten to pieces, and his ashes were almost thrown away. But he didn't know if the Soul Lodging House was broken. Galaric also fulfilled his duty as a gatekeeper. Even if he was shattered into pieces, he still stopped the intruder, leaving Liu in silence for a while. The bloody corridor on the first floor has also been activated by the minis. At this moment, the corpses of the 3 gladiators are pressed tightly, allowing the blood they continue to leave to nourish the land of the library. Among the 3 corpses, one of them held the flying dagger firmly in his hands. Even though it was frozen into blood clots, he still wanted to stuff this demonic relic into his pocket. Outside the door of the library, there are 4 other gladiators busy. They are carrying a large bag of ritual materials and want to dig a tunnel in the closed bloody corridor to the upper level to perform the ritual of stealing authority. And beside them, there was naturally a group of flies surrounding them, constantly showing them the word death in the devil's common language, urging them to hurry up. 2 of the 4 gladiators were digging holes, their hands covered with blood and pus, and they couldn't help complaining the soil was covered with bone spurs and fangs of demonic wolves. And if they dug even a little bit, they would be cut and cause bleeding effects. Greatly delayed their actions. The remaining 2 gladiators didn't help either. They looked behind each other, as if they were not suitable for this kind of physical work. There were 7 invading gladiators, each with a strange appearance. Liu didn't know their ranking, but combined with from their appearance and experience in analyzing demons, Liu could probably tell what kind of tasks they all shouldered. The three who died in the bloody corridor were all fighting types. They were smashed into pulp at this moment. Needless to say, there is no need to say more. Among the remaining four, there were two fighting types. The two who dug the hole were both wearing magic armor. Should be similar to the Wandering Sword Paladin. They are both humans who fell into the Colosseum. And their status is relatively low, suitable for strenuous activities such as digging holes. But even with the protection of magic armor, the teeth of the magic wolf in the soil still caused a lot of trouble for them. And they were not very fast. The remaining two gladiators are quite special. One is wearing a robe and guarding a large bag of ritual materials. He has obviously prepared a complete set of rituals to usurp power, just waiting to be carried out at the upper level the bag even contains in the first game of the Killing Cup. Bitterberg's torn flesh and blood and ritual materials were all available. The gladiator at the end is a beholder with countless eyeballs embedded in it. He looks like he can't wait. Hey, can you guys still do it? Lord Ajibuji asked me to come to relieve him. Bitterberg is imagining things. But you are so slow. When can you go back? There are still many female demons waiting for me to check their bodies. Tell me again. How to lift. The gray robe in charge of the ceremony seemed to be more interested in this kind of thing. I didn't understand it before. You still don't understand if I say it again. The beholder had nothing to do anyway, so he did not hesitate to explain. The Lord of the Brain Spirit has many imaginary helpers. As long as they realize that they are imaginary, their power will be weakened. Do you understand? No. Grey Robe shook his head. But Liu was surprised by Ajibuji's preparation. Not only prepared the materials for Bitterberg's body, but he even came up with countermeasures to deal with the imaginary objects. This guy must have been coveting the library for more than a day. Bite my devil's ass. But the Lord of the Brain Spirit actually prepared such a thing. Is he on guard? Under the urging of the flies, the two magic armor knights who dug the hole switched to using swords. The axe hit, and soon the earth wall was smashed into pieces, and it invaded the middle section of the bloody corridor. Of course, after all, we have the power. Who wouldn't be on guard? The beholder's countless pairs of eyes turned around, observing the situation from all directions. The seven of us are the best choice for covert operations. If there are more, it may cause unrest. Necessary attention. And today is the final again. The master does not have so many troops to allocate to us. You should work harder. Don't let Lord Okabuji be humiliated. The beholder seemed to be talking to the flies nearby. Yes. We have to hurry up. Before he dies or comes back, we can take the master to complete the ceremony of changing authority. The grey robe tightened the cloak tightly, covered his ears, and kept urging. There were flies flying around me, and I was impatient. It seemed that if I could no longer see the progress, my ears would be drilled. Time was limited. After learning that the only invaders were the 7 gladiators in front of him, Liu quickly analyzed the strange beholder at the end of the team among the 4 living intruders. This beholder seemed to be the most special existence. You need to do some research before taking action. So Liu analyzed and obtained the first monster starting with 17 No. 1797. A beholder aberration distributed in the research room. In addition to the beholder's common perspective and petrified light, its skills also include creating illusions and true sight. Its drops also have a well-known name, the Eye of Distortion. Just come and bring a gift? It happened that the eyeballs didn't fall off when I killed the beholder Alana, so I could just make up for them this time. Just when the bloody corridor on the first floor was about to be penetrated by 2 magic armor knights and encountered the slave scholars in the 6th library, Liu was ready to take action. Brother, what should I do? The instructor is dead. A large number of minis wearing bone armor gathered in the middle of the library, with tears in their eyes. They held their swords and asked the first time the intruders arrived. Minis and minis, the brain spirits were driven back to the middle level by the skeleton knight, and faced the 7 gladiators alone. Not only Mini, but also the brain spirits were waiting nearby, waiting for Liu to put on the killing sea butterfly for them. I don't need you. What I hate the most is this kind of bastard who took advantage of the chaos and stole from me. I want to leave no one behind, kill them all to avenge Galaric. Liu got ready and called out. Here comes the Brain Spirit Lord's car that was just completed last night. Then, Liu used the authority of the library to move the soil, recovered the flying dagger, then moved the bone room reception room to the end of the bloody corridor on the first floor, and chose the battlefield. The eyes of the magic armor knights suddenly became clear. Chapter 205. You are my eyes. Finally out, the 2 magic armor knights entered first, looking at the gloomy bone room and the reception room. They felt something was wrong for a moment. This seemed different from the library described by the owner. Shouldn't there be stairs walking through the first floor corridor? Stairs leading to the middle and upper floors? Just as the two magic armor knights were thinking about it, the gray robes and beholder aberrations behind them also walked in with a swarm of flies. And then the bone door behind them closed, and then disappeared. Liu performed the topography of the bone room reception room in real time during the renovation. They didn't even leave a door open. There was a moment of confusion among the flies, posing a huge question mark. After that, their attention was attracted by the bone throne. The throne sank, and a cave that occupied almost 1/3 of the reception room suddenly appeared. And then a huge brain rose up from the cave, revealing its whole body. The underground hole was also closed directly, and the bone room and reception room was restored to a closed state that could not be entered or exited. At the same time, Liu used deception to temporarily cut off the sharing of vision between the flies and Onjibuki itself, and also consumed a lot of magic power in the library. Bitterberg. The flies were dancing wildly, and Li could read the horror in their hearts. Of course, the four gladiators were also stunned. Wasn't the Lord of the Brain Spirit in the Colosseum? Then who was this person in front of them? And if we want to make a comparison, obviously the master of the brain and spirit on the bone throne is more real. Right? The bones embedded in the flesh. The brain grew studded with the teeth of the demon wolf. And the sudden heavy pretending to be a tough guy, everything reminded several intruders of their doom. Liu did not use deception when he appeared this time. He was sitting inside the Lord of Brains and Spirits, holding the staff of deception tightly in his bone hand. When the thought of facing the Lord of Brains and Spirits in the library occurred, the four gladiators felt that it was beyond their capabilities. They didn't know how to react, so they all looked at the swarm of flies behind them. Liu's appearance achieved his goal to get a head start, but Ujibuji was still horrified. He could only confirm that it was Bitterberg who was participating in the killing cup tonight, but he couldn't be sure what the one in front of him was. Could it be that the Lord of the Brain Spirit has learned the clone? Or is it the function of the Staff of Deception? Ujibuji was confused, and Liu didn't give him much time to react. He simply used the Staff of Deception to teleport a short distance, and suddenly floated above the flies, and then poured endless magma from the bottom of his head. Yes, kill Okabuki first, and then slowly take care of the four gladiators. The swarm of flies naturally scattered when they saw the lava, but at this moment the ground moved, as if a bowl-shaped hand stretched out from below, holding up the entire swarm of flies from the bottom up, and actively moved up against the lava, completed a baptism of flies. When the bowl is filled with magma, the flies inside stick to each other, float up, explode, and are about to be wiped out. At the same time, the four gladiators are also eager to cut off the earthen bowl and rescue the owner. But the magic armor knight, the weapon was blocked by the heavy armored man, and all the beholder's rays of light fell into the suction cups of the tentacles, dyeing the tentacles in various colors. What is this? Lava, hateful. Ujibuji was confused for a while, knowing that he could only escape by his own strength. So the flies formed a fist, constantly turning around a red fly at the core, trying to carve a way out of the magma. When the red fly protruded out of the magma and was about to return to freedom, Liu immediately activated the chant of the dead to catch the fly, and without hesitation used the thorn of withering to kill the red fly. The fly swarm is destroyed. The four gladiators saw the master of the brain spirit opening his skin and releasing lava, and then a black light shot out from the groove of the brain, withering away the master's red color. Too powerful. Liu used the strongest method as soon as he took action. With the authority of the library, the Staff of Deception, and the Bone Sword, he instantly beheaded the leader of the invasion of the library. Only 4 dying gladiators remained. It only took a few seconds from the time Okabuki entered the Bone Room's reception room to the time he died. This was the overwhelming advantage the authority holder had on his battlefield. Liu seriously doubted that if Bitterberg hadn't used all the magic power of the library to heal his wounds, it would have been an impossible task to kill him from the upper level. The 4 gladiators stood there blankly, as if their minds had been taken away. Liu slowly floated down to them, saying nothing, just watching quietly, looking at the beholder aberration, as if appreciating a display. The 2 magic armor knights felt a great threat, and subconsciously clenched the weapons in their hands. And then, they found that they were swallowed by the Lord of the Brain Spirit. Their hands were cut by the Devil Wolf's teeth, causing bleeding. Liu thought that this might be their destined death, so he clamped them directly in the groove of the brain and chewed them up. The strength of the strange puzzle was not something that the Demon Armor Knight could break through in a hurry soon. Under the squeeze of the Demon Wolf's fangs, and the binding of the binding thread, The demon armor knight exploded with blood from the groove of his brain, drained out his blood, and was devoured. Flesh and blood dripped onto the floor of the bone room. The sound seemed to be knocking on the souls of the gray robes and the beholder aberrations, causing their hearts to fluctuate sharply. Two magic armored knights, who were good at hand-to-hand combat, were eaten by the master of the brain and spirit like this. The gray robes and the beholder aberrations did not dare to make any move. Bang! Liu drove the master of the brain spirit to spit out the magic armor, like spitting out a few pieces of melon seed skin. Ajabuji, what do you want? Liu finally stopped being silent and sent his thoughts to them. I'm sorry. We are acting under orders. Ajabujita. Jabuji wants to embezzle the authority of the library. The gray robe and the beholder aberration were indistinguishable and dropped the package of rituals. Materials. Try to keep the relationship clear. Oh. Liu floated around the two gladiators. What about now? What do you want? We disturbed the Lord of Brain Spirit's rest. We deserve death. We'll leave now. The beholder aberration immediately apologized, its eyes wandering, but it couldn't see any way out. How can you leave? Liu stopped in front of the beholder aberration. Can't. The beholder looked through the cortex of the brain in front of him and found more messy bones, teeth and threads inside. He didn't know which one to target even in a desperate attempt. You are my eyes. Liu was going to wrap up the beholder and kill it slowly until the distorted eye fell out anyway. This guy has so many eyes, and smashing them one by one should increase the drop rate. Bar? Of course. The main reason was that Liu wanted to vent his anger after finally arranging a clear library. The bloody corridor was breached after finally conquering a useful talent. Galeric. They dismantled even the corpse. Can't find everything? Do you want the Colosseum to attack the library with all its strength? Seeing that Liu had not taken action, Grey Robe thought there was still a possibility of negotiation. Let me go back. I will report what I saw to the master. Calm down our conflicts. And Liu's dialogue with them was actually just enriching the Devil's Illustrated book. No. You won't. You will only bring more idiots and attack the library harder. Just like Bodh Kali. Liu still remembered the resentment and malice of the slave owner when he said goodbye. It's hard to say anything else. But Liu also used Nailing's memory to hold grudges, and was quite talented. As Liu spoke, he moved his tentacles together, first turning the gray robe to stone, and then twisting it into mud. I'll fight you. The beholder aberration knew that time was running out, and finally mustered up the courage to resist, and then suddenly realized that it was getting dark. Liu wrapped the beholder aberration with his tentacles, covering all the eyes. Bone swords or bone spurs kept piercing through the gaps in the tentacles, piercing the aberration's eyeballs one by one. The tentacles began to be smudged with various colors, which was the weak resistance of the beholder aberration. Liu just poked mechanically, and before waiting for the prompt from the Devil's Illustration, he suddenly found that the master of the brain spirit had fallen out of the brain groove. A piece of skull. Owner? Are you helping me get revenge? Still playing? Galeric collected a few broken bones and tried to make a rattling sound. Chapter 206, The Eye of Distortion. You did a good job. Liu squirmed his bones and vomited the flying dagger from the ground, plus the remaining Galeric, all piled next to the skull fragments. This is my glory. Only a pile of withered bones remained, rattling on the ground. I thought you were dead. Liu poked the eye demon aberration while opening the body of the Lord of the Brain Spirit. An uninhibited skinny hipster walked out. Death can't provide more help to the master. Galeric thought quite clearly, which made Liu feel that he was useful. A monster that knows how to maximize its own value can always create more value. It's just that Galeric's loyalty relies on Skoric, and Liu feels that if he really wants to conquer him, it's better to sign a contract as soon as possible. At least it must be a contract with a high-level devil. You can wait for the demon market to buy it. Liu learned about the multi-soul contract from the upper-level fragments, and still remembers that if he signed a contract with a high-level demon, there are 3 types of irreplaceable high-level submaterials. They are the Jueshan crystal, the holy ash of Sindalami, and the horn of the evil horn. Among the 3 materials, Liu only knew that there was an evil horn beast in the Forbidden Forest, and the remaining Jueshan mountain was the barrier that separated the east-west road. He didn't know where the crystal came from. Sindrami was the holy sea between the Taz Empire and Shwegwa, the holy city. The holy ashes should be some kind of material stored in Sindalami in the holy city? The ashes of priests or bishops? Can I use a red-robed priest as a replacement? Liu roughly went through the materials and felt that most of them still need to be found in the devil's market. It would be better if he could directly exchange them with gold coins. Anyway, He had saved money in advance. As for deceiving Galric into signing a contract, Liu didn't have any psychological burden. Anyway, the skeleton knight's body was given to him by himself, so it was natural for him to serve. What's more, at a certain point in time, Liu will help him open the 13th library and fulfill his lifelong wish. Sir, are you free? Why are you torturing him? Galric always felt that Lord Skorik would not do unnecessary things, and there must be a deep meaning in stabbing out thousands of eyeballs. Can I help you? Galric said, creaking and using the remaining bones to put together a pair of slender limbs, and stood next to the beholder aberration. Liu also directly helped him reinstall a pair of self-healing bones, and explicitly asked the skeleton knight to help cut with him just like this. The beholder quickly turned into a pile of rotten eye holes under the attack of bone spurs and bone swords. That is, after pricking the last eyeball, the devil's manual finally popped up a prompt. Kill high-level monsters. An eyeball was suddenly displayed in the devil's illustrated book. Liu used his mind to explore it, and he immediately became very happy. The Eye of Distortion retains its original functions, including perspective, true sight, illusion creation, and petrified light. Its malicious consumption is also quite cost-effective, only costing 1,000 per unit. Of course, the units of the distorted eyes are converted per unit, and cannot be divided and polished like the self-healing bones. But that's enough. Just like tentacles, there are never too many eyes. Liu even hopes to have the opportunity to receive the eyes of the nightmare succubus and the demon merchant in the future, plus the functions of identification and nightmare. But in this case, malice is not enough. But once someone covets the authority of the library and starts a war with the library, this can also be effectively solved. Just like when he just killed the 4 gladiators. Although there was not much malice, killing Ajabuki's flies was enough for Liu to conduct on-site experiments with the Eye of Distortion. Boom! When the eye blood vessels of the beholder aberration were sewn to Liu's body by binding thread, Liu finally truly saw the world in front of him. There is a feeling of renewal. However, the way the mind perceives things has become instinctive. Liu actually uses the Eyes of Distortion as a weapon to explore the world with dual perception and find reality. Just now, Galric noticed Liu's action of closing his eyeballs, and then he saw 2 rows of eyeballs suddenly appeared on the body of the Lord of Brains, which became even more terrifying. Well, his eyes belong to me. Liu also caught 2 eyeballs in the eye holes of the uninhibited skinny hipster man, and scanned everything in the living room of the bone room, admiring his own work. He has wanted eyes for a long time after killing the beholder jackal, and the beholder aberration. Liu finally got what he wanted. Isn't it true that skeletons are beautiful because of their bones? Why did Lord Skorik even add eyeballs to himself? Galric was filled with doubts. Asshole. Don't question Lord Skorik. This is a powerful existence that does not change its pursuit of power based on appearance. Galric persuaded himself. It's time to eat. Liu reset the various areas of the library and let the minis in to have dinner. The gladiators were dead, and the magic consumed by the library had been replenished to a certain extent, and those who had not had time to evaporate had been replenished. The clean flesh and blood will become the meal of the monsters in the library. The minis ran in swarm and cleared away the remaining corpses on the ground in a few seconds. However, Lulu and Feifei ran in without starting the meal. After hugging Liu, they turned around and saluted Galric, thanking him for his decisiveness. Brother, your eyes are so beautiful. Lulu and Feifei were always able to notice Liu's changes immediately. They pressed their faces against Liu's bones, so close that Liu could feel the calls of the 2 little guys. Suck. I'll lend it to you for fun. Liu Gang was about to exchange for 2 more pairs of distorted eyes, when he found that Lulu and Feifei stretched out their little hands and pulled out a pair of eye holes, and also pulled off some blood vessels and binding threads. Can it be eaten? Feifei swallowed and stuffed a distorted eye into his mouth. Spit it out. Lulu slapped Feifei's back of the head hard and punched out the saliva-covered eyeballs. Isn't it a waste to eat like this? We have to ask Xiaohu first. Wait. We can't eat. 1 unit of self-healing bone is enough for many minis to eat as snacks. But the deformed eyes are not enough to satisfy their appetites. Liu shook his head repeatedly. Lulu and Feifei drooled more and dripped down. Well, I've been working very hard recently. I'll give you 1 for each of you. Liu rubbed the heads of the 2 little guys and used his mind to tear off the binding thread connecting the 2 deformed eyes. The way Galric looked at Lulu Feifei was even more different. Then let's go find Piggy. Lulu and Feifei put the Eye of Distortion in their arms and ran to the Gate of Chaos. Don't go. They are busy. Wait until get out of class is over before going. Liu stopped the two little guys, retracted the body of the Lord of Brain Spirit, and the ground began to squirm again. When does get out of class end? Brother, what are you doing? Lulu and Feifei each asked their own questions. Wait until the green hour at the latest. Everything will have an answer. Liu knew that drastic changes were taking place in the Demon King city tonight, and the library had to wait for a result. Is there an all-out war between the Colosseum and the library? Or is the demonic expeditionary force about to set off? Will there be conscription before going on an expedition? Will there be recruitment of brain spirits? While Liu was repairing the bloody corridor dug up by the magic armor knights, he was waiting for Bitterberg's return, or resurrection. Chapter 207, the most boring Killing Cup final. Ajibuji should be in a good mood today. As good as soaring into the sky. Because according to Ajibuki's original arrangement, the Lord of the Brain Spirit Bitterberg should die in the finals of the Killing Cup and become the food of the little wolf. At the same time, the infiltration team of the Colosseum should also have been killed by now. Arriving at the upper level of the library, he used the materials carefully prepared by Ajibuji to complete the first usurpation ceremony of the authority of the library. However, Bitterberg did appear in the finals, but disappeared the moment Ajibuki announced the start, as if a devil who likes to prank performed a trick. At this moment, the little wolf was standing in the Colosseum. No matter how beautiful the moonlight was, there was nothing that could help him find Bitterberg's location. And even if Ajibuji had been prepared, arranged countless fly demons near the wasteland of the Colosseum, and even spent a lot of materials to form a magic circle in a closed space, it would still not be of any help to find Bitterberg. The audience seemed to be watching a mime. Except that when the mime started, the protagonist disappeared, and the mime turned into a large-scale magic show called Searching for Bitterberg Magic. At the same time, news from the library was delayed, and Ajibuki's face became increasingly gloomy. It was like a carriage that was supposed to soar into the sky, accidentally crashed into the fog. There were layers upon layers in front of me, and I didn't know whether I was going up or down. After standing for a moment, the little wolf became a little angry and began to attack indiscriminately in the field, leaving countless afterimages. But no matter how lively the little wolf fought and how the wasteland flew around, the audience could not find Bidibo. Could counterattacks or is a sign of death, which is about to cause a riot. It has to be said that this is the most boring Killing Cup final in hundreds of years. Who knew that Bitterberg won the previous game with an overwhelming advantage? But this time he completely shrunk? The city lord on the throne ordered the wine glass as if nothing had happened. His face was still pale, but the impatience between his brows gradually faded away. Hey, Bitterberg, change tactics, Ajibuki explained forcefully. But in his mind, he was endlessly worried about the task of infiltrating the team. As time passed, Okabuki was almost certain that the team that performed the ritual had failed. Damn it, today is the full moon, the graduation class of close combat training. How can there be counterattack force in the library? Is Bitterberg's imagination so powerful? I've obviously sent out beholder aberrations, so they should be absolutely foolproof. Or was he using that stick? He deceived my infiltration team? Damn it, if it wasn't the finals, I could have sent out more gladiators to attack the library, but now, it's too late. Ajibuji thought silently, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. It was all because of Bitterbog's sudden change last night, and he had an extra trump card that he did not expect. But Bitterbog himself is currently huddled next to the little wolf, shivering, not daring to breathe. The most dangerous place is the safest place, and I can leave until Ajibuki declares the little wolf the winner. Already, the dullness on the battlefield made it increasingly difficult for the audience to suppress their inner restlessness, and some in the auditorium had already started to clash with the fly demon. The city lord seemed to have lost interest and waved his hand to Ajibuji. Announce it. The city lord seemed to have understood the battle situation and did not intend to waste time on the finals. Lord City Lord this. Although Ajibuji had already revealed to the whale gamblers that Bitterbog would definitely be defeated, he did not expect it to be in this way. The city lord didn't respond, just glanced at Ajibuji silently. As you command. Okabuki suppressed his anger and jumped into the field to declare the little wolf the winner. Not surprisingly, a riot started again, but this time, the city lord made no move to intervene. He threw down the wine glass and turned around to disappear. Before leaving, he took one more look at Okabuki. Tonight was a bad start. I hope I will get good news at the meeting. Ajibuji knew that the city lord's glance before leaving was a signal to him. He ordered the armor and the fly demons to maintain order, and then arranged an airport exhibition match for those who were dissatisfied with their desires. After the market opened, the audience also jumped to the lounge, ready to change their clothes and go to the meeting. That would be a meeting to decide on the recent arrangements for Demon King City. A meeting initiated by the city owner and attended by the 8 pillars. When Bitterberg saw that the magic circle was lifted, he cautiously walked around the little wolf and quietly disappeared into the player tunnel, escaping death. After finally repaying the debt of the king of the Colosseum, Bitterberg regained his freedom. He had no intention of going back to the library. But at this moment, he suddenly received a thought in his mind and was dragged back to the direction of the corridor of confusion. Sighing secretly, still can't escape the control of that abominable library owner, Jibuji changed into a set of gold-plated cloth bags and came to the throne room. The throne is still empty, and the city lord has not yet arrived. But the candlesticks symbolizing the 8 pillars have been half-lit, and the remaining 9 small candlesticks are dim and have no light. Tonight's meeting is not yet here. The little pillars participated. Ajibuki sat on the long table in front of the throne, shook off a few flies, and drank the endless wine in the cup. Hey, I don't like you. Demons in human skin, what are you pretending to be? Ajibuki glanced at the long table and became polite in the manner of the king of the Colosseum. What are you talking about, my lord? The king of the Colosseum, the two of them, were originally human beings. A woman, who looked like a virgin, walked around to Ajibuji and wiped the splattered gold thread bag. Liquor. Gentle look on his face. Ha! Are the 2 human beings the main pillars of the Demon King City? Okabuki asked knowingly, looking askance at the 2 people sitting on the long table. One was wearing a red robe and had a goatee, wearing a crown and a gold collar around his neck. The one in red robe looked at his nose and heart without any expression. The one with the crown on his head let out a violent breath, causing the gold collar to slightly deform. Oh! It used to be a human being, but it is no longer right. Old goat? The virgin looked at the figure in red robe. The red robe man known as the old goat still showed no reaction, while the one wearing the crown was not very comfortable waiting, always glancing at the empty throne. What about you? Bauer? The Jibuji felt bored and looked at the virgin beside him. You are a nightmare succubus, and you dress up like a virgin. What does that mean? This person is the human depravity instructor of the closed combat training, the holder of authority between pleasures. And the nightmare demon Bowerly, he was afraid of being pulled into a dream by her, so he skipped all her courses. There is nothing I can do if I want to entertain those annoying humans. Of course I have to dress up like them. You don't know that if you face them in demon form, many weak humans will die just by looking at them. Bauer's hand touched Jibuji's golden thread and walked up and down. If you don't like what I look like, then the king of the Colosseum, what do you want me to look like? Bauer said, turning into a giant female fly. Ahem. Ajibuki resisted the urge to climb up. Today is the full moon. Shouldn't there be a devil's dance? If you don't watch it, you will lose a lot of souls. There's nothing I can do. If the city wants to have a meeting, they'll come. Bauer chuckled, retaining the look of a big fly, and sat next to Jibuji, seeming to enjoy Jibuji's control very much. Live-like. At the same time, the endless wine glass automatically slid over and slid in front of Bauer. By the way, you've seen Minto in the closed combat training, right? What did the old guy say? Ajibuki wanted to find out the attitude of the Demon King's mentor. Several pillars knew whether to launch the plan tonight. During the discussion of the demonic expedition, Minto's suggestions will naturally become a reference for the new city lord. That bastard, his head is full of chaos. He steals other people's classes, changes their class schedules, and they just ignore him. Bauer really has no interest in Minto. And this kind of disinterest is the same both ways. Hey, human, what do you think? Will there be a war? Jibuji avoided Bauer's harassment and looked at the one wearing a high crown. Call me your majesty. The big pillar wearing a crown finally couldn't stand Jibuji's repeated provocations. He turned around, and a few insect legs protruded from the gaps in the gold collar. Your majesty? Who do you think your majesty is? The king of the Colosseum shook off a few flies. Is this your first time sitting at this table? How dare you speak? Just when the tension was at stake, the room between the thrones suddenly became a few degrees hotter, and a majestic figure broke through the doorway and rushed in. Chapter 208 8 Pillars. Seeing this person rushing in, Ajibuki decisively took back the fly and pretended that nothing had happened. The big pillar, wearing the crown, snorted softly and made no further movements. But he also did not lower his head in front of the majestic red figure. The demon commander, Bosch's father, the lord of authority in the mouth of the abyss. Memphisius arrived between the thrones. Bauer floated away like a gust of wind. But he couldn't make any further progress before he was 3 feet away. You are still so hot, Bauer smiled. The tall, pure-blooded demon from the mouth of the abyss lowered his head slightly. Looked at Bauer. His teeth seemed to be chewing something. Then he looked around at the long table between the thrones. And his eyes swept over the old goat in red robes. The old goat wearing a crown. And to the human, Ajibuki, who was wearing a gold-threaded cloth bag, finally settled on the empty throne. And then sat on the opposite side of it. Ajibuki was driven to itching all over by the heat emanating from Memphisius. But he refused to change seats out of honor. He suddenly felt extremely tormented. Just like the meeting that was about to begin, Memphisius was undoubtedly the strong pillar that determined the expedition has been like this since hundreds of years ago. It's just that under the pressure of the previous city lord, the demon commander has never found a strong supporter, and is unable to shake the policy of the demon king city, and this time, the new city lord has an ambiguous attitude. And he may be the commander closest to Memphisius. The time of authority. From Ajibuki's point of view. Of course, he does not want the demonic expedition to take place if the expedition is decided. Not only will the Colosseum's business be affected, but even the gladiators will be requisitioned, which will greatly weaken the fighting beasts. The power of the king of the field. Okabuki's expectation is to maintain the status quo. And it is best to trigger a challenge from the abyss mouth to the new demon king. Or even civil strife in the demon king's city. In this case, the Jibuji can take the opportunity to annex authorities such as libraries and casinos to further expand his power. According to Ajibuki's speculation, among the 8 pillars, the Colosseum, Joy Room, Casino and Grand Altar should not want to launch a demonic expedition. After all, the business in these areas is to a certain extent. Human beings' participation in the war will be harmful but useless. Although Phintius of the Forbidden Forest was a lunatic, as an important source of soldiers for the demon expeditionary army, Okabuki did not think that the demon wolf king would support this war. The attitude of the treasury is rather ambiguous. Ajibuki cannot understand the thoughts of demon scribe Damenkirk and cannot guess. The remaining pillar of humanity is the first guest with the crown on his head. This is why Ajibuki has been testing him just now. Who is this guy? It is the first time he has seen him. Why can he sit in this place? In front of the long table? Memphisius sat down. And a vague smell of gunpowder smoke began to fill the throne room. The demon commander leaned back in his chair and stared at the throne, as if the other pillars were unimportant. This was a negotiation limited to him and the city lord. And not long after Memphisius arrived, 2 more lords of authority came together in the broken doorway. One was the demon scribe dragging chains all over the floor, and Damon Bindon's father Damenkirk. And the other one was a bare dice. Rolling in. After the dice rolled in, it fell directly next to Okabuki, seeming to be quite close to this gambling demon. Hey, old fly, do you want me to help you calculate your fortune tonight? Let's see if you can get snake eyes in the throw? A number appeared on one side of the dice. 2 snake eyes. 2. Forget it. Don't cause trouble. Whether your casino can continue to operate depends on the results tonight. Okabuji wanted to canvass votes before the meeting started. Is there anything that can't be opened? Do you want to bet? Lord Demon? The dice clicked on the long table. Bet on whether the city lord will launch the demon expeditionary force. Bet on your life. Starting from 1,000. You first pick. I won't give you the chance to confiscate my luck. Okabuji shook his head. He was very much needed tonight. You can't defeat fate. No matter how much luck I lend you. It's useless. The dice jumped up and down. But when Memphisius frowned slightly, he immediately stopped quarreling and quietly placed himself on the chair. Superior. However, Damenkirk did not sit down after entering the throne room. He stood quietly next to the throne, waved the quill and parchment in his hand, and began to record the meeting. The great pillars arrived between the thrones at the red hour of the 4th full moon in the year 299 of the Kylie calendar. As Damenkirk put the last stroke, a giant wolf suddenly appeared in the center of the left side of the throne. Similar to Memphisius, it occupies a large area between the thrones. At this point, the 8 pillars of the Forbidden Forest, the Room of Joy, the Colosseum, the Great Altar, humanity, the Casino, the Mouth of the Abyss, and the Treasury are all present. Demon Wolf King Phintius seemed to have noticed something was wrong. He looked at Damenkirk next to the throne, but did not go into details. Instead, he turned his gaze to Bauer opposite. Is the close combat training over? I'm looking for a skeleton. The reason why Phintius was the last one to arrive between the thrones was because he grabbed the little wolf and asked questions, which delayed some time. Originally, Little Wolf was supposed to kill Bitterberg tonight, so that the Demon Wolf King could enter the library and avenge his son Finley. But Little Wolf failed to live up to the expectations of the Demon Wolf King and let go of the master of the brain spirit. Fint. Wussy could only interview the city lord at this meeting. At this moment, the little wolf was dripping with blood, and Fintius hung it on the top of the highest tree in the forbidden forest, basking in his favorite moonlight. "Oh, Skorik?" Bauer covered his mouth and smiled. "I heard he is a very troublesome devil's son. I really want to see him. But he seems to have been avoiding me. He killed my son, and I will kill him with my own hands." Fintius' huge wolf claw tapped lightly on the long table. "Well, it's not just your children. The number of devil children doesn't match up. There are 4 missing in total. This class of students are very energetic." Bao glanced at Memphisius with a vague expression. The Demon Wolf King frowned slightly, as if he understood Bauer's subtext. Memphisius was still staring straight at the throne, only thinking that they were noisy. As soon as Ajabuki heard the conversation between Fintius and Bao, he subconsciously thought of the bones in Bitterberg's body, and then suddenly felt that his plan to annex the library seemed to have been preempted by the skeleton clan. Skorik cooperates with the Master of Mind, each getting what he needs. A brain spirit master guarantees to go to the end in the killing cup, and another devil's son eradicates the enemies in the closed battle training. This skeleton is so evil. Of course, Liu didn't expect that his existence would be mentioned on such an occasion. At this moment, he was still waiting for Bitterberg's return in the library, waiting for possible enemies to arrive. "Shut up. Don't make any noise." Listening to the buzzing in front of the long table, Mephizius slowly turned his lips, showing a fawn, and ended the conversation in front of the long table. "Hey, your son is also dead. Don't you have anything to say?" The Demon Wolf King seemed to be the one among the pillars present, the one who was least afraid of Memphizius. "Dead? Oh." Memphizius seemed to finally recall a prayer from his 977th son, but his eyes still did not leave the throne. "He is too weak. He should die. He had many sons." But Memphizius didn't care about this one at all. He only cared about when the devil showed up. "The Demon King's castle that is too weak should also die," Memphizius added. Fintius gritted his teeth and felt the demon commander's firm stance. And just when Memphizius finished saying this, the figure of the city lord suddenly appeared in front of the throne. He was pale, but he put on a fancy dress and walked up the steps step by step with his back on his back. "I have decided to send a demon expeditionary force." The city lord announced his decision as soon as he sat on the throne. The Devil's Decision. Chapter 209 Meeting. Upon hearing the Demon King's announcement, each of the pillars had different reactions. Demon Commander Memphizius tightened his eyebrows and smiled, and his body finally left the back of the chair, leaning on the long table with both hands, staring at the pale face of the Demon King, as if trying to see through whether the Demon King really wanted to fight. Still perfunctory. If it was perfunctory, Memphizius felt compelled to let it be true. The red-robed old goat was surrounded by blood, and there seemed to be some kind of order hidden in the blood. A long guard of ceremony was outlined around it, and endless believers prayed in despair, praying for the gods to appear. The virgin-like Bao raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and glanced at Okabuki and Fintius intentionally or unintentionally, as if waiting for the owners of the Colosseum and the Forbidden Forest to speak. The crowned human tugged at the golden collar around his neck, as if feeling the heat in the air. The die suddenly became smaller, and he threw himself on the long table to measure the good and bad luck, but the die surface was covered, and the result was not revealed. Of course Ujibuji was quite surprised, and there was a buzz in his head. "So it's decided? Why don't you even discuss the relationship with humans? Where will the troops come from? What kind of support will the Colosseum provide?" The only one who had a similar reaction to Ujibuji was the demonic wolf King Fintius of the Forbidden Forest. Compared to the elite combat power provided by the Colosseum, the Forbidden Forest had to send both wolves and horses, and it would take a real fight. Big loss. Demon scribe Damonkirk faithfully recorded every word of the Demon King, and also recorded the reaction of each pillar. The Demon King has announced his decision to go on an expedition, and the pillars seem to have a lot to say. Damonkirk wrote on the parchment, and then looked at the pillars, waiting for their speeches, looking at the calm face of the city lord. It seemed that no one wanted to be the first demon to speak. Time passed by seconds, and I don't know how long it took. Finally, a second voice appeared in the field. "This is a dangerous gamble." The person who spoke was actually the main pillar of the casino, the Fate Dice. "Lord City Lord, The fate of mankind is stronger than ours. Can you share your thoughts? The fate dice was spinning on the long table. Or, is this a declaration? Not a discussion? Yes, it's a declaration. The Lord of Demon King City never seemed to be a reasonable guy. Understood. The fate die stopped spinning and turned back to his seat. Do you have any objections? The city owner didn't intend to let the big pillar of the casino go so easily. He asked. And he was also asking all the demons in the venue. It is my duty to divine the fate of Demon King City. And I have the obligation to share the possible changes in fate with the pillars. The fate dice were closed on the seat, as if they did not intend to divine again. Since you can see destiny, then find a way to promote destiny. Bring it to our side. The city lord on the throne turned his fingers, and the dice turned involuntarily with his fingers. I obey. Fate 6 said in admiration. The luck accumulated over the past 100 years will all work for you. Seeing that the first pillar to speak was subdued by the city lord, Okabuki looked at Fintuous and could only place all his hopes on the demon wolf king, no matter how much the king of the Colosseum looked down on the city lord. He really when facing him. I still couldn't muster the courage to express my opinion. Very good. I am willing to serve you. Memphisia slapped the long table and finalized this expedition in the name of the great mouth of the abyss. Bite my demon butt. The city lord and the largest force in Demon King City are going on an expedition. What can I do? Unless all the remaining pillars support me. But how could I be the demon that aroused Mephis's disgust? Damn it, Okabuchi retracted his buzz into his stomach. But, finally, another big supporter expressed his objections. And it was actually Demon Clerk Damon Kirk, just like Damon originally hated Bosch. Demon Clerk seemed to have trouble dealing with pure-blooded demons. If you do this, you may have an account at the beginning of the expedition. But the treasury will lose part of its stable income. The chains on Damon Kirk's lower body were dancing wildly. Income from humans. Fart. Mephizius leaned on the long table with one arm and faced Damon Kirk. With the expeditionary force here, one expedition can bring you several years of profits. Where are the armaments and supplies? Will you come out? Damon Kirk waited for Memphizius to agree, and then immediately put the account on the head of the abyss. Our huge mouth of the abyss only goes in, not out. Of course Memphizius would not take advantage of him. While he was imposing, he was also very clear about the doorways on the opposite side, and would not let go. Ah, poor guy, Damon Kirk commented, silently shrinking the wealth of the abyss mouth. The city lord silently watched the dispute between the demon scribe and the demon commander without saying a word, and then turned his attention to the other pillars. Then, a self-resonant voice caught the devil's gaze. It was the old goat wearing a red robe and surrounded by blood. Fire Burning Valley and Big Ice Creation, what's your attitude? The old goat stroked his goatee and mentioned two other places of demons burning Fire Valley and Big Ice Creation, which are as famous as Demon King City, and called Kayu, the three demonic forces in Sri Lanka. Old Goat felt that if the demonic expeditionary force could cooperate with the Fire Burning Valley and the Big Ice Crack, it would be able to create the kind of bloody storm that he wanted. It has nothing to do with us. The city lord smiled, not considering the reactions of the other two families at all. The old goat lowered his head slightly, his blood turning serious. Is that our initiative? Fintia seemed to have finally found the opportunity to speak. Once again, we will face the heyday of humanity alone? Humph. It is our hesitation that makes human beings continue to become stronger. Memphizius sneered. You seem to have done it the other way around. Last time, it was obviously the disastrous defeat that prompted us to leave. Fintius' words were a little angry. Right. You retreated to the mouth of the abyss, and the demons of the Forbidden Forest worked for you. After the break? Why? Are you afraid? Memphizius didn't bother to explain his last strategy. And he had nothing to explain. Oh, once a fight breaks out, they will definitely join in bout mediated between the two happy customers. What I'm worried about is whether Sindalami and the human gods will also join the war. No. The crowned human being who had been silent finally spoke, and his voice was quite majestic. Sindalami's pope position is vacant, and human beings have been hunting gods and carrying out a revolution called science. Humanity is falling apart. Who is your cocoon? It smells delicious. Fintius's nostrils twitched, and he pointed at the human with the crown on his head. This is the king of locusts. Anir, the great chief of the sand kingdom of Chaos continent. Dar came up and introduced the big pillar of mankind to the demon wolf king. It is said that you are invading the sand kingdom, the god of the country. Right? He, I heard that your land is full of gold and sand. Is it true? The throne of God is nothing but the crown of the dead. Phineas scraped his wolf claws on the long table, making a harsh sound. It seemed that he did not pay attention to the big pillar of mankind and just wanted to taste it. But in this case, will our expedition cause them to reunite again? Bauer understood human beings better and took the opportunity to ask the Demon King on the throne. The Lords of Authority also raised their heads and looked together. The scene of the failure of the previous expedition was still vivid in their minds. And the demons did not really want to face the second Steel City. That's just right, we can destroy the gods and science together. The Demon King tapped the armrest of the throne with his finger. I'll say it one last time. I decided to send the Demon Expeditionary Force. The Demon Kings did not waver in the slightest. Chapter 210. The atmosphere has reached this point. Humanity's accumulation over 100 years will become our wealth. After waiting for 100 years, it's time to harvest. With one more sentence, the city lord solved the problem of whether to fight and transferred it to how to fight. At Half Moon, I want to see the Demon Expeditionary Force set out. The preparation period given by the devil is only half a month. Recruitment, training, promises, fiefdoms, these are all solved by you. I want the devil to no longer be just a human being. Legend. I want humans to recall the nightmare that once enveloped the continent of Chaos. I sincerely comply with your wishes. Memphisius bowed his head deeply. We have been waiting for 100 years. If the expeditionary force is launched, the authority of the demon commander will of course be greatly strengthened, whether it is the wealth in the vault, the evil beasts in the forbidden forest, or the strange demons in the Colosseum. They will all become part of the expeditionary force, and each will spread fear. So of course Memphisius was the first to agree. I will shake mankind's faith. The old goat quietly clasped his hands, his blood dripping with blood. I will offer the land to the south, split the north, and reach the holy city. And Ire seemed to have seen the sea of sand surging, overflowing the Taz Empire, and swallowing up the snow. I will make the continent bleed into a river. Phineas licked his lips. And at this moment, he forgot about the pain of losing his son. Then I want more humans to know joy. Bauer giggled. Give them the best way out. The continent of Chaos will become our new Colosseum. The atmosphere had reached this point, and Okabuji had no choice but to express his stance. All the major pillars showed their loyalty, but only Damenkirk and Destiny remained silent. When they thought of the heavy and complicated workload, Okabuji surrendered. Then, there may be brave men who disturb the lord of the city's rest in the near future. After agreeing, Memphisius made a discordant sound. Once the demonic expeditionary army enters the war preparation period, there will be no way to hide it, caught between reality and chaos. In other words, tomorrow night, the Demon King city will once again fall into the reality of the Chaos continent. In this case, there will definitely be a brave man who will go straight to the Demon King's head. Lijibuji was shocked. If the city lord died during the expedition, wouldn't it mean that the demon commander had the power? He would be promoted directly to the city lord? Could this be the real purpose of Memphisius? Taking advantage of the war preparations, let a few powerful warriors come in. Of course, the premise is that the city owner will not arrange some players, like Isaac, to guard the goal. Okabuki began to think wildly. Yeah, without them, how lonely it would be. The Demon King didn't take it seriously, looking at the doorway that had just been damaged by Memphisius with empty eyes, as if he was waiting for someone. The scale and target of the first round of attack are all decided by you. The Demon King pointed at Memphisius and Damenkirk. I only want to see the result. Of course, you don't need to worry about this. Memphisius clenched his fists, as casually as if he was ordering food in a restaurant. The holy city of Sinalami, the capital of the Tars Empire, the details of the Snow Kingdom. Rain Corridor. The demon scribe subconsciously calculated the consumption required to capture these areas, and his arms twitched unnaturally. The holy city of Sindrami can be later. There is not much human destiny entrusted there. The fate die shrank directly, jumped into the palm of Memphisius, and started to make plans. Ire and Bauer also gathered around Memphisius to express their opinions, and started a pre-war meeting on the spot, while Memphisius held the destiny dice and looked at Phineas, the pillar of the Forbidden Forest, waiting for the enchantment, the Wolf King's reaction. The Forbidden Forest will fully cooperate. Phineas gritted his teeth, but seeing the 9 light candlesticks displayed around him, he still asked the city lord a question. Lord City Lord, my son died in the library, and I want to enter the library. Phineas lowered his head and said. The city lord stared at the demon Wolf King meaningfully for a long time, and said quietly, I'm sorry. I can't. Why? Phintius looked angry. The authority of the library is flourishing, which is very interesting, and during the expedition, the Demon King city needs every ounce of power. The city lord's expression gradually became cold. Even that guy's power. This, before Phintius could object. Ajibuki couldn't help but be horrified in his heart, and opened his mouth to speak. It was clearly the city lord who asked Brain Spirit to participate in the Colosseum. And also to eliminate a certain existence by the way. So how could he suddenly regret? If you have any dissatisfaction, you can go to Minto and ask. The city lord opened his palms to Phintius. This is the wish of the Demon King's mentor. He also has a share? Phintius didn't understand why this time Minto would be so loving to the library. I don't know. This is the condition he put forward for me. The city lord's expression was unnatural. If you also want to put forward conditions, you are welcome to give it a try. Phintius and Okabuji are speechless. Asked Minto. Go to chaos? Putting conditions on the city lord? At this juncture? Are you looking for death? Feeling the glare of Phintius, Okabuki was the first to give up and bow his head in surrender. Phintius was not so easily persuaded. At this moment, he was weighing whether to go to chaos in person or directly launch a war against the library. Seeing the silence of the two pillars, the city lord said leisurely, therefore, the iron laws of Demon King City will continue to be implemented. Except for the Colosseum. Two lords of authority are not allowed to appear in the same area. Of course, you always have a way. Right? The city lord blinked at Ajibuji. And Ajibuji understood. This means, you are not allowed to commit suicide in person. But small actions are still allowed? Or if there are any conflicts, they will be resolved in the Colosseum? Ajibuki calculated his available troops, but felt that Phintius was not an easy partner to work with, and would definitely drain most of the Colosseum's power. After the interlude in the library, the meeting came to an end, and the Demon King City was about to undergo drastic changes. Okay. That's it. I look forward to your performance. The city lord showed a charming smile, bringing an end to this meeting between the pillars. Phintius stood up first, invited the red-robed old goat and the king of locusts and Ire to attend the strategic meeting in the mouth of the abyss, and left first with the fate die. Bauer, Phintius and Okabuki didn't want to miss the important meeting to formulate strategies, so they got up and chased after them. Before leaving, the old goat silently glanced at Damonkirk, and the demon scribe nodded slightly. Clear. So the big pillars exited one by one. And finally only Damonkirk was left standing beside the city lord, with the parchment unfolded and the quill waiting to write the last stroke. Lord City Lord, I only have one question. You want to ask when this battle will be terminated, right? The city lord was in a good mood, holding the side of his face with one hand. Exactly. I'm telling you. This battle will continue until we can stop at any time. The city lord waved his hand. Understood. Damonkirk nodded, closed the parchment, and exited with his back to the porch. When Calm returned to the throne room, the city lord stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Destroy it, only destruction is the proof of the existence of life. Looking at the moonlight that suddenly became real, and the dark clouds rolling and forming in the sky, the city lord murmured. And Liu was still waiting at the door of the library, surrounded by a large number of skeletons and killing sea butterflies. He even threw Bitterberg into the Lord of the Brain Spirit's car. Fully armed, waiting and not knowing where do the enemies come from to start the war. But when the cool wind blew in the library hall, Liu vaguely felt that the Demon King City had become different. Before he had time to think about the difference, Liu heard a voice coming from behind him. Don't wait. No demon will pay attention to you tonight. Chapter 211 Red Robe Bishop. Ah? Liu was so focused on the main entrance of the library that he even neglected to observe the inside of the library. Red Robe Bishop Redcoat Shiran stood behind Liu, looking at a kind of bones and seed butterflies, with a hint of joy in his calmness. Ah! Get out of class is over. Liu glanced at the moonlight and felt that the graduation class of the closed combat training ended a little early. Everyone came out before the red hour was over? What about Ying and Dandan? Did you gain anything from the graduation class? On my side, I disrupted a sneak attack by Ajibuki on the authority of the library. What did you just say? There won't be any demons looking after me tonight? Seeing that Redcoat might know something, Liu hurriedly arranged a skeleton for him, knelt down and set it up as a chair, and invited him to sit down. The news from the high altar is that the Lords of Authority have just concluded their discussions with the Demon King, and the Demon Expeditionary Force is about to be dispatched. Redcoat sat down unceremoniously after experiencing the fourth game of the Killing Cup and the entire closed battle training. The red robe felt that the distance between him and Li Yu had been shortened. Li Yu's heart was shaken. There was no revelation of earth-shattering. So he said he would go on an expedition? Of course. It is also possible that the authority position of the library is not high enough. So there is no way to get the news immediately. And I can also go to the continent of Chaos to find my followers. Redcoat was in the bloody corridor on the first floor. But his eyes were looking out the window of the hall. You can go out and look for believers. Kai-chung? Even though Li Yu had made a guess, he still felt uneasy when it was confirmed. Why are you looking for believers? Promotion? This is what you just learned in Jiang School. Learned it in school. It doesn't matter if I tell you. After the Red Robe Priest is promoted to the Red Robe Bishop, he must preach and spread his followers. Redcoat was obviously in a very good mood. He had just completed the promotion ceremony to the Red Robe Bishop the night before. You can go out of the city to find believers the next day. And the rhythm is very steady. And the number of believers also determines whether we can be promoted to Red-Robed Archbishop. Redcoat looked far away and seemed to have seen the crowds of believers. What about after the Archbishop? Are you going to establish your own new religion? Li Yu asked casually. Yes. And no. Redcoat was very expressive tonight. After successfully establishing the Protestant Church, we are still one step away from becoming an Archbishop. That is to twist the doctrine into the doctrine of the current Demon King city, so that it can be recognized by the Red Robe Pope and occupy a seat on the high altar. Redcoat rolled up his sleeves. And the blood on his body among the group of skeletons, the most colorful. First create the heresy. Then integrate the heresy. So, the news was given to you by the high altar, the Red Robe Pope? Li Yu ended his greetings and returned to the topic. The source of intelligence is of course an important guarantee of credibility. Well, several major pillars are formulating strategies in the mouth of the abyss. It will take at least 7 days to discuss the complete content. Redcoat could see that Li Yu was preparing to defend against the enemy, and reminded him not to make useless efforts. Devil, once the expeditionary force is formed, the distribution of forces in Demon King City will definitely change drastically. And your feud with Ajibuki will not be the most important thing to the king of the Colosseum. Will the Colosseum be drafted? Li Yu keenly grasped every detail. Of course. Maybe the library will also. Redcoat was in such a good mood that he started joking. The early preparations are a huge workload. And everything will serve the Demon Expeditionary Force. This time I advise you, don't mess with pure-blooded demons. Well, let's see how they perform, Li Yu said lightly. But what he was thinking about was, the Abyss Maw will definitely rely on the Demonic Expeditionary Force's momentum. But their enemy is the skeleton Skalric. The worst-case scenario is killing this identity. Anyway, even Redcoat has to go out of the city to look for believers. So it is normal for a skeleton to be lost in the city, the hatred between his Abyss Maw and the skeleton clan. What does it have to do with my library? Be prepared. Drastic changes are coming. Redcoat stood up and shook Li Yu's dominoes. Looking forward to the next meeting with you. Well, I will also pay attention to the situation outside. Li Yu pointed at the dominoes in Redcoat's hand with bright eyes. There is such a demon wandering around the Chaos continent outside. And he understands the situation on the continent. It's really convenient. By the way, your eyes are good. But they look a bit stupid. Sensing Li Yu's gaze, Redcoat rubbed his eye sockets. Oh, it's crooked. Li Yu rolled his distorted eyes and adjusted his position. Goodbye. Redcoat said goodbye and left the library with a touch of blood. Li Yu was not in a hurry to retreat and continued to wait at the door of the library for other sons of devils to come out. The first is to confirm the news about the Devil's Expeditionary Force. And the second is to understand the dynamics of the Devil's Son. Someone like Dinan Binbin must be as well informed as Redcoat, and naturally has the value of staying there. The second person to go out was Diamond Binbin. This demon scribe was in a hurry, probably because he was rushed by his father. And he only left one sentence for Li Yu before leaving. The deal is still there. Don't die. Li Yu also took out a Skalric skull and handed it to him as a symbol of friendship. Diamond Binbin also ate it immediately and praised the delicious taste. The demon businessman Mai and Nate Meyer went out hand in hand. But they left in different directions. Nate Meyer naturally went back to Happy Room and waited for news about Bauer. Mai went directly to the city and hurried there. Participate in the Devil's Market starting tonight. However, there was a Devil's Son who didn't want to leave and stayed in the library. I don't want to go back to the Devil's Kitchen. Brother Pai took out a lot of chaos dishes in front of all the minis and shared them together. Can I stay here? You guys are very busy here. Be quiet. I can avoid being coaxed by my dad. Brother, I vouch for him, Brother Pai said. and Lulu and Feifei also patted their chests. Brother Pai's action prediction success rate was only a little over 30%. Liu didn't dare to believe it. But seeing that the six-handed pig had no ill intentions, he thought for a long time before speaking slowly. Did you know that the demonic expeditionary army is about to launch? I know. My dad said. The city is open. So I don't want to go. And I don't want to cook for those pure-blood demons. As expected, Brother Pai is still evading the recruitment of the expeditionary force. Then I can't help you with this. If the chef agrees, I will let you stay here. Although Liu had originally planned to open a small kitchen in the library. Even though the chaos cuisine was amazingly effective, there was nothing he could do. He took it upon himself to leave Brother Pig Ujibuji was coveting the power of the library. And it was obviously not a good thing to offend the devil's kitchen again. Brother Pai was not very confident in facing his worried father. Then, can you come with me and talk to him? No. This is your own problem. Liu left Pai Ji's growth to himself. We will go with you. Lulu and Feifei jumped up. Brother Pai showed a grateful expression. And the two small sweet potatoes seemed to be his savior. You too. Sit down. Liu had even imagined two little guys rushing into the devil's kitchen and being brought to the dining table. Seeing Lulu and Feifei looking eagerly, Liu had no choice but to add to Brother Pai, or so you say, the library is going to hire you as a chef, and you will be paid with bones. Hire, well. Brother Pai's eyes lit up. He sharpened his knife and prepared to negotiate terms with the devil chef. Lulu and Feifei patted Pai Ji's pig head to cheer up the son of the devil. Liu didn't expect that the demon chef would be subdued by many. It was an unexpected surprise. He temporarily kept the chef's stomach bag and made an appointment to return it to the demon kitchen tomorrow night. Liu sent Brother Pai away and also sent the rest of the crowd left the library. The closed combat training was finally over. And there was news about the demon expeditionary force. Liu couldn't stop for a moment. When Brother Pai walked out of the library, he also thought clearly about what to do next. You must go to the devil's market. But before that, you must leave an early warning mechanism in the library. Thinking of this, Liu looked at Bitterberg, who was shivering at the side, and winked at him. Chapter 212, If the Eyes Could Stretch. Liu already knew the whole story of Bitterberg's escape, and secretly sighed that the ability he had mutated was definitely a natural choice for a scout. You guard at the door. If there is an enemy attack, they will come. Use this stick to notify me. Liu assigned Butabog a small part of the library authority, and strictly stipulated the execution details. No matter what happens, if any monster attempts to destroy the closed bloody corridor, Bitterberg will mobilize the magic power of the library to cast a spell on the dominoes and notify Liu. At that time, the library will also enter an emergency situation. All mini-minis and brain spirits are in their respective places. While taking refuge, they also build their own defenses, of course. Mini-minis will hide in each library to control the mechanisms, while the brain spirits will directly control the mechanisms. Put on the killing sea butterfly and stop the monsters. Under the current conditions, Liu can only maximize the defense power of the library in this way, and the next transformation of the library will happen after Liu returns from the devil's market. Let's see what kind of library can be made with the knowledge in the library and the materials found in the devil's market. Bitterberg had no room to refuse, and floated into the corridor of confusion in a gray and invisible form. Under the control of the contract, he was equivalent to a puppet of Liu. And Liu gave some instructions to the brain spirit in Mini and the killing sea butterfly, and hurriedly drifted to the 6th library. Dandan and Ying had been waiting at the door for a long time, waiting to go to the devil with Liu. The market? Of course Lulu and Feifei also wanted to go, but they did not embarrass Liu. They arranged for Mini and Mini on their own, but their ears were always facing towards the 6th library, with their ear holes open and closed. If even the eyes could be extended, Mini would definitely poke her 4 little eyes over to see what Ying would write. It's not that Liu doesn't want to take the little guys there, but the devil's market is originally located between the Demon King's city and reality, with humans and demons mixed together. In addition, now that the Demon King's city has suddenly truly integrated into reality, there may be many unexpected things. Circumstances arose, and it was impossible to really think of it as a relaxing market. If possible, Liu even wanted to go alone to avoid trouble, but Dandan and Ying disagreed. After spending almost a month with Ying day and night, Liu had forgotten that this guy was also a member of the Abyss Mouth. By the way, the demonic expeditionary army is about to be dispatched. Are you considered one of the people in the mouth of the abyss? In front of the 6th library, Li Yu asked about Ying's whereabouts. There is no banquet in the world that must come to an end, Li Yu thought. But there was no reason to keep it tied to him. The Devil's sons have all obtained their own promotion science, and they know what is best for them. I want to go to the Devil's Market with you. Ying answered the question inappropriately. I know. I mean in the future. Li Yu was not sure whether Dandan and Ying were one body now, and whether there was any way to separate them. And since we asked about Ying, we naturally had to ask Dandan, what about you? What did Minto tell you just now? What are you going to do? Li Yu only maintained a healthy relationship with Dandan and helped him take a bath. He could not control this otherworldly demon like he controlled Bitterberg. Mincho will send me food regularly. I can go wherever I want, Dandan said while swinging the pellets, and pointed at the one that had been embedded between Li Yu's eyebrows. Anyway, this is mine. I can take it with me anytime. I can communicate with you. As he spoke, Shadow broke off the core from Li Yu's skull and wrote on the floor of the library instead, demonstrating on the spot. But Shadow's friend said that you demons are going to go to war with the creatures that dominate this planet? I thought I might go see it. To dominate this world when we are not around. Ying corrected Dandan's wording. Anything is fine. Can I see them at this market? Dandan pointed to the door of the 6th library. Are they the same creatures as these friends? That may not be good. You'll know it when you see it. It was difficult for Li Yu to explain to Dandan the difference between slave scholars and real humans, so he could only let it figure it out on its own. And this trip to the demon market will also be Li Yu's first time to see humans in this world in a relatively calm place. And he also looks forward to personally finding out humans' attitude towards demons during this operation. I imagine it would be intense. So you are going to join the Demon Expeditionary Army? When Li Yu thought about Dandan and Ying leaving the library, he felt a little uncomfortable. But then he thought of the good side if Dandan and Ying were there. The demonic expedition would be possible. I can also understand the movements of the army. And I feel like I am hiding behind the scenes. I haven't decided yet. Shadow turned into an arrow and pointed at the door of the 6th library. All the slave scholars have gone down. When will we set off? Are you in a hurry to go back to the abyss? Li Yu shook his head. Don't be anxious. Before setting off to the Devil's Market, we must prepare a good skin bag to avoid meeting bandits or black-hearted businessmen and not being able to educate them properly. There's no rush. I just don't want to waste time here. Ying's tone was light. Make more memories before you leave? Li Yu wasn't sure whether he had thought wrong or not. So he was busy working on his new skin. This one should be able to perfectly blend into the scene of the Devil's Market, making it convenient for shopping, while also maintaining strong combat power. Based on the composition of the monsters that set out for the Devil's Market, Li Yu put together the monster puzzle pieces into a set of human skins. The appearance was based on Skalric skeleton, with appropriate wriggling and some earthy muscles added to form this time. Action for the mid-skin. The outer layer is naturally a layer of illusion. Li Yu transformed into a businessman, based on the one he first saw in the vegetable field, with yellow-orange eyes, yellow and white hair, and wearing a pair of smelly trousers. Socks. Hair was messy, and the whole person was dark, damp, and smelled of copper. The inner layer is of course the uninhibited skinny trendy man. Li Yu inserted the bone sword next to the thigh bone, and then wrapped the inner layer of the skull with octopus tentacles as a final means of protection and counterattack. Therefore, if you cut through the outer layer of Li Yu's transformation, you will see a warrior-like guy with a big head, which is basically equivalent to a weirdo. But Li Yu has seen illustrations of the Devil's Market in books. I feel that this level of strangeness should not cause too much confusion. After all, there are demons in the demon market, and my outfit of a Matryoshka doll looks ordinary from the outermost layer, and it doesn't really stand out after one layer is removed. There is only a close-fitting, uninhibited skinny hipster. That's what a walking devil looks like. At the same time, Li Yu also made some fine adjustments on the basis of the skeleton, removed a few ribs, and then stuffed the egg into the chest cavity. If it was really lifted to the last layer, who would see the egg in the chest cavity? They all think it is the key, right? In order to be able to shop smoothly at this Devil's Market and explore more possibilities in the library, Li Yu went all out. Hurry up. Slave scholars have already died in the cesspit, Dandan urged. If it's any later, the passage may be blocked. It seems that with the resources at the disposal of the slave scholars, even if they are fully prepared, going into the cesspit to go to the Devil's Market is an adventure that will lead to death. The shadow merged into Li Yu's shadow, seeming to be still. Let's go! Li Yu finally fiddled with several templates, drove the skull, pulled a weird jigsaw, bone sword, Dandan and Ying to push open the door of the 6th library, and got into the cesspool. After passing through the layers of filth and the wrapped body of the slave scholar, Liu entered the chaos through a fork in the road under the instructions of Ying, and then appeared under the moonlight. Real moonlight. And Liu looked at the moonlit town, felt the fog that filled the town, looked at the clock tower of the town, and shouted, "What the HL?" Chapter 213 The Death Town Dessler. Is it really the Death Town of Dessler? The bell tower, the ancient well, and the foggy streets all reminded Liu. This is a place that has been described in books. In the book Dessler, the town of death, it is told that all the souls in the town were sacrificed to the devil and sealed in the ancient wells in the town. The townspeople would act according to the devil's instructions. And while communicating with merchants, it also attracts people who come to Dessler to fall and become a member of the devil. Liu also remembered that Dessler was close to the Sea of Death, so items related to undersea ruins were often included in the merchandise. After leaving the cesspit of the 6th library, Liu was standing in a narrow alley. He did not see the shadow of the slave scholars. Liu suspected that there was not only one exit. The slave scholars came out earlier than him. Maybe already deep inside the devil's market, or perhaps escaping outside the town. What's wrong? In the hiding place, Ying slowly typed a question mark. This place. I've read about it in a book. Liu smelled the magic and human scent in the mist, felt the dampness emanating from the sewers, and the faint smell of blood, and determined that what he was in was Ant Alley next to the clock tower is not far from the town square. You can reach it by walking on the main road for a quarter of an hour. TSK. Reading is still useful, Dandan said angrily in Liu's chest. Like an inner voice, Liu gave Dandan and Ying some knowledge about Dessler, the town of death, and then said lightly, "It seems that Dessler, the town of death, was once a trophy of the Demon Expeditionary Army, and was kidnapped in the Demon King City, and became the Demon City." Set? Then, what is sold here? Dandan still asked in Liu's heart. What's delicious? It's definitely not as delicious as what Minto gave you. Liu finished his answer and looked at the shadow on the ground. Is there anywhere you want to go? No. Ying's handwriting was very calm. Liu also found that Ying had become much calmer since coming to Dessler. She used her shadow to touch here and there in a hidden place, and enjoyed every minute here. Then come with me. I will take you to visit Dessler, the town of death. Liu took the initiative to become a tour guide, and walked along the ant alley to the main road. Okay. Ying followed quietly. Liu had 3 goals on this trip. The first was, of course, to use the 270,000 gold coins in his stomach to find products that could enhance the strength of the library. Before coming, Liu also analyzed the current layout of the library at the moment. The library mainly deals with physical damage from earth elements, self-healing bones, and demon wolf fangs. Once he encounters a magic armored knight with strong protection, or if it were a fly, it would have greater limitations, and Liu could only defend it personally. In terms of confusing enemies, the Rod of Deception is very effective, but it still lacks a cost-effective device that can be used for a long time. Liu obviously can't stay in the library all his life. So the first point is to enrich the library's defense methods magic books, magic devices, even muskets and cannons, as long as the library can be used in the days without Liu. Can also use brutal performance. Everything is possible. And to put it bluntly, these are inseparable from energy, materials and structures. Of course, magic is the largest energy source currently available in the library. But once the Rod of Deception is used, it will not be enough. It is necessary to find some clean energy that can be effective without Liu's presence, such as electricity, steam, and oil. However, Liu did not find any records related to oil in the relevant records in the library. The existing energy sources on the Chaos continent are mainly concentrated on magic and steam, and even electricity is only an auxiliary. It can be seen that the research on magnets in the Chaos continent is only in a preliminary stage. It is not their fault. After all, with the inexhaustible resource of magic, all human technologies will have a completely new direction of development. Liu also affirmed that the continent of Chaos was different from where he was in his previous life, and the technology tree he followed was completely different. Motivation is crucial and indispensable. Liu can't recall the little bit of science he learned in his previous life, and there are no relevant records in the library in this world. So he could only find another way, starting with magic materials, to seek the best quality energy. Therefore, Liu's primary purpose during this trip to the Devil's Market was to find some potential magic materials, so that the library could truly develop. Li Yu's secondary goal is to see if he can leave the Demon King city after all. The demons here are crowded and precarious. And it is not a stable development environment at all. Regardless of anything else. The life and death of the minis have been bound to Li Yu. It would be great if they could be taken away from the Demon King city and find a place like a peach blossom garden. Although there has been no expedition for 100 years and human society on the continent of Chaos has developed rapidly, the library still records some unknown places. Li Yu will also investigate the feasibility of leaving the Demon King city. The last goal is to find the Hell Karma fire. Even if it's news, if he can't buy practical magic materials and can't find a way to leave the Demon King city, then Li Yu can only fight with the demons. On the front, the first thing to bear the brunt is the Colosseum where Ajibuki is located. So it is natural to make preparations for the weakness of the Bag Devil. These 3 tasks cannot be done by others. So Li Yu can only go out in person to see the demon market recorded in the book. And maybe he can find some surprises. Of course Dandan and Ying didn't know what Li Yu was thinking. For them, this was just a tour. Quite relaxing voices kept coming from their chests asking this and that. And Li Yu talked to himself tirelessly. Like a neurotic old man walking alone in Ant Alley. When he was about to walk out of Ant Alley, Li Yu finally met the first human being after returning to the world. A woman wore a windbreaker, wrapped herself tightly, left the main road with flashing lights, and stumbled towards Li Yu. Li Yu rolled his eyes for a moment, and used perspective to see through the gracefulness under her windbreaker. The figure, the corset and belt, and the elastic fishnet stockings. However, the human Li Yu met was not her, but a shadow hidden in the darkness of Ant Alley. He seemed to have merged with the garbage heap. If it weren't for the reminder from the Devil's Illustrated book, Li Yu would not have noticed him at all. 2 saws were clasped in his hands. His nostrils twitched. And while he was breathing, he was also trying to locate the 2 human beings in the Ant Alley. Coming, kill, blood, a lot of blood. Listening to his heart, Li Yu felt a little funny. For some reason this human being must not have thought that neither of the 2 targets in the alley was human. Right? I didn't expect that there would be such a thing in the Devil's Market. So I met him? The murderer of Desolate Town? After all, was he killing people? There was blood and mud on the stone road. When the woman was leaning against the wall and vomiting, the murderer sprang out from the garbage pile in the shadows, and sawed off 2 of the woman's hamstrings. Screams rang out, and the woman fell to the ground. The murderer grabbed the woman's hair, and dragged her towards Li Yu. Chapter 214, Devil. I know it very well. You have found the right person. The woman's scream seemed never-ending, constantly touching the murderer's fragile nerves. Finally, the murderer suddenly stopped when he was 5 steps away from Li Yu, turned around and slit the woman's throat, and then demonstrated his messy knife skills in front of Li Yu. 2 saws crossed, grinding open the woman's throat. Neck. Blood froth came out of the woman's throat. Her scream suddenly stopped after a sudden burst, and then her body and head were separated. At this moment, Li Yu had a thought and his attention suddenly shifted to the 2 saws. The murderer was undoubtedly a human being. But there was something strange about these 2 saws. There are many innocent souls attached to the saw. Although it is just a wisp, it also proves that this murderer's men are full of blood. After cutting off the head, the murderer placed the woman's body upright against the wall, like a cake waiting to be cut. Wait a moment, enjoy together. There is no doubt that the murderer regarded the businessman-looking Li Yu as a piece of cake. Malicious plus 144. Of course, Li Yu didn't have time to deal with the murderer. With a murderous intention, he stepped towards him, and the saw in his hand. There is someone outside the alley. Ying sensed Li Yu's murderous intention and reminded him. The woman's scream when she died attracted passers-by. Li Yu was not sure who it was, but he didn't care. I am doing justice for heaven, and killing a murderer is no problem. Li Yuxian affirmed himself in his mind. But in fact, the most important thing was that he was in a hurry and didn't want to delay. Indeed, for a businessman, meeting a murderer in an alley is obviously not a problem that money can solve. There are only 2 outcomes: kill or be killed. So Li Yu faced the slashing saw and hugged him up while hugging him up. Li Yu really opened his chest, and the fangs of the demon wolf in the chest pierced the murderer's flesh. Dandan did not waste this great opportunity, and consciously sucked up the blood of the murderer, and then the flesh, skin, and bones. It feels so comfortable, but I can only stop. I finally made it to Dessler. I haven't become a demon yet. This was the last thought of the murderer. The saw fell in Ant Alley, and 1 person was missing. Oh my god, the murderer in the alley? Is he dead? Damn it! Why don't you go and see what you can pick up? The figure at the entrance of the alley flashed past, and the footsteps stopped, hiding behind the corner. And Liu squatted on the ground, inspecting the body of the murderer, and picked up the saw wrapped with several strands of innocent souls, and hung it on his waist. As a businessman now, there is no reason to ignore anything of any value. As things, maybe I can get something good in exchange for it at the Devil's Market. Liu stood up and looked at the beheaded woman. This woman was once a resident of Desolate Town, but she became half human and half demon. Even though she was far away, Liu had already included her in the Devil's Illustrated book. The strength of the half-demon No. 1016 varies depending on the number of souls stored in the body. Women are the weak ones, and they are just insect-like existences even among demons. Oh, what a waste, one less soul collected. The decapitated woman was still screaming in her heart. Liu pretended not to know and ignored it. He touched the murderer's body, and only found a few pieces of broken candies. Not even a copper coin. At the same time, the human at the alley began to poke his head around, his mind gradually becoming more active. As expected of a businessman who comes to the Devil's Market to buy goods, he will not let go of this little money. After hearing the voice of the man at the alley, Liu roughly knew his identity just like himself. He was a businessman who came to participate in the Devil's Market, but he was probably from the real human world. After searching for the murderer, Liu didn't think it was enough, so he stood up and squatted next to the beheaded woman, touching her bag and pockets. Seeing Liu's move, the man at the alley finally couldn't help but walked in and said low to Liu, who, "Hey, everyone who meets you will get a share." The businessman came closer and wanted a piece of the pie. Liu didn't say anything, and looked this human up and down. He had brown hair, a hooked nose, and a medium build. He had a money bag on his waist, 2 pocket pistols in his sleeves, and 2 bullets in each magazine. There is also a strange-shaped machete stuck in his waist. "Hey, you don't need to search. She definitely doesn't have any money on her. But the clothes can be taken away. If they are taken outside Desolate, they can be sold for a good price." The human pointed at the clothes of the beheaded woman. "Why is there no money?" Liu looked through the beheaded woman, staring at the piece of wood in her heart, wondering whether to take it out. "Is this your first time coming to the Devil's Market?" The merchant laughed. "This woman is not human at all. She is Desolate's ghost, specially designed to attract fallen people and then possess their souls. And every time the demon market opens, many murderers will be attracted and become demons here. So they have to be killed on purpose?" Liu just wanted to understand the logic. Just now Desolate's fallen half-demon fed the murderer with his body, attracting them to fall and join Desolate's big family. Quite dedicated. But why do we need so many souls? Businessmen need the temptation of money. Get out. There is everything you want in the town square. Trade in the Devil's Market. It will attract the corruption of your souls. The decapitated woman was still screaming in her heart. "Oh, sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Abed, from Saudi Arabia." The businessman introduced himself to Liu, raised his right hand slightly, and pointed 3 fingers at his right chest. Liu remembered that this was the gesture of the Scorpion tribe in the southern Sand Country. Grandet. Liu also reported his name that he had made up a long time ago, pretending to be a greedy businessman who thought he came from the Sea of Death. What a strange name. Abed frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. "How about it, Mr. Grandet? I think you are very skilled and well educated. Do you want to work together? Funds, vision, any help is welcome. Let's all make a fortune together." When Liu defaulted to money as Abed's desire, his voice became clearer. "What is the content of the cooperation? I have no interest in human trafficking." Although Liu learned about the Death Town Desolate and the Devil's Market in the collection of books, he still realized that there was no one he really knew well on paper. Familiar merchants are also good. "I believe you can see that. Like you, I came to the Devil's Market to buy goods. I don't have any goods to sell." Abed stated his intention. "But we can share intelligence and vision with each other when necessary. There can also be financial support." "What do you want to buy?" Liu looked through Abed's money bag and counted a few gems of good quality. The strange thing is that apart from gems, Abed's wallet does not contain many gold coins. Instead, it is filled with fine sand, which vaguely contains magic power. Liu became more interested in Abed gang. "Buy some demons and go back. Mr. Grandet, this is intelligence." Abed made a joke. "Okay, you don't have to answer. Correspondingly, if you need me to share something, you have to pay a price." Liu needed Abed's knowledge and his wallet, so he admitted the cooperation. "You're kidding. I'm a human trafficker. This time I want to buy a few demons and give them to the chief, to the king. How about you? Abed felt that he didn't make a good start. Liu stretched out his palm to indicate giving money. Abed laughed. Of course, he didn't intend to pay anything for this information, he was just the target. And he could tell after just a few glances. Devil. I know it very well. You have found the right person. Liu did not force him. And walked with Abed to the town square and rushed to the real devil's market. Ha ha. How can a businessman who comes to the demon market for the first time understand demons better than me? Abed also has his pride as a businessman. Liu was noncommittal, chatting with Abed about the devil's market, and clarified some common sense. The devil's market is also divided into high and low areas, such as the town square, which is a low area and trades some ordinary magic. The materials may be demons, and the management is relatively chaotic. In the high area, the city hall is converted into an auction hall, which is full of goodies. It's just that entering the auction hall requires an introducer and a lot of money. Not just retail investors who want to enter, and the transactions in the auction hall are protected by the devil's market. And disrupting the transaction will have serious consequences, usually by death, or like those of fallen humans. The soul is sucked into Dessler and becomes a member of Death Town. While talking, the two businessmen walked through the fog. Hey! The space here has been folded. Dandon was extremely keen on this kind of thing and reminded Liu. Liu was noncommittal because as soon as he entered the town square, Liu was shocked by the dazzling array of products. Aren't the people and demons all over the place just commodities? If you choose the right target, this is still a devil's market. Isn't it just a vegetable patch? Chapter 215, you know nothing about the Colosseum. Damn it. It would be great if there was no magic circle to stop it. In the town square, every stall and every aisle is protected by a magic circle. When Liu stepped through the fog, there seemed to be a contract-like magic that restrained his behavior vaguely. Whether you want to destroy stalls or directly attack the creatures in the market, you will cause attacks from the demon market. In this way, Liu can rest assured that he will ask many or now Ling to do the purchasing for him in the future. At the same time, after walking out of the fog, Liu was also shocked to find that both himself and Abed beside him had put on a hood to cover up their appearance, and his money bag could no longer be seen clearly. Of course, all the merchants who could open stalls in the devil's market have paid full insurance premiums. There are humans and demons among the stall owners, and they all wear robes even clairvoyants cannot see through them. Liu needs to use the devil's illustrated book. Only then can their identity be distinguished. Although humans and demons push each other, to a certain extent, they have reached a harmonious state of non-injury to each other. What about you? Can you do it? Liu couldn't do it, so he asked Ying and Dandon. If you do it, you'll get beaten. Dandon was eager to give it a try. You have to get out of this fog. Ying also felt the restraint of magic power. You can't kill here. Do you have to guard on the way out of town? Liu sighed. For Liu, the materials that may be dropped by various demons that he saw in the devil market are treasures. He didn't look at the products at first glance, but looked at the drops first. I deeply doubt this. Although Ying has never been to the devil's market, he can guess that if he wants to rob in the devil's market, he must break some kind of magic. For example, the contract of mist. In Liu's skull, ideas, particles and shadows had a hurried dialogue. Mr. Grandet, are you trying to rob? Seeing Liu standing there blankly, Abed did not expect to have to explain such basic knowledge himself. This is a devil's market, not a beast fight field. Liu thought to himself that you knew nothing about the Colosseum, and said lightly, of course, it would be best if you can do it without spending money. Really greedy. I have to be careful when working with him. Abed felt a little regretful. Let's go and take a look at the goods. It's not that he has no money, but the temptation of the devil's market is too great. It's really hard for Liu to give up the idea of robbing. He patiently wanders around the town square with Abed, first enriching the devil's illustrated book and getting to know the prices and goods, material stalls, weapon stalls, slave stalls, catering stalls, grocery stalls. The town square was crowded with various stalls. Liu looked at them one by one and got a rough idea of the level of the lower trading area of the devil's market. Judgment. Take the material stall as an example. The materials inside include magic bat wings, various bottled solvents, body fluids, and even the sentient snails that Liu is quite familiar with. Basically all demons. Dishes in the kitchen. There was only one material stall that didn't look too lively. Liu found the horn of the evil horn, the material for a high-level devil contract. He estimated that the low-end area was at this level. It's tasteless and dispensable. If you have spare money, you can come back and buy it. That's it. As for the weapon stalls, most of them were weapons commonly used by humans, with a slight trace of residual magic power or the smell of holy water. There was even a tattered steam engine soldier, an antique obtained from who knows where. Liu guessed that those powerful demonic relics and the latest human technology should all be in the auction hall, and was also curious about how much money Ying could get if he sold Lamont's sacred relics. On the miscellaneous stalls are all kinds of curious things, such as the ears of a certain noble, the specimens of priests, the paraphernalia of a murderer. If Liu wants to sell those two saws, the junk stall should be their home. But Liu didn't plan to sell them. The two saws were exquisite in shape and could be taken back as gifts for Lulu Feifei. However, Abed stopped in front of the slave stall for a long time, and Liu also saw his old friend from the library, Blonde Tom, and several feces-stained slave scholars being treated as goods and placed in a conspicuous place outside the slave stall. The Lord is shouting loudly. Fresh slave scholar. Just caught in the library. He's still young. He can be used for at least 2 or 3 more years. The several slave scholars seemed to have lost their minds, and were mechanically reading the most remembered books in their minds, demonstrating their role. While walking, Liu not only collected the devil's illustrations, but also listened to the voices of people and devils in the market. It's expensive. It's a good deal. Will I be targeted by robbers after buying so many things? But escorting from the city hall costs 100 gold coins at a time. Should I take the risk? Liu also understood the working rules of the devil's market through their voices. The devil's market is open around the clock. If you want to leave, you can walk out of the fog on your own, or you can leave under the escort of Dessler City Hall. The cost is 100 gold coins can ensure the safety of the goods until they leave the town of death. Therefore, there will be humans or demons entrenched outside the mist, waiting to rob unescorted merchants. Liu felt that might be his destination if he couldn't find a way to break the foggy contract. The devil's market has been running smoothly for hundreds of years, and of course every aspect has been considered. In other words, as long as you are willing to spend money, you will be safe. And those who were robbed were either short of money or confident in protecting their goods, so they were tough. Liu went around in a circle and found nothing worth buying. He could only place his hopes on the auction hall and the robbery before leaving. The auction house opens at midnight human time every day, and Liu's next step is to find an introducer. At this moment, Liu is waiting next to Abed, introducing different demons to the businessman from Saudi Arabia. After hearing Liu report the origin of the goods at the slave stall like the name of a dish, Abed also paid Liu 100 gold coins and begged him to tell more. Slave scholars, their obedience is very good. If your kingdom is short of teachers or historical inheritors, they can all be qualified. Liu also helped Tom and the others find a way out, and he did it casually, but he didn't seem to be impressed. Abed, the nightmare succubus will also bring you happiness, but it may shake the rule of a certain chief, so be careful when purchasing. Liu pointed at the half-dead nightmare succubus in the back row. Thinking about this slave trading stall, the main background is very hard, and even the nightmare succubus can be sold during pleasure. Mermaids, I don't recommend it very much. The water source there is precious, and water alone is not enough. You must also let them have the conditions to show off their singing voices. Otherwise they will be like this one now. Half-body dementia. Liu Zonggusipa, I learned about the raising of mermaids in my mystery biology, and knew the harsh conditions. No. Water is only more precious to the poor. Abed objected, his eyes shining at the scarred mermaid. Liu didn't care, and went on to introduce the next thing. Corpse collector, do you need it? You're Scorpion tribe. You don't need to be so particular about handling corpses. Right? Liu looked at the 3 corpse collectors in the last row walking in the Demon King city, wondering why this thing could be sold by the stall owner. The chief doesn't need it, but the royal family of Saudi Arabia is very concerned about this kind of thing. Obviously, Abed's business is not small. Liu was looking at the goods on the slave stall, expanding his senses, and suddenly discovered that there were clearly 4 corpse collectors standing in the last row. How come there were only 3 in the Devil's Illustrated book? The 4th corpse collector is not a demon, but a human? Although Liu couldn't sense the appearance of the human being, his breath felt inexplicably familiar. Buy me, steal a ticket to leave. What's wrong? Abed was still thinking about how to spend his gems, and what to buy, and try to go back. When he noticed that Liu was silent, his eyes naturally followed him, and stared at the body collector in the last row. Liu suddenly guessed who the person was. While he was surprised by her ability to survive, he made no further moves after seeing each other in the vegetable field. This Rockefeller actually disguised himself as a corpse collector and escaped all the way here? What luck! Most of the people who escaped in the vegetable field became the hard pieces of meat sent everywhere by the devil's kitchen. Compared with him, Rockefeller was already considered a success. I just don't know how far I can go. Granite doesn't speak, that means there is a problem. The body collector seems to be very special. Abed reached into his money bag and made a decisive purchase without hesitation. This is the courage of a Saudi businessman. Liu was indifferent, thinking that he could just take a look at the transaction process. I saw the sand in Abed's money bag, turned into gold coins when it fell into Abed's palm, and flew into the hands of the stall owner. After collecting enough money, the stall owner collected the bodies of the three men and Rockefeller grabbed it, stuffed it into a small pocket cage, clenched it into the size of a palm, and threw it back into Abed's hands. Flowing clouds and flowing water. Liu didn't expect that the transactions in the devil's market would be so convenient. No wonder the merchants who came didn't bring anything like trucks. Looking at the small pocket cage being put into Abed's arms, Liu couldn't help but look forward to his reaction when he discovered that there was one less body collector and one more thief when he inspected the goods. What about you? Didn't you like him? Abed was a little afraid of Liu's eyes and turned the topic elsewhere. Liu shook his head, but he said yes in his heart, but they were not the goods on the stalls, but the stall owner who came to the devil market to trade. A devil merchant. The demon merchant will drop the eye of appraisal, which Liu Man wants, but he also knows that it is difficult to catch the stall owner when he is alone, and he sighs slightly in his heart. Just at this moment, a giant screen suddenly appeared in the sky above the town square. Chapter 216, 1. Even 1 cent will not be given. 2 paragraphs of text appeared on the giant screen. One in human language and one in devil's common language. The auction house's items will be announced tonight. Adults, don't miss it. As the giant screen emerged, several clusters of fireworks rose into the sky, reminding all the merchants in the square to pay attention. Liu's attention was naturally attracted, hoping to find some high-end goods among the goods in the auction hall. So you are waiting for the auction. No wonder you only use your eyes to shop. Abed stood next to Liu and looked at the giant screen in the sky with him. The devil's market lasts for a full moon. During this period, the auction hall will open at midnight human time every night during the red hour. 7 rare items are sold each time, which may be a sacred object from the continent of chaos or a certain item. Although it is inconspicuous, it is a gadget with hidden secrets. These rare goods have been appraised by the demon merchants, and they are fully guaranteed in terms of value and function. In addition, of course, there will be goods that even the devil merchants in the auction house cannot identify. These goods will be auctioned intensively on the last day of every 7 days. Liu interprets this as opening a blind box, and it seems that he does not have the capital yet. The first lot is the latest model of the magic motorcycle from the Taz Empire. It is powerful and can be driven for a whole day with 3 magic stones. Its speed is comparable to the magic wolf warriors of the Forbidden Forest. Faster and more durable. Along with a bilingual introduction, a car-like object also appeared on the light screen. There was a demon wolf warrior beside it as a comparison object. You can see the size of the magic motorcycle and the speed of the demon wolf warrior when it is started. Seeing the magic motorcycle, neither Dandan nor Ying had any reaction. Only Liu was shocked, but his expression remained. As usual, Abed was by his side, so he should pay attention to the expression management of Weird Jigsaw in the future. Sure enough, the current human technology is powered by magic power. And has it developed to this point? Will the magic tank be released soon? Liu sighed silently, vaguely thinking of something, and when he saw the second lot, he had no doubt that humans had already made tanks. The second auction item is the magic cannon at the top of the Iron City. It can be loaded with magic power, gunpowder, and hard objects, and can emit rays and magic SH/LS with various effects. If you bid successfully, you will receive 100 rounds of SH/LS. It also comes with the coordinates of the arsenal and contact information. When the second lot came on the stage, the light curtain flashed, and Liu saw the seemingly unreal Steel City, which was even more ferocious compared to the simulated battle on the Blood River outside the city. A SH/L from the magic cannon was fired over. Directly a corner of the Steel City collapsed. Its power is no less than that of a wheeled siege beast. Of course, This is a simulation conducted by Devil's Market, and the destructive power may be exaggerated, but it is enough to prove that human war methods have undergone qualitative changes during the Blood River Simulation War. Ordinary artillery gunpowder was used, but recently it has become magic cannon. Undoubtedly, this technology will also be applied to steam engine soldiers and clockwork warriors. This expedition of the demonic expeditionary force will definitely not be as smooth as before. Right? Did the city lord launch an expedition even though he knew this? What was his purpose? Li Yu's thoughts were distracted. I want this. I want this. Dandan suddenly wrapped Li Yu's brain with particles and became restless. Ying did not speak. But Li Yu also read its heart. So we can fly. More than just flying. If the magic cannon is used to shoot the balls, Shadow can fine-tune the landing point of the balls just like controlling the direction of a wheel-shaped siege beast. And it is almost certain to hit. But the question is, aren't these two guys going to join the Demon Expeditionary Army? Why are you here? You two don't know when you will come back. Li Yu's thoughts were slightly sour. We can leave after we've had enough fun. Dandan wants everything. Shadow didn't say anything. Its advancement requires experiencing the lives of all kinds of shadows. And it's not enough to just be limited to the library. Don't worry. I want it too. Li Yu conveyed his message to Dandan and Ying to rest assured. Li Yu felt that the library itself needed something similar to a magic cannon, which could be filled with various magic cannonballs to defend against enemies, even if there were no eggs and shadows. As long as the magic cannon was placed at the end of the bloody corridor. The entrance to the 6th library can also guarantee the hit rate. What's more, Li Yu can also directly change the terrain of the library, and can just put it at the door to start. Wait a moment. Li Yu finally remembered what he had just missed, whether it was magic motorcycles or magic cannons. These all represented the top technologies of the Taz Empire. Rather than directly applying them, instead, he should understand their composition, and use them. Becoming a sensor is the most strategic choice. Although it is not possible to directly turn complex items into sensors, but by soaking the materials of the motorcycle and magic cannon bit by bit, and then assembling and piecing them together. Wouldn't it be possible to complete mass production? Magic stone power device, power system, ignition device. As long as these are soaked, more items can be extended, whether it is used to defend the library or further conquer other areas of the Demon King City. It is an absolute help. Brainy robot? Arc candlestick? Exploding little noise? Li Yu kept thinking about it, and felt that this was the real value of these two lots. But we have to wait until we actually get these two lots before we can delve into them. And the Saudi businessman over there is still complaining. What, human beings? After hearing the two auctions, Abed was not very satisfied as the top businessman in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He certainly knew how far the Taz Empire had gone. That's why the king wants to start a war. If this continues, the Taz Empire will unify the continent of Chaos. Li Yu also heard some changes in the situation on the mainland in Abed's voice, and thought that this process was unstoppable. But now that there was a demon expeditionary force, the results might be slightly different. And Abed had just complained about the first two lots, and was immediately ignited by the third lot. The third lot is sold by the wandering demon merchant Bien. A green toad appeared in the light curtain, tightly tied by an iron chain to an iron pillar that was baked red, with a look of pain on his face. Devil merchant. The demon merchant that the chief dreams of. With it, we can identify our sand and turn it into an inexhaustible treasure. Abed was ecstatic. And Li Yu didn't expect that the demon merchants could also put them up for auction. He didn't know how crazy the managers of this demon market were if they dug out their eyes after buying them. Would they be able to extract a pair of identification pupils? Seeing that it was a demon merchant, Dandan and Ying were not very interested, and still fantasized about the magic cannon shooting egg. Looking down, the 4th, 5th, and 6th lots are respectively a paladin's sword, an amulet from the holy city of Sindalami, and an invitation to the devil's ball between joys. None of this was what Li Yu wanted, nor did it match Abed's needs. So neither of them responded. They each planned where to find the introducer of tonight's auction house. When he heard about the last auction item, Li Yu became uneasy again, feeling that his 270,000 gold coins might not be easily spent. The 7th lot is also tonight's blockbuster lot. The prophet from the Burning Valley. He is as famous as the Red-Robed Bishop of the Demon King City. With the mysterious heritage of the Burning Valley, he can help you predict good and bad luck and predict the future. The light screen. A person appeared on the screen. His face was covered with fire patterns, and even his outer robe was made of flames. Li Yu's heart moved to a burning valley? Although Li Yu has no interest in divination of the future, But from what he hears, he thinks the place with Burning Valley should have something to do with Hell Karma Fire. Right? Even the book collection about Fire Burning Valley in the library writes that Fire Burning Valley is the place closest to H.L. From this point of view, this Fire Burning Valley prophet may be something you can understand now. The closest clue to Hell Karma Fire. How about it? Do you want to grab it? After reading the introduction of tonight's auction, Dandan and Inging started communicating again in Liyu's head. Shoot first. Then steal if you can't shoot. If you can't steal, rob. Liyu decided to go to the auction house at midnight if the prophet of Fire Valley and the magic cannon were sold by others. He would find a way to rob them. Although Liyu still doesn't know how to break the contract of the Devil's Market. Nor does he know whether the auction opponents will choose to hire Dessler's guards to escort him. Nor does he know the security measures of the auction hall. But the first two items are of great potential. In Bide, you have to give it a try no matter what. Although the method of robbing is not yet clear, Liyu already has some ideas. He is new here, and is not very clear about his skills. Instead of trying to get around the contract, it is better to actively attract experienced players to show up and learn from practice. Anyway, there are murderers here, and there must be a lot of robbers. As long as you show your wealth, you can attract them. Mr. Grandet, you mean? Are you going to the auction house? Abed invited warmly. Do you want to come together? I know an introducer. You only need to give me 15% of the introduction fee. Liyu raised a finger. 10%? It's not impossible, for the sake of how you helped me just now. 1. I won't give you a dime. With limited funds and 2 lots. Liyu of course had to spend every penny wisely. As he said that, Liyu took out his money bag and poured the gold coins into his sleeves. However, the soft sound did not attract too many people's attention. Obviously, neither the thief nor the robber was here, and there was no way to give Liyu any reference. Idea? You also have your own introducer? Who is it? Abed became more excited. Different introducers have different entrance fees, and the higher the authority, the cheaper it is. Seeing how stingy this master is, in the realm of having nothing to lose, Abed thought he might as well give it a try. I'm going to see the mayor. Do you want to come with me? Liyu had just heard from the hearts of the businessmen passing by that the mayor was also an introducer, and he was a very important one. Liyu felt that, as the owner of his own library, he should be able to get an admission ticket. No, let's see you at the auction house. Abed didn't seem to want to meet the mayor of the death town of Dessler. Chapter 217. I want performance. Following the map of Dessler town in his mind, Liyu turned to the door of the city hall and called to the armored man at the door. I want to see the mayor. Who are you? Get out of here. The armor made a loud sound, and before he could finish his words, Liyu hugged him up, and then his balls were sucked dry, and they rotted into a ball of scrap metal. The other armor turned around and ran away when he saw this, notifying the mayor that Dessler's armor was much weaker than the armor in the Colosseum. Almost mushy, and he did not have the courage to resist Liyu. Not long after, a half-demon who looked like a secretary walked down, leading a team of slightly stronger armors, and stood at the door looking at Liyu up and down. I, Bitterberg, want to see the mayor. Liyu instantly transformed into the Lord of Brain Spirit, and then returned to the original businessman Grandet, not intending to pay a penny of tolls. Liyu knew that in front of specific people, the identity of the Brain Spirit Master would be of great use. The secretary smiled happily, changed his face, and led Liyu into the glorious city hall and up to the mayor's office on the upper floor. Well, Mr. Bitterberg, the mayor is not in a good mood. Please don't take any drastic action. The secretary walked very slowly, as if he was still observing whether Liyu was the master of the brain. I'm not in a good mood either. Liyu conveyed his thoughts to his secretary, confirming his identity as the Brain Spirit, and the secretary's steps began to speed up. I want performance. I want transaction volume. I also want to be a pillar. Before entering the mayor's office, Liyu heard several deafening roars in the corridor. I'm sorry. The secretary smiled with a smile on his face, and explained in his heart the source of the mayor's irritability. The Devil's Market is held in turn by countless towns, like Dessler Town, and each time it is a contest between the mayor and the town. Performance competition among managers. Only if the performance is good enough and the transaction volume is large enough can Dessler be taken seriously by Demon King City. And then, the mayor can be promoted to a small pillar and have his own small candlestick. After the communication, Liyu opened the door and saw an extremely fat half-demon. The dress could not even cover his belly. He knew that this was the mayor of Dessler. Lord Butebog is willing to come to the Devil's Market. Is there anything I can do for you? The mayor said, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Is it him? The master of the brain who made the king of the Colosseum. Ajabuki. Cripple him? It doesn't look like he's doing anything. When Liu saw that the mayor was also a half-demon, he immediately became more confident. Being able to read his inner story was obviously very helpful in asking for tickets to the auction house. There are many services you can do, such as introducing me to the auction hall, such as telling me what other items will be auctioned in the next few days. I'm sorry. The auction items are kept strictly confidential. They were announced that night, and I have forgotten what they are, the mayor said. And Liu was also monitoring his heart, and indeed did not find any information related to future auction items. Maybe it's some kind of forgetfulness magic? The security content is quite comprehensive. That means there is nothing you can do to help me? Liu answered slowly and slowly. You can't say that. The mayor started to get a little irritable. Anyway, I am the mayor of the town. This is my territory, within the time limit of the Devil's Market. No one can do anything to me. But you should also know the rules of the Devil's Market. If you want to enter the auction house, you need an introducer. And as the mayor of Dessler, I can't just let people in casually. The mayor patting his belly. There are countless souls collected by Dessler sealed in his belly, and he is not afraid of death at all. At least make sure you have the spending power. Otherwise, what can you do if you enter the auction house and rob it? I hate poor people like nailing the most. Take it out. Liu sent a message to Ying. Ying was about to take action immediately. It's not this guy. Take out the sacred object. Liu hurriedly stopped Ying. The mayor wanted to prove his spending power, and obviously taking out 270,000 gold coins was not shocking enough. So he searched for the most valuable thing in his body. It might be a sacred object of the Lamont family. And Liu wasn't afraid of anyone trying to snatch it away. He could just see how other demons circumvented the contract in the demon market, and he wouldn't have to distinguish between friends and foes, so he could snatch it back. Anyway, with Ying and Dandan here, even if Su, the grandson of the Lamont clan, comes to life, he will still die. So Liu took out Lamont's holy whip from his stomach. Is it enough? Is it enough to buy your auction house? Liu mopped the floor with his whip, swaying slightly and making a harsh sound. This aura? Lamont? The sacred object of the Lamont family? The guy who made Isaac famous? The mayor knows the goods. And like his secretary, he immediately changed his smile. That's enough. That's enough. With this wealth, you can have a seat in the auction hall. As for the introduction fee, how about I charge you 10,000 yuan? The mayor blinked. Not very good. No way. Liu shook his head. As you know, our library has limited funds. Huh? The mayor was a little confused. You want to come in for free? 1 gold coin is the most. Liu threw a gold coin to the mayor. Any more will cost you your life. Liu issued a threat. Huh? The mayor held the table. Malicious plus 444. Damn. If most of Dessler's defense forces weren't concentrated in the auction hall, would Buddy Bird think he would be afraid of one of his brains? Anyway, the Devil's Market is only on this moon. You don't want this place to become the back garden of the library, right? Liu has a bone sword and 2 devil sons. He really doesn't think he can solve the death town of Des. What a trouble. The only trouble is the guardian contract of the Devil's Market. The Devil's Expeditionary Army is also going to be ready. A small town like you can easily grab 10 or 8 of them. Then your life will be even more difficult. Liu stated the facts and reasoned. Calculate the mayor's weakness even if he has the power to protect himself from the master of the brain and spirit. But this is given by the Devil's Market. Can he still stay with him for the rest of his life? Hey, what you said, the Lord of Brain Spirit has a request. How dare I disobey it? The mayor surrendered. Dessler, the town of death, can make an exception for you. When I become a little pillar and have more magic power to nourish me, I won't be afraid of the mere master of the brain spirit. I also hope you can take more pictures of ideal things and help Dessler. The mayor pulled off a piece of paper, brushed a few strokes, and sketched out a letter of introduction. It's easy to say. Liu reached out and took the letter, but he had no intention of letting the mayor go like this. I also want to know, how many bidders are there in the auction hall tonight? How are their financial resources? You know, I forgot. The mayor's answer was consistent with his heart. When you walk out of this door, I won't remember you. Oh. Liu was a little disappointed. It seemed that there was no way to know the competitor's information in advance. so he could only go to the auction hall and observe on his own. But it's a good thing that the mayor has forgotten himself, if he really wants to rob the auction house. It's best not to be noticed. Of course, now that he knew that most of Dessler's defense power was in the auction hall, Liu had not yet made up his mind to snatch it, because that was basically equivalent to confronting Dessler, and it had to be profitable enough. As a last resort, you can still try formal channels. There are 7 lots, and you want the 2nd and 7th items, so you need some strategies during the process. It is best to bleed the wallets of the bidders in the early stage and raise the price until their brains are running out. Only in this way can we ensure that we get the last item, the profit of the fire-burning valley. Alas, it would be nice if the order could be changed. Liu suddenly remembered the demon scribe Diamond Binbin. If this guy was here, it would be more beneficial to him to tamper with the order. Thinking about what was available, Liu sat down in the auction hall on time before the auction started. Abed, who was waiting at the door, also ran over and sat next to Liu. Not far away, Liu felt a few familiar scents, but he didn't expect that these second-generation ancestors would also be there. Chapter 218. Let's grab it. These second-generation ancestors were none other than the skeletons Liu met on the Moonlight Path during the 3rd game of the Killing Cup, the one wearing a gold chain, the one wearing a velvet robe, and the one holding his own skull in his arms. At that time, Liu was on the Moonlight Trail, planning to grab some tickets for the Colosseum Auditorium, but he heard news about Octopus Magic Quarry from these skeletons, and knew that these skeletons were big mouths. Now look, if he comes, he seems to be very rich and arrogant. They took off the disguises provided by the Devil's Market and revealed their true identities, not caring about their identities being revealed. The same was true in the Moonlight Path. I'm going to collect another holy sword. The skeleton with the gold chain seemed to be the leader and seemed to like fighting. At this time, he took the wine glass from the waiter's hand and poured it into his chest. Godric, you shouldn't reveal what you want like this, Dad said. The skeleton in the velvet robe giggled, hugged a female devil from the auction house in his arms, and said to that Godric, wearing a gold chain, joked. Ha ha ha. Godric twirled his fingers near his temples, understanding his companion's joke. Widric, I know what you want. You must want that car, right? You like this the best. You can't even hide something when you plant it. What's so difficult to understand? I also know that Tudric must want to buy the demon merchant. He wants to prove to his father that he has the most property. Vitric in the velvet robe held the hand of the succubus, pointing to the skeleton holding the skull in his arms. Tudric was non-committal and stared at the stage, quietly waiting for the opening. Liu listened for a while and became more interested in the dad they called him. He wondered if it was Lidric who had been sleeping. Right. Looking at the arrogance of these second-generation ancestors. Could they be Skorik's brothers? It's a pity that their heads are empty. There is no subtext in their hearts. They are just making jokes. Thinking about this, Liu took a chair and sat in the last row, preparing to observe the status of each bidder during the auction. However, Abed heard about potential competitors, glanced sideways at the skeleton in his arms, and shook his sleeves. The wallet full of precious stones and gold dust. The venue of the auction hall is large enough, but there are not many bidders today. There are only about a dozen of them, sitting here and there. The ratio of demons to humans is about half. Soon, a hot half-demon auctioneer spun around on the stage, and the auction officially began. The first auction item, I believe everyone has been waiting for it for a long time, is the latest model of the magic motorcycle of the Taz Empire. The starting price is 2,000 gold coins. The auctioneer raised his hand, and a car filled with magic machines appeared from the floor. It rises below and rotates on the stage. The magic flowed and the engine sounded. Liu silently felt the technological power of Chaos Continent. At the same time, Liu heard the starting price and felt that it was still within the range he could bear. Even if the price was 10 times higher, it would only be 20,000 gold coins. If it were 100 times higher, he would at least be able to leave with one of the auction items in a dignified manner. And if these bidders shed enough blood in the early stage, the probability of winning the 7th lot will be even greater. Half of the field is full of people, and there are 3 skeletons. Liu can hear the thoughts of most people. Low price, easy bleeding. Just as he was thinking about it, Liu saw Godric raise his hand. He looked at the velvet-robed skeleton Witrick beside him, smiling. Let me help you. Hee hee. 4,000. The auctioneer turned his palm and turned it towards Godric. Witrick pinched the succubus buttocks and raised his hand with an indifferent look on his face. 8,000. The auctioneer looked at Witrick with a smile. Liu was a little confused after hearing this double it directly. Is this how the auction house works? Isn't this forcing oneself to rob? The situation is not optimistic anymore. Liu listened to the voices of more than a dozen bidders and began to bleed. Abed was a little strange, wondering why Liu, a businessman from the Sea of Death, was interested in the magic motorcycle. Most of the humans present didn't seem to be very interested in this auction. There should be another way to get this magic motorcycle. Only one human with a slight chill on his body participated in the bidding. Liu. After listening to his heart for a while, I found out that he was from the Snow Country. This time he participated in the Demon Market in Demon King City and had some needs to obtain the latest technology of the Taz Empire. Soon, the bidding for the first lot came to an end, when the businessman from Snow Country increased the auction price to 128,000. Liu finally heard from his heart that he had reached his limit. There was also some anger in Wittrick's voice. Dissatisfied with the ignorance of the human being. How annoying. When the demonic expeditionary army sets off, I will definitely ask them to help plunder a few Snow Country towns. Wittrick raised his hand, and the bidding price reached 256,000. Liu began to think, what would happen if he won the auction but couldn't get the money out? I wonder if self-healing bones can be sold for money. That's it. Next one. Wittrick thought, and then saw the auctioneer raise his hand and point to Liu at the back of the hall. No. 512,000 gold coins. Wittrick suddenly turned around and looked at the businessman with dim eyes. Damn, what is that number 7 at the back? Why is it so annoying? 1 time 512,000. I remember you. Wittrick looked at Liu. Intimidation? Liu just remembered that the auction could be played like this, and opened up a new idea if there was a problem with the auction of the magic cannon and the prophet of Fire Valley. He could also show up as the Lord of the Brain Spirit and collide with everyone. Backstage. Also an option. 512,000 2 times. Wittrick finally turned his back and raised his hand, and Liu breathed a sigh of relief. 124,000. Liu had a new understanding of the financial resources of the skeletons, so he retracted his seat and stopped participating in the bidding. In the end, the auction price of the first magic motorcycle was fixed at 1,024,000. Liu believed that his 270,000 gold coins must not even count. No wonder the mayor only let him in after seeing Lamont's sacred objects. I have no money. I am finished. Wittrick still had the same skeletal face, but in his heart, he revealed the reality that he had lost the chance to bid. Killed one. Liu thought silently in his heart, then looked at the remaining bidders, thinking that before the prophet of Fire Valley came to power, he must get rid of 5 more competitors. Abed turned his face and looked at Liu, as if he could see that he was a troublemaker. The starting price of the second auction item, the magic cannon, was 5,000 gold coins, which also attracted bids from Saudi businessmen and other monsters without even Liu taking action. The auction price soared to 160,000 gold coins, and another the businessman from Snow Country. I guess the application of magic locomotives is limited, but the magic cannon is inevitable. Liu knew that this was the limit for the Snow Country merchant, and he was about to raise his hand again, which could be regarded as a last effort to fulfill Ying and Danden's wishes. But he felt a line of words flashing on the inside of his head. You don't need to increase the price. Let's grab this magic cannon. Ying stopped Liu from raising his hand. Then human beings have reached their limit, Liu said leisurely. I originally planned to take pictures when I could, but I didn't want to take pictures when I couldn't. In fact, Liu did not see the possibility of snatching while bidding. Liu was also sensing the entire auction hall, and found that his thoughts could only extend to the hall of the auction hall. In other corners, whether in the corners or in the cracks of the door, there was a layer of as if the seemingly invisible blockade should be some kind of security measure. I found the place where the goods are stored, in the intricate terrain of Shadow. Shadow's perception is obviously stronger than that of Liu. You're welcome then. Let's go! Liu entered the Shadow's space. How'd it go? Dandan moved wildly, feeling the magic cannon in Liu's eyes. And now, he wanted to rush up and grab it. Stay the skeleton here. Raise your hands before the first 2 auctions for each lot. Liu prepared to control the auction from a distance and left the moment the auctioneer dropped the hammer. As he spoke, Liu retained the illusion of his skeleton and outer layer, still wearing Dessler's robe, while his skull and flesh gradually separated and merged with the shadow. And under an empty robe, a round egg suddenly fell. The businessman granddad in the robe had his dim yellow eyes crooked, as if he was mentally retarded and could only raise his hands mechanically. Chapter 219 Sweet Memories, Like Honey. Under the cover of the robe, and the cutting of Ying, a square plate was cut out of the floor in an instant. And the egg fell down. Ying also had clean hands and feet, and sewed the floor back according to the shadow. And the three demons fell down unnoticed. Entered the floor mezzanine of the auction hall. The target is under the auction table. There is a channel at the bottom. The items already auctioned are transported to the unloading area, and the items to be auctioned are stored in the storage room. Liu came out of the shadow space with the head of the unruly skinny hipster on his head, and studied the path to the auction hall according to the Shadow's Marauder's map. There is only one way to the unloading area and storage room, and that is the outer corridor of the auction hall. But for a skull, an egg, and a shadow, there are many routes to choose from. The three demons can go from the mezzanine of the floor to under the auction table and choose which area to go to at the fork in the road. They can also transform Liu into the appearance of the mayor and walk swaggering through the corridor outside. In the end, Liu chose a more secretive option. Obviously, it would be ideal if he could steal the auction items without anyone noticing. The auction above is still going on, and most of the demons' attention is focused there. However, Liu has the earth element affinity of the octopus tentacles. It is not difficult to pass through walls and earth. The difficulty is how to balance the half-demon and the armor. Under their guard, several auction items were placed into the shadow space. And retreat strategies. Go and have a look first. After thinking about it for a moment, Liu had some ideas, but finally decided to see it before talking about it. After all, the defense forces of the Death Town Destler are concentrated here, and nothing happens underground. Not surprisingly. So the three demons quickly approached the auction table with the swing of the octopus tentacles, and then stopped when they were still about 10 feet away. Under the perspective of the Eye of Distortion, Liu could vaguely see that there was a platform under the floor of the auction platform. The magic cannon had just been lowered, and the half-demon and the armors were working hard to move it out and send it to the unloading area. At the same time, there were the half-demon held a chain and pushed the third lot, the demon businessman, onto the stage. In the center of the room, there is also a beholder rolling its eyes, watching any movement underground. There are two strange things next to the beholder. It seems that they cooperate with the beholder and are responsible for the security of the auction items. The floor and wall under the auction table are covered with green sludge. The sludge seems to have a life of its own and is constantly squirming, and wrapped around the blood vessels of the bewitched, always communicating with each other. In the middle of the mud, there is a butler-looking guy holding a wine glass, floating in the mud, like a tourist sunbathing in the swimming pool, arranging the auction. All the action off stage. Liu's mind was separated by the seal under the auction stage, and he could not analyze it with the Devil's Illustrated book. He could not directly know the strength of the other party. However, with a little observation, it was not difficult to find that whether it was the sludge or the housekeeper, they were different from those in the devil market before. The half-demon and murderous maniacs he saw were not of the same level. They should be Destler's top combat power. At least they were at the level of high-level demons. And there were two of them. Liu was covered by his robe just now. Unexpectedly, Liu's actions were discovered by the half-demon and the armor. Now it's so hot underneath. If he walks through the earth, he will be discovered. Even if he gets closer, he will fall into the sight of the beholder. After that, Sludge and the housekeeper must move together to deal the most decisive blow to the intruder. Kill? It seems impossible to kill. Ying vaguely sensed that a contract was in effect. Killing any creature under the auction table would attract the attention or alarm of Death Town. With the beholder's true vision and perspective, plus the sludge monster and a butler, and the support of the town if necessary, the auction house is fully prepared. Robbery does not necessarily require killing. Liu relayed the situation on the mezzanine to Ying and Dandan, while thinking about how to do it. Can your shadow space accommodate them? Maybe they will tear it apart. The current strength of the shadow space is limited. If the thing stuffed inside keeps struggling, it is equivalent to directly destroying the inside of Ying's body. Then you can knock them unconscious or maim them. We will only let the goods in. Liu said his thoughts. If he goes under the auction stage, he will be discovered by the beholder immediately, followed closely by Destler. The power of the three demons is suppressed in a certain way, so the time for the three demons to act is very limited, and they must be quick and accurate, and return with one blow, instantly paralyzing the opponent's defense. The shadow expands to contain all the items, and then retreats. This is Liu's plan. The most difficult one is of course the first point without the devil's manual to indicate weaknesses. How to deal with the sludge and the housekeeper. You have to be a little particular. Are you ready? Fortunately, Liu doesn't plan to rob the demon merchant. The living creatures in the shadow space only need to consider the profit of the fire-burning valley. And it is not easy to make any mistakes. Come on. Ying has been eager to try it, thinking that this is the devil's market that she is looking forward to. Come on. Honey-like memories. The auction of the third lot is still in progress. The beholder is turning his eyes conscientiously and observing the changes in the soil. The sludge and the housekeeper are very relaxed. I don't think any devil without long eyes would dare to do it in the devil's market. Rash. Then, the beholder saw a skeleton, which was pushing through layers of soil and swimming from between the layers of the floor as if swimming. When Sludge got the news, there was still a trace of uncertainty, and he was wary of wherever the beholder looked. After that, all the demons under the auction stage saw a skeleton emerge from the soil. The skeleton looked exactly like Godric in the auction hall, except that it was missing the gold chain around its neck. There are a few more tentacles on the back. The moment the skeleton entered the scene, mud surged in and enveloped it in a corrosive sound. The skeleton only made one move before it was completely sealed by the green mud. It revealed a card in the skull. Attention card. For an instant, all the eyes under the stage were attracted to the skeleton. And then the shadow occupied the entire space. Just like what happened to the Jackal family. The entire space seemed to be frozen and fell into stillness. Almost at the same time, the beholder saw a bone sword coming out of his eye, blocking his vision and making him blind, while the butler suffered a heavy blow to the back of his head, and his eyeballs were smashed out of his sockets. As for the sludge, it was heavily suppressed by the surging magma and could not move. The seal of the auction hall was also activated at the same time, and countless desolate souls came together to defend the order of the devil's market, and when these souls were about to enter the audience, they suddenly encountered more wronged souls. They were obstructed, entangled together, and fell into chaos. And then, they were pulled into the world of the dead. Chant of the dead. Next, the sludge began to harden, swallowing the lava in reverse, and saw the light of day again. The housekeeper broke free from the shackles of the shadow and reached his hand into his arms. But Sludge and the housekeeper couldn't look away. They stared at the skull, giggling when they saw it. But they couldn't see the lots in the storage room and unloading area next door. They all disappeared in this moment. The shadow began to shrink, retracting from the ground to the crack in the wall, like a demonic hand returning with a full load. The half-demon and armored men in the storage room and unloading area were the first to discover the fact that the lot had disappeared, and touched the wall in panic. At the same time, the skeleton frozen outside the wall by the mud fell apart and was swallowed by the lava, leaving not a single bone left. There is only a hole left in the wall, and there are traces of skeletons swimming in the hole. As for the auction items and the robbers, everything is like a nightmare. No one can leave. The housekeeper put his eyes back in his sockets, took out an ordinary dagger from his arms, and walked towards the lifting platform step by step. The demon merchant Bianmai, who had just been photographed by Abed, opened his big mouth, unable to understand what strange events were happening below. The alarm bells of the auction hall rang loudly, and the fog in the town square suddenly dissipated at this moment, gathering around the auction hall and completely blocking it. Chapter 220. I launch myself. Is it still done? Liu returned to the back row of the auction hall and conveyed his thoughts to Ying. It's a little uncomfortable, but it doesn't matter. Just smash it when it's safe. The lot Ying swallowed contained the seal of the devil's market, and she was a little upset at the moment. Okay. The balls of balls were shaking around in Liu's skull, urging Liu to take out the magic cannon and play with it. Test firing. Don't be anxious. Let's talk after we leave. The first and second steps have been completed, and the next step is to retreat. What's going on? Liu returned to Grandad's skin, stood up slightly, and looked at the direction where the alarm bell came from. Abed next to him was of course even more confused. I don't know. Something happened under the stage just now. I'm sorry to inform you that tonight's auction cannot continue for the time being. Please don't take any action. We need to conduct a round of inspections. The auctioneer was still smiling, but the bidders in the hall saw armored men surging when they entered the auction hall, and the seals around them became more substantial. They all knew something was wrong. Don't worry. We have already taken precautions against this situation. Please be patient. We will find the guy who disrupted the order of the auction house soon. Following the auctioneer's words, the lifting platform rose again. But this time, it was not any auction item, but the housekeeper Liu had just met below. The butler, wrapped in mud, walked step by step to the center of the stage and towards the seats where the bidders were sitting. What's going on? Why is it sealed? Could it be that it was robbed? The bidders were a little restless. It's okay to tell everyone. Just now, some unsighted guy robbed our tonight's auction, the housekeeper said as he walked firmly, the dagger in his hand shining brightly. But we have already taken precautions against this kind of situation. Nothing like this has happened in many years, so it can be used as a sideshow for everyone to see the death of the robber. Ha ha ha. Fine. Godric chuckled, but did not elicit any reaction from the butler. Liu immediately knew something was wrong, and guessed that the auction house had arranged some kind of tracking measure. It was obviously Godric's appearance that attracted attention. But after coming up, the housekeeper didn't even look at the skeleton. Been robbed? What should I do with my magic cannon? The Snow Country businessman was not very calm. After all, he had spent all his wealth. If he couldn't bring back the magic cannon, how could he explain it to the king? My devil merchant. Abed just saw Selling being taken away with his own eyes, and he was not sure if he was also robbed. Is it locked? Ying sensed the butler's action route and found that it pointed to Liu's location. TSK, it's not that simple after all. Liu sighed, calculated the butler's movement speed, and then looked at the knife in his hand, guessing that he still had a few minutes to prepare. I don't know what it will feel like if this knife is stabbed into my body. Don't worry, everyone. The mayor is on his way, and the results will be available soon. The auctioneer hid behind the armors, and his eyes wandered in the direction of the steward, observing the reactions of all the bidders. Obviously, this is a crime committed by the bidders. Let's see who is the luckiest one. The bidders' eyes were also attracted by the butler, and they looked in the direction where his steps were pointing. This is the bodyguard of the auction hall. He is directly under the jurisdiction of the Devil's Market and represents the will of the Devil's Market. Seeing that the butler was very slow, the auctioneer continued to heat up the atmosphere and introduced the butler. Origin, if you are stabbed by the dagger in his hand, you will become a member of the Devil's Market Mist from now on, working for the Devil's Market forever and ever, ensuring the smooth progress of all transactions. Damn, which bastard is causing trouble in our direction? Abed was trembling a little. He wanted to get up and avoid it, but he was afraid of the housekeeper's reaction, so he would not be able to argue at all. Parsing, 9%. The analysis speed was very slow, and it was indeed at the level of a high-level demon. Liu was glad that he was sitting in the last row and would not be stabbed as soon as the butler appeared. Leave? Fight? Ying and Dandan each asked their own questions. Not paying a penny is like getting the auction items on the first night in the auction house. This guy is too ungrateful. Abed rambled on. Halfway through, he suddenly felt that his description was familiar. Some memories were aroused, so he turned to look at Liu. Fight. One shot and then leave. Liu sent a message to Dandan and Ying. He did not intend to wait for the army in Dessler Town to gather before escaping, nor did he intend to become a part of the mist of the Devil's Market. Farewell. Liu rolled his dim eyes, nodded to Abed, and then stood up. This customer. Please don't move. The half-demon auctioneer huddled behind the armor, calling Liu from a distance, and at the same time commanding other armors to surround him. Liu took off his hood and smiled, shook his robe, then tore open his chest and abdomen, threw out a pair of magic cannons, and placed them on the ground with a bang. Ding, ding, ding. The magic cannon support was covered with countless strands of flexible thin wires, which were nailed into the ground and walls, as if a layer upon layer of spider web suddenly spread out behind the auction house, leaving only the cannon. The mouth is facing halfway up. What the hell is this? Grandit's performance was completely beyond Abed's understanding. This businessman from Saudi Arabia was opened by countless thin threads, and he was not sure whether his soul was still intact. The armors that were approaching quickly were also blocked by thin lines and scattered all over the ground. Ready to launch. 3, 2, 1. Liu disappeared into the shadow space, leaving only the binding line around him. When the housekeeper came slowly, Liu had been studying the use of the magic cannon, and then decided to make a bold attempt fixing and wrapping the magic cannon with binding wire, using his eggs as cannonballs. And the magic cannon was used. Drive the magic cannon to shoot out, and then pull the magic cannon closer to the shadow space while the balls are being shot out. A set of I launch myself tricks. After asking Ying and finding out that it was feasible, Liu also transmitted his idea into the consciousness of Dandan and Ying. The three demons unanimously agreed and felt very happy. As for the target, of course it's the far outside town. The butler could not speed up his pace. Halfway through the journey, Liu had completed all the preparations and turned a piece of flesh into a magic cannon. The fog outside the auction hall seemed to have foreseen the coming bombardment. It condensed extremely thickly in one place and began to rotate slowly. During the rotation, the sky was actually somewhat broken, and the dark clouds and moonlight were forming in an irregular manner. It acts like a kaleidoscope. At the same time, the fog had no choice but to separate part of it to protect the bidders in the auction house and the various traders in the town square. After that, there was a violent earthquake in the auction hall and even the entire town square. Boom! Half of the auction hall collapsed. But the mist held the crumbling building and forced it back together. Abed felt the heat coming towards his face, as well as the cracked walls and floors. All coming towards him, the fog seemed to have coated him and all the bidders with a film, covering up the deafening sound of sh, ling, and scattered rocks and wood. And a cannon egg was shot from the muzzle, and its shadow carried a line. A magic cannon flew with the egg, and flew out of the auction hall in an instant, flying towards the thick rotating fog. Are you all okay? Don't worry, everyone. The fog can fold space. If you are not allowed to leave, you can only fly inside forever until the power dissipates. The auctioneer comforted the owners of the first 2 lots, and then left the auction hall. In the hole in the ceiling, I saw that the space that was supposed to be repeated and extended was suddenly inserted when the egg fell in. Then with a huge shake, the people and demons in the town square watched the egg disappear into the horizon. The mayor was stunned when he was halfway there what flew out. Only the butler in the auction hall changed direction, holding the dagger, and still walked firmly. Chapter 221, Flying Egg. Dandin was flying like this, penetrating the fog, overlooking the death town of Dessler, flying higher and higher. But just as he was about to fly out of the edge of the town and into the endless woodland outside, Dandin suddenly paused in the air, as if an invisible hand was holding the flying egg in the air. The ball started to fall. Liu also fell out of the shadow space in an instant, waiting for Dandin with Ying below. When it was about to hit the ground, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble caused by the huge sound, Ying and Liu used their strength together to catch the egg lightly. The 3 demons looked at each other at the edge of the town. What's going on? Dandin clearly broke through the fog and was about to be thrown into the colorful world outside. He couldn't understand why he was falling. Sure enough, Liu murmured. What happened? Dandin was on top. Obviously there was nothing strange. But the deepest question in his mind was, the Lord of Authority cannot leave the city without permission? Ying wrote down his speculation. It should be like this. Just when the shadow was about to cross the edge of the town, a suction force from the Demon King's city suddenly stopped the shadow. And even the egg in the air was unable to break through and fell rapidly. And at the moment when he was pulled out of the shadow space, everything in the library in his mind suddenly became clear. In the shape of a whirlpool, the magic power from the library was also like an abyss, pulling Liu unable to escape. And his authority took effect. It seems, even if the demonic expeditionary force is launched, the big or small pillars will not be able to leave the city without authorization. When Liu fired the cannonball, he wanted to confirm the second question in his heart. But now, he finally got it answer. Then you can't hang out with us anymore. Dandin pressed Liu's skull with a particle to comfort Liu. Who knows? We have shot through the fog in Death Town. Maybe one day, the Lord of Authority will be able to travel at will. Liu chuckled. The contract in the town square took effect against the traders who came. The fog was also the source of this contract. When Liu and his friends opened fire at the auction house, the fog gave priority to protecting the traders, and was unable to prevent Liu and the others from leaving. They get away for now. After the battle with the entire Devil Market fog, Dandin's edge, I was still rippled, as if it had not been freed from the huge force. And it was vaguely strange. At this moment, the 3 demons are in the back alley of the tavern on the edge of Dessler town. The robe given by the mist has rotted away. Liu squirms and changes his face. Giving up the identity of Grandet, the Saudi businessman Abed will inevitably after being questioned. Pretending to be Grandet would be too disrespectful to the Devil's Market. Moreover, Grandet's introducer was the mayor. Even if the mayor forgot about the master of the brain, he would still be able to find out if he checked. So be careful on your way back to the library, especially when there is a butler watching. Under the premise, since it was now confirmed that he could not leave the city, Liu could only silently work on the 3 acres of land in the library and attack the big pillar. Where's the cannon? Dandin asked Ying, wanting to shoot again. Give it back to him. The butler is targeting him. He needs it more than we do. Ying knew that Devil's Market would not give up so easily. In the future, trouble would definitely find its way to Liu. So it would be better to give it to the library. It was written that Ying spit out the magic cannon from the shadow space first. And Liu was not polite. He directly placed the magic cannon into his stomach while piecing together a new human form. While playing Liu, I felt that I was becoming more and more like Booty Boar. Especially after getting the weird puzzle piece. The barrel of the magic cannon was embedded in Liu's body, leaving only the chest sticking out. A muzzle. In order to fit the magic cannon, Liu also needed to stretch the weird puzzle piece twice. His whole figure looked very strange. Out of proportion. He also had a hunchback. The small head was huddled in the shoulders. Like a giant monster. It seems, we all end up becoming what we hate. Ah, that housekeeper. I really want to be stabbed with a dagger by him. Can I become a member of the Devil's Market? Dandan shouted. By then I can also become a Lord of Authority. Dang dang? He didn't want to stab you. He came for him. Ying had already judged his target from the trajectory of the butler's shadow. What about you? Are you okay? Liu knew that there was a magic motorcycle, a paladin sword, a Sindalami amulet, an invitation to the Devil's Ball, and a prophet from the Burning Valley in the shadow space, and a Lamont relic. When they were both in the shadow space, Liu had already sensed that Lamont's sacred object was restless, and was about to whip the others to death at any time. The remaining trophies were conflicting with each other, and the seal was crumbling. So he asked the shadow. Shadow status. I'll put these things with you first. The others don't matter. Ying said, spitting out the invitation letter to the Devil's Ball and the magic motorcycle. Liu put them in his stomach and put them on the table with the gold coins. Together. Until now, Liu didn't spend any money. But he got the best auction item on the first night of the Devil's Market. Yes. Divide the spoils. Dandan became even more excited when he saw the 2 trophies. The 3 demons gained a lot from this trip. And the division of labor and cooperation were smooth and smooth. Of course, the step of dividing the spoils was indispensable. Magic cannon. Thank you. Come back and play at any time. Of course, Liu would not refuse Ying's kindness. And then mentioned his real needs. I want to ask you about the prophet of the Fire Valley. After asking, you can take it too. It doesn't matter if I give you the rest. Liu had no need for the magic motorcycle, paladin sword, amulet or invitation. Ying was silent for a moment, not knowing what she was doing with these things compared to Liu. Ying actually enjoyed the hands-on process more. Then give it to Mini. Ying was handling a bunch of toys casually. Yes, give it to them. We can come back to play at any time. The balls were swaying wildly. And Liu was also a little dazed. This must be a result that everyone in the auction hall cannot imagine. Touching the 2 saws hanging on his waist, Liu suddenly felt that he couldn't hold them out. It was a good date. Ying circled around Liu and helped Liu knead the weird puzzle piece into a crooked face, cracks, and tumors on his head. Liu was amazed by Ying's aesthetics. But he didn't make any changes. It's a bit annoying to have a butler with a knife constantly approaching. Liu knew that the butler was not very fast. But when he thought of the butler who kept approaching while chatting, he felt a little irritated. I can be even happier. Dandan jumped up. Let's go blast that butler. Wait a minute. What are we here for? Ying pressed her balls. Grab it. The balls are still bright and shiny. Did you get it? Ying took out the loot one by one from the shadow space and swallowed it back. I got it. It's still the best tonight. Of course, Dandan knows what the auction hall means, the essence of the first day of the Devil's Market. At this moment, except for a lucky devil merchant who is still in the auction hall, the rest everything was accepted by the library family. Why don't you leave? Ying was clear and logical, becoming more and more like everyone. When we return to the library and blast the butler, we will join the demon expedition. Is Ying delaying? Liu thought for a moment, and felt that there was nothing wrong with Ying's arrangement. But Dandan's needs could also be met together. During the process of squirming and deformation, Liu also kept paying attention to everything in the tavern. Listening. I heard a very interesting topic. Although the housekeeper is annoying, he is not very fast. How long will it take for him to catch up? Liu asked Ying. And by the way, he passed Dessler's rough map to him. I will remind you at any time. Ying spread out the map and marked the straight line distance between the 3 people and the housekeeper. We still have a little time. We can stop in Dessler for a while, Liu said. conveying the thoughts he just heard from the tavern to Dandan and Inging. I wonder how many bandits will gather at this year's Devil's Market on the Black Slope, and how many good things can be stolen. Someone was discussing in the tavern. So the hunchback Liu stretched out his two huge palms and pushed open the door of the tavern. Chapter 222. Why is it so ugly? After walking in and asking for a glass of yellow beer, Liu poured it down his throat and gave it to Dandan and Inging on the cannon. What is this magic cocoon? I want it iced. Dandan was not very interested in his new food for the first time and refused to drink it. Liu hurriedly sucked it up with a weird puzzle to avoid damaging the magic cannon. Are you okay? This was the first time that Liu noticed that Dan was not eating happily. I feel like sleeping. It's okay. Let's go back to sleep. Dandan relaxed a little, but immediately tensed up again, not wanting to miss the excitement in the tavern. Liu sat quietly at the bar and did not exchange for ice-cold yellow beer as Dandan wanted adding ice cost 2 gold coins, which was almost a money grab. Although he is no longer granddad, he can save money if he can. When the customers in the tavern saw such a big guy like Liu coming in, their eyes naturally fell on him for a long time. Liu didn't want to give them a chance to get to know him better, so he poured the wine in silence. In the tavern, in addition to the half-demon, there were humans. Among the humans, there were several guys holding swords and hanging arrows. They seemed to be a team, including warriors and archers, talking loudly in the middle of the tavern. The words about Black Pit just now came from their mouths. I don't know if they are brave men, mercenaries, bandits, or all part-timers. There were 2 magicians in robes, sitting far away in the corner, muttering something vaguely, but there was a layer of magic blocking it, so Liu couldn't hear it clearly. This is the first time that Liu has come to a place where humans make up the majority. He feels a sense of freshness in his heart, but he also finds that he doesn't seem to be able to get along with humans anymore. Fortunately, with his telekinesis and the Devil's Manual, Liu was able to obtain information without opening his mouth. After listening for a moment, Liu finally pieced together the full picture of Black Slope from the conversations and voices of the group of mercenaries. Black Slope is a forest slope on the outskirts of Dessler town. There are 2 forked roads, one leading to the main road outside the town and the other leading to Demon King City. It is almost the only way to leave G. Of course, after exiting the tavern and following the direction in which the cannonballs were fired, you can also leave Dessler. But there is a large stretch of continuous woodland. Generally speaking, if there is no choice, normal humans or demons will still leave from Hypo, which creates the prosperity of Hypo. There are 2 roads away from the town, and the one leading to the main road has become the Death Lane in Dessler. The town was there before, and it was also the only way in and out of the town. For thousands of years, countless thieves and robbers had hidden in the woods, robbing merchants and goods. After Dessler became a death town, Black Slope became even more lively. Some people were robbing demons, some were robbing people, some were corrupted here, and some demons were robbing demons. In short, as long as the business travelers are not officially escorted by Dessler, they may lose everything here. At this moment, the group of people in the middle of the tavern were having a heated discussion whether to go into the Demon King City to make a fortune, or to just grab it in Hypo. Obviously, those who originally came to participate in the Demon Market have discovered the current situation of the Demon King City being opened, so they are wavering here. After roughly sensing the past, Liu found that this group of people was not very strong. The leader with the knife was only at the 4th or 5th level. He was considered a low-level demon at best. It is no wonder that his companions were not optimistic about his entry into the city. A plan to make a fortune. Maybe if a few of them cooperate, their combat power can be improved a little. But it will only be a little bit, and it will be difficult to cope with the endless situations in the Demon King City. Take the library as an example. Liu didn't even need to take action. It was enough to destroy them all. Liu was just thinking that the group of people were also quarreling fiercely. It's too useless to just block roads and rob in Hypo, said the leader with a knife. The steam engine soldiers and clockwork warriors are running rampant. We can only come to the Sea of Death to make a living. If this continues, why not retire? Yes, just retire and make a fortune, another archer said. Do you still expect to get magic materials and be promoted to a 5th level knight? As expected, he was at level 4. Taking the knight route. Liu mourned for the brave man with the sword. Let's call him a brave man, even if we let you advance 2 more levels. So what? Can you beat those steam mechs equipped with magic cannons? Oh, the archer chattered, breaking open Dessler's specialty magic melon seeds. and one of them turned into two. I kept knocking the pellets. And a small hill had piled up in front of the table. You know what the heck. Brave men have to cooperate. Cooperate? The leader slapped the table. Can those mechanical heads be like us? What cooperation? We might as well leave quickly, and tell the Imperials, or the Snow Countrymen, that the Demon King's castle has reappeared on Earth. The archer said while cracking melon seeds. Do you think the news hasn't spread? After the meeting started, I saw a lot of crows flying out. Another female archer shook her head. We are still slow. It's better to be slow than to gain nothing. Right? The archer spit out the magic melon seed peel, and threw it into the leader's hand. Forget it. Either way, let's gather some people first. And then Hypo will take a look. The female archer acted as a peacemaker. If the monsters are weak, we will go to the entrance of the Demon King City. Resume, it can be more beautiful on the road. But if you don't have the chance, forget about robbing those poor businessmen. The leader snorted and sat back down. Shouting in the tavern, you all heard it. Anyone who is out of breath. Do you want to come with us? The tavern was as quiet as a chicken. Hey, you. I see you are quite big. How about you? Do you want to join our Sea of Death Rangers? The leader finally approached Liu and gave them the group name they made up casually. If you provoke monsters, the bigger ones are useful. The monsters will eat the bigger ones first. No, don't. Liu's speech in human language was a little awkward. But it matched his appearance at the moment. Damn it. Why are you so ugly? Liu turned his head, and the leader saw the strange face and took a step back in shock. They don't understand beauty at all. Ying wrote in Liu's head. Are you a human or a monster? The leader picked up the knife and pointed it at Liu. And the friends behind him also held down the guy. This guest, you are in the death town of Dessler. Even encountering monsters is normal. The half-demon bartender raised a rag and wiped the table. Everyone is here to make money. Come. I will treat you to a drink. If you want to fight, go out of this door and then fight. Seeing Liu's powerful look, the leading brave man rolled his eyes and felt that he could not give much benefit. He snorted, picked up the yellow beer and left the bar. One ice? Of course you could kill the entire Sea of Death Rangers group with one palm. But there was no need. By the way, he asked for a glass of iced yellow beer for Dan to test his appetite. The leading hero went back with the beer. Let Liu go. And turned his attention to the two magicians in the corner of the tavern. But before he could speak, the old magician's whole body was filled with magic power. And a toad was stuffed into the brave man's mouth. Woo! The brave man stepped back and picked at the same time. After working for a long time, he spat out the toad in his mouth. He leaned against the table and breathed heavily, not daring to take another step forward. Those two magicians are very strong. Likely you. Ying also noticed something strange about the two men in robes in the corner. What I want is different from you. The older of the two magicians waved his hand to the brave man and declined his invitation. When the magician was performing magic, the magic barrier weakened and Liu heard more clearly. What we want is the brain spirit pituitary gland. Since we are catching up with the opening of Demon King City, then we can go in and look for it. Strange, why is this time in the Devil's Market the brain spirit pituitary gland so rare? Maybe the brain spirit has become extinct. Let me think about it. Where does the brain spirit live in the Demon King City? Library. Well, it's the library. Chapter 223 HEPA. For humans, the brain is equivalent to material. Liu silently touched the magician's mental state. But what he thought in his mind was similar. The Death Town Dessler was like a huge cake, cutting a small piece every day. And today's small piece had been taken by Liu. I put it in my pocket, with a little bit of crumbs left. But this also reminded Liu that Demon King City has fallen into reality, and brave men are about to enter the city. And soon? Maybe today? Today's trading time is almost over. We have bought everything we need to buy. We should go to Black Slope. In the end, the Sea of Death Rangers did not give up this opportunity to make money, packed up their weapons and luggage, and left the tavern. Liu waited for a while, and listened to the voices of the two magicians for a while. It was not until the shadow prompted the butler that he was getting a little closer that he left the tavern and walked around to the Black Slope north of the town of Dessler. When Liu left, the two magicians hesitated for a moment whether to take action, and finally gave up. What did you hear? Ying asked Liu on the way. Those two magicians want to enter the library. Liu told Dan and Ying about the magician's thoughts. They need a material called brain spirit pituitary gland. Pituitary gland? Is it the one on the back of your head? Ying knew Li Yu's body structure very well. Well, it can help them enhance their mental abilities and even have some growth effects. It seems to be a necessary material for promotion, and it is also a very good kind of material, Li Yu said, wanting to collect it in the library. I immediately brought it to Dessler and sold it. What do those two magicians have? Ying was ready to take action just now. No, I can't see it. Unfortunately, there is a layer of magical power blocking Li Yu's ability to check the inventory of the two magicians with his mind. There are also housekeepers approaching step by step, so it is hard to make the noise too loud for fear of attracting unnecessary attention. Trouble. I can only use the Devil's Manual to listen to their thoughts. It doesn't matter. We will know sooner or later. Li Yu thought it didn't matter. When they got to the library and killed him, they would know how many good things they had brought. Focusing on what's ahead right now. It's better to lie down on the black slope first and see what good things you can get. By the way, are you okay? How do you feel? It was difficult for Li Yu to predict what would happen on the black slope, so he asked about Danden's condition. I'm a little dizzy from the fog. Just rest and rest. Danden felt weak for the first time. Be sure to take me with you later to save ammunition. Danden wanted to be fired by the magic cannon again. The stolen magic cannon had a total of 100 LS, which had different functions, including explosive ones and piercing ones. Li Yu hadn't had time to examine them carefully. Of course, before Danden and Ying left, Li Yu had no intention of using the 100 LS. After all, he had not yet mastered the manufacturing process of magic cannons and ammunition. You will faint? It's so rare. Li Yu is still a little worried about the state of the balls themselves. The particles that were broken off by the door have been embedded in the skull, and there is always a tendency to fall off at this moment. Li Yu is always worried about the state of the balls. After soaking again, I suddenly felt that the progress was getting faster, so I seriously suspected that there was something wrong with the balls. It's okay. It's hard enough. Let's hurry up. Danden was drowsy and urged Li Yu. Li Yu thought for a while and realized that even if Danden fell asleep, the launch would not be affected anyway. So he did not turn back directly to Demon King City and stayed at Linpa beside the fork in the town of Dessler. That way is the direction of the Demon King City. Seeing Li Yu huddled in the forest observing, Ying helped Li Yu show the way. I will remind you before the housekeeper comes. If you want to fire artillery back to the city, remember that is where it is. I know. Li Yu felt more and more as if Ying could read his own heart. The octopus tentacles pushed aside the weird puzzle piece and reached out, taking the three demons' half-body and melting into the earth, crouching next to the root of the tree and shrinking his head. He sensed the humans and monsters hidden in the darkness. Vaguely, Li Yu, Danden and Ying regained a trace of the feeling that had been hidden in the forbidden forest, but at that time, there was a forest guard who represented the will of the forest watching. But now on this black slope, there was no. People confined to still Li Yu. Li Yu expanded his perception and roughly detected how many people were hiding in the darkness near the fork in the road. Ha! There are also jackals. Li Yu sensed the situation nearby and suddenly couldn't help laughing. His family was slaughtered. And the jackals split up their businesses? Within a radius of 200 meters where Li Yu is, there are 7 or 8 groups of monsters alone, 3 of which are jackals, and a group of extremely weak skeletons. I don't know if they are really here to lay waste to Hypo. He was forced by some monster to be cannon fodder. Among the remaining monsters, there are Tauren and Demon Chefs, who are also participating in teams. And there are 2 groups of monsters that are not in the Demon Illustrated book. Li Yu is analyzing them to find out their identities. But seeing no belligerent pureblood demons, Li Yu guessed that they were preparing in the mouth of the abyss, and had to miss this opportunity to make extra money. In addition to the monsters, there are also several groups of humans. The Sea of Death Rangers are among them. They are secretly communicating with the humans, and seem to be discussing whether to join forces. After all, there are mostly monsters present, and humans do not have the upper hand. So it is reasonable to think this way. Chaos and disorder describe the current situation in Hypo. And this is only a 200-meter radius near the fork in the road. There must be many hidden in the distance. Some working alone and some working in teams, all waiting for a share of the pie. Buffet. Li Yu sighed, waiting for the caravan to come, and then see who can grab how much. How much material can be precipitated with this shot? Li Yu started to think about something that was not there. However, a group of demons preparing to ambush caught Li Yu's attention, not in terms of how strong they were, but after analyzing the demon illustrations. Liu suddenly discovered that they were fascinating monsters. A subspecies of the tabby gecko. The psychedelic gecko. They mutated into human size. Possessing strong camouflage and being able to blend in with the environment, they also dropped a substance called photon pigment. If Liu hadn't had a demon illustrated book, he wouldn't have even noticed them. The number of this kind of gecko starts with 8. It lives in the underground city of Demon King City. Its attack method is also camouflaged according to the environment. Then it wraps its tongue into the prey, then squeezes it with its mouth and chest to digest it. The stomach bag also has a certain degree of the storage function is similar to that of Demon Chef. Although Liu didn't know the specific function and drop rate of photon pigment, he guessed that it was related to their camouflage technique, and he wanted it immediately. It sounds like a good thing. How about using it to make it optically invisible? How about using it on a magic cannon? How about using it as paint? There seem to be many ways to use it. Moreover, the number of these psychedelic geckos is large enough. Even if the drop rate is low, there is a high probability of getting them if you kill them all, Liu decided. At this moment, the psychedelic geckos were disguised as stones and trees, lurking at the crossroads of the black slope. More than 40 of them formed an ambush circle, and were not noticed by the humans and monsters on the side. The fork in the road was quiet. Liu had been waiting for about a quarter of an hour. He only saw a few carriages with Devil's Market signs driving out of the town. There was no single person traveling. How long will it take? Dandan was very sleepy. Wait until Gecko takes action. Liu sent a message to Dandan and Ying to clarify his goal this time. Let them rob the merchants, and we will rob the robbers. Adding chaos to chaos, Liu had foreseen this scene for a while, and now all he had was an unlucky fat sheep. Huang Tian lived up to his inner demons just when Ying informed Liu that the housekeeper was approaching, and there would be a head-on conflict before he could wait any longer. Liu saw a group of people finally coming to the fork in the black slope. Still an old acquaintance. The atmosphere near Hypo suddenly became tense, as if the entire forest suddenly woke up. Chapter 224 Tongue. The ones who came were the 3 second-generation skeletons. Godric with the gold chain, Vitric with the velvet robe, and Toonric with his own head in his arms, and the remaining people and horses were all brought from the demon market. The acquired slaves were also used as trucks. For example, the various body fluids and solvents in the material stall, and the worn-out weapons in the weapons stall were all dug out by the 3 skeleton second ancestors. They could obviously be reduced in size and carried, but they couldn't. They had to be pulled by the purchased slaves. Like it's a crappy comedy. The blonde slave scholar Tom is also in the team. At this moment, he and several other slave scholars are dragging a worn-out steam engine soldier, like a malnourished unloader, falling 3 steps at a time, moving slowly. The half-dead nightmare succubus and the demented mermaid also became burdensome. They were all carried or carried by the slave scholars, mixed in the whole team, and struggled to move under the watchful eyes of the 3 skeletons. This is not fun. Not fun at all. The skull into Enric's arms rattled. We should hire a carriage from the Devil's Market and go directly back to the city. No, I didn't catch anything tonight, so I can only find a show to watch? The one who spoke was the velvet-robed Vitric. The skeleton originally took a photo of a magic motorcycle, but was snatched away by Liu Leave. So I can only find fun elsewhere. Yes, I heard that there will be thieves and monsters robberies here on Blackpa, which will be fun. Godric also stood on Vitric's side. It's just ahead. Look forward to it. Bite my bone butt. What if we are also snatched away by them? Toonric hugged his head tightly. Should I ask my uncle to bring money to redeem it? Godric looked confident. It's okay. I bought so many rags. Wasn't it just for them to play with? Besides, there's no one who doesn't have a good eye. He will do something to the 3 of us. Right? Just grabbing these rags is enough. You are wrong. Many demons don't have eyes. Toonric was more pessimistic and objective. After that, the 3 second-generation skeleton ancestors saw how crazy the poor ghosts on the black slope were after being hungry all night. They might not even pay attention to the devil himself. Before the prey reached the fork in the road, the attack has been launched. The first ones to attack were the Tauren and the demon chef who had been hiding for a long time. They were not as patient as jackals, and they were not as foresight as humans. The moment Tom carried the steam engine soldiers into the attack range, they ran away from the slope, come out, and head straight for the nightmare succubus and mermaid on the dirt road. They think these 2 things are the most valuable and the most delicious. However, before the Tauren reached the dirt road, the skeleton soldiers and cannon fodder blocked their way forward. They were driven by someone unknown. and they attacked the monsters and the 3 skeletons on the slope, killing everyone they saw. The Sea of Death Rangers had obviously formed an alliance with humans. When the monsters took action, they were not far behind. As they screamed, arrows rained down from the sky, casting a shadow over the fork in the road. Unfortunately, the Jackal Khan men had prepared a large script, but before they had time to act, they were disrupted by impetuous humans and monsters. They had no choice but to wander around the periphery with the hunters, looking for opportunities to hunt. In a hurry, the battle began. Liu also stirred the octopus tentacles and gradually approached the circle surrounded by the psychedelic gecko. As for the blonde Tom, when the Tauren appeared with a breath of heat, he lost all his will to live and fell to his knees in a daze, not knowing what he was doing, finally not being attacked by Brain, Spirit, and Minnie. He killed the Minis, languished in the library for nearly a month, and then walked through the cesspool before arriving at the Devil's Market, and ended up like this? When Tom first realized that he was about to be sold back to the Demon King's castle, he was desperate and even looked forward to something happening on the way. That a brave man would kill the 3 skeletons and rescue him. But I didn't expect that the one who came was not a brave man, but a group of thieves like locusts, looking at the rain of arrows in the sky, the Tauren with exploding muscles, and the cackled skeleton soldiers. Tom held a sharp iron plate protruding from the steamer soldier's arm and slashed it towards his neck. This hopeless world, I decided to leave. Of course, Liu had been paying attention to the battle situation on the slope with his mind. At this moment, he heard Tom's voice and suddenly thought of something. When you no longer want to live, then this life will be of great use. Save him. Liu had just sent the message when the shadow suddenly stretched out and put Tom into the shadow space, along with the surviving slave scholars. What's the matter with you? Liu didn't expect Ying to be prepared. Aren't these all dishes from the library? You don't want them anymore? Ying instantly turned into handwriting. Do you want to take care of the other ones? Like mermaids? No. The others are rotten and not delicious. Liu saw flowers blooming all over the battlefield, and motioned to the shadows to quickly shrink back. There were dozens of psychedelic geckos waiting for him to collect. When Shadow came back, the battle was at its peak. Godric screamed, took off the gold chain from his neck, and beat the Minotaur that was running close into golden sand. Vitric shrank directly to the ground. Inside the robe, a human or monster would occasionally be unwrapped and squeezed into a pool of blood. Even Toonrik showed off his power and threw his own skull, which suddenly grew in size, while knocking down the arrows. It also continued to crush humans, gnolls or Tauren into meat pies. The demon chef walked around the field with 6 knives, eating the meat pie that Toonrik had pressed, completely forgetting that he was here to rob. The scene was a mess. The psychedelic geckos, on the other hand, remained motionless and extremely patient, waiting for the surviving prey to reach the fork in the road. Seeing that there was no chance, Liu had no choice but to slap a huge rock next to him with his hand and take the lead. The rock was a psychedelic gecko disguised as a rock. When he started, Liu wisely did not use the bone sword or the lava right hand. He just used the petrified light and slapped with his giant palm, turning the gecko into a real rock in an instant, and then smashed it into pieces. The other psychedelic geckos remained unmoved. It's so dedicated to his magic cocoon. Liu Yixing called out to save trouble, and slapped them one by one. The shadows were stitched. Liu petrified, and slapped, with smooth movements. As a result, the battlefield was divided into 2 places. One was the melee between the human coalition, the skeleton ancestors and the monsters, and the other was Liu's unilateral massacre of the psychedelic geckos. When the 5th one was photographed, Liu was anxious about why the photon pigment had not fallen yet. And at the same time he also began to think about whether to take the opportunity to kill the 3 second-generation skeletons that were showing off their power in the melee area. And it was at this time that Ying writes inside Liu's skull, "The butler will be here in a quarter of an hour." Liu silently counted the time, thinking that he would at least have time to photograph all the psychedelic geckos, and the melee soon came to an end. The human coalition realized that the 3 skeletons were ridiculously strong and chose to retreat. Only the Tauren and Jackals are still fighting with the skeletons. It seems that once they take action, they no longer have a collective concept, and whoever steals it belongs to whom. The demon chef was full of food and drink, and rolled down the hillside with scars all over his body. He looked towards Liu and saw a huge ugly man, like swatting flies, swatting trees and shrubs into pieces with one palm after another. Sure seemed to smell the magic of the psychedelic gecko. It was at this time that the geckos finally realized that they had been completely exposed and could not hide. So more than a dozen tongues stuck out from all angles, and all reached out to the ugly man. The dead trees stuck out their tongues. The shrubs stuck out their tongues. The rocks stuck out their tongues. Even a fork in the black slope also stuck out their tongues. The halfway human coalition forces saw the inexplicable and strange sight, and were so frightened that they peed. "Let me, drop it!" Liyu's body suddenly shrank, dodging a dozen tongues, and at the same time tore open his scalp. And a dozen petrified rays shot out in the opposite direction with precision. Chapter 225 The Devil's New Clothes. The bright light on the black slope is nothing but great petrified light. The dead trees, shrubs and rocks that stick out their tongues slowly freeze when exposed to the light. And then the surface becomes pitted, as if eroded by time. Then I saw a huge strange man stretching his arms, and smashing the psychedelic gecko to pieces. The fragments and the escaping magic blocked the black slope road. And even the chaotic battlefield behind was stagnant for a moment. What a powerful monster. Liu took a picture, and saw the prompt flashing in his mind as he wished. To obtain the material photon pigment. Please confirm. Let's go. Liu sent a message to Dandan and Ying. Clicked and confirmed in his mind. Left the battlefield with 2 or 3 clusters of light. And flew towards the direction of Demon King City. In the rear battlefield at this moment, the human coalition forces have retreated. And the 3 skeletons and the second ancestors have entered the pursuit stage. But they were originally killing with gusto. But their interest waned after the strange man escaped. And they seemed to feel that the excitement here was not as good as the psychedelic gecko. Human? Demon? Godric broke off a minotaur's horn and chewed it in his mouth. Hunter. Right. I heard that hunters above the 7th level have unique hunting methods. The method of the man just now is very unique. Vitric opened his velvet robe to a crack, not bothering to care about the fleeing gnolls. It's only the first day. And here are the heroes. So fast? 2 Enrique obviously also knew the news that the Demon King City had merged into reality. Then let's go back quickly. There will definitely be more brave men coming to the Demon King City. Godric flicked the gold chain and put it back around his neck. When the brave men come, they may be able to disturb the Skeleton King of Dreamland. Our Tomb of Light will have new hope. It's best if there is a brave man who can kill Skorik. And our succession order can be higher. Tunrik muttered. I heard that both the Forbidden Forest and the Research Laboratory want Skorik. Where is his head? Or, we also go to the Demon Market to post a reward. Find some brave men and kill Skorik? If Skorik dies, we can't be friends anymore? Godric straightened the gold chain. The Song of Withering can only be passed on to one skeleton. And the next one will be me. Whoever wants to be friends with you should stop hanging the gold chain around his neck. Wittrick put on his velvet robe again, and returned to the city along the fork in the road. The 3 skeletons pushed and shoved each other, and decided that when they went to the auction house tomorrow, they would place a reward on Skalric's head. There are still many thieves waiting under the black slope, but they don't dare to attack these skeletons. Liu walked uphill along the dirt road, and saw the Demon King's castle from the outside, for the first time a castle clinging to the cliff. Most of it hidden in the clouds, with only one road in and out. At this moment, on the way in and out, sand, stone, and earthwork are constantly coming together, as if a pair of invisible hands are piecing together and building a real road. Liu guessed that Demon King City had just integrated into reality, and the roads were under construction. According to the terrain introduction and introduction to the Demon King City tour, Liu glanced at the outer corner of the Demon King City, and knew that there was the library. The bottom of the library was wrapped in mist. And if he tried to climb up, he would only get lost in the broken space. Middle. Of course, Liu did not intend to use his balls to calm down the space there, so as not to have to guard against the braves coming from the outer wall. There was still only a psychedelic corridor left to interfere with the arrival of the braves to the maximum extent. Walking along the road, there is a cliff at the end. The gate of the Demon King City has been lowered on the cliff, serving as a bridge to the city. There is a faint light of fire on the tower on the gate, and there are skeleton soldiers and armors guarding it coming and going. Of course, it was also the first time for Ying to enter the city from the main entrance. Sometimes he touched the cliff. Sometimes he climbed up the tree. Everything looks fresh. When Liu observed Demon King City, he always felt that Demon King City seemed to be observing him too. Walking on the still narrow dirt road, Liu directly used the photon pigment he had just obtained, and his body gradually became transparent. The photon pigment is actually the pigment in the psychedelic gecko's cortex. There is another layer of disguise on Liu, and it is not limited to the cortex. Photon pigments can even add different colors to different objects. It is extremely practical, and can be used as clothing paint. The devil also has new clothes. Liu approached the gate of Demon King's city and gradually became transparent first, to try the newly obtained photon pigment, and second, to see if Demon King's city had any defense mechanism similar to fog, which could be used in the future. Library reference. However, no skeleton or armor noticed Liu until he reached the door. The huge Demon King city seemed to be undefended. Bite my bones, but the real world is so sad. It's okay at night, but when it's daytime, we have to suffer again. On the tower, the skeleton soldiers kept grumbling. Everything is fine. Why do we have to open up the city? You know what the heck. Where do you get the food and supplies you use? If the demonic expeditionary army sets off, the supplies will be countless times more. Even if there are not many magic stones scum on our heads, at least we will have a chance to get it. A skeleton shouted. As for the sunshine, why don't we hide in the building and sleep? Do you really want to stop the brave men entering the city? You are tired of living. Okay, I'll listen to you. The skeleton opened its mouth, imagining the devil's expeditionary force conquering the imperial capital. Enjoy the peace and quiet. The brave man is about to enter the city. Have you figured out where to hide? I hope we can survive until the next full moon to change shifts. Another skeleton prayed silently, praying for the skeleton king's blessing. What Liu, who was under the main entrance, was thinking about was that there were two magicians coming, and a butler with a dagger. Can the butler come in? Looking at the appearance of the two skeletons on the city tower, I guess they won't stop the messenger from the devil's market. They can only wait and kill the butler in the library. Until he entered the outer courtyard, Liu encountered no obstruction, so he walked slowly, enjoying the tranquility of strolling side by side with Ying and Dandan, admiring the flowers and plants in the outer courtyard, and listening to the rustling sounds in the shadows. It took a long time to finish. After passing through the corridor of confusion, the three demons returned to the library smoothly, pulling apart the skin and flesh. Liu put down Dandan and Ying. In an instant, Dandan fell asleep, contentedly recalling every bit of the devil's market in his dream, while Liu looked at his own shadow for a moment. Both of them know it's time to count the loot. You can become transparent. Ying pointed out the information Liu Exin had obtained. Can you try it for me? After analysis, Ying felt that since Liu could make the weird puzzle piece transparent, he should also be able to make the shadow change color if even the shadow could become invisible. Ying would be even more elusive. It doesn't seem to work. Whether it's clothing or puzzles, Liu must at least find an entity to inject photon pigment into to exert its effect. And this method obviously cannot work on Ying. That's it. Ying felt that she had missed a world. And then she started to take things out of the shadow space and threw them on the ground. The magic motorcycle was thrown upside down in the bloody corridor, crushing the windshield, but Liu suddenly thought of a way to satisfy Ying's needs. If I can turn the pigment into a sensor, maybe I can make you transparent. Liu is still at the stage of expanding sensors, and has not imposed any operation on anything. It's time. Really? Ying threw things much softer, and turned the magic motorcycle upright. Of course. After the self-healing bone and the bone sword, Liu has been spending time on Dandan's particles, but has not yet successfully found a new sensor. At this moment, Dandan is sleeping, and the state of the particles above his head is not stable. Liu clearly felt that the penetration was getting deeper, and it could be successful at any time. After that, it's time to move on to the next promotion stage. Next, let's take a look at our trophies. As he said that, Liu also threw the magic cannon and the invitation into the corridor, and called for the minis to come and watch. Magic locomotives, magic cannons, 6 items from the auction house were displayed in the corridor of the library, and the minis were solemnly admiring them. Then, Liu saw the prophet's cloak of the fire-burning valley on fire, and was knocked unconscious by a sap from a mini behind him. This man had evil intentions, and I captured him. Please give me a reward. Minnie ran to Lucien and received a piece of meat. Chapter 226, Prophet of the Burning Valley. Liu Kai discovered that the minis in the library had discussed with Galeric and planned a set of disciplines on their own. Destroying an intruder would reward them with a piece of hard meat. Although it is very simple, it is also heartwarming. Liu nodded to Galeric, and Galeric rode on the front of the magic motorcycle without hesitation, bouncing up and down like a horse. Don't move, Liu said. The brain spirits and minis were very obedient. The seal on the knocked out Burning Valley prophet had already touched. Liu tied him up with binding thread and threw him into the corner of the corridor, together with the slave scholars who had not yet woken up. 3 of the slave scholars were frightened to death in the shadow space. At this moment, only Tom and the other 2 young ones were breathing. They were both smelling of shit. But only Liu seemed to care. Liu wanted to throw the surviving slave scholars back to the 6th library first, and then felt a little cruel to them. The adventure in the sewer ended, but ended up back at the starting point? And there are only 3 survivors, which makes me feel desperate just thinking about it. So Liu just threw them a little further away and tried to wake them up after seeing the spoils among the trophies, except for the slave scholars, magic cannons, and the prophets of the Fire Valley. All the others were from Ying. Liu just took advantage of the situation to study them. This was a good opportunity to witness the strength of human beings. Take the magic motorcycle. For example, Liu discovered that it only needs to put magic stones next to the seat to use it. It is very convenient and environmentally friendly. No wonder it has become the latest model of the Taz Empire and sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. The strength of the holy sword was not as strong as the bone sword and the Lamont relic. Liu looked at it briefly and threw it aside, while Ying solemnly put the sword into Lulu's hand, symbolizing a solemn friendship. The Syndrome amulet seemed to have a power to drive away evil spirits. Liu just picked it up slightly, and the octopus tentacle was burned. He tried it with the palm of the monster puzzle, and there was also a burning sound. Minnie, Brain, and Galeric couldn't get close, so Ying took it back into the shadow space. While Liu was surprised by Ying's resistance to this kind of exorcism talisman, he also secretly reminded himself to be careful. A person who has an amulet of this type to ward off evil is likely to be able to see through his disguise. I don't want this. Do you want it? Liu picked up the invitation to the Devil's Ball and threw it back to Ying, thinking of the restraint of his brain by the Nightmare Banshee. Ying took advantage of the situation and was about to put the invitation letter into Minnie's hand, but was stopped by Liu. They have already made a lifelong contract, so there is no need for them. Liu asked Ying not to teach the children bad things. The Minis stamped their feet again and again, and then the Minis twisted their thighs and screamed in pain. If you don't want it, can you give it to me? Galeric's voice was a little soft, drowned in the pain screams of the Minis. Is that okay? Liu and the Minis looked at the skeleton whose bones were not fully grown. The Nightmare Demon is easy to ride. Galeric turned his head away embarrassedly, and Liu expressed his understanding. I told you earlier. I'll find you someone alive and kicking next time. Liu thought of the half-dead nightmare succubus on the black slope, thinking that he might go to Dessler during this period, so he could do some shopping as appropriate. After experiencing a trip to the Devil's Market, Liu probably figured out the operating rules of the market, and was no longer prepared to go there in person every time. He just needed to find a few little noises to bring with him in his stomach, and report back to himself every night. Just check the auction items in the auction hall and the situation in the town square. If you have some free time, it's not a problem to grab them and buy them. This wheel thing is also given to you, Liu was thinking. And the shadow turned into an arrow, pointing at the magic motorcycle to the monsters in the library. Liu was stunned. And suddenly, he didn't dare to take out the small saw on his waist. All the gifts from Ying were worth hundreds of thousands. Millions. After a robbery, it actually took away nothing. Only pleasant memories. Thinking of this, Minnie and the brain spirits swarmed up and threw themselves on the seats of the magic locomotive. There was a roar in the library, and the locomotive hit the wall of the corridor. Liu had no choice but to control the earth element to push up the magic locomotive, and then barely controlled the situation. However, Lulu and Feifei remained motionless. Brother, is that for us? Lulu pointed to the 2 small saws on Liu's waist. Yeah, since Lulu asked. Liu handed the saw to them, and then enjoyed a sincere hug. Be gentle. Be gentle. From now on. Arrange now Ling to go to the Devil's Market and help you purchase every day. Liu passed on what he saw and heard in the town square today to the guardians left and right, and showed the 2 little guys what they wanted. Yes, buy it yourself of the 270,000 gold coins. I only spent 1 on beer today. Liu distributed 100,000 gold coins to the left and right guardians as a real gift. Lulu and Feifei hugged him tightly again, then grabbed a few brain spirits to study the purchasing process. Finally satisfied with Minnie, Liu once again focused on the last lot, the prophet of the Fire Valley. He thought to himself that the Hell Karma fire was a rare thing. He could only rely on this old man covered in flames. Give yourself an answer. Okay. Do you want to wake up the prophet of Woodburning Valley? Ying is also very interested in Woodburning Valley after all. It is one of the 3 major demon resorts. And curious Ying wants to see it. After Ying finished dividing the lots, she felt relaxed. It was rare to see Danon sleeping, so she wanted to have a small meeting with Liu. Liu felt even more embarrassed now. His eyes wandered between several items, trying to find something to give as a gift to Ying. The first night of the Devil's Market was over, and Ying might be attacked by the mouth of the abyss at any time. Recruited to join the demonic crusade. If you are about to say goodbye, there should be a sense of ceremony. Maybe this is why Ying insists on stuffing things to everyone in the library. After searching for a long time, but unable to find it, Liu made the skull transparent, holding a crumbling particle, and said, "Either you wait for me to turn this pigment into a censer. That's enough for me." Ying knew what Liu was going to say, and sealed the shadow of Liu's giggling mouth. Devil's Market, very happy. Liu nodded. "I understand. Let's go and have a look." While everyone in the library was playing happily, Ying and Liu floated towards the Prophet of Fire Valley, who was tightly entangled with binding thread. The Prophet of Fire Burning Valley had woken up from the dizziness caused by the sap, controlled the flames on his body, and did not untie the binding thread on his own. The brain spirit fire was floating next to him, and seemed to be very concerned about the flames that had lost their temperature. Of interest. "It's you who snatched me here. You want to get an answer from me." When the Prophet of Fire Valley saw Liu floating towards him, his eyes turned into flames, as if he saw something directly. Liu felt that there was something about this magic stick in front of him. "I have that answer, but what are you prepared to pay for it?" The two flames in the Prophet's eyes turned into eyeballs again, and the red pupils stared at Liu and Ying. Parsing, 14%. Even though he was weak, the Burning Valley Prophet's analysis speed was not very fast. Liu couldn't help but look forward to it, wondering what good things this demon would drop. "How about giving your life?" Liu asked the Prophet in return, threatening him directly. "No. You are too busy taking care of yourselves. This place is about to turn into purgatory." The Prophet of Burning Valley laughed. "And Liu couldn't help but become nervous. You gave me a prophecy just after we met? It's quite scary." "Purgatory?" Liu has already played with this thing. Bang. 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 There are brave men. Almost at the same time, the invisible Bitterberg rushed into the library and circled around Liu. Two magicians? Liu thought for a moment, looked at the Prophet of Fire Burning Valley, and then at the entrance to the library. "You, how do you know?" Bitterberg was stunned, and then asked for asylum. "Return to your respective places." Liu sent a message to the monsters in the library. Minnie and the brain spirits began to take refuge separately. Liu once again moved the guest room of the bone room to the entrance of the library. After waiting for a while, the two magicians thought about it again, and then suddenly got out of the library. Chapter 227 Potion of Perception. Firstly, Liu was impatient to wait, and secondly, he wanted to go out and see what the two magicians could do. So he used photon pigment to fade it into a fleeting shadow and floated towards the corridor of confusion. The spell you cast just now was not clever enough. Too exaggerated and unnecessary. As soon as he went out, Liu heard the young magician chattering, instructing the old magician. Most of the skeleton team in the confusion corridor had been killed by them, and the gravel and soil were piled all over the ground, and half of them were burnt. Wall. Take the piercing magic as an example. You don't need to use the maximum damage of the magic. You only need to use ice magic to slightly restrict their movement, and then use ice crystals to stab them accurately, the young magician said as he spoke. While demonstrating, he froze the movements of the 5 broken skeletons in front of him with one stroke of his finger. Then he stretched his finger slightly, and a few wisps of air pierced the lodging place of their souls, causing them to gurgle to death. Liu observed and suddenly discovered that this young magician seemed to be the leader. While invading the Demon King city, he was teaching the old magician how to cast spells. Obviously, in the world of magicians, looking older does not mean you are more powerful. Subtle manipulation of magic. Do you understand? Skeletons are monsters that look like they are showing off their teeth and claws, but are actually very fragile. The young magician pointed to the dissipating bones on the ground. Use your perception magic to find the signs on the bones. Singularity points. Grinding their souls in a targeted manner, so as to save magic power. The young magician has good knowledge and perception, and he can actually sense the soul residence of the skeleton. Yes, teacher. The old magician accepted the instruction. But you know, perception has never been my strong point. After all, I am only at the 6th level, and have not reached your 7th level qualitative change. These are not problems. That's why I want to take you to the library to search for the brain and pituitary gland, and make a potion of perception," the young magician said as he cut the armor that joined the battle group through the air, and quickly cut it after getting out of a subway block. "The key point is that your thinking must be flexible, and you can't just think about destroying everything in front of you. This is the Demon King's city. Firstly, it is difficult to replenish magic power predictably, so we must save it. Secondly, all kinds of monsters have their own characteristics, so you must not just kill what is in front of you, but must see through its essence." Young the magician's fingers moved slightly, and Liu vaguely sensed a force of thought from near his head, mixing and stacking the scattered iron pieces together. It was stuck tightly, and these armors no longer posed any threat. "Since we are the first batch of people to enter the Demon King's city, we must maximize our profits. We are magicians, not brave men. Do you really want to destroy all the monsters in the Demon King's city?" the young magician asked. He gathered a small group of skeleton soldiers for the old magician to deal with, and stood aside. The old magician also imitated the young magician, using ice magic to freeze the movements of the skeletons, chanting a spell, slowly marking the soul residence of each skeleton, and then began to pierce with his fingers. Liu vaguely sensed that it was a kind of air magic. The lethality used from the old magician was not strong, but it was enough to destroy the soul lodging place of the skeleton. As a result, the originally bustling puzzle corridor suddenly became silent. The two magicians only released a slight chill, and with their fingers poking the air, they calmly eliminated several groups of skeletons. "I understand. Indeed, this saves mana." The old magician took out a low-quality magic stone from his sleeve and held it to replenish his mana. "As long as you understand." The young magician stared at the bones scattered on the ground, his eyebrows moving. "Look, in this way, we can also preserve the monster's body to the maximum extent, and then extract the materials." As he spoke, the young magician finally took out a short wand, drew circles around the dozens of skeletons, and muttered something. Soon, the bones gathered together and bonded together, forming a huge bone mass. Seeing this, the old magician took out a test tube, leaned over and placed it next to the bone mass. He chanted a spell and waved his wand, and a strand of bone fell from the bone mass into the test tube, floating slightly. Bone crystals are a very good material, whether for making bone wands or potions related to improving bone quality, the young magician said to the old magician. "Only in places like Demon King's city, skeletons we can always be nourished by magic power to give birth to this material. It's like the pituitary gland of the brain." The old magician lowered his head slightly, his heart filled with respect for the young magician. After some observation, Liu also got a rough understanding of the two magicians' working styles, and also got a glimpse of human beings' attitude towards Demon King City, except for a few hot-headed braves. All who came to Demon King City, maybe more humans are like them. Right. Calculate the profits. Treat the Demon King's castle as a treasure house. Search for magic stones and materials, and then improve yourself? It doesn't seem to be any different from what I am doing. While the two magicians were working on it, Liu had been looking for their flaws. However, just like in the tavern, there was always a hint of magic floating around the magicians, blocking Liu's attempts. Peeping and further contact should be some kind of protective magic. The 7th level magician and the 6th level magician were at about the same level as Octopus demonic form Corey. Liu felt that rather than taking risks here, it would be better to wait until they arrived at his home ground to be more confident. "Okay, if my divination is correct, there is a library in front of you, and the thing we are looking for is there." The young magician waved his wand, and the appearance of a library appeared in the air. But Liu recognized that it was a library from the Bitterberg period. It was a library without bloody corridors and bone rooms. He thought that these two magicians must have done their homework. He didn't know where they got the Demon King's castle, a map of a certain period. And just as the map appeared in the air, a huge brain spirit pituitary gland appeared outside the map, the exit of the library. "Huh? Our materials are here?" The young magician was stunned and looked at where Liu was. Liu screamed that something was wrong and retreated decisively. Then he saw two magicians rushing over like crazy. "Here! The invisible brain spirit!" The young magician's eyes suddenly showed enthusiasm, and his pupils turned blue, as if he had seen through Liu's disguise under the photon pigment. Liu retreated into the guest room of the bone room. Still a little confused, these two magicians divined that the most valuable pituitary gland was himself? This divination is quite accurate. The two magicians didn't waste any time and rushed directly into the bone room's reception room. They saw the brain spirit in front of them that was rapidly retreating. And they also saw the surging bone spurs and walls. Can't let it escape. The two magicians had a tacit understanding. The room suddenly became cold, and the movements of the brain leader also quickly slowed down. Immediately afterwards, the all-pervasive piercing hit the brain spirit, causing its brain to twitch, and while it was twitching, the brain spirit summoned more brain spirits, skeletons, and even slave scholars to attack the two magicians. The division counterattacked. At this time, there is no need to worry about magic power anymore, because the pituitary gland is our primary target, the young magician said, turning over his palm. Several ice edges mixed with air with piercing properties. In an instant, all the monsters blocking the way were wiped out. Even the slave scholars were not spared. Humans, monsters, who are in league with demons don't matter. Only magic is the supreme pursuit. The young magician confided in his heart in the Demon King city. Monsters are equal to prey, and humans do not represent the same kind. After that, the eyes formed a cage, completely blocking the movement route of the target brain spirit. The magician waved his staff, and the brain spirit was also pulled towards them. Penetrate! Several holes suddenly appeared in the brain. Brain fluid splashed out, merged with the blood of the slave scholars, and dissipated like farts. We succeeded? The old magician clapped his hands and shouted, and a gust of breeze swept away the corpses of the other monsters, leaving only the target brain in front of him. The young magician walked forward hesitantly, waved his wand, and saw a thick brain spirit pituitary gland rising slowly, jumping slightly, looking very healthy. It seems something's wrong, too weak. Is the Lord of Brain Spirit so weak? The young magician vaguely felt that something was wrong. Chapter 228, Watch My Flying Sword. How is it? Liu placed the bone throne in the corner of the reception room, avoiding the violent storm in the center of the room. It's a bit cold. Galaric, who was floating in the air, shook the flying dagger in his hand, pushing the cold air of ice magic further away. I'm asking you about these two magicians. Liu knew that Galaric had participated in the Demon Expeditionary Army and should have had contact with humans or brave men. So he wanted to take the opportunity to judge the brave men who might enter the library in the future. Level. Judging from the feedback and magic power consumption of the Rod of Deception, the 7th level magician's strength is pretty good. If he deceives him for another quarter of an hour at most, he will wake up from this sweet dream. When the cold front and air were raging, Liu, Galaric and Yinging rested by the wall of the Bone Room's reception room, watching the two magicians perform, which also gave them a dream. The body is very weak, but it is protected by magic. Dandan was still asleep, but Yinging was observing the two magicians like Liu, and naturally felt the vague magic around them. Let's see what magic it is. Liu suddenly realized a weakness when facing the brave. He didn't know much about magic, and humans belonged to the same category, so it was difficult to effectively predict what magic two magicians would use, and did not dare to approach directly in a swaggering manner. There is a breath of holy light. Although Yinging was in such a state of mind, her words were, I'll give it a try. Yinging wanted to try the magician's defensive magic. No. Liu certainly couldn't let Yinging put himself in danger, especially when Dandan couldn't respond. Watch my flying sword. Liu said a word, and the bone sword shot out. What fell in the eyes of the two magicians was a slave scholar whose head was penetrated by an ice edge. He suddenly took out his own ribs and stabbed him at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Just like an action figure. A strong warrior. In an instant, the old magician was surrounded by holy light, blocking the rapid stabbing momentum of the bone sword. Then the holy light was released, burning the slave scholar who rushed towards him to ashes. Ouch! Ouch! Liu pried up a piece of land to block the overflowing holy light, and tried to catch the incoming holy light with his octopus tentacles. There was a bunch of yellow hair on his head. As you said, you can't believe appearances. The old magician was on full alert, and layers of magical barriers began to be laid out around him. Liu also wisely hid the bone sword from the perception of the two magicians, preparing to cut off the 7th level magician's head with one sword. It's all an illusion. Although the young magician didn't know that he was being deceived, he concluded that something was wrong with the library. He gave up the action of putting the brain and pituitary gland in front of him into the test tube and held it with both hands regardless. The staff also stirred up thousands of holy lights when the bone sword attacked. The bone sword was blocked again. After Liu threw a card on the ground, he directly pulled Galaric, Dandan and Yinging into the wall behind him. That's it. The holy light cannot be endless. Wait until the week. It's 1 o'clock. Let's go out and kill. Liu said it as if he was taking shelter from the rain. There was a huge explosion in the Bone Room's reception room, and countless magics were attacking indiscriminately, attacking the countless demons projected into the magician's consciousness by the Rod of Deception. There is the Demon Wolf Warrior Finley, the Demon Legion leader Bosch and his bodyguards, the Octopus Demon from the Colosseum, a family of jackals, and even the heavy armored man and Little Noisy. Okay, lively! While Li Yu was using the authority of the library to observe the battle situation in the guest room of the Bone Room, he also had to simulate various tragic situations in which Finley and Bosch were killed under the attack of magic. To be honest, it was quite painful. But the magician's magic was even more painful at first. They suspected it was an illusion and had the idea of ignoring it. But how could Li Yu let them break the Rod of Deception so easily? The bone sword left in the guest room of the Bone House. The original bone spurs and earth elements have now become the sensory simulation props for the magicians of the Li Yu gang. As long as the two magicians are not careful, they will be swallowed directly by the Bone Room reception room. It's just that in Li Yu's recollection, it was not easy to simulate the enemies he chose for the magician in a realistic way. There would always be some lags, or the actions and dialogues didn't match up, and it was barely possible. It gave the magician some possibility to distinguish, and the battle fell into a stalemate for a while. Catch! Let's go! When Li Yu threw the rebellion card left in the guest room of the Bone Room on the old magician, the cooperation between the two magicians was immediately messed up. And the old magician even more, he couldn't release a complete magic. And the bone sword was directly pressed against his neck. Irregular ice flowers condensed on the old magician's neck, blocking the bone sword from moving forward. But this was the only chance he had to think before he died. Who are we fighting? Is this really a library? Can I get out alive? The holy light weakened. Li Yu, Galaric and Ying re-entered the Bone Room reception room and rushed towards their respective targets. The old magician had been destroyed by the rebellion card. Ying and Li Yu directly he approached the young magician, leaving the older one to Galaric's flying dagger to harvest. But at this moment, the young magician thought, forcing Li Yu to use his tentacles to drag Ying and Galaric back to the ground. It's dangerous. You finally come in handy. Burn your life. The young magician suddenly poured magic power into the body of the old magician beside him. And then, there was a huge explosion in the Bone Room's reception room. The old magician's body cracked, and several icicles burst out of his flesh and blood, and the remaining holy light also entwined with ice flowers, suddenly blooming. Ha, magician, brave! As Li Yu sank, he sighed with emotion about their teacher-student relationship. The life of the old magician was drained at this moment, and the blood and holy light rose into infinite heat. Even through the soil, Li Yu could still feel the deathly power from it. The hot breath is mixed with unmelting ice spikes, which grow directly into a giant ice tree in the library. Damn it! This is what the prophet of the Fire Valley said. Will this place turn into purgatory? Prophecies and such are really annoying to him. Li Yu stirred up the soil and quickly sank to the bottom, barely avoiding the blow. Unfortunately, Galaric was also stabbed by an ice spike, and his entire head was burned by the holy light. Shadow cut off a piece of Galaric's shadow, and cut open his skull at the same time, just to stop the spread of the holy light. Next time, I'll come back to get the brain spirit pituitary gland next time. Escape first. This was the last thought that Li Yu detected before the young magician walked away. Humph. Galaric endured the pain and didn't groan. But like Ying, he wanted to chase him out of the library to end it. Don't worry. You can't run away. Li Yu quickly surfaced, looking at the entrance of the library that was pierced by ice thorns and burned by the holy light. He picked up the lost bone sword and rebellion card, and then from a wriggling mass of flesh and blood was pulled out of the skull a weird puzzle. Get in the car. The weird jigsaw spit out a magic motorcycle first, and then wrapped it around Li Yu's skull, transforming into a weird man again with a magic cannon protruding from his chest. How can a person with 2 legs outrun the wheels? Li Yu drove the magic stone next to the driver's seat and started racing at full speed. Galaric, who had half a head, rode on the front of the car, holding a ball of bone in his hand, as if thinking, what kind of new weapon is it going to turn into? Unfortunately, there were too few bones, and Galaric failed to hold the sword, so he could only scream at the front of the car and accelerate like crazy. A magic locomotive carrying bones, eggs and shadows used the library, and quickly rushed towards the magician in front of him in the confusion corridor. The magician seemed to have noticed something was wrong. He waved the wand in his hand, releasing layers of enemy-blocking magic. He even threw a shield with a sacred aura from his sleeve. which instantly filled the entire passage of the confusion corridor. Aim. Liu speeded up. But in fact, the aiming process was all handled by Ying. Fire! Liu flicked his hair, and the magic cannon roared instantly, and the magic power surged. The egg that was still sleeping was shot out with one shot. Chapter 229, Bone Mincemeat Mixed with Brains. Wait a minute. Liu suddenly thought. If he blasted the magician to pieces like this, wouldn't it be a waste of all the magic materials he brought? Liu also felt that he was granted. Unexpectedly, the galloping and shooting was too exciting for Liu, and without the blessing of complete. It was already too late when Liu screamed again. The sacred shield blocking the corridor was shattered by an egg, and he was running to change direction. The magician was also bombarded with blood. Not to mention it was a magic material. Even the short one was shattered, and no part of the body was intact. Died. When he died, the magician was escaping to a corner, and liquid fragments were spread radially on the floor, walls, and the body of a 6-armed pig. That corner is the corner of the devil's kitchen, and the pig is Brother Pig. Blood was sprinkled on Brother Pie's face, and a pig shape was printed on the wall behind him. Brother Pie was stunned for a moment, then quickly licked up the magician's blood and broken debris, and made a chaotic dish on the spot. Bone mincemeat mixed with brains. Dandan and Ying stood in front of Brother Pie. Ying didn't say anything, but Dandan woke up. Friend, how are you doing? Is it delicious? It's a little sour. Probably because I was too scared before I died, but the aftertaste has many changes and is very confusing. I like to coax this taste. Brother Pie nodded and stuffed the rest of the food into his stomach. I want to give Lulu Feifei a taste. Your father said okay? Liu opened the weird man's head and revealed his identity to Brother Pie. He didn't expect to see it at such a coincidental time. However, Liu did the math and found that the visit to the Devil's Market was almost enough for the chef to find time to talk to his son. Well, he said that the supply of self-healing bones would be doubled. And I agreed. Brother Pie didn't seem to understand what politeness meant. Okay. Liu had a magic motorcycle and a magic cannon, plus the malice of the Forbidden Forest needle. And he had new considerations about how to send Little Noisy to generate malice in the future. He agreed for the time being. Anyway, the Devil Chef's chaos cooking is useful for building an army, and he didn't dwell on this point for too long. Liu's first priority was to go back to the library just after a cannonball smashed the magician into pieces. Liu suddenly discovered that the particles on his forehead had actually completed soaking. This particle, which had been imprinted on his forehead not long after he met Dandan, was an indestructible extreme substance and finally became Liu's sensor. Fortunately, the confusion corridor was cleared by 2 magicians. At this moment, the skeleton team and the armor were all dead. At this moment, no monsters noticed the lineup here: 3 devil sons, plus a strange man with a magic cannon nailed to his chest, coupled with a roaring magic motorcycle. It seems out of place in the Demon King's castle no matter how you look at it. But after looking at it for a long time, it becomes somewhat harmonious. Go back first. Liu drove and picked up Brother Pie, who was carrying a bag full of desserts. For seats were just enough, with Galaric riding at the front. The magic locomotive was as smooth as walking on the ground, whether it was on steps or around corners. And Liu and his party quickly drove to the library. On the way, Dandan finally talked about how he was woken up from his sleep just now. The materials Minto gave to Dandan. Dandan had been digesting them, simultaneously increasing his own nutrition and the strength of a shadow. But just after shooting out of the auction house, he encountered the mist of the Devil's Market. Dandan broke through a bottleneck and fell into a deep sleep, while the control over the particles weakened while sleeping. Liu's soaking progress increased rapidly, and was finally completed when the second shot was fired in the confusion corridor. At this moment, Liu could not only control that particle, but also all the particles in the egg. Hit here, in the car. Liu also manipulated the particles into arrows, pointed at various parts of the egg, and tried the feel when the particles were close to each other. They could be combined freely according to Liu's thoughts. Connected, it becomes the shape Liu wants, and is difficult to separate due to external forces. Break it apart and see. Liu summoned Brother Pie to break apart a bunch of particles, wanting to test the strength the 3 demons present had control over the particles, so they could only find the demon chef to try it. Brother Pie took out his kitchen knife, chopped it, bit it, and commented, "I can't do it. Friend, you are so rude." Dandan tried his best to gather his strength, and spoke to Liu the most vicious curse words in the devil's lingua franca. "It is hard, and can be combined freely. It seems that it is good as a weapon or shield at present. If some effects can be imposed in the future, it will have more potential. It's a pity that it can't be mass-produced, Liu thought. Otherwise it would be the best choice to use it as a material. Like the bone sword. The particles are not dropped by killing a certain monster. Liu cannot make them directly from the Devil's Illustrated book. So he can only borrow Dandan's. How many do you have? Liu asked Dandan. I won't tell you. Dandan already understood Liu's behavior and could guess what he was going to do. Liu didn't ask further questions and quickly returned to the library. If he wanted to quickly restore the layout of the library and settle Brother Pai, he also needed to seize the time to torture the Prophet of Fire Valley. After the immediate matters are resolved, there will be time to study the materials for magic locomotives and magic cannons, and then adjust the layout and design of the library. As for the Devil's Market butler, who was still heading towards the library, it wasn't very fast anyway. For Liu, he was just a courier. He only had one chance of death when he arrived at his home library. So he wasn't afraid. Oh, you started fighting with others again. After entering the door, Brother Pai jumped off the magic motorcycle and was no longer surprised by Liu's behavior. As he said that, Brother Pig instigated the big icicles that pierced the wall. The stomach bag in his stomach was like a black hole, and all the icicles were directly instigated. Patting his belly, Brother Pai looked through the big hole in the icicle and waved 6 arms at Lulu and Fei Fei in the middle. At this moment, the Bone Room's reception room was in ruins. Now Ling and Mini Mini did not dare to approach under the strict orders of Lulu and Fei Fei. They were all hiding in the middle floor, pointing at the Bone Room's reception room from a distance, thinking about the battle that just happened. You go find Mini Mini first. I will arrange a room for you to use as a kitchen later. Li Yueji left Brother Pai. At the same time, he thought it would be good to have Brother Pai as a cook for the library. At least it is doing it. There is no oil fume when chaos is cooking. And there is no need to lay some separate pipes or the like. Just a stone room. Brother Pai also ran up and took out the minced bones and meat mixed with brains he had just made and gave it to the left and right bodyguards to taste. And Liu used the malice he had just accumulated in the Devil's Market, and when he killed the magician to quickly restore the large structure of the library and the original appearance of the bone room and reception room, which were still placed at the front door, waiting for the butler to deliver the express. You guard. Liu gave Galaric another pair of self-healing bones. But the skeleton knight with half his head missing seemed even more difficult to control. As ordered, Galaric still maintained the etiquette of a knight. And Liu did not hesitate, because he thought of another possibility, and ignored Galaric for the time being. After stuffing the magic motorcycle and magic cannon back into the monster puzzle, Liu took Dandan and Ying to wander along the wall, and swam to the stone room where the prophet of the fire-burning valley was imprisoned. After mastering the control of particles, Liu dug up the earth. It was more efficient, and there was almost no movement. I came behind the wall of the prophet of fire-burning valley and started to analyze it, according to Liu's habit. Of course, he must first include the monsters in the Devil's Illustrated book and then communicate with him to avoid being deceived by him. What Liu didn't expect was that Liu could sense that the prophet of Burning Valley was in extremely bad condition at the moment without even needing the prompts from the Devil's Illustrated book. There was a big hole in his heart, and Prophet Huafengu was covering his chest with a flame. He was breathing too much out, and he was about to die at any time. Next to Prophet Huafen Valley, the fire in his brain was roasting, and he was trying his best. Help the prophet stuff his blood back into his chest. Huh? Is there someone else in the library? Liu was startled, as if a butler with a dagger would stab him in the next second. Chapter 230, Burn the Memory. What's going on? Liu was about to use his authority to find the enemy under the authority of the library. The enemy could not hide. There is no intruder. Ying directly revealed the answer. It was accidentally injured by the magician's magic just now. Liu was stunned, and instantly took a look at the current situation of the library. He suddenly discovered that not only the prophet of Huafen Valley, but also the several slave scholars who were placed in the 6th library had the same injuries. They did not have Huafen. With the magic of the Valley Seer, an injury of this degree is directly fatal. Only the blonde Tom was lucky enough not to be hit by the icicle and survived. The magic that cooperated with the young magician to sacrifice his companion directly affected the entire first floor. Fortunately, they didn't break through the bloody corridor in the middle level. Otherwise Minnie and the brain spirits would also have suffered casualties. A very domineering magic, the hero of his magic cocoon, just like that. He killed the auction item that he had finally snatched. The prophet of the fire-burning valley? No. If this guy dies, where can he find information about purgatory karma fire? After figuring out the situation, Liu took Ying and Dandan into the stone chamber, ready to test his new idea. This is what you said. Purgatory. After deceiving the magician, reshaping the bone room and the reception room, and restoring the topography of the library. Liu had already used the magic power of today's library, so he didn't use it. Instead, the staff of deception appeared directly in front of the half-dead prophet of the fire-burning valley. Liu checked the prophet's injuries, and thought there was something wrong. The icicle was blocked by the flames when it pierced the heart. Therefore, although the prophet of the burning valley was dying at this time, his heart was not completely destroyed or knocked out. It's like a battered sack. If it's repaired, it can still be used. You are finally here. You will save me. The prophet was very convinced. I will not die from such injuries. You can also predict this? Then I'm sure. Liu didn't have much confidence at first, but after hearing what the prophet said, he immediately floated in front of him. Let's do it. After finally holding on until now, the prophet tilted his neck and fainted, and the flames instantly dimmed. While Liu was analyzing the prophet of fire-burning valley with the devil's illustrated book, he used his mind to penetrate into his chest, wrapped his heart and nearby blood vessels, and gave a thought yes. Imposed a thought. After the self-healing bone became a sensor, Liu has not made any attempts related to attachment. First, he has no time. And second, he is not sure about the imposed effect of the self-healing bone. Now there is a ready-made test product in front of us, just right for trying the next step of promotion. Anyway, compared with the brain spirit, Mini and the slave scholar, the prophet of Fire Valley has stronger vitality. Even if the imposed effect is not healing, Liu could accept this result if the prophet had not come to the door and had his heart pierced by the magician. Liu could only try it on Galaric. However, since it is a self-healing bone, Liu guessed that the effect it imposes should be healing. Just like Butibog can attach the word escape to the entrance of the library, the first sensor after rebirth is also escape. Same. Vaguely, different personalities determine that Liu and Butibird are not on the same path. By the way, where did Butibird go? Liu used his authority and the contract to once again send Butibird, who was hiding somewhere, to the confusion corridor to be on guard, and then further sense the body in front of him. Parsing, 79%. The prophet of the fire-burning valley is dying, and the analysis progress of the demon illustrated book is being filled up rapidly. Liu is about to include the first demon from the burning fire valley. What are you doing? Dandan and Ying asked together. They knew that Liu would always stop and think. But what happened to the prophet's heart? While Liu was thinking, he also accidentally attracted a bunch of balls of particles, constantly playing with the blood vessels of the prophet of fire-burning valley, and simultaneously absorbing the spilled blood. Keep your mind unobstructed. Like a surgeon. I'm treating him. Otherwise we would have wasted the money. Liu kept wrapping his mind around the wound, and confirmed that the imposed effect brought by the self-healing bone was indeed self-healing and promoted the target's self-healing. The hole in the heart and the blood vessels like severed limbs swayed slightly together, gradually growing under the wrap of thoughts, repeatedly outlining the shape of the heart as thin as cicada wings. At the same time, Liu's magic power was also consumed rapidly, and also with it, the remaining magic of the library. The consumption rate is even faster than that of the staff of deception. Dandan and Ying obviously noticed this change, and were silent for a while, each with their own thoughts. He is repairing his heart? The brain spirit can actually do this. No. I can't always rely on him. I must join the demon expedition, and become stronger. Ying thought a lot. This friend also has a core in his body. He is really fragile. The blood is also a bit hot. It tastes a bit delicious. Dandan's idea is relatively simple. While his heart was still in the process of repairing, Liu roughly calculated the remaining magic power in the library today, clarified the level, and prepared to keep at least half his spare. Then he saw the reminder of the Devil's Illustrated book in his mind. Analysis completed. Devil's Illustrated Collection No. 9902 Prophet of Fire Valley. Like Dandan, it starts with 99. Liu suspects that the Devil's Illustrated book has something to do with the Demon King City itself. Monsters that do not exist in the Demon King City are all set to be added. When comparing the prophet's introduction, Liu felt that he was very similar to Redcoat, the Red Robe Priest. They were very similar in terms of action prediction success rate, lifespan, and habits. He could be considered to be from the fire-burning valley side. Priest. The success rate of action prediction is only about 5%. Obviously, this guy can hide his thoughts like Redcoat. This gives Liu a great sense of insecurity, and he is not prepared to keep this prophet for too long. The last thing he dropped was something called Word of Fire. But there was nothing to tell from the name. Liu decided to kill him after negotiation to see if it would precipitate. If possible, it would be best. Just think of it as an extra reward, and maybe it can help people soak in the flames. After the analysis was completed, Liu obviously found that the effect of imposing self-healing had been significantly improved. It was obvious that if he imposed it on things he knew, he could get twice the result with half the effort. Thinking that the magic power of the library today was almost half consumed when the heart of the prophet of fire-burning valley was covered with a thin film, Liu stopped decisively and gave up this attempt to promote. First, the magic power was not enough. Second, there was no need to fully recover the burning valley prophet's injuries. And third, there was a butler on the way, and Liu could not afford to lose consciousness. As for the promotion, it can be left for next time. Liu plans to wait until he kills the butler, and then the Shadow Protector will impose this self-healing on Galaric to see if he can complete the promotion. Are you awake? Stop pretending. Liu could vaguely hear the murmur in the heart of the prophet of Burning Valley. Demon King's castle, I die. The prophet of Huafan Valley opened his eyes, with a weak look on his face. His eyes wandered between Liu, Dan, Ying, and Huahua. Although his face was expressionless, Liu also knew what he was planning. Liu looked like a strange man at the moment, fully armed, but he stood up with his hands crossed like a surgeon, recalled the particles of balls from the prophet's chest, and said softly, "That's almost it. That's it. Remember, do not exercise strenuously. Do not be stimulated, and do not use magic power at will. Escape, die." The prophet of Fire Valley survived the first level, but he also realized the real danger. Otherwise, your heart may explode at any time. Liu said lightly, lifted an earthen chair from the ground, and sat upright. Tell me. You know what I want to ask. Right? Liu stared into the prophet's eyes. The prophet was slightly lost in thought. He saw himself in the Iron Maiden, himself being crushed to death under the tires of the magic locomotive, seeing himself being shot out by the magic cannon as a cannonball, and also seeing himself with his heart exploding and producing precipitates. And the prophet also saw that there was only one answer that could allow him to walk out of this stone room alive. Without any hesitation, the prophet of Burning Valley blinded his own eyes. Then, regardless of his heart exploding, his fingertips burst into flames, and he cast a spell, burning away all the memories related to the library and Liu. Chapter 231 Retribution Law. Liu was startled. He saw that the prophet of Burning Valley had opened his heart with a spell, and was about to die. He just used the magic power of the library to repair it, and saved him. Ouch! The heart was repaired, and the prophet resumed breathing. Hello. I'm Fossey. From the Fire Valley? Although the prophet of the Fire Valley is blind, he still introduces himself politely. Maybe I foresee something, so I have to delete my memory to talk to you. See, Fossey still kept the prophecy in mind and talked to Liu according to the script. Liu also suddenly understood the choice of the prophet of the Fire-Burning Valley, and said that as a result, his survival rate had indeed increased significantly, and the only motive for killing him now was only the word of fire whose specific effect is unknown is left. Of course, the premise is that Fossey can provide him with information about Hell Karma Fire. Although I don't know why you want to obtain the Hell Karma Fire. This material is very rare. I think only this untamed element can be worthy of your status. Fossey followed the script, but the feelings are still full, and he reveals his respect for Liu in his heart. Of course, Liu took the Hell Fire to eliminate Ujibuji, the king of the Colosseum. Although the demon expeditionary force is currently stumbling, Liu does not think he will give up his ambition for the library. What's more, Liu didn't intend to let him go. The currently known method of usurping authority is to kill the current holder of authority, and then perform a ritual, in addition to many high-level demons in the Colosseum. There are also businesses like the Killing Cup that can generate stable profits, and is one of the current pillars of Demon King City. If he wanted to become the Demon King, Liu felt that the Colosseum was indispensable. It was also the place he was most familiar with besides the library, so he set it as his next goal. In this case, Okabuki is the target that must be eradicated. Hell Karma Fire has become a prerequisite for taking over the authority of the Colosseum. Then tell me, what is the fire of H.L.? Liu didn't dare to relax. But he was no longer so particular about his words, it was all in the script anyway. No matter what he asked or what he asked. This Wafengu the prophet has to give what he wants before he has a chance to leave. The karma fire of H.L. is the most malicious flame. Fosse did not hide it at all. Anyway, he didn't have it on his body. It is also called the unquenchable fire. It is a chaotic collection. When the first demon was born in the burning valley, it is full of disorder, cannot be controlled, cannot be eliminated, and to a certain extent, is a living existence. Fosse said here. The brain and pituitary gland in the back of Liu's head trembled. At present, Liu has discovered that demonic relics such as weirdo puzzles can grow in connection with the brain and pituitary gland and be subdued. Does it have the same effect on hell karma fire? Doubtful. Currently, except for destruction, there are no detailed ways to use H.L.'s karma fire, and among the uses of destruction, the most developed method is the retribution method. Fosse paused. That is, the method of confusion. It attracts demons or humans to associate with other flames, causing retribution and burning those associated to ashes. Law of retribution? Liu immediately related the function of hell's karma fire to Ijibuji, associated it with the endless flies, and temporarily understood it as a DNA weapon as long as the king of the Colosseum and hell's karma fire were forced to. If we are related, we can use the retribution method to burn it out? I guess so. As expected of a devil with golden letters. It is so troublesome to kill. And those humans or demons who tried to take advantage of it, most of them died in the karma fire. Fosse made a concluding statement, which also made Liu fully aware of the difficulty of controlling the karma fire of H.L. But that's okay. You just need to know a general idea first, and then you can delve into it slowly after you find the details. Since it is so useful, then, where can I buy it? Liu motioned to Fosse to continue. When the first demon in the burning fire valley died, it turned into flames, nourishing the entire H.L., making the H.L. karma fire live forever. Fosse seemed to be reciting a poem. In the burning fire valley, also in the Demon King's city. After receiving Liu's malicious gaze, Fosse hurriedly said it again in the devil's common language. There should be part of it in the burning valley, and there should also be part of it in the abyss of the Demon King's city. If you allow me to divine, I can point out the specific direction for you. Fosse waited for a moment, seeming to recall the scene in the prophecy, and then remembered that he was in the Demon King's city at the moment, in the giant mouth of the abyss. Position. You own it. It was rare to have a map. So Liu saved the trouble. Ying happened to be still around, which could fully confirm Fosse's statement. As you wish. As he said this, Fosse's pupils gleamed with fire, and his heart began to bleed in his open chest. But Fosse didn't scream, and Liu also knew that this happened in the script, so he didn't use the magic of the library to help him heal himself. The giant mouth of the abyss. 17th floor underground, the puddle next to the 3 western veins of the blood cocoon. There is a fire chamber under the pit, where the fire of H.L. is stored. Fushi's eyeballs were on fire, pointing the direction for Liu. Then, without Liu asking questions, Fosse broke open half of his heart, knelt on the ground, and drew a rough map of the abyss for Liu. Liu was startled. He didn't expect the prophet of Fire Valley to be so proactive. He turned around and looked at the shadow on the ground. When he saw the shadow make a check mark, he remembered the map in his mind. Very good. Liu did not expect that a trip to the demon market would solve 3 problems: the materials in the library, whether he could leave the Demon King's city, and the location of the Hell's Karma fire. Although it was achieved in a way that Liu could not explain. And there was a butler with a dagger chasing behind him. The night was finally complete. Next, I will explain the word of fire to you, even I don't know why. Fosse tried his best to survive, but Liu was somewhat impressed by him at this time. The prophecy was actually able to predict that he had unreasonable thoughts about the word of fire. So it reminded him to explain. The words of fire are a murmur in flames, containing information from a certain era. The inheritance of information is completed with the help of flames, Fosse said, while Liu was also verifying his voice with the Devil's Illustrated book. Although the visibility was not high, but better than nothing. The babble in this flame cannot be saved. Only the prophet of the Burning Valley can interpret it. Oh, so you are interested in the words of fire. Fosse finally figured out why he had to explain. But if you kill me, you won't be able to interpret the word of fire. Fosse was very objective. Besides, there is endless information in the river of time, and this piece of information has only a very, very small chance of being helping you, is probably not helpful. First of all, I am not sure whether killing the prophet of fire burning valley will precipitate it. Secondly, if I kill it, there will be no solution. Finally, even if I get it, there is still a probability of being useful that is approximately 0. Liu could understand that this was the case, but he still didn't give up his murderous intention. What was the probability of traveling through time? Wouldn't he also be caught up with him? What if I could memorize this word of fire and find a way to interpret it? Liu made a calculation. And in order to repay your kindness of sparing my life, I will give you another very accurate prophecy. Fosse's speech finally made Liu give up the idea of killing him on the spot. The next step is your decision. Fosse's heart was still pumping blood, but looking at his expression, it seemed that the outcome had been determined. It's really annoying to deal with magicians. Liu thought about it and waved his hand. You say it. Then, sign a contract first. Fosse raised his palm. Let me go back to the devil's market, and I will give you a prophecy. Liu saw the balls and shadows trembling, and the shadows moving around beside him. And he was probably snickering. There will be a day when someone forces you to sign a contract. After both parties confirmed their intentions, Fosse finally spoke out his prophecy. It will be in your best interest to have a cloak and open it within 3 days. Chapter 232 Cruel Experiment. What cloak? What's the benefit? Dandan and Ying each trembled, and Liu suppressed his shock and asked, how did Fosse know there was a cloak in the library? Why did he say it could be opened within 3 days? What was inside? The blue-purple cloak next to the soul altar has always been a question in Liu's mind. It is also known as the 2 major mysteries of the library together with the 13th library. How can it be solved once he meets the prophet of fire burning valley? I don't know about this. Fosse also controlled his prophecy very carefully. If I continue to spy, I will die. I don't know what cloak. Fosse's voice made Liu let go of his worries a little, and he turned to think about the reason for the change in the cloak. Liu had been exploring the cloak, but after getting the speed up of the brain spirit pituitary gland, the cloak seemed to sense when it comes to intentional prying. The seal becomes tighter, and until now Liu has not penetrated to the core. Of course, part of the reason is that Liu Ezhong has been very busy and cannot explore all the time. But now that Fosse said it so lightly, he always feels that there is something wrong. Otherwise? Liu continued to ask. I mean, if it is not open within 3 days. Otherwise, you will die. Fosse was very sure. Liu's brain twitched. But no matter how Liu asked, Fosse would not explain further anyway. The contract had been signed, and Liu had to send him to the devil's market. Okay. Liu led Fushi to the 6th library, preparing to put the prophet of the burning valley back along the toilet pit. On the way, Fosse also very wisely burned out all the memories about Liu's questions again, got into the toilet pit with an empty mind, turned into a bunch of flames, and left. Brain spirit Hua was since Fosse's passing aura, and with little interest, went back to the middle candlestick to continue soaking. And Liu didn't know whether Fosse would be caught by the merchants at the devil's market again and used as an auction item, or whether he would die on the black slope away from the town. But these have nothing to do with him. Liu just wanted to soak the magic motorcycle and magic can quickly, and find out what was in the blue-purple cloak within 3 days. Fosse said that it would be most beneficial to solve it within 3 days. He was also saying that if it took 3 days, if it cannot be solved within the time limit, variables may arise. Thinking about it, Liu suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and felt that there were more things going on spying on the cloak. New sensors, completing the imposition and promotion, the housekeeper approaching step by step, and the control of the library authority in the dark. Covet. There are also Dandan and Ying who are about to join the Demon Expeditionary Force. Tom, a survivor whose heart has collapsed. And Minnie, who has the opportunity to leave Demon King City and return to her hometown to get married. The library seems to be undergoing great changes again in a short period of time. Liu was silent, thinking about what he had to do over and over again in his mind. And the shadow beside him suddenly put out handwriting. You want to take the Hell Karma Fire? Shadow asked. Well, Ujibuji has taken action. I will have a battle with him sooner or later. If I kill him, El Karma Fire is very useful. Liu also only found out today that El Karma Fire is in the mouth of the abyss. Otherwise he would have been there long ago. I will ask Ying. I have never been to the western 3 meridians of the blood cocoon. I can help you take a look when I get back. Ying volunteered. But if you want to explore the mouth of the abyss in a short time, I will come with you. I can help you. Of course Liu knows what role a demon will play at home. But there may be problems with timing if you go to find Hell Karma Fire. You must be fully prepared, at least to complete the next promotion, and if the demonic expeditionary force had already set off before then, would Dandan and Ying still be able to accompany him? Moreover, the great mouth of the abyss is the domain of pure-blooded demons. When the expeditionary force is about to set off, it must be heavily guarded. How can we just go there? It is best to explore after the demonic expeditionary force has set off and when the abyss is relatively empty. Liu was thinking about it when Ying saw that he had no reaction, and suddenly wrote a line of shocking words. By the way, do you still remember the door in the upper cave? I guess it leads to the mouth of the abyss. What? Liu didn't expect that bombs would come one after another when he killed Booty Borg earlier. Ying had already said that the broken space outside the upper level was a door, but he didn't expect that it was a door towards the mouth of the abyss. Is this a fate that has been arranged long ago? Or is it a coincidence? Liu had a slight stress reaction. Why is the library connected to the mouth of the abyss? These two places are obviously incompatible with each other. It is understandable to say that they are neighbors of the research laboratory. I guessed it, because I am familiar with the atmosphere of that place. And I am only familiar with the mouth of the abyss. Ying only remembered this matter after hearing the Hell Karma Fire. So we can try, from the top go directly there. Before I go to war, I want to be with you every moment. By the way, when will you and Dandan go to join the army? Liu asked after hearing Ying's thoughts. I have received a call from the mouth of the abyss, and I have 3 days to report, Shadow wrote, pulling out a piece of lava full of information from the shadow space. Wait, 3 days again? Could it be that the change in the blue-purple cloak is related to the demon expeditionary force? Liu was full of questions again, thinking that maybe only by untying the cloak could he figure out the relationship between the abyss mouth, the library, and the demonic expeditionary army. Okay, I understand. Liu roughly rationalized the current situation. Exploring the mouth of the abyss is a must-do. But the time is not so urgent. At least until he completes the promotion and the defense of the library, only worry-free will be considered. Liu had no choice but to give up the company of Ying and Dandan and go to the mouth of the abyss on his own. But Liu didn't think that a trip to the mouth of the abyss would be able to bring back the fire of Hell Karma. The first time is exploration, not robbery. When you don't know the true situation of the abyss mouth, there is no need to think so carefully. Instead, the piercing project of the blue and purple cloak needs to be placed after promotion as the second priority, and it must be reached first. The most favorable situation. We went to kill the housekeeper, and when we come back, you help me promote. Liu conveyed his message to Dandan, and Ying once showed Liu the dangers of being promoted for the first time, and Liu felt that there was something wrong with it. These two demon guardians are still very necessary, and if a butler with a dagger is killed during the promotion process, it will always be troublesome. It is better to deal with it first, and then try it in a relatively safest environment. As for the defense of the library, during the promotion period, it can only be left to the closed bloody corridor, Bitterberg, who can barely use the magic power of the library, and the staff of deception. If the advancement fails, it will naturally be a dead end. But if it succeeds, Liu can soak the magic motorcycle and magic cannon, while opening the blue-purple cloak that he has been curious about for a long time while Ying and Dandan watch. Oh! Kill the housekeeper. You are not needed for this kind of thing. You should prepare well here. We will kill him now, and then come back to you. Ying wrote and added another line. By the way, I will also bring his dagger back to you. Ying remembered Liu's habit of collecting demon relics. Yes, friend. Just prepare the bath, and wait for me to come back, and take a hot lava bath. Dandan didn't quite understand what Liu and Ying said just now, and didn't care. He only knew that it seemed to be very interesting. Something is going to happen. Liu thought for a moment, and agreed to Ying's arrangement compared to promotion. Cloak, Hell Fire, and future transformation of the library. A butler from the Devil's Market is already the most insignificant thing, and does not need to waste time. You don't have to have a dagger. Just get rid of him, and come back as soon as possible. Liu let Dandan and Ying go. Move through the earth to the bone room reception room, and set up the promotion scene for a while. Liu stuffed the magic motorcycle, magic cannon, staff of deception, and other things into the weird puzzle, threw it into the middle level of the library to avoid any unnecessary interference, and then floated in the guest room of the bone room, leaving only the self-healing tool with him. Bone sword, brain spirit pituitary gland 3 sensors, as well as materials produced by the Devil's illustrated books such as Demonic Wolf's Fang, Gutter, Lava Right Hand, Octopus Tentacle, etc., to deal with problems that may arise during the promotion process. Go to sleep. I'm going to conduct a cruel scientific experiment on you. Liu called Galaric, who was in pieces, and ordered him to sleep. This is my honor. Galaric waved his broken arm in salute. Chapter 233, Are you willing? Liu sealed off a few more floors of the guest room in the bone room, seeing Galaric enter a sleep state, while Dandan and Ying went outside to greet the housekeeper. He thought about it in his mind and calmed down, feeling the magic power of the library has been restored, which should be enough to impose self-healing on Galaric. Liu is not worried. The more likely problems are the control of the body and the dispersion of thoughts after losing consciousness. It is precisely because of the need to control the body that Liu needs the Shadow Protector if the Shadow had not suppressed Liu's body during the last promotion. I am afraid that this brain-spirited body would have exploded and died, never to be seen again. Later. As for the dissipation of thoughts, Liu could only speculate based on his feelings and hope that there wouldn't be any big problems, because imposition is equivalent to attaching one's thoughts to other substances or living beings. If you think about it this way, the process will inevitably have an impact on the current environment. Fortunately, the imposed idea is self-healing. At least it is not destructive like explosion or destruction. Nor is it abstract like Bitterberg's escape. It should still be within the scope of understanding, and it can be tried to be prepared, according to Liu's imagination, if he is unable to control his thoughts during the promotion process, and then feeds the entire bone room reception room with the idea of self-healing. Then materials such as self-healing bones, binding thread, demon wolf's fangs, and lava right hand. Will everything heal on its own? At what stage of healing? Could there be a Bosch born from the right hand of the lava? A book devil from the gutter? A Finley formed from the teeth of the demon wolf? Liu didn't think so. After all, these things have no souls. How can they regain life? No matter how mysterious the promotion is, Brain Spirit is not a god. But if he thought about it further, Liu frightened himself a little. Where did Bitterberg's imagination come from? The silver fish slithering around in the library, the magician holding the filthy heart, the young golden-armored warrior. Could he have done it this way? Right? No. 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 Bitterberg does not have a self-healing bone as a sensor, so there is no reason why monsters can heal themselves. Sharfaz and Silver Bait should all be his imagination, and they are things in the next stage. Liu could only comfort himself like this, and then waited until Dandan and Ying came back. The balls were fluttering under the support of the particles, and Ying seemed to be blaming it. Why did you eat that dagger? He brought it to his mouth. What can I do? Dandan was also a little unhappy. Friend, whose shadow are you? Tonight, I am his shadow. Ying pointed a huge arrow at Liu. He is going to advance, and I must go with him to experience this. Are you willing? Ying asked Liu. Okay. Liu just remembered that at this stage, Ying becomes stronger according to the strength of the parasitic thing, and he is happy to help Ying with the parasitic shadow. He can protect himself more smooth. With Liu's consent, Ying instantly moved from Dandan's body, and the whole process was quick and simple. Can you change it at will? I thought you had to completely control a demon. Liu didn't expect Ying to be so relaxed. If there are only a few times, okay. Ying's handwriting faded a lot in an instant, as if she was adapting to Liu's shadow. But Liu didn't feel anything strange. It was no different from before. Then, Liu suddenly found that his skull spoke and asked the shadow under his feet on his behalf, Are you willing to sign a life contract with me? Huh? Liu didn't know what Ying was acting. We will always stand together, and death cannot separate us. The skull was still saying inexplicable words. I do. Ying controlled Liu to ask and answer questions, and responded with a line of solemn characters. Then, Liu suddenly discovered that there was a solid spiritual bond between himself and Ying. From now on, they could never hurt each other, and even such thoughts were not allowed, although I had no such idea originally. Liu, who had read the forbidden book hidden in the upper level by Booty Bog, certainly knew that this was a soul contract, or the most advanced kind. A life contract, a contract that could only be signed by two absolutely friendly souls. Before I go to join the Demon Expeditionary Force, I want to have an absolute bond with you. Ying's thoughts also fell into Liu's mind. What's going on with his demon cocoon? Before being promoted, Ying took the opportunity to grab him and forcefully bind him? Marry? No. This doesn't count as marriage. Marriage is troublesome. Right? Ying seemed to be able to see through Li Yu's thoughts, and knew what he was thinking, and wrote an answer directly on the shadow. Li Yu suddenly thought of marriage proposals, engagements, diamond rings and other items. Oh, it turns out there are these things. Ying also used a shadow to display these things one by one, and pointed at the diamond shape. This thing seems very beautiful. Is there holy light on it? No. Li Yu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable with this kind of communication in this way. I can understand you with the Devil's Illustrated book. But can you understand me with shadows? This magical cocoon can be considered a kind of spiritual connection? Li Yu was a little confused. Yes. That's it, Ying affirmed. And Li Yu also felt it. Oh no. His joy. Hey. What are you two doing? Dandan also came over, blocking the wedding-related props and rituals on the ground. So, it turns out to be like this. Ying ignored Dandan, and kept recalling every bit of the encounter from the moment they met to the present in Li Yu's consciousness. At the same time, he also figured out the promotion science of Naoling. Li Reading understood Li Yu's current worries, what kind of environmental changes would be caused by imposing self-healing, and what kind of chaos would it cause. For your promotion, I have to do this, Ying explained to Li Yu. And Li Yu was not sure whether it was really the case. I will watch for you, Ying comforted Li Yu. And Li Yu also accepted the fact calmly. Okay. Let's try, Li Yu said, while communicating with Ying in his mind about the danger points of advancement. It's so annoying. Dandan was not used to the current way of communication without Ying by his side. Friends, you guys are very impolite. Li Yu also conveyed his worries about this promotion to Eggy through telepathy, reminding it and Ying to be prepared, adapt to various situations, and cope with various possible situations. Let's talk quietly later. Your promotion is left to us. Dandan stretched out some of the scattered particles, as if he was about to do something big. Galaric was still sleeping in the middle of the reception room of the bone house. But Li Yu knew that everything would start from this pile of broken bones. If the promotion is successful, can Li Yu be regarded as an intermediate or high-level demon based only on his brain, spirit, body? Magic power, perception, willpower, concentration. Whether it can be further improved depends on this time. Let's get started. Li Yu didn't hesitate too much and began to impose the idea of self-healing on Galaric in the center of the bone room's reception room. The magic power of the library was rapidly consumed under the influence of authority, and the broken bones of Galaric's body began to recover visibly, and changed from the original gray-white color to the crystal white color of Scoric. Moving towards self-healing, the texture of the bone is getting closer. Immediately afterwards, the particles of the egg began to vibrate, and the bone sword inserted next to it also tilted, which seemed to be related to Li Yu's sobriety. The brain-spirit pituitary gland also suddenly swelled, as if it was producing a steady stream of hormones, flowing turbulently to Li Yu's flesh-colored brain-spirit body, causing some kind of discoloration. It's not the dark brown color of Bitterberg, but has a hint of scarlet. Li Yu, Ying and Dandan never expected that with the deep imposition of the idea of self-healing. The first unexpected change actually happened in the 6th library. Chapter 234 Advance Again. The corpses of slave scholars pierced by the magician's icicles are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blonde Tom also woke up from his coma with a start and glanced at everything in front of him, as if he had entered a nightmare. Hadn't he already left the library? Tom vaguely remembered. After crawling out of the toilet pit, he came to the death town of Dessler. And then he and these slave scholars were knocked unconscious by the half-demon. After that, the memory was of Hypo, who left the town. And Hypo. The shadow suddenly stretched out on the slope. Why are you back again? Or you never left? Are these companions dead? Or are they still alive? Tom's eyes were red, and he didn't know how to face all this, and the blood holes on the dead slave scholars gradually healed. And then, they squirmed on the ground like zombies, as if they wanted to stand up. It's also a bit like wanting to lie down. Tom picked up the broom he had used to clean the toilet, and smashed it at the scholar, who was slowly getting up like crazy, hitting the healing head again and again. The corpse was unaware of it, and was still squirming on the ground. That was the self-healing idea imposed by Li Yu spilling over. And with the amplification of power, it spread to the entire library. As Li Yu had guessed beforehand, the process of promotion was both a transformation of the brain and a divergence of thinking. And the divergent theme is self-healing. This is true for the 6th library. And it is the same for other libraries. The scars caused by the Minnie's laughter and playing are also healing. The damaged walls are healing. And even the ingredients for the dessert that Piggy is making are also healing. Brother Pie cut off his elbow with a knife, wondering why it was growing so fast. But Brother Pie didn't hesitate and took the opportunity to make a lot more gold-oiled pig's feet. Looking back at the guest room of the bone room, Galaric has a new look at this moment. And his bones are as shiny as Skoric. Liu is completely silent, motionless under the restraint of shadow, as if he has fallen asleep. But everything around me shows that this place is extraordinary. Every particle of the egg is replicating itself, combining into the shape of an egg, and then being broken repeatedly by the egg. His cocoon. Where are there so many spards? I'm the only one here. Eggs knocked on the lifeless kind, trying hard to compete with Liu for control of the particles. The self-healing bones are also constantly multiplying into one Skoric image after another, and soon occupying the entire bone room reception room. And the ribs that were originally removed also turned into skeletal remains on the floor and walls. Skoric's appearance was laid out in a turbulent sea of bones. Even the mini-minis, gill nets, and bloody corridors were now embedded with Skolric, waving and shaking their heads under the surging waves. Fortunately, although the bone spurs were sharp, Mini-Mini and the brain spirits were also affected by the self-healing effect. Although their skin was scratched and their vital parts were pierced, it was not directly fatal. They gradually merged into the library. Even the bone sword was not willing to be left alone. Buzzing, floating around, and shooting randomly, Liu had lost consciousness. And the bone sword was like the chaotic thoughts in his mind at the moment. However, the bone sword and the self-healing bone are both sensitive objects and cannot harm Liu. So Ying does not control their paths, and only focuses on protecting Liu's body from disintegrating. Finally, there is the brain spirit pituitary gland at the back of Liu's head. There are signs of retransforming into a dark brown bitterboard, constantly eating into Liu's brain. This is also the situation that Ying is concentrating all his efforts to avoid happening, forcibly separating Liu's body from the brain spirit pituitary gland, and working hard to compress the spread of the brain spirit pituitary gland. It's like suppressing a tumor. In addition to the sensing objects, the lava right hand, the binding thread, and the fang of the demon wolf also changed, although they did not return to their original bodies, like the sensing objects. The lava right hand expanded in a circle. The veins popped out, the binding thread soared, binding the bones, and sprang out from the ground and ceiling, swinging like seaweed. Blood gurgled from the tips of the demon wolf's fangs. Deformed eyes sprouted from the bones, hands and teeth, gazing at everything. The octopus tentacles mixed with photon pigments, giving the entire library a psychedelic color. It was like a whirlpool from another dimension, layer upon layer, constantly stirring, dragging Liu's consciousness into the abyss. Next, the landscape of the entire library began to change. There was no longer a bloody corridor, nor a bone room and reception room, and even the soil in the upper cave was turning into walls, rearranged to look like a strange library. If Liu is still conscious, he can find that the library is changing to the way it was before Butebog took power, to the way it was originally. No. Okay. When the overall structure of the library was overturned, Liu, who was in a daze, finally regained his consciousness and sent his thoughts to every creature and soil in the library. This is my library. My world? Sensing Liu's thoughts, the shadows suddenly dispersed and took over the entire library. The walls and ground of fluffy white bones were instantly covered in shadows. The psychedelic color also turned into pitch black, and the entire space was frozen for an instant. But it seemed that it was beyond its capabilities. The darkness faded, became lighter, and gradually showed signs of cracking. After that, the ball's particles suddenly shot out in all directions, penetrating through the layers of bones and walls, and falling into every node of the library. Friend, you really know how to cause trouble. Ripples appeared on the body of Dandan, moving according to Liu's only thought, revealing every detail of the library on its surface. Immediately afterwards, the granulated eggs took root in the corners, corridors, and window lattice of the library, like a firm cornerstone, fixing the entire library. The three devil suns continued to exert force, and the signs of collapse in the library gradually subsided, and finally healed into the shape Liu wanted: the freely moving bone room and reception room, the bloody corridors on the lower and middle floors, the cave on the upper floor, and a bath that symbolizes happiness and tranquility. The bruised mini-mini and the brain spirits are being healed. Materials such as lava right hand, gutter, demonic wolf fang, etc., are the first to regain their composure and fall to the ground again. Then it is the turn of the self-healing bones, bone swords, and brain-spirit brains. 3 sensors of the pituitary gland. When the turbulent sea of bones calmed down and retreated to their respective positions, the bone room and reception room finally returned to the way it was when it was first created. Liu is sitting on the bone throne, with a shadow at his feet and an egg next to the shadow. Succeeded? The color of the shadow was very light. So light that it seemed like there was nothing there. It's done. Combining the power of the 3 demons, Liu successfully completed his second promotion. Perceiving his own body, Liu found that his magic power, perception and telepathy had been greatly enhanced. Perhaps a soul impact could blow the magician's head open. And he should also be able to attack the nightmare succubus's mind. A certain amount of resistance. Moreover, the strength of the body seems to have increased. And it is estimated that even if the minis give it a full hug, it will not be crushed. These are the most direct changes in himself. And they are not what Liu values the most anyway. He has no intention of using his body to challenge the Demon King City. What just happened? Liu only remembered that the library was almost changed. Thinking about it now, he was a little scared. Ying directly used his shadow to recreate what had just happened. Liu imprinted the scene in his mind, thinking that it would take 3 devil sons to succeed this time. Then when he advanced to the imaginary object level, he would have to how many helpers are needed. You're red. Seeing Liu in a daze, Ying reminded him of another new change. Liu's body turned scarlet, and there was still a circular tattoo on his head that looked like an egg, giving him a very evil look. How is it? Ying gestured with her shadow, asking just like she did in the solitary room. Intermediate demon. Liu threw all the sensing objects and materials in front of him, leaving only his body. Ying expanded slightly, indicating that Liu's progress was similar to what he had experienced, and both parties needed to further digest it. What the hell? After sensing his own changes, Liu glanced at the materials he had accumulated with his mind, and suddenly found that they were all different when he sensed them. Chapter 235. Saving the World and Saving the Devil. The process of self-healing is also a process for Liu to deepen his understanding of the material. Seeing their changes in past and present lives, Liu wrapped it with his thoughts and found that the progress of soaking was rapidly accelerating, and after experiencing the promotion together with Liu himself, several materials also had slight changes in structure. Liu was not sure whether it was some kind of mutation. The binding wire seemed to have become a ball of seaweed, intertwined with each other, broken and regenerated, sometimes bundled and sometimes made into dough. Constantly changing, the veins on the palm of Lava's right hand seemed to have a pulse and beat. The demon wolf's teeth are covered with tartar, but the teeth under the tartar are extremely sharp, and each of the octopus tentacles are individually knotted and bound to each other, with miraculous light flowing inside. The distorted eyes were always staring at Liu's body, with the pupils sometimes focused and sometimes scattered, like a predator ready to prey at any time between sleeping and waking up. In 2 days, maybe within 1 day, these materials can be soaked and become Liu's sensors. If these materials that make up Liu's body become sensors, they can undoubtedly greatly enhance Liu's strength and speed under any skin, and can also further explore the deep characteristics of various materials to impose more kinds of prepare your thoughts. Using self-healing bones as an imposition extends the idea of self-healing. What if it is replaced by a lava right hand? Will it be heat? Or some kind of alienation of the earth element? Liu is looking forward to it very much. I don't understand. Just tell me. Dandan saw the difference between Liu and Ying, and forced Liu to explain clearly this was a promotion that he had witnessed with his own eyes, and he had put in so much effort. We must understand all the plots before and after. Tell me the same thing. Now, I can be a doctor. Liu put on a pair of white gloves with photon pigment, broke off a bone from the bone throne, and gently tapped the brake. Self-healing takes effect instantly, and picks up where it left off. After Liu's promotion, the most intuitive new skill is of course to impose a self-healing effect on objects or creatures, and only requires a very small amount of magic power, just like it used to use thoughts and magic power to control self-healing bones. And once the self-healing bone is turned into a sensor, it can be used like an arm with almost no damage. It turns out that a doctor is a type of job that separates objects and then connects them back together. Dandan looked at Liu's performance and misunderstood the meaning of a doctor. Liu tapped the shadow on the ground again. The color of the shadow squirmed slightly. Although the color was very light, it seemed to be very useful, depending on the strength of the target. The effect of self-healing will also be compromised. Ying helped Liu summarize the imposed effect of self-healing when the bone throne was just allowed to heal itself. It only took a moment to heal, But when Liu imposed self-healing on Ying, but the progress was a bit slow, which was obviously related to the texture and strength level of the target. Perhaps as you become more proficient, the speed of self-healing will speed up, Ying speculated. No. It depends on how well I understand the target. Liu shook his head. The self-healing bone has the function of self-healing and is a sensor. Of course, when the attachment is imposed, it will take effect quickly. In other words, if Liu uses self-healing bone as the base, even if it is broken or shattered, he can recover instantly. Absolutely powerful in the next step of building his own template. Liu has decided to use unlimited high-density self-healing bone is used as the base to maximize strength and at the same time, with the help of imposition, it can be beaten to death. Okay, my friend, you can be a doctor. And then what? Dandan couldn't read Liu's mind. Nor did he understand why Ying made a layered bone pattern on the paper. But Dandan couldn't believe that after working for a long time and almost destroying the library, he only created one doctor. Can the doctor save the devil? Save the world and save the devil? These things will soon become my censors. Of course, Liu was also extremely pleased with the changes in several other materials. As he spoke, he drove his mind to continue to pierce and soak them. After rough calculation, Liu found that it might not take more than a day to gain something. The soaking of the lava in his right hand was the smoothest, and there was a vague heat that was transmitted to the brain and pituitary gland in the back of Liu's brain along with his thoughts. Liu guessed. The imposition of lava's right hand shouldn't be an effect like heat. Right? No way. You can't be so lucky. Right? Ying had already understood Nailing's promotion science. And while Liu was talking to himself, it would write and draw pictures on the ground to explain to Dandan to ensure that it could understand what Liu was talking about. If these things become sensors, I may be able to develop a new imposition. Then of course the cards in my hand will not only be self-healing, nor will it just be a doctor. Liu is looking forward to it now. If you understand enough about the imposed effects brought by the remaining few materials, you can add new trump cards for yourself and your library. The simplest application is to give different effects to the SHLs of the magic cannon. Originally Liu only considered adding Devil Wolf's Fang to the magic cannon to facilitate the bleeding effect. If the magic wolf's Fang, if the imposed effect is something like sharpness or bite, can it shoot out blade-like projectiles? Cannonballs that can bite people? There are infinite ways to play and infinite possibilities. Of course, the specific effect can only be further confirmed after all these materials are soaked and tested continuously. However, this does not prevent Liu from being in a good mood with the self-healing imposition technique. Liu can capture some prisoners, or directly use the Tom who does not want to live to conduct experiments to experiment with various imposition effects. This can be regarded as Blonde Tom's contribution to the library, and when he accumulates enough merit, Liu may even consider releasing him from the demon market and letting him return to the human world. Okay, I understand. These are all yours. Your treasures. The balls of his balls were shaking, and he pointed at the materials Liu put on the ground in front of him one by one. You have been promoted, and now you have something new to do with them. Not only these, you also gave me a huge treasure. Thank you, friend. Of course Liu remembered those particles that flew to various nodes in the library like needles that fixed the sea. At this moment, with a thought, he took them back and stuffed them, arriving next to Dandan. You don't need it anymore? Dandan never took the initiative to take it back, for fear that the library would start to collapse again. It's not necessary for the time being, as long as it's stable. Liu also wrapped the balls of eggs with his thoughts. He recalled how each of them turned into an egg just now. Now that he thought about it, he was still a little scared. It's stable. It means success. Success? Dandan asked casually. Haven't you ever thought about it? What if you fail? If you fail, there will be nothing. Right. Liu's logic is very simple. Then what else is there to think about? Dandan was speechless, while Ying secretly praised. Liu pulled off 3 pieces of balls, put them in front of him and said, These are the rewards for winners. Fart. These are my bodies. Dandan grabbed back. Liu returned it generously and said with a smile, You misunderstood. The reward does not mean possession. It is mine anyway. What I am saying is, your body has done me a huge favor. I know. Dandan fully believed that if his particles hadn't been used as the Dehai Divine Needle, the library would have been destroyed like this. It's not the one you know. It's another one, Liu said, embedding the particles on the bone throne. Smash it and see. Oh, Dandan didn't expect that Liu would make such a request. When he thought that the bone throne could be healed at any time, he smashed it down. Chapter 236 Abada. The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded, but the bone throne did not move at all. However, a large amount of the magic power in the library was consumed instantly at the same time. Liu's scarlet body also turned silver for a moment. It's so hard. What's going on? Dandan didn't expect that there would be bones that he couldn't break. Stupid. Your particles. The imposed effect is hard. Ying searched for the answer in Liu's mind and answered while searching. He just imposed hardness on the bone seat, which resisted your smashing that moment. Feeling the magic of the emptied library again, Ying commented objectively, "It's a pity that the price of this imposition is too high. His magic plus the magic of the library can only last for a moment. There is no way to do it again, let alone completed the whole ceremony." That's right. In the library, I can become very hard. After learning about imposition, Liu of course had to go through his original 4 sensing objects to find their original imposition effects. This is the 3rd harvest after just being promoted. The self-healing bones can impose self-healing, while the particles of the balls impose a hard effect, which is enough to withstand the hard effect of the balls. Although the magic cost is high, the effect is real even if Liu cannot impose this idea outside the library. He can still use the magic power of the library in his spare time to attach some more hard stuff. From this point of view, it was Mindo who broke off a particle first and helped Liu. However, apart from the self-healing bones and particles, the remaining 2 items, the bone sword and the brain spirit pituitary gland, did not have any imposed effect, which was a little disappointing in Liu's heart. But this disappointment was quickly dispelled by Liu's other discovery. Your egg has become my sensor, and my ability to soak metal types has become stronger. With that said, Liu summoned the magic locomotive and magic cannon from the next room. Yes, this was Liu's 4th gain after sensing the particles of the egg. Liu's immersion speed in metal substances was accelerated. He could immediately disassemble the magic motorcycle and the magic cannon, and quickly sense the subtle differences in the details of the 2 technological creations. The current structure of the library is basically based on self-healing bones. If we can enter the era of metal materials, we will undoubtedly be able to create more terrifying things. What if we obtain some kind of energy? You must be some kind of alloy. Liu swore to Dandan. The kind with a very complicated composition should not be a natural creation. What do you mean? Dandan hadn't thought about the 3 philosophical questions yet, so Liu was a little confused when he said it. Are there no such things as gods among your spards? How are you born? Liu murmured. How do I know? Dandan's mind was very simple, and Liu didn't think Dandan could answer his question. So he soon stopped worrying. Just like airplanes and bicycles, you just need to know that it works. There is no need to know all their principles. With these 4 gains, Liu's attempt to promote this time can be said to be a huge profit, especially since he developed a brand new fighting idea and obtained the latest technology of the Taz Empire from the demon market. The library is about to be everything turned upside down. The top priority is to first complete the soaking of the materials in the Devil's Manual, turn them into induction objects, and test out their respective imposition effects. By the way, open the blue-purple cloak within 3 days, just as predicted by Fusey, the prophet of the Burning Valley. That way, find the most favorable conditions. As for the rest, it is to use this wave of promotion to strengthen oneself and strengthen the library, and then look for opportunities to search for Hell Karma Fire and find opportunities to usurp the power of the Colosseum. However, there may be heroes causing trouble and demons visiting during the period, just like today, but as long as the sensing objects and imposed effects can be maximized, Liu doesn't think it is a big problem. Putting on the uninhibited skinny trendy man again, Liu finally awakened Galaric, who had bright bones on the ground. You have a new body and new bones. Liu congratulated him, and the skeleton knight moved his whole body, and then took out a bone similar to a ridge bone from his own bones and held it in his hand, transforming into various other forms of weapons, seemingly regaining his former skills. Thank you, my master, Galaric saluted, and the weapon in his hand finally returned to the shape of an 8-sided stick. Self-healing bones, Song of Withering, the master has opened my promotion. If I learn the Song of Withering, I can advance. I can also release the existence in the 13th library. Liu listened to Galaric's voice and found it interesting. He thought that if he could teach him the Song of Withering and let him get rid of that existence in the 13th library, it seemed like a way to avoid it. How to start a direct conflict. But maybe in a few days, There will be no need to avoid direct conflict. Liu is still soaking in a few materials quickly. You go to guard the door first. You can try your new body and learn how to fly. Liu still left Galaric with the flying dagger and drove him to guard the door, while he continued to stay in the bone room. Galaric took his leave. Come back? Dandan called to Ying. Liu successfully advanced. If Ying wanted to continue to quickly improve her strength, it would obviously be a more cost-effective choice for her to go back and be Dandan's shadow. We have to wait a little longer. He hasn't been very stable these days. Ying wrote on the ground. She didn't know whether what she said was true or just a random excuse. But Liu ignored it and quietly waited for a certain material to transform and become his next sensing object. When the library had just been disturbed by Liu's promotion, the pre-war meeting in the Abyss Mouth was still going on under the pressure of Demon King Commander Memphisius. The Jibuji had already drafted a list to be used as the first A group of elite gladiators joined the vanguard of the demonic expeditionary army. The meeting will continue. And will continue for a long time. No participants are allowed to leave the mouth of the abyss before the end of the meeting, which makes the king of the Colosseum anxious. Bite my fly butt. If this continues like this, that old guy Memphisius will drain all the elite combat power of my Colosseum. Oh no. Most of the combat power. Then I will still. How do you get the authority of the library? A Jibuji made an excuse and hurried out of the conference room, preparing to find a place to think of a solution. Squatting in a blood pit next to the 18th floor of the blood cocoon, Ajibuki began to write a letter to the fly demon gate of the Colosseum. The beholder aberrations should have failed. The mouth of the abyss is also naming the gladiators in the Colosseum. I will guarantee that all Abata will not be named. Okabuki. Order them. Order Abata to start now. Attack on the library. Let them stop for a moment, not stop for a night. Before the expedition takes off, I want Abata to wash the library with blood to protect my cubs underground. And once Bitterberg dies, mobilize all the gladiators who have not been named by the mouth of the abyss, the fly demon, and even the armor. Quickly occupy the library. The fly burst open and flew towards the Colosseum to deliver the message. Chapter 237 Independence. An operation against Bitterberg, the master of the brain spirit, is underway. But Liu in the library is still unaware of it. Firstly, the sensing objects need to be soaked continuously, and there is no time to be distracted. And secondly, all the Abata demons, their actions were all targeting Bitterberg. They couldn't find the brain, so naturally there was no movement for the time being. Talking back to Liu, the progress of the immersion is being rapidly improved. When the green hour arrives, the binding thread, the fangs of the demon wolf, and the right hand of the lava have become new sensing objects. The eyes of distortion and the octopus tentacles are still unused. So completely. Liu thought about it, and thought it might be because these two materials were related to demon relics. So they soak slowly? After these three materials become sensors, whether it is a sharp skinny beauty or an uninhibited skinny hipster, they can move like ghosts in the bone room reception room, at extremely fast speeds, and give their balls a slap. There is a bone handprint on the edge. L. Hey! What's going on? Come again. Come again! His balls hurt from the beating. He didn't expect that Liu's palm could produce such power. Liu dispersed the particles surrounding the bone hand, although the self-healing bone and lava right hand inside were crushed. The moment just now fully confirmed that after Liu increased the number of sensors, the overall size of each set of templates was larger. With improvement, it can even break through iron walls. After trying the movements, Liu threw out the sharp skinny beauty and tried out their respective imposing effects, the binding line used to bind and sew different materials or objects. And there is no doubt that they are all needed. It is perforated, and after becoming a sensing object, the thread can be directly connected to the target, eliminating the perforation step. Although this is an inconspicuous change, only Liu knows how useful it is to impose on this basis from now on. Not only can the materials between various substances be ignored when planning templates, but even the binding line can become a kind of existence similar to spider silk, which directly acts on foreign objects for gluing and collage. To a certain extent, it not only became Liu's own fascia, but even took over part of the work of the tentacles, the book demon that he killed casually at the time. If it knew that it could occupy this place in the future library, if it is such an important weight, it will definitely be surprising. Under the connection of the binding line, countless thin lines were first bonded between the two sharp and skeletal beauties, and then Liu used the magic of the library to impose a slight stitching effect on the binding line. Then I saw two skeletons blending into each other, face to face and bone to bone, and they merged into one, doubled in density, entangled with each other. This is the function of the binding line sensor, and the imposition effect Liu also has the ability to stitch to a certain extent, which makes it more convenient to make traps and items, and does not need to be too entangled in the structure. After the binding line was almost studied by Liu turned his attention to the Devil Wolf's Fang, and was disappointed to find that this material had no imposed effect. After turning into a sensor, it only became more convenient to control. That's all. For example, Liu can now bite a piece of self-healing bone without moving his upper and lower jaws, completely letting the demon wolf's teeth complete the chewing and grinding, which looks very comical. During the experiment, Liu couldn't help but imagine that if he used his mind or combined it with certain mechanisms, the demonic wolf's fang would not only be a tooth, but a meat grinder-like existence, used to enhance the destruction of the bloody corridor. Force. Finally, there was the lava right hand that Liu was looking forward to. At the sensor level, the lava right hand is almost the same as before. It can spread magma according to Liu's telekinesis. In addition, it can shoot out and perform some actions, like flying fists or body splitting. However, after trying a little imposition, Liu was disappointed to find that the right hand of lava had no imposition effect, and could not impart heat to matter. Not only the right hand of lava, most of the remaining materials have no imposition effect. Only the octopus tentacles have undergone a slight change after being fused with photon pigments in addition to being able to change colors according to the environment. They can also vaguely impart some imposition to items when they are imposed. Color-changing effect. Unfortunately, the remaining magic power in the library was no longer enough for Liu to experiment further. The two gadgets were completely bound together, and became color-changing octopus tentacles in the list of the Devil's Manual. After finally seeing the sensor status and imposed content of all the materials, Liu suddenly fell into silence and focused his thoughts on the magic locomotive and magic cannon. The knowledge in his mind tumbled. The continent-shaped Demon King City suddenly shone slightly and was re-outlined by Liu. The scope of the sketch was only limited to the library of Demon King City. There seemed to be a lag in the sketching process, and one question after another kept appearing. Liu combined all the knowledge accumulated in his mind, and suddenly seemed to go crazy. Those light spots were painted in the guest room of the bone room. In the future picture of the library outlined by Liu, the spader particles scattered at various nodes of the library have become skeleton-like existences. From these particles, the veins of metal, bone, and binding lines are extended, and then it extends to every corner of the library, cave, and bone room, and finally kneads the entire library into a whole. A city within a city. Ying looked at the picture Liu drew and directly understood Liu's mind. This guy was planning to treat the library as another castle in the Demon King City. A castle with independent power system, magic circulation and defense power, self-healing bones, sparred particles, alloys and soil are the bones. Binding wires and octopus tentacles are the blood meridians. The power system of the magic locomotive is the heart, and the bombardment device of the magic cannon is the minions. Liu wants to create an absolute the territory that belongs to Now Ling. Although many details relied on imagination, and many difficulties were overcome only by Liu's rough gluing, the overall idea was quite ferocious, allowing both Ying and Dandan to see new possibilities. This brain spirit's idea is really bold. He actually wants to make the library independent. Dandan and Ying looked at the painting in silence. Of course, Liu cannot exist forever attached to the Demon King City. And if he wants to compete with other lords of authority, every inch of the library must be used and become a deadly weapon. In fact, to put it bluntly, there are only three main problems: power, materials, and design. In terms of power, it is difficult to rely entirely on the heat provided by lava. We can only find ways to find alternatives other than magic power. This problem has not been solved through a promotion. We can only continue to search in the Demon King City in the future to find a production hideout. The library's exclusive power furnace method. The remaining two questions are quite simple, such as materials. The materials include not only the metal materials needed to copy and amplify the power furnace itself, but also the materials that enhance the overall structure and defense performance of the library, and the materials used to arm the library with magic cannons. The demand for so many materials alone is not enough. Relying on egg particles is obviously not enough. Fortunately, after the particles became Liu's sensors, the speed of analyzing other metal materials also accelerated, and Liu translated the second material problem into a new need. A hunting need. That is, you need to search the Demon King's castle, find a monster that can drop useful materials, and include it in the Demon's Manual. In this way, Liu can exchange it maliciously, increase the quantity and quality, and also help the library achieve a complete upgrade this time. The third and final core issue is design, which requires technological talents and endless trial and error space and time. Liu was able to reluctantly come up with some design concepts, but the specific production and experimental demonstration could not be done with just one brain spirit. Liu knew that some dwarves seemed to be very good at these mechanisms and the like, and the dwarf's magic guidance has always been able to compete with humans, and it seems that it has been borrowed a lot from the Taz Empire. But where to find dwarves? There are many tribes of dwarves. What if you find a fighting tribe that is not technologically advanced? At present, Liu has no real technological talents around him, so he can only rely on the help of Nao Ling and many minis for the time being, or even do it himself. As for the room for trial and error, it must be solved through malicious collection and a lot of investment. The materials are enough for the little ones to eat or drink, and then a large number of materials and experiments are used to turn the design into reality. What new things can be made by combining Nao Ling and Mini? Liu was looking forward to it. And by the way, he filled the bone room with books related to future construction, such as deadly mechanism and thermodynamics. They were written in Devil's common language for the convenience of brain spirit and many minis to study. As for Liu himself, of course, after this promotion, he has several new sets of skin ideas. Whether it is used for construction or for killing, both hands must be strong. Chapter 238 Businessman, Brave Man and Doctor. After experiencing the Killing Cup, various closing courses of closed combat training, the counterattack in the library, and the robbery in the demon market, the number of templates for Liu's demon drawings has reached 7, which is enough to make more skins, giving brain spirit and even many new weapons. Template 1 is still the uninhibited skinny hipster. It has always been the first layer of armor to protect Liu's body. It was originally the appearance of Scorik. The malicious consumption is 6,666, which is less than the 7878 of Killing Seed Butterfly. It's just, Liu rarely uses the full set of skeletons recently. Most of the time, he actually only uses the skull of a skinny hipster man as a little noise that is fully protected and can escape at any time. After so many tests, Liu felt that the skull of the skinny trendy man was perfect. It was very reliable in concealment, sneak attack, and escape. It had high adaptability, and was ready to continue to be the main armor of the head. After the binding line became a sensor, the skinny trendy man's integrity became stronger. Even if he was not in the soil, he could move quickly, coupled with the transparent effect of the octopus tentacles. This time, Liu directly used Template 1 as a special skull vehicle for concealment and reconnaissance. Naming it Transparent Head, he simplified materials such as bones and lava right hands, added binding lines and tentacles appropriately, and focused on enlarging the protection of the skull and concealment effects, keeping the cost at 5566. Template 2 was originally the gill nets, bloody corridor parts, etc. that Liu created for the minis. This time, they are still kept to develop more creations for the library, such as power furnaces, small magic cannons, etc. It simply became a template for invention, and was named Devil's Creation. The richness of demon creations still needs to be continuously improved in the future. Template 3 is still Killing Seed Butterflies after all. This is the formation that Liu has been studying with the brain spirits for a long time. After hunting down the Jackal family, he has fully verified the effectiveness of this tactic, so it will continue to be retained as the attire for brain spirits in emergency battles. The little noise in Template 4 must be optimized, which is also Liu's main goal in redoing the template this time, because from now on, the malicious collection of the library will be normalized, and the monsters and brave men in the city will become the source of maliciousness, helping Liu obtain the most important resource for rebuilding the library. Only malice can keep the library going. As for the most important target location, Liu already wanted it, which was the Forbidden Forest. When Liu and Dan and Ying entered the forest wearing self-healing bones, they received 9,999's malice. Now that they think about it, it was the action of Demon Wolf King Phintius. Otherwise it would not be so decisive and so rewarding. So if we only need to add octopus tentacles for invisibility and elimination of body odor on the basis of the existing little noise, can we try to enter the Forbidden Forest repeatedly, 99 times at a time? Liu had considered this method for a long time. But firstly, he didn't have time to optimize the template. And secondly, it was prone to danger, not to mention that the forest guards did not want trouble in the Forbidden Forest. But without the Jackal family, The Forbidden Forest would be basically. The demon wolves have the final say. Once the demon expedition is launched, will the wolves also be able to come out of the forest? Go ahead and mess with the malicious little noise, and you will easily die. But at the moment, Liu has no better way. He can only explain the situation clearly to the brain spirits and let them nominate who to go to the Forbidden Forest. Not all brain spirits like to escape like Beautybug, and they are still a little warlike. He was recently trained like a soldier by Liu and Mini, so he had no problem going to the Forbidden Forest. So considering that the demonic wolf warrior is good at digging soil and digging holes, Liu will certainly not add too many octopus tentacles to Little Noisy, but only to meet the needs of invisibility and deodorization. The additional thing to add to Little Noisy is binding wire. After the brain spirits drove the killing sea butterfly, we are already very familiar with the use of gutter. So adding a gutter to each small noise will make it easier for the brains to drive the small noise to move, tie up beams, tree trunks and other objects, and perform some cool operations. Template 4 after this step of optimization is completed. Liu is also thinking about using Little Noisy as a basis in the future to train a group of brain-spirited air forces who are good at low-altitude flying operations as long as they master the firing technology of magic cannons and the power technology of magic locomotives. Little Noisy can be equipped with some deadly demon wolf fangs or even bullets, and fly through the Demon King City in the form of an air force. Of course, that's for the future. After finishing templates 1 to 4, Liu then made a complete skeleton on template 5 high-density bones. The strength of each bone is the same as the wings of killing sea butterfly, which is extremely strong. The joints, the binding line is also made of conscientious materials, which can absorb shock and stretch freely at the same time. You can even shoot sticky binding lines from the bone seams at will. The bones in the chest were opened again by Liu, leaving a space the size of an egg. Then the octopus tentacles crawled all over the outer layer of the bones, like muscles, squeezing and tightening each other, and finally freezing. He became a muscular man with only the outer skin missing. Friend, are you addicted to being a human being? Dandan saw Liu slowly squirming in front of him, and finally saw that he was being a human being. No, in this situation, human skin is very useful. Ying is now Liu's shadow, and also told Dandan what Liu was thinking. He wants to pretend to be a brave. Pretending to be a hero? Yes. It's very convenient. Liu was also admiring the transformation of the octopus tentacles into muscles, thinking that this suit was expensive enough and bad enough if he wanted to kill people. Whether it was the fangs of the devil wolf on the surface of the octopus tentacles, or the hidden teeth of the octopus tentacles, the binding line between the bones and the bone seam, or the bone sword next to the thigh bone. All talk about killing and killing without slacking off. A lot of things that are inconvenient for brain spirits can be done by brave men. Liu explained to Dandan if the city is opened, there will be many brave men invading the Demon King City. So these things can become their best disguises. You are free to do what you want, but you may start a war in the library. Moreover, after being promoted, the use of Liu's brain spirit pituitary gland has become more mature, and he can vaguely communicate with Weird Jigsaw to a certain extent, instructing it to change into a certain shape, and even share a part of memory with Weird Jigsaw. Therefore, a set of weird puzzle pieces does not need to be separated. It can also remember several sets of skins and complete changes in appearance at any time. It is equivalent to a Matryoshka doll outside of a Matryoshka doll. Of course, the skin of Bitterberg, the Lord of the Brain Spirit, must be kept. Liu currently has 3 identities of heroes for himself, namely the businessman Grandet, the robber and the weirdo, and a doctor. The identities of these 3 people were carefully considered by Liu. It is convenient for merchants to trade with demons or humans, and they can also continue to sneak into the demon market to obtain the materials, technology, slaves they want, and even information about the current relationship between the demon expeditionary force and humans. Information about the war. As a robber and monster, of course, you can directly kill people, kill demons, steal things, and do some dirty things with the help of the Demon Illustrated book. You can also hunt brave men, hunt demons, hunt everything. And doctor is also a useful identity after all. The brave men who come to the Demon King City to fight and kill will always be injured. And Liu has newly learned the power of self-healing. And the magic power consumption is not high, which is enough. Make a name for yourself as a doctor. And on the verge of death, attack the brave or the devil, businessman, brave man, and doctor. With these 3 identities, Liu can finally get rid of Skalric and the bone form that are too connected to the library. and trade technology, hunt for materials, and find Hell Karma fire. Once found, Okabuki can be kicked off his seat as king of the Colosseum. Template 6 and Template 7 Liu hasn't decided what to make yet, so he keeps them for now, and they can also be used as spare slots for building a library just when Liu has collected the materials and creations all over the place, and is preparing to take a rest. Suddenly saw a Butibog floating back, sometimes invisible, and sometimes visible. Boss, I seem to be targeted. When Butibog appeared, dozens of crosses began to cross inexplicably on his head. Butibog hurriedly hid, and those dozens of crosses also disappear at the same time, as if they have lost their target. What should I do? Butibog disappeared and appeared, his head twitching with fear. Chapter 239, Shadow's Great Health Care. What should I do? Liu Yao said. Do you want to wait for the marks to coincide and give it a try? Although he didn't know what the method was, Liu could tell that once the dozens of marks overlapped together, it would have an effect similar to a brain explosion. No matter how you look at it, it looks like some kind of sniper. A sniper aimed at Butibog, the master of the brain, searching the Demon King city. Who is the most hostile to Butibog? After Liu thought about it for a moment, he roughly guessed that this must be some kind of trick of Okabuki. Obviously, the king of the Colosseum still did not give up his efforts to gain control of the library, even before participating in the battle at the Abyss Mall. Mobilization. You still have to distract yourself from your busy schedule and try to kill Butibog before the demonic expeditionary army sets off. And just like Liu thought, the Jibuji also wanted to kill the current authority holder first, and then hold a ceremony to realize the transfer of authority. Very good, as long as Ijibuki still thinks that the power of the library is in the hands of Butibog. That is his own advantage. As long as Butibog does not die, there is a high probability that the Colosseum side will not face it head-on. Come and attack. Then you gain valuable time. I don't want to. Butibog shook his head until his mind wandered. Then you just stay outside and use your concealment to waste time with them, Liu said, while observing Butibog's status. If Butibog appeared on the spot, the mark would much faster than before. In other words, Butibog needs to keep moving so that he won't be suddenly caught by the mark when he accidentally appears, and then provoke any attack. But my magic power. Butibog said that his magic power was insufficient, and he had to escape back to the library as a last resort, using a small part of his authority to get some supplements. This was a wake-up call for Liu after a promotion and other imposition attempts to collect materials. The magic power of the library today has almost reached its bottom. As long as a little more deception is used, or moving the earth element will cause the magic power to be unable to keep up with the recovery. Immediately afterwards, there may be an accident in Butibog, and a full-scale attack on the Colosseum. Of course, that's not possible. Liu hurriedly stopped most of the magic-consuming activities in the library, tried his best to help Butibog recover some of his magic power, and told him to continue flying the kite. Come back when you no longer have magic power, and go out when you have magic power. Don't stay in one place for too long, Liu told Butibog, and took him out while he was hiding. What is that? Neither Yingying nor Dandan had seen similar marks. It's probably Ujibuji. Liu expressed his speculation. It seems that the king of the Colosseum really likes the library, and just wants to own it. Is he so thirsty for knowledge? Haha. We must seize the time to fight back. Although he already knew that the upper space of the library was connected to the mouth of the abyss, Liu still had no idea how to bring out the fire of Hell Karma, and how to use the retribution method. Turning around to go to the upper floor, Liu's mind was racing with thoughts. He was going to feel the degree of damage to the space first, and also take a look at the changes in the blue-purple cloak to see if he should open it now. I really don't have a moment to spare. But as soon as Liu reached the upper level, Yingying separated his skull and body, and then controlled Liu's body to hit the wall, which knocked his head numb and fell asleep. You? Dandan didn't understand what Yingying was doing. He's too tired. He needs to rest. After promoting with Liu, Yingying completely grasped Liu's current state, knocked him out forcefully, and arranged for him to rest. The fatigue accumulated on Liu at this moment was completely beyond Yingying's imagination. Yingying placed Liu next to the soul altar, while slowly moving a shadow. He massaged Liu's brain groove. Big health care? TSK. Friend, you are really his good friend. The ball swayed wildly, wrapping Liu's fragile body. But in 2 or 3 days, we will go to the mouth of the abyss. You can still keep watching. Him? By the way, are you still coming with me? Dandan didn't have as many emotions as Yingying, but still wanted to join the demon expeditionary army as soon as possible and try the world's top attacks and top pleasure. Since Ujibuji is like this, then we have to go to the demonic expeditionary force. Yingying's thinking is completely different from Danden's. A large part of the strength of the Colosseum will flow into the expeditionary force. With us in the expeditionary force, you could also make some preparations together. Besides, if I want to become stronger, I still have to move back to you. Yingying wrote solemnly. Only by becoming stronger can I help him. Only by becoming stronger can I help him control more strength. You are such a friend. Danden felt a little ashamed after being told by Yingying. But when he thought that all the particles in his body were turned into sensors by Liu, it helped him a lot and made him feel more calm. Well, there is this. While Yingying was writing, Danden also searched Liu's head and took out 2 dominoes from the groove of his brain. One had a shadow painted on it, and the other had a domino painted on it. Egg should be the communication domino Liu prepared for Danden and Yingying. You put it back. He has to give this to us with his own hands. Yingying pushed aside the particles and stuffed the domino back into Liu's brain groove, still maintaining a sense of ritual. TSK. Danden let go. Part of the particles spread over the blue-purple cloak, and part of the particles flew to the upper cave. Then what should we do? Help him open the cloak? Or just restore the passage to the mouth of the abyss? Of course not. Once those 2 things are done, we will leave. Yingying understood Liu's mind and knew what to do now. But before that, we can do some small things. Saying that, Yingying stretched himself. First went to the 6th library to control the blonde Tom. Communicated with him writing on the ground. And at the same time called the minis to the bone room reception room. On the floor of the bone room, the future technology of the library that Liu had just written was engraved. There were also magic locomotives and magic cannons standing still for Nao Ling and Minnie to visit. This is the future of the library. Take a look first and find a way to realize it. Yingying directly gave the order on behalf of Liu. The shadow that merged with Liu's shadow seemed to have the authority of the library. When giving the order, Nao Ling and Minnie Minis had no objections and immediately rushed forward frantically, looking for a way to turn the library and Liu's imagination into reality. Danden was in the 6th library. Watching the communication between Yingying and Tom, the blonde Tom regained a lot of physical strength when his self-healing spread to the entire library, and also smashed all the other scholars. His mind was just one step away from losing control. And this time Yingying directly sewed him tightly to the bedside of the 6th library. What do you want me to do? Tom looked at the shadow writing on the ground and didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. You will become a test subject for the owner of the library, and will no longer be a human being. Yingying described Liu's thoughts to Tom. After Liu was able to impose self-healing, he once planned to test the relationship between various materials and soul and body on Tom, and also wanted to create a protective beast for the library. For example, using Devil Wolf's Fawn. What would happen if Tom's teeth were replaced? What would happen if the gutter was added to real human fascia? The application of these sensors, if they can be integrated into the weakest human body, it may also be able to help brain, spirit, and Mini make certain changes in their organs. Anyway, Tom was already determined to die. So Liu was ready to find some new value and new meaning of existence for him. But the specific time to start transforming Tom still depends on Liu's convenience. I agree. Tom looked at the mess on the floor of the 6th library and no longer wanted to be a human being. Very good. From now on, you can be the servant of the owner of the library. And you can also be my eyes. Shadow suddenly tore off a piece of Tom's shadow, and Tom's eyeballs instantly left their sockets. Shadow chewed the shadow of the eye for a moment and spit it back into Tom's body. Tom's right eye was also covered with a shadow, as if some kind of surveillance magic had been cast on it. Chapter 240. Open the blue and purple cloak. What did you do just now? Danden seemed to understand. But he didn't. We also have to keep an eyelid. In this case, we won't be in the library anymore, and we will know what he has done. Yingying took care of Tom's side and returned to the upper cave with Danden. Then, he can use dominoes find us, and we can find him through Tom. Two-way communication. Yingying took advantage of Liu's sleep and planted an eyeliner. After finishing the work on the 6th library in Bone Room, Yingying ran to the newly opened kitchen for Brother Pai and said hello, asking Minnie and Minnie who were interested in cooking to be at Brother Pai's disposal to develop a suitable library together. Chaos Cuisine. The 6-armed pig came here to cook. So of course, he didn't refuse. He and his good friends Minnie and Minnie first tasted the desserts brought over, and then sorted the side dishes delivered by the Devil's Kitchen food truck, and wandered around between the warehouse and the kitchen. The rhythm of creating a canteen with its own library was soon entered. On this trip, Ying took the opportunity to summarize the behavior of the monsters in the library and assign homework to Pai Gu, Now Ling, and Mini Mini. Without wasting time, it meant giving Liu enough rest time. Returning to the upper level of the library, the scarlet-brained spirit was still sleeping, and the shadow fell under it, enjoying the package of egg particles, and the 3 devil sons fell asleep together. The 3 demons slept directly to the end of the 3 days that Fosse said. The last day, if the mystery of the cloak is not solved, the so-called most favorable environment will be lost. And similarly, this red hour is when Ying and Dandan are going to report to the mouth of the abyss. Liu was woken up by Ying without the compliment. Liu's biological clock seemed a little messed up after just being promoted, and he didn't wake up on time like before. Holy shit! How long have I been sleeping? Liu didn't even remember that he was knocked unconscious by Ying. He just felt comfortable all over, and those originally complicated thoughts became clearer and no longer occupied him all the time. Brain. 2 days. Today is the 3rd day. Ying has been sleeping with Liu until now, sharing this peaceful day and night, and she is very peaceful at this moment. 2 days. Liu thought of Booty Bog and how much he could do in 2 days, and he couldn't help but feel inspired. Then he saw Ying replaying the arrangements of these 2 days to Liu. In the bone room, the minis were having a heated discussion with several brain spirits. Lulu removed the ignition device of the magic locomotive and placed it in the mechanism pool of the library in Liu's planning office. She showed how this ignition device could be used, trigger many kinds of mechanisms, how to use them, etc. The kitchen and warehouse had been opened up by Brother Pig and Minnie, turning them into a canteen. Feifei also took 5 minis and 3 brains to learn cooking. At this moment, he has made a lot of food that seems completely unpalatable. Food, but they had a blast trying it. In the 6th library, Tom was holding a book on basic demonology and muttering to himself. The shadows on his eyes were gradually fading away, turning into 2 dark circles in the bloody corridors of the middle and lower floors. A looming brain sometimes climbed up the rafters, sometimes hid behind the window lattice, and always disappeared when the cross mark was about to overlap the body. It was the person who had been running away, and running away for 2 days. Butibog, the Lord of Brain Spirits. After using his authority to see the situation in the library, Liu felt relieved and said to Ying, "Have you made all arrangements?" "Well, it's all your arrangement. I'll help you carry it out." What Ying did was basically what Liu thought of before he fell asleep, except that she added one more thing, which was to stick eyes on Tom. And she also told Liu at the same time, "You're about to leave. Why don't you forget to keep an eye on me?" Liu changed his perspective and looked at Tom's dark circles. While he was complaining, he also found it a bit interesting these 2 sons of the devil. While joining the army, while watching how our library develops, well, we can communicate at any time. Liu also moved his brain and took out 2 sticky dominoes. No rush. According to the schedule, you should open this thing. Right? Ying turned into an arrow and pointed at the blue-purple cloak on the soul altar. Well, 3 days. Today is the 3rd day. Liu is more inclined to believe in the credibility of the prophet's prophecy of the fire-burning valley. In addition, now that both Dandan and Ying are here, the magic power of the library is almost full grid. There is no better time to open the cloak. Today is the day. By the way, friends, according to the summons we received, the door should be open today. Dandan threw the particles into a crack in the upper cave, as if he was planning to invade and replenish the space at any time, and open the door to the abyss. Passage to the mouth. Come in the same way. Aren't you curious about this cloak? Liu currently knows that the cloak should be a living body, and it is also a secret existence that can make the demon King Mintermento sneer and have a position of authority. Now, finally, it's time to unveil. So friends, let's do this first. Dandan took back the particles and pointed at the cloak on the soul altar. After repeatedly checking the magic power of the library and the status of the Staff of Deception, Liu put on the transparent head of Template 1, and then sent a 3, 2, 1 thought to Dandan. And the thought penetrated again the gap in the blue and purple cloak. And for some reason, the state inside the cloak at this moment was completely different from before. In the past, the cloak was like a maze with 9 doors. Even if Liu tried hard to open 3 of them, he would be locked back to 2 in a blink of an eye. But this time, All the doors of the maze inside the cloak were open, allowing Liu to open them. The thoughts penetrated into it, making 3 circles and 2 circles to reach the core. There used to be doors and locks, but this time it was undefended, as if it was actively inviting Liu. There's a problem. It was difficult for Liu to determine whether this change was caused by the Demon King's decision to open the city, or whether it was because his promotion a few days ago disrupted some structure of the library. The shadow grew and shrank, seeming to be telling Liu the former was more likely. After passing several cracks and joints, Liu finally came to the core area that he had never been to before. In the middle of the blue-purple cloak, there seemed to be something wrapped in a thin film that was beating slowly, and with the beating of the membrane in the middle, the magic power of the library, the soul of Brain Spirit, the soul of Mini, all seemed to be forming some kind of connection with the cloak. Liu stayed for a moment, thinking that he had come to this step, and there was nothing to hesitate about. On one side of his mind, he firmly connected the stick of deception to avoid risks, and on the other side, he made a knife with his mind and pierced the constantly beating person. A film. TSK. A stream of pus spurted out from the film, and this same ichor suddenly evaporated the moment it encountered the air, completely integrated into the entire cloak, and began to squirm violently above the soul altar. As the cloak squirmed, a flower seemed to be growing above the soul altar. In an instant, the flower grew, withered, and then opened again. Finally, the cloak was spread out and no longer wrinkled. After opening it, the 3 devil sons, Liu, Ying and Dandan, were a little surprised. Inside the blue and purple cloak is actually a baby? Or a baby with a transparent brain that can see the brain? Do you know who I am? As soon as the baby opened his mouth, magic power surged. Chapter 241X. Liu has seen high-level demons such as Bitterberg and Ajabuki. He has also been looked at with malicious intent by the demon wolf King Phineas. He even experienced the purgatory heart extracted from Winnie exploding around him. But when facing this baby, Liu still subconsciously shrank his head and felt deep fear. He felt that the ones in front of him were not so scary, and the feeling of their magic power was not as scary as the one in front of him. And evil. It's like being watched by a crazy consciousness, not knowing whether it will open its mouth or explode next second. Parsing, 4%. The parsing speed is very slow. 3 demon children are staring at a baby. Beautibug? Being dazed was not the answer. Liu thought to himself that the cloak was beside the soul altar in the library anyway. It must have something to do with the former master of the brain spirit. Right? Let's have a casual chat first. And once the analysis is complete, we will have a way to deal with it. This name is somewhat impressive. The baby raised his little hand and patted the transparent head. Unfortunately, it's not me. It's so annoying. I've almost remembered it. The baby took out the thin skin and broke it open, directly poking a bloody hole in the back of his head. But you woke me up. The baby looked at the 3 demon sons in front of him with a vicious expression that did not match his face, and seemed to have no idea how to act. And Liu became more and more frightened the more he talked. Such a terrifying thing has been hiding next to the soul altar. Is it accumulating strength? No wonder the prophet Fuzi of the Burning Valley said that it is most beneficial to open the cloak within these 3 days. Does this mean that once the baby has accumulated enough strength and wakes up again, it will be his turn to be unlucky? Did I wake you up? Are you sure? Of course Liu would not admit it just like that, and decided to delay as much time as possible before the analysis was completed. Well, it's not, the baby said, and Hiccup laughed. I escaped death once, and it happened to be the time to wake up. Death? Liu didn't understand why the cloak died when he was staying well. Someone gave up looking at me, and I spent the most vulnerable period, and I can wake up. It took a long time for Yingtong to regain his consciousness, and he seemed to remember more things. Parsing, 11%. Obviously, Liu's analysis speed for him was no faster than his speed at restoring memory. Are you avoiding danger? Liu heard some information from Yingtong's words. He flipped the tentacles on his head and took out a card called Focus. If the baby is a threat, Liu will not hesitate to hit him with eyeball to make him appear in the eyes of the enemy. Danger, enemy, oh, I know who I am. The baby smiled evilly. His mouth crossed his chin, and Liu subconsciously wanted to hit the card on the baby's forehead. I am the Demon King. Yingtong slapped his own face with both hands, then slapped back his split mouth, assuming a harmless and innocent look, with big eyes squinting. Demon King? Liu's brain short-circuited for a while. He looked at Ying and Dandan. not knowing how to react. I was killed by my enemy, but luckily my soul remains here. So I am resurrected here. Tong pointed to the soul altar next to him, which was now empty. But no one thought that the soul of the Demon King once remained here. Are you really the devil? Liu circled the baby and asked. Brain spirit? Can the brain spirit also become the devil? Liu was not sure whether other types of demon souls would be allowed to enter the soul altar in the library. Of course not, a low-level monster like brain spirit. Tong laughed evilly again. The location of the soul altar. I stole it. Hee hee. I was still very curious about this kind of magic at the time. Smiling, the baby pulled open his scalp, revealing his brain-like brain, and the blue-purple cloak seemed to have turned into his. The skin can be closed back at any time. Stolen? Liu remembered that the previous Demon King also participated in close combat training and even left a life-stealing talisman. In this case, stealing the resurrection position of a brain spirit seems reasonable. And if he is really the former Demon King who is good at stealing, then his enemy is the current Demon King? When the current Demon King usurped the throne, he killed his predecessor, but couldn't find the remnant of him in the soul altar. And then he found the opportunity to resurrect him? Liu probably understood some logic. Do you know the Colosseum? Liu suddenly remembered a question why, in the first place, there were brain spirits participating in the Colosseum? Was it requested by the current Demon King? Or was it Okabuki's initiative? Does any demon know that the former Demon King is currently in the library? Hee hee. Have you noticed? That idiot Ajabuji has come to see you? The baby's skin began to grow gradually, and it was no longer as transparent as it had just emerged from the cloak. Liu Yuishin said nonsense, until now. Ajabuji is still coming to kill him, trying to usurp the authority of the library. Does he know that the former Demon King is here? What good things did the former Demon King have that deserved to be remembered so much? Are you the current authority holder of the library? Really? The baby boy separated a blue-purple hood from his skin and covered his whole body. Let's start from the beginning. Starting with the guy who died when I died. Talking about it in hand. Liu had no reaction. Parsing, 17%. I'm dead and my enemy can't find me. But he should have some kind of intuition telling him that I'm not completely dead. So he has to look for me everywhere. The baby boy seemed to be stalling for time, and his tone was long. And under his cloak my body is also changing and healing. Intuition told him. I might be in the library, or somewhere else. Tong smiled. Liu listened and suddenly suspected that this guy's soul was not just this one. He also suspected that it was Tong. Tong deliberately caused himself to think this way, so that he would not dare to do anything casually. If there is another place, then the soul of the previous Demon King, will the memories be the same? Following his intuition, he chose to recruit certain monsters to go to the Colosseum and gamble on the fate. Maybe he also used the dice. Tong continued, turning his eyes outwards and looking towards the Demon King's city. But I didn't die. He lost, and I stole life from him. Steal? Liu has always been concerned about the life-stealing technique of his predecessor, the Demon King, and various stealing-related techniques. Stealing. Yes. You know, every time you are distracted, stunned, or do something completely repetitive and meaningless, that stolen life belongs to me. Tong added. He smiled evilly. I stole life from the lives wasted unconsciously by my enemies. But now, he has obviously found a better way, which is to launch a demon expeditionary force, which can directly recruit demons of certain races to died in the war with humans. Tong seemed to have predicted what the current city lord would do. He gritted his teeth and said, that guy doesn't like me to steal my life to survive. That guy only has destruction in his eyes. However, just when Tong continued to speak and was about to talk about the follow-up, Liu suddenly took control of the egg and its particles and smashed the former devil's head with a hammer. Even if the analysis of the devil's illustrated book has not been completed, Liu does not intend to delay it any longer, because Liu sensed through the authority of the library that when this guy spoke, he was misappropriating the magic power of the library. If you think about it this way, will he keep stealing the life force of all the souls in the library? After all, it was the Demon King, the guy who killed the demon commander in the closed battle training, the guy who could kill someone by just carving a talisman. Now you have two choices. Either serve me or die by my hands, Liu said to the former Demon King whose head half exploded. Out of sight of the former Demon King, the Staff of Deception hummed. Chapter 242, Energetic. Death? Just like that? You want me to die? Although Tong's head exploded, He was still mumbling. And at the same time, his head gradually began to heal, as if that fragile brain was not important at all, and would not be harmful to him. Impact on his life. Li Yu's logic is also very simple since the former Demon King is stalling for time. It means that he is still in a relatively fragile state. If he wants to kill him, it is best now. The baby boy is already misappropriating the magic power of the library. If he waits any longer, he may lose the opportunity to take action before the Devil's Illustrated book is analyzed. So Li Yu took action. But I can tell you that your strength is pretty good. Under the squirming movement of the cloak, the baby's head regained its shape, and he praised his balls. So you chose death instead of cooperation. Right? Li Yu began to put pressure on Yingtong listening to what he said now. Li Yu was almost certain that he was the former Demon King. Or at least a soul fragment of the former Demon King. Otherwise, it would not cause the magic power of the library to react to that extent. Li Yu was not sure how much the infant had remembered if he could control a Demon King. It would obviously be more profitable than killing it. And the risk would be less. After all, the Demon King has been around for so many years. And both his combat power and the knowledge in his mind will be of great help to Li Yu's future. For example, Hell Karma Fire, can this product be stolen and used directly? Does he also know the weaknesses of the big pillars, and so on? Li Yu also admired himself for actually having a desire to conquer the devil. Huh? Do you really want to cooperate with me? I didn't expect that you, a smart person, could have such an outstanding tolerance. The former Demon King stretched out his small hand and grabbed Li Yu's brain. But Li Yu dodged it. After all, his whole body is now covered with sensors. Whether it is his perception of the outside world or his athletic ability, Li Yu has become much stronger. While avoiding it, Li Yu felt that the place where he was standing suddenly turned into a vacuum, as if everything was empty in an instant. It can be fought. Li Yu sent a message to Ying and Dandan. He was not surprised by the methods of the previous Demon King. Instead, he felt that he could fight. Obviously, the previous Demon King was still in a weak state, and could not directly kill the three Demon Kings, the son of a demon. And now that his fangs have appeared, the only way left is to take action. Sure enough, we wanted to communicate with the Demon King who had kidnapped the power of the undead in the River of Blood when he was still a student in close combat training. It was our overthinking, overstepping, and superfluous move. Li Yu opened the distance while analyzing, 8 feet away from Ying and Dandan, and then began to compete with the baby for the magic power of the library. When the baby appeared, Li Yu used his authority to discover that the baby was hidden in the library every day. How much magic power there was in the library flowed into the soul altar, and was stolen into the hands of this baby. Half of the magic power in the library was unknowingly put into the blue-purple cloak and used to help the former Demon King heal. Li Yu seriously suspected that this was a deal between Bitterberg and the previous Demon King when he was in power. Or it was a problem he had never faced before. So he met him this time, and had to get it back. The present moment is also the moment when the former Demon King turns from darkness to light, and is at his weakest. The most favorable in Foss's prophecy is also this situation. Whether Li Yu wants to surrender or dominate, only the former Demon King can when you are at your weakest. You are the only time you have a choice. Li Yu, who had just completed his promotion and almost healed the entire library, quickly took back the stolen magic power. And only then did he understand what the scale of the magic power controlled by the regional master should be. Definitely not. It takes a long time to deceive a devil's son. And it's not like he almost ran out of money after healing a Galaric and half a prophet of the Burning Valley. Twice, Li Yu's authority was finally complete. The controllable magic power of the library is also twice as high as before. So, at this moment, the three demon sons gathered together and watched the baby next to the soul altar waving his little hands and digging out countless holes nearby. Like a dancing madman. Why don't you let me hit him? He was very arrogant just now. Dandan has no respect for the previous Devil King, and just wants to hit him or be taken out by him. I just deceived him. Let me look for his weaknesses. Li Yu also felt helpless and explained to Dandan. Now it's equivalent to, although the magic power of the part of the library he stole has been returned, I had to use this part of the magic power to deceive him, which is equivalent to doing nothing. It's a tie. It's a tie. Li Yu, I feel that it is a good honor to be able to tie with the newly born former Demon King. Then this is what we can do until we find a way to kill him. Dandan was eager to try. But Ying remained silent ever since the previous Demon King appeared. Ying's mood seemed a bit strange. Li Yu can vaguely get some feelings similar to reverence from the Shadow's feedback. It's quite troublesome. Or, shoot him out with a cannon. Li Yu had some thoughts of using a magic cannon to shoot out the previous Demon King. But he was also afraid that this guy would come back for revenge one of them could steal. How can life be easy when the devil of fortune-telling is watching? It seems that the only way is to complete the analysis first, and then find another way. If the attention is really placed on his forehead, will it attract the attention of the current Demon King? If possible, it can be regarded as a way to threaten him. Thinking about it, Li Yu was about to use the wand of deception to give the former Demon King a card to try, when he was suddenly stopped by Ying. No. Even if it is deception, as long as he believes it is true, he may alarm the current city lord. Ying wrote very mysteriously. Li Yu thought of the two-way communication when attention took effect several times, and felt that Ying's worries were not worth it. Makes no sense. And it's not good to kill him like this. Ying continued to express a very uncomfortable emotion. His power shouldn't die here. Li Yu didn't expect Ying to admire the former city lord so much, and said to himself that although he had the same idea, this guy wanted to steal both lives and magic power, there was no way they could coexist. Let me give it a try. How about it? Ying asked Li Yu. You want to control him? Li Yu suddenly understood Ying's thoughts. The growth that Dandan has brought to me is mainly focused on the strength of the shadow, and if it were the former Demon King, maybe it would be more comprehensive. Li Yu compared Dandan with a ferocious baby, and suddenly felt, it seemed that the baby looked more ruthless. And as if he sensed Li Yu's scrutiny, his balls swayed wildly, as if he was about to rush forward and take control of the former Demon King's body. Then you wait a minute. Don't be impatient. Li Yu understood the next action as a capture operation, that is, Ying would use up the shadow-taking ability that he only had a few times, plus the particles of his balls, and the thoughts of the brain spirit and the owner of the library, completely completed the capture and control of the former city lord. To seize the body? To seize the body of the previous Demon King? Li Yu suddenly felt energetic. Chapter 243 Steel Baby. The former Demon King had just been reborn, and it seemed that he was still unable to effectively distinguish illusions from reality, until Li Yu had completed the collection of the Demon Illustrated book. The former Demon King was still waving his little hands, beating the air near the altar into nothingness. And not surprisingly, the introduction of this demon was as gold-plated as Ajabuki, which made his identity clear and confirmed his status as a quasi-demon king. But when Li Yu saw his name, he suddenly felt a little ridiculous. What kind of name is this? Analysis successful. Devil's Manual included no. 033 Baby Steel. Why is Steel followed by Baby? When he was in charge of the Demon King City, this was his demon name. Or, he has undergone some new changes after his resurrection? No. 033 has surpassed Isaac, the mentor of the Brave Master, and has become the top-ranked demon currently included in Li Yu's illustrated book. Steel Baby. Distribution. None. Lifespan. 1000 dash. Habits. Keen to steal life and soul. The clock demon who steals eternal life by constantly stealing forgotten time. Hobbies. Days / observation / witness the changes of the times. Skill. Stealing life / freezing. Action prediction success rate. 57.762%. Weakness. None. After reading the brief introduction of Steel Baby, Li Yu also got to know a little about the former Demon King, and suspected that he was not in a complete state at the moment, but judging from the success rate of action prediction, he did not look like a Demon King. Judging from his habits, hobbies, skills, etc., it is not difficult to see that the former Demon King was a demon related to stealing lives and time. Birth note. The original timepiece of the Demon King City is connected to the core altar. It can sense the pulse of the Demon King City, and has gained life under the influence of chaos for thousands of years. After reading the Birth Chronicle, Li Yu understood the former Demon King as a clock spirit. The final drop also coincided with the Birth Chronicle, and was a material called stealing named Pocket Watch. Because the name was too abstract, Li Yu couldn't think of how to fit it into any of his templates. Could it be used as a demonic relic? The transformation cost of Baby Steel was 2,000, which was considered a medium level. It made Li Yu feel that the baby in front of him was no longer the same demon as the previous Demon King, because even if Li Yu transforms now, he can only transform into the appearance of a baby, or a baby with translucent skin that exposes his brain and internal organs. He probably didn't look like this when he was in power. Current target, status, newborn / deceived. The current state of Baby Steel confirms Li Yu's conjecture. He will start from scratch and gradually awaken the memories and abilities of the former Demon King. Finally, Baby Steel was included in the Devil's Illustrated book, and with a 50% action prediction success rate, Liu immediately shared all his knowledge of the previous Devil King with Shadow and Dandan, broadcasting him live. All states are in preparation for seizing the body. However, at this moment, Liu suddenly found that the rebellion card in his scalp exploded with powerful force, and he was about to change from the buckled state to flipped up before his eyes. Liu felt the worms on the card and inexplicably thought of Minto. What do you mean? You are not allowed to kill. Could it be that killing the former Demon King would also cause some trouble that is difficult to deal with? But the problem is, it would be more troublesome not to kill. The will from chaos could not suppress Liu, who controlled the power of the library. The three sons of the devil, with lightning in their hearts, decided on the order and method of taking action later, and they would launch a seize the body operation against the former Devil King. Baby Steel has lost the magic support of the library, and his strength seems to have weakened, and his movements are occasionally stuck, like a broken clock. Superior. Liu thought about it. The shadow instantly connected to the shadow of Baby Steel, and Baby Steel also fell into stillness. However, there seemed to be infinite power in that little baby body. After a pause, Baby Steel immediately then he got stuck on the next movement, and even tore the shadow restraining him on the ground. The Demon King is extremely powerful, and Liu can feel it. It seems that if he breaks free again, it will have an irreversible impact on Ying. You're lucky that I've patched up your body. Right? The balls of his balls collided with each other, and he screamed. Then all of them penetrated Baby Steel's body. Duh. The particles pierced the baby's translucent skin and firmly adhered to the bones of the previous Demon King, just like they had controlled the entire library from collapsing due to self-healing. Tightly strangling Steel every inch of the baby's body does not allow him any possibility of movement. Power, not enough. Baby Steel revealed his thoughts, and Liu also instantly saw his two options in his mind. One was to completely stop the space next to the soul altar, accumulate strength, and then wait for an opportunity to break through. The other was to separate from the blue and purple cloak on the body, directly throw away the control of shadows and particles, and escape from the current predicament. Liu once again used deception to make Baby Steel believe that he could survive this disaster without separating his body and cloak. This is a judgment based on Shadow's need to connect. It doesn't matter whether he can actually seize the body in one go. The important thing is to make Baby Steel believe that the shadow on the ground belongs to him, thereby weakening his control over his body, so that the shadow can take the opportunity to invade. Once the body of Steel's baby is separated from the cloak, the new question before Liu is which one to seize, and whether the remaining one will cause trouble, which will make the situation more complicated. Enemies 3-2, really? 2? Baby Steel hadn't completely fallen into Liu's trap yet. Outside the perception of the three demons, he suddenly used the freeze frame skill, and used the stolen time to think carefully. When freezing, neither Liu nor Dandan made any movement. Only the shadow that was slightly connected to Baby Steel could sense the passage of time. Then, it was torn in half by the former Demon King. No, the consumption of magic power is wrong. There is something else on me. Baby Steel detected the existence of shadow through the consumption of magic power during freeze frame, and when the previous Demon King made a move, the effect of time stilling also expired instantly, and then shadow exploded with endless black lines, and he was about to die before his eyes. But he managed to hold on. Heal yourself. When Liu took action, he transformed into Dandan, Ying, and the self-healing effect imposed by himself to prevent the attack. And it also came into play at this moment. Not good, stealing lives. Baby Steel finally discovered that the three demons in front of him were not easy to deal with. So he used the skill of pressing the bottom of the box and launched stealing lives within the entire upper cave of the library. Liu only felt that his life was passing quickly, and he was dazed for a moment, and almost died like this. As for Dandan and Ying, they felt that it was okay. After all, their lifespan was extremely long, and they could be effectively replenished under the effect of self-healing. One blow and knocked unconscious. But this place is a library. It is the library where Liu holds the power. When the former Demon King launched stealing life, Liu had no choice but to use the power of the library to further suppress it. He also gave up using deception and other heresy, and focused on wrestling with Baby Steel. The shadows, particles, and Liu's thoughts squeezed towards the body of the former Demon King with all their strength. And then with a bang, the dust settled. Chapter 244. You can be my subordinate. Is it done? Liu looked at the infant, who was frozen on the ground, feeling the rhythm of his life among the particles, and was not sure whether the former Demon King was still in that body. Ying was writing on the ground, trembling and no longer in Liyu's body. Huh? You are so cruel. Are you treating a child like this? Baby Steel couldn't even turn her eyes. But her voice came out of her throat. He just made time stand still again, avoiding my erosion and retaining his own will. Ying explained everything about squeezing the offspring the former Demon King had just been born and couldn't resist Liu. Ying and the power of Danden's 3 demons cooperated with the suppression of the library's authority, but was eventually successfully invaded by Shadow. However, before the full success was achieved, the soul of the former Demon King still survived and retained its own will. Sure enough, he is the former Demon King. Even if he is caught at his most vulnerable moment, it is not that easy to kill him. Liu sent a message to Ying and Danden, comforting him a little. But judging from the results, it seems pretty good. If Shadow and him achieve symbiosis, Baby Steel will not be able to secretly steal his life, let alone hold on to half of the magic power of the library. And it doesn't seem to have been discovered by the current Demon King or any other being. There seems to be no deviation from the most favorable prophecies. How much do you have? Liu asked to what extent Ying could control Baby Steel. Half. The shadow split into 2, tearing apart a gray shadow, as if shedding a layer of dead skin. Are you the former Demon King? Danden became bold again, removed the control of the particles, lifted himself in front of Baby Steel, and swung around to be hit. What are you? I've never seen you. Baby Steel's memory is still recovering, but he still hasn't found any relevant memories of monsters like Danden. A brain spirit, a shadow demon. Plus you actually survived from my hands. Danden gave his long self-introduction to the former Demon King, and Liu suddenly remembered this Baby Steel was Minto's apprentice. In this case, the few demons present could be considered as well. The teacher has inherited the same lineage. Baby Steel chatted with Danden for a moment, took a picture of the air near Danden, and made it sink deeply into the ground. He groaned, and then turned to ask Liu, you occupy the library? Where's Bitterberg? Liu thought to himself that this guy really knows the master of brain spirit. He is practicing hiding from snipers outside. Do you know him? Of course. I canonized him. Baby Steel formally introduced himself, and then sighed to Liu. I didn't expect that you, a brain spirit, could actually break his monopoly on magic power and promotion. Steel authority. As he spoke, Baby Steel suddenly stretched out his little hand and pulled out a notebook from the air. Liu immediately felt that the notebook looked very familiar. Calendar year 299, the 3rd full moon. Is it the 4th full moon now? Baby Steel read to the half-table-sized notebook, and Liu finally remembered where he had seen it. Isn't this the book demon in his cocoon? The book demon is lying in the upper library. The co-authored book demon is a diary that records the development of the library and became a demon. The former Demon King took it out casually and took out it that existed at a certain point in time. The closed combat training is over. Then I can't see the teacher anymore. The memory of the former Demon King is recovering quickly. Fortunately, the log does not record the library after the book demon's death. Otherwise, this guy only needs to read it a little. You can know almost all the current situations. I am Minto's beloved disciple. Danden finally pried himself out of the hole in the ground. Minto will give me ingredients to eat every once in a while. Do you want to see him? Well, you have the potential to become the Demon King. Baby Steel nodded to Danden, then looked at Liu and his own shadow. You have them too. And Ying was silent for a long time, and finally wrote another line. How did you do it in the Blood River simulation battle? The kill rate reached almost half? Ying is still very concerned about the performance of the former Demon King in the closed battle training. Huh. That record hasn't been broken yet? The demons are really getting worse with each generation. Baby Steel recalled. Although I don't remember much. But according to my habits, I should have stolen it first. Blood River spent a lot of time and a lot of lives to shake the commander's authority and oust him. Baby Steel also needed to speculate on what he had done, while Shadow saw the whole process in his memory fragments, experienced it personally, and was impressed by the methods of the previous Demon King. So strong, the clock demon is so powerful. Shadow also saw that the previous Demon King was the chosen one just like him, and the weak brain spirit can be like this, even more powerful. The shadow wrapped around Liu again, seeming to miss the feeling of the 2 demons becoming one just now. Oh! He just froze again. Suddenly there was an unexpected piece of information in Ying's heart. And Liu heard something strange freeze frame? Now! What do you want? You can't kill me. And I can't kill you. Are we just going to waste it like this? Baby Steel was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked Liu, You seem to have a lot of ideas. It seems like the library is going to be different. Freeze, check, the demon chef, the kitchen, that car, the cannon. Is it human? The picture was drawn by him. He wants to renovate the library. It turns out that when communicating with the three demons Liu, Baby Steel had already seen the current situation of the entire library through freeze-frame movements. His demon cocoon is really hard to guard against. Liu didn't expect that the demon would freeze as soon as he said it. And he read through the new blueprints of the library while he wasn't paying attention. I will control his behavior. He did not damage the library. Ying wrote on the ground to show that he knew about the departure of Baby Steel just now. Then, Liu suddenly remembered Steel's baby's hobby of witnessing the changes of the times, and wondered whether this person also has research on productivity and the like? Is he a cultured devil? What do you think of the new library? Liu just needed to learn from the knowledge and experience of the 23rd Demon King to evaluate his own approach. It would be better if he could provide engineering opinions. Anyway, under the constraints of Ying, it is impossible for this guy to snatch the authority of the library. I don't understand. I just think you are quite suitable to be born in the era when I was the city lord. And you can be my subordinate. Baby Steel commented on his relationship with Liu like a joke. Now, well, it's not too late. Because sooner or later, I will still be the Demon King and the city lord. If you defect to me early, in the future, I may be able to let the library replace the Abyss Mouth and become the biggest pillar of the Demon King's city. Baby Steel was firmly held by the shadow. Although he was in control, he still issued his own city lord declaration. The hairless baby waved its hands at the three demon sons. No. You have to accompany me to join the demon expedition. Liu didn't need to respond. Ying directly planned Baby Steel's next route. Only the demon expeditionary force, only war, can train shadow demons. I want to take this body to complete the next step of promotion in the army. There is no way to change Ying's decision. Especially after seeing the previous Demon King and Liu's control of the library. The shadow demon has become extremely clear about his future. It's not good if I'm, by, his cocoon, and the city lord finds out. I will die. Baby Steel stuttered for a long time and slapped himself in the mouth. I'm so angry, I still can't say his name. Baby Steel clenched his little fists. Chapter 245 Experimental Subject No. 1. What if the Devil Commander, or the current city lord finds out that it's me? What should I do? The only thing Baby Steel fears now is having her identity revealed. Can't tell the name? Liu still has some solutions to the concerns about Baby Steel. But at this moment, he is more curious about the mystery of the devil's name. Of course. I can't even say my own name. Baby Steel rolled his eyes. And his skull tilted back as he rolled his eyes. Otherwise, why at Baby? Liu said that sure enough. The devilish name Steel Baby was too unserious for a devil king. But now I think this name is pretty good. I want this name to be resounding in the devil world in the future. Baby Steel clenched his transparent little fist. His body filled with mist. Devil world? Liu found another new word. Yes. The Burning Valley? The Great Ice Crack, the entire Demon Council, and even the East, will hear this name. Baby Steel thought about it. By the way, they in the East, have what does this word mean? Like thunder piercing the ears. Yes. It's like lightning piercing the ears. Shocking. Liu secretly thought that the word didn't mean that at all. But suddenly discovered that the East here might be similar to the previous life. So the same usage of the word evolved. Moreover, the former city lord specially treated the East differently. So he obviously also knew how terrifying the mysterious power of the East was. Right? Have you ever had contact with Dongfang? Liu asked. I haven't had direct contact with you. But there was a city lord in front of me. Who was he? He died at the hands of the Easterners. Baby Steel pouted. At that time, the Demon King City unified the Demon Council, and was very powerful. But still can't pass the Dongfangju Mountain. There seems to be souls from that period in the aggregation of wronged souls. I don't know if they have woken up. Liu thought to himself that this was the value of the former city lord, although his mind was still very confused. He was nothing more than a living dictionary about the world. And he was obviously more talkative and easier to talk than the Demon King's Mentor. Well, you'd better not think so far ahead. It's not easy to survive this war. And you have to find a way to make the library a big pillar? Baby Steel waved his hand again and took it out. The scene in the guest room of the Bone House. Liu compared it, and found that it should be the guest room of the Bone Room a few minutes ago. You should be testing the power device. Right? I've studied this very well. Baby Steel opened his chest and checked Liu's gear-shaped heart. I like these the most. And the devil is playing the same trick. After so many years, I have long been tired of playing. In essence, he is still a clock demon. Is it all gears inside? Mechanical power? Any suggestions? Liucho was concerned about the future development of the library. I suggest you use electric energy together with the magic energy of the magic crystal. This can avoid being controlled by the current demon king and better meet your expectations. Baby Steel bit one finger and pointed the other finger at Liu. Blueprint review. Do you know what I expect? Liu also reviewed the new blueprint of the library and knew that Baby Steel had only understood his desire to be independent at best. As for the so-called expectations, in fact, Liu himself had not fully thought about it yet. What will happen after becoming the Demon King? I have to think about it slowly. If you use magic power as your power source, you still can't escape the control of the City Lord. Control of the Demon King? Liu compared Baby Steel's heart and discovered the current problem. You mean the current City Lord has jurisdiction over the magic power in the Demon King City? Nonsense. He is the City Lord. He has the authority of the City Lord. Of course, he can distribute the magic power in the city at will. At most, the Demon Secretary can tamper with the auxiliary distribution. But essentially the City Lord has the final say. Baby Steel ate his fingers happily. How else would you handle those big and small pillars? It makes sense. Liu finally understood the operating logic of Demon King City. The Demon King controls the power of the City Master, and also controls the overall magic power distribution in each area. If the demons want to promote, they cannot do without the nourishment of magic power. Naturally, they must perform well in front of the Devil King, so as not to have their magic power deducted or cut off. There will inevitably be additional content to the City Master's authority. But the general direction is basically the same, just like the brain spirit must obey Liu. Otherwise it will have no magic power, or will die. Then do you know where to get electricity? Baby Steel winked, and suddenly became very cooperative with Liu. I wonder if it was under Ying's influence. What a coincidence. We have met before. Liu turned his distorted eyes, and looked at Dandan and Ying. What? Where? Dandan didn't remember at all. Forbidden Forest. Thunder Pond. Ying could always understand Liu's mind. Yes, the habitat of the evil horned beast. Liu was not sure whether the binding wire was conductive, and whether he could connect one to the Thunder Pond to steal electricity. But at least, he had a direction. As long as we understand the principle of the Thunder Pool later, we can even directly move the evil horned beasts here. It is also an idea. In other words, obtaining electrical energy is also a part of transforming the library, and will go hand in hand with Liu's two goals of strengthening himself and getting the Hell Karma Fire to counterattack the Colosseum. Haha, the habitat of the evil horn, feeding back the development of Demon King City with the help of human civilization, sounds very interesting. Baby Steel said with a smile. Okay. Do you understand everything? From now on, the library will be handed over to you? Baby Steel winked at Liu, speaking as if he was the master of the library. Liu didn't care about his attitude. Anyway, with Ying's control, he could only live with his mouth. Just feel free to kill in the Demon Expeditionary Army, and don't ruin the reputation of our library. Liu in turn told Baby Steel, Ying and Dandan. Library? Baby Steel was stunned and understood what Liu meant. I'm going to pretend to be a monster in the library? How to pretend? I will give you a new body. Please bear with it, Liu said, telegraphing the shadow, and immediately lifted up the skin of Baby Steel and spread the whole body in front of him. This was Liu's first time to dismantle a baby's body. Mist and blood burst out, and along with the beating of the heart, the sound of gears came from Baby Steel's body. Liu first stuffed a pair of high-density self-healing bones into Baby Steel's skin, with the ridge extending straight to the back of his head. Then he removed a section of the brain-spirit pituitary gland and connected it to his brain with binding threads. With shadow control, the self-healing bones and binding threads can barely move, and although the brain-spirit pituitary gland is just a decoration, it is enough to barely prove the relationship between Baby Steel and the library. From now on, you are the one experimental subject of the library. Steel. Do you understand? Liu laughed as he spoke, wondering if this was giving the Demon King a demonic name. That's okay. Baby Steel's body and brain were wide open, and she seemed a little uncomfortable, but since she didn't want to hide her identity, she could only accept it reluctantly. After working for a long time, Liu resewed Baby Steel's thin skin with binding thread and repaired the damage. After this trip, the trio sent by the library to the Demon Expeditionary Force were extremely powerful. It's difficult to think about not doing anything. This time the demonic expeditionary force, Shadow and Dandan can take the body of the newborn Demon King and work together with Baby Steel to gain military exploits. And Liu actually gained a lot. At least he solved one of the two major mysteries of the library, which was a time bomb, and found the most beneficial situation for him. See you at the abyss mouth. Ying wrote on the ground today. Ying and Dandan will go to the abyss mouth to report. And even if they refuse, they will be forcibly recruited. Well, dominoes. Liu knew that it was almost time to say goodbye, and this good relationship was about to be marked by a comma. But just as Liu was about to hand over the dominoes to Ying and Dandan, he suddenly felt a vibration in the library, as if something hard object pierced the air and shot through the bone room, walls, and bloody corridors. I almost forgot. There is a brain spirit master outside at the moment, and he is being constantly marked and hunted down. Chapter 246, Throwing Spear. In fact, Bitterberg had already asked Liu for help many times just now, but Liu was busy recruiting the former Demon King Steel, and had no time to pay attention to the former master of brain spirits. The situation of the Lord of the Brain Spirit became increasingly critical. The attackers from the Colosseum seemed to have lost their patience and began to attack the library indiscriminately. This resulted in the current situation. Spears were constantly thrown from the walls. It shoots out into the air and cuts across a 10-meter range, like a line that suddenly appears in a library, marked one by one, attacking all locations where the mark has appeared. Some of the self-healing bones were shattered. Some of Minnie's bodies were punctured. And some innocent brains were stabbed to death by spears that suddenly appeared and turned into farts in midair. There were about 100 throwing spears in the first batch. 30 or 40 of them landed in the confusion corridor where Butebog once appeared. More than half of the remaining spears landed in the library, causing many casualties in an instant. That is to say, Butebog rarely appears in the upper cave recently. Otherwise there will definitely be spears falling next to Liu. As a result, a burst of anger rushed into Liu's head. Ijibuji was so eager, discovering that Bitterberg's exact location cannot be captured, directly launched such a large-scale attack on the library. The war started. Liu hurriedly imposed self-healing on the monsters in the library, and quickly observed the casualties in the library. 2 pairs of minis were seriously injured, and the situation was not optimistic. 7 brain spirits died directly, 3 of which were stabbed to death by the same throwing spear. Even Pai Gu was stabbed through the front and back by a spear, almost piercing his 2 arms in a string. On the way to the guest room of the bone room, Haidai picked up a throwing spear, hoping to dissipate the toxins in the mud, and then be sucked up by Chai Yao with his octopus tentacles. And in the middle of the mire of 100 mud arms, guarding a piece of Booty Borg's bodily fluids. This is the body I was knocked out of during the last 2 killing cups. When you are dying slowly, go to the corridor and change one. Do you understand? Haidai placed hundreds of killing Liu in the bloody corridor, which not only ensured Bitterberg's survival, but also ensured that I did not have enough magic power to use. Hidden. Completely use replacement. Thinking about it, Haidai still placed the bone room reception room at the entrance of the library, and arranged the booty bog that Liu had wrapped up under the bone throne. Dang! The spear hit Butebog, leaving a dent under his body. It retreated into sludge and released toxins, melting and opening a big hole. Chai Yao observed the speed of corrosion and determined that killing Liu Xiao, you could not support 2 rounds of spear throwing. When Butebog appeared, the spear throwing lasers suddenly concentrated, and 40% of the spears were fired. The bone room and reception room are still found in the library in limited numbers. Kill Butebog quickly, and you will not be able to join the demon expedition. Although the arms said their own words, the movements of their men did not stop at all, and they threw the spears into the void one by one. Mud. But it adds almost nothing. Butebog had never been to the 8th library, and it was one of the few places where spears were not thrown. You guys go. Chai Yao put on the skin of Template 5 Brave, blocked the magic cannon, and left the library with Baby Ujibu, Ying and Dandan. When he had time to comfort Minnie, Haidai first put on the killing Liu on the brains and minis who had disappeared, and then floated to the bone room reception room, and also put it on Buddy Borg, who was waiting outside. Later. Of course, I'll send them to the mouth of the abyss. As for you, just see how to swat the flies. Haidai said in reply. What does it matter? Hasn't it affected any other area except him? Baby Okiba seemed to be watching a show. Or, he wants to go to the city lord as the master of the library and the pillar. Complain? In reality, what Chai Yao was thinking about was how long the trip would take. After starting like this, At least it would be guaranteed that outside of that time, there would be no more mini. Or the mind would be projected to death by a Bada. Find a way to deal with the brave. The demonic expeditionary force is about to set off. The Colosseum is so small. Does the Demon King care about it? Haidai asked Baby Ajibu, as she listened to the jingling sound of the bones being concentrated by throwing spears, and began to think about countermeasures. Where to go? Baby Ajibu was still sure whether Haidai was going to fight back. It's not a Colosseum demon. It's like mud. But it has no arms. Baby Okiba fumbled in the air for a long time, and finally found an arm holding a javelin. The texture is particularly questionable. How about that time? Do you want to go to the mouth of the abyss together? Ying trembled and extended the invitation again, except for the Hell Karma fire. Ying later saw other people in Hades' thoughts. Steely's method. Just treat it as a drill after you go out on the expedition. Another thick spear disappeared, and then appeared in the middle of the bone room's reception room a second ago, stabbing at the cloth wrapped by 2 pieces of low-density bone. Dieberg. The difference is small. That's not what you did when you were in power. If you want to fight, just go to the Colosseum and fight hard. Baby Ajibu was sure that Haidai could beat Chai Yao Iji in a one-on-one fight, while weakening and healing itself, while sucking up the mud with its tentacles. Haidai was finally able to save 2 pairs of minis. This was the first casualty since before Haidai took over the authority of the library. It was from the brave, but from Colosseum. The sudden attack also caused the minis to cry. Lulu and Feifei were extremely angry. They cried and waved their swords, as if to defeat the non-existent enemies around them. The melted spear will cause 7 times of damage. Chai Yao hurriedly ordered the brain spirits and Minaminis, who had disappeared, to go to the 8th library and retreat outside to focus on avoidance and treatment. They go first. Come when you are ready, Haidai muttered. He knows? Haidai turned around and asked, dodging a spear. No. If this is the case, do you think that with the current style, he should be asked to challenge Steel in a one-on-one battle? Baby Okib grinned. Isn't he sure? Steelkey must have collected Bitterberg's body fluids in the last 2 games of the Killing Cup, and before Abada was drafted to retreat from the Demon Expeditionary Force. He hoped to kill the Lord of Brains directly, and usurp it more slowly. The authority of the library. Disposable. Haidai sensed it for a long time, and was able to analyze the enemy's information from the thrown spear. For a while, he was at a loss what to do. Was he just not worthy of being beaten? How long will it last? That kind of monster cannot mark its target with blood, body fluids, or corpses, and then attack with spears. On average, a piece of quagmire can stretch out hundreds of hands and throw hundreds of spears at a time. Is there any other way? The positioning is to go to Butebog. You can only do that, the other arm said, and the mud on the arm turned into a throwing spear. He flicked it and threw it into the air. Can't that be done? A mouth with a mouth under the heptabrachium of one hand murmured. Steely bears the blood debt of many. Oh, you understand. It means that as soon as you take action, you will completely kill Chai Yaoiji. Otherwise I will sue you, Haidai said with his brain groove twitching. However, Baby Ajibu discovered the origin of spear throwing and silently recited a name, Abada. Haidai was silent for a moment. So, it means that Steely can't hit you like that. But if you want to fight back, I can't report to the devil, and then be mediated or singled out? They are the permanent soldiers of the Colosseum. They appear in every war. They are very useless for assassinating or breaking the formation. Chai Yao gave a complicated introduction, and Chai Yao was at a loss for words. Haidai stretched out her hand and caught the throwing spear. After feeling the strength and speed, she felt that it was still within the range that she could avoid. Unfortunately, there was a way to locate Abada's position, but she couldn't use the Staff of Deception in reverse. Solve problems behind the eyes. After that spear throwing, Butebog followed him wherever he went, and this was entirely used to defend against the brave. At the same time, under the auditorium of the Colosseum, a ball of mud was stretching out its arms and mouth, communicating and throwing spears to attack. Chapter 247 Recruitment. Should we change the order? Swat the flies first, and then report to the mouth of the abyss? Ying felt that there was still time, and did not want to say goodbye to Liu so soon. But he quickly straightened out all the logic, and Ying explained Liu's arrangement for himself. Ajibuji is not in the Colosseum, so even if we go there now, we can't kill him. Right. It seems we can't catch up. Liu nodded and took a half step back in the corridor of confusion. Waiting for the shadow to lead the way, Liu didn't know which intersection in the corridor of confusion led to the mouth of the abyss. This trip was both an expedition and a farewell. There are skeletons and armored corpses everywhere in the corridor of confusion. They should be sleeping. In the past 2 days, brave men have come and caused a certain degree of damage. However, Liu, the former demon king, and the son of the demon did not see any of them when they came out. Other brave men consider themselves lucky. This is it. After turning a few corners and going down a few stairs, Ying came to a doorway that was steaming with steam, turned into an arrow, and kept probing inward. Well, that's it. Liu was not very good at saying goodbye. So he stuffed 2 dominoes and gave them to Dandan and Ying respectively. You guys put them away. Eggy and Shadow put the dominoes away solemnly. Shadow put the domino into the shadow space, while Eggy directly attached it to the edge, L, and then absorbed it. See you later. There was no verbal incitement or physical contact. The 3 demon sons stood beside the door leading to the mouth of the abyss, and stared at each other silently for a while. But Liu still saw the hearts of Ying and Dandan. The last time we met, you gave him the body of the future demon king as a gift. As soon as he finished speaking, Devil Scribe Damenkirk had no answer. 8 days ago. It was ready 8 days ago. For the old goat, the real battle occurs when human faith is shaken. And there is no way to predict it wrongly. It is also to know whether the holy city of Sturmy will really fall when the first offensive is launched. Do you really have that? Baby Ajiba spread his hands. You have just come back to life. And you don't have much magic yet. Do you remember it? Do you have one? The 8 demons said goodbye. Baby Ojiba picked out the shadow of a domino from the air and joked. Of course. He knew that it was some kind of communication item. You see? I want to call Bitterberg out. Right? Demon Wolf King Phineas seemed to hate the temperature of Liu in the abyss so much that he shook his hair off. King of the Colosseum. No action against the library? You smell it. So the problem of Si Cheong Gigi came. But it's not time. Time. Meng Fixuji emphasized. The target has not been determined yet. When is the time to launch the general attack? You might as well make arrangements early and complete the mobilization. If it's opened, what if the level is closed? Juka's thoughts are still very direct. He leaves some body for you. When you are ready to break, he will open it on his own. If you want all the 100 gladiators behind the Colosseum to go out for battle, that's no problem. But given the time, how can we cooperate? Ming Fei Shioji looked at the demon commander Cinder's outside the cocoon room. Furthermore, isn't it just you, the small pillars, who have mobilized troops? Do you think the power of the big pillars cannot be used? What do you mean? The big pillars don't have any power? Does he want to use the mysterious creatures outside the fresh-keeping warehouse? Or does he want to wake up Ledric outside the dreamland and help him build more skeleton soldiers? Si Cheong asked. Si grinned, completely feeling like the Devil's Kitchen and fresh-keeping warehouse had no fighting power. For the demons, fighting with the Braves is unfamiliar to us. Instead, it is magic motorcycles and magic cannons. They are really adaptable to fighting. The siege beasts also have mutations that are too bad. Target abilities. Ming Fixuji was afraid that the power of the Colosseum would be weakened too much and would be unable to break into the library. Of course, 2-wire control is required. If something goes wrong and other forces take advantage of it, you will suffer a small loss. The chains and the void made a voice. You are calculating. We will go on an expedition now. We will delay the completion of the Demon King's order. Cinders waved his hand and confirmed the date of the expedition with the authority of the commander. Memphisuk wanted to know that he didn't have much time to invade the library. Because once the battle started, the king of the Colosseum, the elite gladiators, the wolves of the Forbidden Forest, and the skeletons of the Tomb of Light would all be dispatched. We have a good understanding of human magic and technology. Ming Fixuji reluctantly made up a reason. The big pillar is not powerful. How do you know? Cinders exhaled. You can dispatch 900 legions. But you still need a big research room? Oh right. He doesn't have it either. Right. Here you go. Instead, Si Cheong extended his hand to Si Cheong's treasure as the successor Demon King. How can he have some means of long-distance communication? One less person can be considered as an insurance. Like the body of Dandan. Its particles have no effect of cleaning up the space. Juku also experienced this when he was promoted. And he is not confident that he can use the same method to restore the path from the library to the Abyss Liu. But that only influenced Ming Fixuji to use his brain to eliminate some competitors. What's the use of the library? But what do you think of the power of the research room? You should borrow it later. In Si Cheongjiji's calculation, there was no idea of letting Booty Bog become an expeditionary force, although when the Demon Expeditionary Force was launched, The demon commander had no power to call on a small part of the demon king's power. Si Cheong-Iji felt that in there are a lot of troubles to kill the lord of the brain spirit inside. It is due to internal strife in the expeditionary force. It is even more difficult to coordinate and use their power in the demon king's city at the same time. It is the best choice. It's a pity that you can take a lava bath. Let's go! Dandan threw a bunch of pellets at Juku, looking a little bit distressed. Juku originally wanted to remind pure-blooded demons that none of them had that kind of skill. But when he thought that Dandan would definitely find out before he retreated to the demon expeditionary force, he took the initiative. Therefore, once the demon expeditionary force goes out, weak demons like Shadow and Dandan will appear and still me. Not in other military towns for attack purposes. Such a battle between Mingfei and the same goes for the elite forces of the Beast Farm, which will serve as a sharp sword that suddenly attacks humans, piercing their vital points. Duka's heart felt slightly warm, thinking that his gift was so precious. Then you can only dedicate your body? Of course we have to wait for this clerk to calculate the supplies. Syndra's knocked on the chain beside him. Goodbye, Lord of the Library. Baby Ojibu saluted Si Cheong and said goodbye under the control of Ying. But before leaving, Dandan suddenly spun around again. 8 days? Si Cheong caused the flies on the cloth bag to move wildly, and suddenly felt that time was running out. Giantian Flower Mimpasuki has always been wary of the forces that have also paid no attention to Bitterberg, and understands us as potential competitors, such as the wolf in the Forbidden Forest and the magician in the laboratory. Does he really need you to help him open the door to the lower level of the library area? Dandan had known about his function for a long time, and had always wondered why Juka used that long period of time to open the front door of the library first. No. Now we have to recruit several magician legions from the research lab. Syndra scratched his fingernails in the cocoon room, enriching the list of the first batch of people to participate in the war. Baby Okib, Shadow and Dandan stepped into the small door, and Jiko watched us leave. That's why Mingfei Shioji delayed time and used a bota to hunt Buddy Borg, trying to kill me after the meeting started. Yes, even if I was killed, Mingfei Shioji also hoped that Buddy Borg would die in Tibet. Outside the library, the handover of authority was completed smoothly. As he walked, Juku stroked his slightly white beard under his chin and speeded up. Yes, brain spirit. There is nothing bad about things like Bitterberg? Unexpectedly, Mimpasuki actually admitted Phintius's conjecture. When the corridor of confusion returned to purity, he took a deep breath, felt the real air, and turned around to walk to the moonlight path in the city. The Abatas must still be throwing spears, and they were going to fight on that trip. In the Colosseum, it happened that while Mingfei Xuji was still in the abyss, and Liu was having a post-war meeting, he could solve the problem of Abata and also understand the operating mode of the Colosseum. The targets of the first battle were later determined to be Sturmi, the holy city of the Holy See, and Riga, as well as several military towns of the Taz Empire, in order to paralyze the manufacturing industry of steam engine soldiers and clockwork warriors. This is the first area I have been to when I came to that world. It doesn't matter, right? You will be separated from your shadow anyway. Either you control me, or I control you. There are only 2 results. Si Cheongji said that Baby felt no burden when talking about that matter. In the latter case, it cannot be used without his dominoes. But in the former case, is he really sure he wants to talk to you? The Red Robe Pope hasn't left yet after all. The frontal battle has nothing to do with me. I only need to allocate some Red Robe priests to provide support. The Locust King Ire and the Demon Wolf King Phintius, who symbolized human authority, both nodded and refused, and were also very concerned about when to launch troops, whether it is to fight back or seize power. Juka needs no deep understanding of the Colosseum, and coincidentally, when Juka came to the Demon King city, the 7th thing he was most unfamiliar with besides the library was the Colosseum. At this moment in Abyss Liu, the post-war meeting of the demonic expeditionary force was retreating in disorder on the 18th floor of Abyss Liu. The blood cocoon in the middle area was right on the ventricle, and several small pillars were discussing the process. That's true. Si Cheong nodded, rejecting the logic of the later Demon King. So goodbye. Baby Okib from the library. Chapter 248. The world is in chaos. Suitable for hunting. Liu walked on the moonlight path, thinking about the impact that the Demon Expeditionary Army would have on Demon King City. First of all, it is certain that the library has not received any orders to assist the expeditionary force. So it is a big piece of good news, and it can take advantage of the war to secretly grow. And the pure-blooded demons in the mouth of the abyss, the wolf warriors in the Forbidden Forest, and even the gladiators in the Colosseum, should all be recruited to join the first wave of offensive. This should be the reason why Ajabuki couldn't wait to use Abada to snipe Butebog. Similarly, once the expeditionary force is set off, the guard force inside the Demon King's castle will be reduced accordingly, and there may be a situation where brave men run around. The world is in chaos, suitable for hunting. This is also the reason why Liu appears here as a brave man to explore the Colosseum, get rid of Abada, and, if he finds valuable materials, he can kill the goose and take the eggs without any hesitation. And there is no need to worry about being attacked by the devil. The demons in the city knew that the brain spirit was hunting demons. Liu tightened the tattered cloak tightly, half hiding the strong muscles pieced together by the weird puzzle. He looked around with his eyes of distortion, simultaneously sensing the scent of monsters that were about to move on the moonlight path. He knew that his disguise was not bad, and he was already waiting for bats. The monsters mistook them for humans. After squeezing a few bats that fluttered to the back of his neck, Liu tore off their wings and put them in the tattered pocket he carried. Although the wings of magic bats are not a very precious material, since he was passing by, he took them with him, hands down. And just when Carl destroyed the wings of the magic bat and continued to go to the Colosseum, he suddenly saw 8 figures flashing out of the forest. The times were the same. Now if it were Lamont, he might not be able to find the Devil King's ass, Yuan said lightly. As soon as they arrived at the Colosseum area, the 7 brave became the targets of hunting. The knight is a man. A lowly man. Well, this is the home of knights. Carl made a joke to Liu, talking about the common sayings in Chaos Continent and Demon King City. They want to make the Demon King City too complicated. Outside is the grave of the brave. Carl matched his Kingston's appearance and mentioned some dialogues of the elders. Does he think he is Lamont? My dear, the first time I retreated to the Demon King's castle, I saw the Demon King. And then he beat me to death? Carl felt helpless. The books he read were all from decades later. Who knows what's going on here now? You guys should go too. Liu ordered Yuan and Brad. The brave helped the brave. What's his name? The 8 brave men were still unsuspecting and asked about Yuan's origin. What is he doing here? Yuan continued to question Yuan, the genius warrior of the Van Helsing family, Lancelot's sister, the First Order male knight, who is here. That Yuan Yong, that brave man looks so arrogant. You want to see what I can do? Carl nodded to Jesse and Brad as a greeting. The equipment is special. If there is anything worth snatching, if it is not weak, then it is a small one. But the fact that we were not torn to pieces by the monsters when we got there proves that we don't have much strength yet. Kingston, have heard of it. Whether he thinks there is one or not means there really isn't one. Of course, Carl knew that he had made it up. So he asked the male knight, is he a descendant of the Van Helsing family? Why did he come to the Demon King's city? Your first trip to Demon King's castle depends on us. Knights, gunners, magicians, their lineup is not good enough. Yuan combined our voices and read our thoughts. Yofei formed a brave team and retreated to the lower levels of Demon King's city. You are here to collect some materials. Carl looked up and down the 8 brave men. He saw something worth taking action. And he also planned to tangle with us too little. He pointed to the moonlight walk to the Colosseum and casually made up a reason. Some very precious materials. That's Jesse. That's Brad. Liu recognized Carl's human identity and introduced the gunman and the magician. When Yuan looked at the 8 brave men, the brave man was of course also observing Yuan. Yuan's brave skin was not only muscular, but his face was more weathered and mature. His upper jaw was covered with gray and white beards, half of which were messy. It's very disturbing at first glance. The 8 brave men came up with the same question. You have strong muscles, and your armor fits well, with silver patterns engraved on it. There is a thin sword on your waist, with a cross-shaped handle. It seems that it is not a sacred object enchanted by the Holy See, and it can cut off weak evil spirits. Brave? The opening of the Demon King City is a recent minor incident in Chaos Continent. Of course you have to rush to investigate as soon as possible. At worst, you can find the Demon King's location. Liu has great ambitions. Carl noticed the cross-sword emblem carved under the handle of your sword, and recalled it for a moment. He remembered that it was the family emblem of the Van Helsing family of the Tarth Empire. Carl had read it under the Road of Nobles in the year 259 of the Kylie calendar. Carl didn't know what the current situation of the Van Helsing family was, but luckily Liu had enough inner drama. So he immediately accepted your speech. Oh, this genius and brave man of the Van Helsing family actually also immediately arriving at Demon King City. Since they are not prepared, You are disturbing them and wishing them bad luck." Before Carl made some comments, he bypassed the 8 people and walked along the Moonlight Avenue to the Colosseum. The magician looked as mysterious as the 2 people who were looking for the brain spirit and pituitary gland in the future. He was wearing a holy white robe and holding a long staff in his hand. The tip of the staff was a bright green gem. "Slightly exude the healing breath of your presence." Humph. It turns out that I was not a bastard with any ambitions. He only cared about his own promotion and pitied the creatures of the small continent of Chaos. "If you are weak enough, you can't hire me to join you, to die for you." He also came to the Demon King's city to kill the Demon King? The leading male knight was obviously the backbone of the 8 brave men. Seeing Carl telling his family motto, he subconsciously thought that Carl was a human being. He's going to the Colosseum? Li Yu's men didn't have the latest map of the Demon King's city. Apart from confusing the corridors, they still didn't know much about the internal structure of the Demon King's city. Li Yu, the male knight, had an arrogant expression and announced his name, as if he thought Carl should have heard of it. "Human? Brave? Demon? Eliminate all evil." Yuan said the family motto of the Yuan Yong family and greeted the brave men with human etiquette. Li Yu, who does not have enough magic potion support, is too fond of a loose warrior like Carl. Carl guessed that he would also think highly of these 2 magicians, who went to the library to collect brain spirit pituitary glands. Lund River? Is this far away from the Sea of Death? There are no humans in this distance? The gunman became suspicious. Yes, that kind of brave group should find the way to the throne room. There may be very small battle damage halfway. And if you are unlucky, you could escape from the Demon King's castle. Is it bad luck, it will become a pung withered bones. Or skeleton soldiers. Carl laughed heartily as he listened to Li Yu's thoughts. He felt that it was a mistake to bring a few cannon fodder with him. Maybe he could use them in the process of exploring the Colosseum. The gunman had 8 pistols on his crotch and was holding a long stick in his right hand. He seemed to be quite good at hand-to-hand combat. But there was something under his body that showed his identity. He should be a noble. The corners of the male knight's mouth were slightly raised, and he looked at the vicissitudes of the old warrior behind him with little interest. Yuanong. Carl said the name that he had made up long ago. As for the place of residence, he chose a remote area thousands of miles away from the Taz Empire. From the banks of the Lund River, Carl used his senses to see through, and saw through the equipment of the 8 people behind him, and also figured out our identities: a knight with carved silver armor, a gunman with silver bullets, and a man carrying various magic potions. Magician. Who said it was a relative? Jesse, the gunman's character, is also quite out of the ordinary. The 8 brave men are all young people, and they have exactly the same pursuit as the oily old man Carl pretends to be. Chapter 249. The reaction of this brave group is a bit slow. A beholder scanned the entrance area, looking through the tattered wooden boxes and the many shadows in front of the forest, on alert. When Li Yu and the 4 of them were walking in the forest, before they even entered the square of the entrance area, they were spotted by the beholder immediately and contributed 4 malicious points. Li Yu only knew that he had been discovered when he saw the malicious reminder. He thought to himself that he had never been here when there was no competition. Unexpectedly, in terms of vigilance, Lijibuji was not at all confused when the beholder discovered that 4 brave men were invading. In a small wooden house at the entrance of the Colosseum, a warning stone shone slightly, and several fly demons who were playing cards nearby were stunned. "A brave man is coming." A fly demon rubbed its hands. "We're finally here. It's been 3 days since we opened the city, and now the second batch has arrived." The response of this batch of braves is a bit slow. Another fly demon turned the button and opened a light curtain in front of the table. There are countless perspectives in the light curtain, all provided by the beholders distributed in the Colosseum area. Like surveillance probes, it covers most of the Colosseum area. It's normal. After all, it's been 100 years. We haven't officially come to the world yet. The third fly demon increased the vision of the fly demon near the entrance area and looked at the 4 people who were being looked through in the forest. Brave. Knights. Magicians. There are 2 that I'm not sure about. The first fly demon commented on Li Yu's lineup before. Archers are no longer popular among braves now. You didn't see them in the last batch either. To the archers. They have guns. Did you see that the brave man with the stick had 8 big wooden sticks tied around his waist? Isn't that a gun? The 7th fly demon moved its wings slightly. Of course. Hang my body around your waist and bring it back to the Tars Empire to prove that the Kingston family is still weak. Jessica's face was serious, and Li Yu was in no mood to talk nonsense with Jessica. Mainly because you blocked him for a moment. And there were countless demons snooping in the shadows, completely surrounding the large square in the entrance area. Outside is the Colosseum, a place where demons fight for fun. Even if we send an army here now, they may not be able to wipe us out. But he wants to confront us head-on. Zhonglin increasingly felt that Jessica's voice was pleasant to the ears. So, you still want to find the Demon King? Oh, I've been discovered. The gunman's eyes are wrong. The first fly demon flipped its mouth parts. And then he saw the gunman lifting the big wooden stick at his waist. Sparks flashed, and the beholder's vision suddenly burst. Blurred, then darkened. Do those 8 people even know about the Bag Devil? As long as we get off the No. 3 low platform, it'll be fine. Abada is still busy. He has no plans for us. The 8th fly demon also finished stroking its wings. By the way, don't forget to share eyes, the first fly demon said, taking out a bunch of beholder's blood vessels from under the table, and distributed them to the other 2. Okay, let's go! Gladiators ranked more than 800 miles away are willing to play hunting games with you. You go and notify us. Each of the 8 took out a section of blood vessel and inserted it in front of the head. The compound eyes were blurred by the surging magic power for an instant. And then, they saw what each other and the beholder saw. Maybe for the brave. For the brave who have seen the grand scene of the Killing Cup, the Colosseum is just a huge empty stand and wasteland. It is difficult to understand how many demons are hidden outside. How do we want to play? The 7th fly demon finished rubbing his hands again. Jessica is not qualified to inherit the family either. Good intentions plus 444 plus 344 plus 144. Just as he was talking, the gunman suddenly looked directly at the beholder and the 8 fly demons outside the sentry box. Of course not. Liu looked at Bayan in front of Jessica. Demon King City has not been integrated into reality for nearly 100 years, and it is suddenly open to the braves. Does he think we are prepared? Immediately afterwards, a towered warrior covered in scars opened the small door of the Colosseum, holding a giant axe, and rushed towards the 7 Zhonglins. The weakest strength? Facing the entire Colosseum? Zhonglin hadn't sensed that the Colosseum was waking up, and there were countless good intentions in the dark. So he turned around and continued to move towards the shadows. You and Tion, they've been discovered. They'd better be more careful. An army? Humph! A first-level knight like Hitian is not an army. Zhonglin Fa glanced around the Colosseum, then stared at Zhonglin and gazed into the abyss. The marksmanship is also wrong. The fly demon patted the 7th fly demon. Let him go and inform Ichigo that there are guests coming to the Colosseum. At the same time, 7 brave men and Tion stepped into the entrance area. Gunner Carl smelled the smoke from the gun and stared at the blood stains where the beholder died under the wall. Feeling satisfied. What are you preparing for? Are you preparing to counterattack the Taz Empire? Ridiculous. As for the remaining gunmen and magicians, they are mainly fulfilling a financial contract. The remaining ones do not have the same thoughts as Jessica, but are just too weak. Those damn bastards, in the name of brave men, do not have the mind and structure of a brave man. Kill the little guy. What happens next? Liu took a brief look at it, and felt that Zhonglin was looking for the leader of the Colosseum. And then he defeated him layer by layer? What he means is, are there not very weak demons out there? Or are there very few demons? Zhonglin was not stupid enough to hear the meaning behind Zhonglin's words. Let them go. You still have nothing to do. Liu felt that Abada would throw a spear into the library in the lounge, and was also preparing to follow Jessica and the other 8 straight to the gladiator's lair. So he turned around. He shrunk into a shadow, preparing to find a demon to torture him, and first asked him where Abada was. Liu listened to your voice, and suddenly became disgusted. He also met several brave men during the time he traveled there. But we either just want to kill demons and obtain materials in the Demon King City, or we are just like the one behind him. Like Jessica, she wanted to enrich her resume through the power of her companions. But Bad Image was not the kind of old school and weak warrior that she originally understood. The Colosseum is divided into a low area, a high area, and a rest area. The gladiators should all be resting in the rest area. There will be no low-level demons outside. If you go to the rest area, you should be able to find some little guys and kill them. Drop it. Zhonglin Fa checked the map and pointed to the rest area of the Colosseum. With a small wave of good intentions coming, Zhonglin suddenly decided to change his tactics on the spot and asked where Abada was outside. Understand? I came to Demon King City to get gold plating. Liu summed up the motivation behind Zhong Linfa's adventure. And he became more and more confused about your voice. Where is he going? Jessica's tone was not bossy. You should fight together, so that you can use your weakest strength. But at the moment when Liu was about to leave, Jessica stepped in and blocked him. The gunman Carl also had his gun unloaded and pointed at Liu's head. The fly demon set off, and the Colosseum seemed to come alive instantly. The sound of flapping wings sounded, and the gladiators' lounge in the high area gradually became restless. Zhong Lin glanced at Carl and said something. It seemed that the 8 brave men were quite ostentatious, and they all required him not to take a step back, which was enough to attract the attention of the Colosseum. Have you prepared a hunting game for us? The first batch of braves died too slowly, and you all still had time to play. The bad looks of those braves were wrong, and the knight's armors are also very beautiful, so you should be able to play less buzz for a while. The first fly demon stroked his wings, looking very excited. I'm afraid that even if the devil is standing behind our eyes, we might not be able to recognize him. Right? Chapter 250, Hit the Head and Read the Mind. Liu sensed it a little, and realized that most of the monsters that rushed over were low-level demons. In terms of ranking, they should be ranked outside the 300th place, which was similar to the demon wolf warrior Fendes, who he first met in the Colosseum. Among them were running minotaurs, strong-winged demons, armors, skeletons. There were about 30 gladiators. They jumped out instantly after opening the door and rushed towards the 4 brave men in the square. But Liu still saw some problems at a glance among the monsters that came to snipe the brave. There was not even a fly demon. As the direct demon and manager of the Colosseum, they didn't appear. What does it mean? Is it because Ajibuki is not here that the defense of the Colosseum can only reach this level? Or is it that the fly demons feel that the level of these 4 warriors is not enough to use the more powerful gladiators? Or do you not have the authority to call a more powerful gladiator? The reason why Liu did not leave alone was because he wanted to use this contact to observe the defense mechanism of the Colosseum. Since the next power to be fought for was the Colosseum, it was a good time to collect intelligence. So Liu cooperated with Jesse and the 3 brave men, and together they wiped out the first batch of gladiators to attack. He had just completed his 2nd promotion in the library. In fact, according to Liu's current level, it was almost not difficult to kill minotaurs, armors, skeletons, etc., regardless of physical combat or using his mind. Let alone the monsters under the puzzle, the hidden magic cannon, as well as the reinforcement materials that have just become sensors. A group of 8 brave men, like lifting a meat grinder, pushed back towards the entrance of the audience area. Liu's 8 people cooperated skillfully. The magician Minotaur stood in the middle and cast spells. The gunman Jesse moved around me with a long stick and a silver gun in one hand. The gunfire leaked out and hit Brad's eye sockets and the winged demons. The joints between the wings and the skeleton slowly paralyzed the mobility of the gladiator at the rear. The monsters that occasionally block an eye's route of action will also cause some damage to you, but they are all eliminated by the Minotaur's green light healing, without any interference to your enemy killing movements. Abada. At the same time, Carl did get a few hits on his head and shoulders, but they were all intentional. Although they were stained with blood, there was no real impact after all. Carl's body is a brain spirit, which is now deeply hidden in the weird puzzle. The low-density bones, binding lines and tentacles are like a tank wrapped in layers. And the wind and rain inside are related to me. The 8 brave men stopped and led Carl back into the small door of the Colosseum. They even saw the weak white-bearded brave knocking on the face of a fly that appeared under the door and knocking the door down. Going through the small door does not mean stepping down the corridor and stairs of the stands. Carl once came there during the 8th game of the Killing Cup. But at this time, there was a sea of people outside. And there were no evil horns, harpies, etc. The monsters were very quiet, but that time, there was only a group of stern armor standing in the banquet, distributed into more than a dozen large square formations. And their movements were very uniform, as if no formation had been activated yet. Spoil, the intruder, Inaiwei himself was always a foot away from the other 2. His whole person almost turned into a ball of silver shadow, and he waved the cross sword in his hand repeatedly, like a silver thread, tearing apart everyone who was not close. Enemy. Inaiwei did not stand with us, but faced more than a dozen gladiators alone. His fists and kicks combined, and every blow would bring up flesh and bone. The ping-pong-pong-pong-pong-pong-pong-pong-pong attack left pieces of flesh and bones everywhere, as if he was fighting. The farmers plowing the fields knocked the gladiators out of the ground. However, Li Yu lost some doubts when he saw Carl's small axe flying and using it as freely as if he had extended his forward arm. Carl said he was bored, but his attention was not concentrated under the armors for too long through the eyes of distortion. Carl saw that the auditorium was under a low platform nearby, and there was a group of mud waving hands. X? Is it the boxer line? Or is it that boxers also play with weapons? The brave men of the North, are their training systems that chaotic? But in battle, Carl did not pay too much attention to the battlefield, but continued to sense the movements inside, such as the shadowy auditorium, the shadows at the corners, and the white passage corridors. Brad froze half of his body, and his hand stopped, knowing where the idea came from. The one eye that was not blind only saw a white-haired old man wearing a shabby cloak, punching his head one after another. As for the demons that broke into the formation, they somehow managed to cause fatal injuries to the Minotaur and Jesse. Under Inaiwei's silver light, the damage seemed to be shared by you. Wherever he went, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Bones overflowed, and the armor was intact. Even the winged demon floating in the air was slashed by Carl with an axe, leaving only a pair of wings, and fell to the ground. Countless eyes fell on him, and there was some vague buzzing in the white darkness. Then Carl was waiting for the gladiators to encircle him, and for Li Yu's group of 8 to rush back toward the entrance. Instead, he swung his cloak, picked up Brad's axe, and turned around to rush into the Colosseum. Small door. Very standard cooperation. Carl sensed the battle situation, and suddenly felt that he was playing an adventure game in the Demon King city. These 8 brave men seemed to be players in a team. Abada. Mudhand. Mudhand is in the gladiator lounge in the high area. That's right. Do we have to go to the Devil's Market every day to try our luck? After hammering a small bull's head to pieces, Carl raised his bloody hand, turned around and smashed it at the remaining armor and skeletons around him. He sent out the same thought and got the same answer. Although Li Yu had no doubts, he was a little determined when he saw a passage that Carl had carved out, and urged Jesse and Inaiwei Jun to rush down together. Li Yu was naturally observing Carl, with many questions in his mind. Carl was also wasteful, and took advantage of the situation to collect materials such as Brad's horn and the wings of the winged demon. As a brave who came to the Demon King city for adventure in search of materials, Carl still followed the logic of my actions, over and over again. Inaiwei also found the value of Inaiwei. Brad was stunned, but Inaiwei understood. Carl stopped running wildly like an angry bull, but the armor suddenly gathered together and reorganized into an armored monster. TSK. Carl snorted impatiently after smashing the facade, but no material fell out. That Van Helsing is a boxer? But does he seem to be following the path of pure boxer inheritance? You can see the magic flowing in my muscles and blood vessels. The brave men on this side of the Lund River have no unique path. You know, I want materials. That kind of stuff. Your family wants a lot less. Like the killing sea butterfly that Inaiwei put in the library. The king of the Colosseum also arranged a group battle formation for armors. Watching the armor squirm, assemble, and eject huge thorns, knives and axes, Carl felt inexplicably emotional. And those bits and pieces would really have been useless before. If you want to find Abada, it would be useful to ask the high-level gladiators behind you. Either grab a fly demon and ask, or you can only wait for the weaker gladiators to die before you can ask for some useless information. Carl guessed the fly demon should be hiding where he saw it, observing the battle of the 7 brave men in some ordinary way, and then summoning fewer gladiators of other types according to the development of the battle situation. Perhaps I am really worthless. How can I be conquered? Although it seems that I am not too young. The Demon King city has reappeared, and it is the time for the Kingston family to employ people. And Carl was not idle either. While killing, he also sent a message to Brad, whose upper body was beaten to pieces behind his eyes. Does he know Abada? Carl needed to get the answer from it. He just needed to listen to the reaction in my mind. As soon as Carl heard those words from his heart, he immediately became energetic, although requiring materials was a random lie. But there were also materials for low-level contracts such as the Horn of the Evil Horn and the Holy Ash of Sindalami. What clues are there? There must be no support from a well-known brave family in Xiaolu. It seems that it can't be more difficult to get? That sound reminded Li Yu. Huh? Did you defeat the boss? Chapter 251, The Armored Evil. The armors gathered together to form a huge monster, and since it was different from the armored monsters he usually saw, Li Yu also subconsciously used the Devil's Illustrated book to analyze it. Analysis successful. Li Yu had already collected the armor, and was making rapid progress in analyzing the behemoth in front of him. He was only knocked away once by it, and then he successfully included it in the Devil's Illustrated book and obtained a monster named Armor Giant Evil. Liu didn't know until now. It turns out that the armors have the function of merging. Fortunately, he had been relatively low-key before, and had never provoked such a guy. Very good. Killing it should greatly weaken the Colosseum. Where is its magic core? Jess's voice inexplicably coincided with the weaknesses Liu saw in the Devil's Illustrated book. He thought to himself that this team of brave men had indeed done enough homework. And they actually knew the weaknesses of the armored monsters? The armored giant is a collection of armors. In addition to being larger in size and more destructive, it also has the ability to transform and reorganize. It is completely meaningless to simply kill the outer armor. If you want to destroy it, you can only use the magic core to destroy it. Take action. If he had followed Liu's past habits, he would have summoned a sea of bones to confront the armored monster at this moment, and then rushed into its body. The bone sword would have pierced the demon core to complete the hunt, but now Liu is a brave man. Of course, you can't use evil things like self-healing bones, lest your identity be discovered by the eye demons and fly demons who are secretly observing. So Liu didn't use the sea of bones, but just rushed straight into the body of the armored monster. The giant axe he snatched from the Tauren's hand went into a whirlwind, crushing countless scraps of copper and iron. And his body was also scratched by the armor sword. There are so many scars. It was strange to have blood. Jesse could only spill some mucus, and adjusted the color with photon pigments to make it look like blood, splattering around the body. It's a pity that those things were all in his body, and the giant armored monster did not actually cause any harm to Su Huan. When the brave eight saw Jesse's body covered in blood and his left hand broken, they felt inexplicably horrified and understood better that Van Helsing character. And Su Huan was even sure that it was me who stepped on his face just now. Jesse was very satisfied with not having that kind of harvest on his first hunt. Isn't Van Helsing that good? It must be. It seems. I am a brave man who knows what he is doing. The skin of his hand was shredded, and Jess's sword was not very resolute originally. But with the blessing of his mind, the magic core was able to dodge the sword that fell vertically, and was cut directly with a thick sword mark. At that time, Jesse and Ying tried their best, but they could only get the chance of one stab. Maybe Liu didn't have that kind of energy? It's daytime? I was still wrong. First identify the enemy and friend to avoid accidental injuries. You cannot share the damage in the previous chapters. When they rushed to half of the body of the giant armored monster, the collection of armor seemed to find it difficult for the brave to resist. It moved the magic core in the body while moving forward, hoping to completely wrap the brave group with countless armors and entangle them to death in the body. And the giant axe in Jess's hand was slowly smashed to pieces. The brave man had no choice but to twitch some scrap metal from the armored monster's body and continue to retreat. So, Jesse paused for a moment in midair, then turned around and stepped on Liu's face. Su Huan was sure, but he really felt the pressure from the armored monster, and he also thought of a way to break the situation in an instant. Liu and 8 others were thinking about the same thing. The silver thread was also slowly compressed by the armor, losing the momentum of the back rush. It could only barely ensure that the 8 brave men inside and outside were crushed by the armor, but Jesse had not yet reached behind the demon core, and casually pulled it out from the tumbling armor. He picked up a broken sword and turned around with a bang. Su Huan's inner drama is still there. Jesse felt refreshed. Su Huan sighed, feeling that he could really be a doctor among brave men before after all. Everyone can do the magic of self-healing. The healing green light that had not yet spread during this period fell under Jesse. Su Huan's skin was rough and thick, and the armor required very little force to pierce. So the green light healed extremely quickly, and was almost effective. Su Huan had no choice but to accept the green light to repair the weird puzzle piece. He also added self-healing and allowed the broken skin to grow rapidly, standing like a murderous god. Before Su Huan stood up, he immediately ran to Jess's side, and then grabbed the magic core outside the armor pile. Obtained the material iron quality. After looking at it twice, Jesse realized that it was a back armor, which had long been deformed. It had not even spread under his palm, and had pierced into the skin the deeper it went. The more dangerous it was. Jesse was overjoyed, and clicked to confirm in his mind. He immediately closed the ball of light that came out of the magic core, and lay on the layers of scrap metal in anguish. He thought that his character was wrong that time. If I kill the devil, will it cost me my life? It was also Jesse's movements that were too fast. Liu had no reaction, and was kicked hard. Then when the shadow left in front of him, Jesse used his strength to rush through the layers of armor. Before a burst of blood rain burst out, they arrived at the location of the magic core. Listening to Liu's voice, Jesse vaguely grasped that everything you just did should be some characteristic or skill of the knight's path that can benefit both parties. Immediately afterwards, Liu pointed his sword at Jesse's shoulder. Su Huan trembled and almost made a move. But then he heard the male knight of the Kingston family shout, "This is my friend. Are you going to use this to temporarily increase your strength to the 4th level? It would be a waste to use it outside of that." Ouch! Stealing equipment from the devil? Thinking about this, Su Huan also lifted up his armor and stood up. He looked at his battered body and his left hand with only bones left. He felt that the lethality of the giant monster in the armor was not enough. It could beat the monster puzzle like that. Not even at the level of the jackal leader. TSK. There is no way it can be compared with our weak self-healing. You collect its magic core. That's not the first trophy you get in Demon King City. Or treatment? Liu patted Su Huan's shoulder. And then the healing green light enveloped Su Huan's whole body. A surge of magic power pushed Jesse and the 8 brave men away, then countless armors instantly became messy, lost control, and buried the 7 brave men deeply. During the process, the silver thread followed Jesse's movement and retreated, as if opening a passage under the body of the armored monster. Inside the passage were Carl's gunfire and Brad's healing green light, preventing the armor from when he closed his body. The hole became smaller and smaller. For Jesse, the magic core is just a strong point. And it doesn't matter if it is taken by Liu. He just knows that it will drop this material called iron quality. Seeing the name, Su Huan felt that thing may be different from the self-healing bone. If it is gone, it will not only not be able to build the body, but also cannot directly weaken the structure of the library. It is a bad thing that is in short supply. What did he put away just now? Liu put away the magic core and turned around to ask Su Huan. Charged together, almost at the same time as Jesse, Liu also called on Carl and Brad to follow him, charging and retreating along the path cut by Jesse's giant axe. There were some changes in Liu's voice, and Jesse also realized that the male knight had some kind of method to improve his strength in a short period of time. He had encountered 4th level knights before, and he knew that compared with Lamont's grandson, no small improvement. While the 8 brave men moved away their armors and tried to get up from the layers of scrap metal, Jesse examined the effect of iron quality and found that it was much different from what he thought. It was a kind of the metals that can be used, although they are completely weaker than the lower particles, are still metals and are much harder than bone. Whether it is making a body or some mechanical devices, it is a wrong choice. Jesse thought he was right. Jesse's bones, muscles and other core parts are not all sensors yet, so there has been no qualitative improvement in strength or speed. But now he can withstand the armored monster. The forces of partial agitation cannot be withdrawn until they are urgently needed. They were still less than halfway away from breaking through the magic core, and the brave team seemed to have lost some of their energy. Chapter 252, The Brave Man Feeds Me Cake, but I won't eat it. Is it a demonic relic? Of course Jesse knew that after killing the demon, the material could be extracted in a certain way. However, Liu had hardly done anything just now. He just put away a ball of light. So he denied the material and thought it was some kind of demon that was directly separated. Relic. Materials. Liu looked at the talented warrior of the Kingston family meaningfully. What? Brad stopped the treatment, and only Carl was still looking around, his eyes like eagle eyes, looking for the remaining monsters. It was also strange. The 4 of them had already entered the auditorium of the Colosseum, but when the armored monster appeared, there were no other monsters. It was as if an opponent had been prepared for them, and the next one would be picked up after the winner was determined. Only Liu knew through the malicious prompts that kept popping up in the Devil's Illustrated book that there were still countless demons in the shadows, under the moonlight, watching the 4 brave men and planning something. On the high platform not far away, the mud hands were still throwing spears into the void. Liu had already confirmed that they were the Abata that Baby Steel called. In other words, as long as they are killed, Ajibuki's offensive against the library will be dismantled. But when he actually ran to the Colosseum, Liu was not sure whether to kill them. Directly killing them would be tantamount to informing Ujibuji that he had the ability to enter the Colosseum, but it might allow him to hide the hidden treasures. The library is connected with these brave men. Moreover, even if the first wave is really solved, what about the second and third waves? At first, Minnie was injured, and Liu was hot-headed, so of course he wanted to kill Abata. Now it seems that as long as Okabuki is not dead and is still the king of the Colosseum, the offensive will only become more and more powerful. Strong. It would be better to paralyze the enemy. Seize the time to figure out the layout here, and then hit Ajibuki's vitals with one blow. A small group of Abada is obviously not the key to the king of the Colosseum. It's nothing. You deserve this. Liu was thinking when Jesse Kingston's words brought him back to reality, seemingly realizing that his reaction was somewhat ungraceful. Jesse raised his hand. You are very powerful. But you cannot take away what you want in the Demon King City by relying on your own strength, Jesse said, pointing to Liu's almost broken bone hand. On the contrary, if you only need materials, you can be loyal to me and become a knight of the Kingston family. Materials, rituals, I have never lost my focus because of these things during my promotion to the 7th level knight. Jesse hung the cross sword back on his waist and looked at the wasteland in front of him like a general. Liu believed that what she said was true, and he knew that her voice was true. If Van Helsing joins us, this trip to the Demon King City, maybe we can go to the throne room where the Demon King is. Jesse kept that lofty expression and drew a big pie for Liu. Let's wait and see if we can survive this time. Liu saw that in the middle of the Colosseum, the gates on both sides of the wasteland were slowly opening, and he knew that another gladiator was about to come out of those two gates. Obviously, for the brave man who killed the armored monster, the Colosseum will soon bring out more powerful gladiators to entertain him. And Liu also roughly understood the defensive logic of the Colosseum. In the face of invaders, the Colosseum is treated more like a performance. First send some weak gladiators to introduce the invaders into the field. And then, like a killing cup, fight them one by one until the invaders die. This is the reaction of the Colosseum to the intruders on the surface. But hidden under the water, it should be an observation team composed of beholder demons and fly demons. Liu guessed that this defense mechanism was also dominated by these two monsters. So if one of them could be paralyzed, it should be possible to put the Colosseum into a blindfolded state. Of course, the premise of these is that Ajibuji is not in the Colosseum since the authority of the library can give Liu the ability to check the library at any time. Then Liu believes that Ajibuji will also have it. So subvert the fighting beast when exercising authority. It is best to choose a time when he is not around. The above is Liu's conjecture, which needs further confirmation. But what is in front of him is a more interesting choice. Should he continue to accompany Jesse and the others to defeat the boss here? Or should he sneak into the Colosseum and look for the fly demon? Of course, the purpose of searching for the fly demon was for torture. After thinking for a moment, Liu still felt that the most urgent task was to understand the complete layout of the Colosseum, and the work of hunting monsters could be left behind. In the process of killing the armored monster, Jesse, Carl and Brad also suffered some injuries. Although none of them were fatal, they were in urgent need of repair and bandaging. At this moment, they were all surrounded by green light and looked at the two black fans with vigilance. The painted gates slowly rose. Find a place to prepare first. I know where the safe area of the Colosseum is, Jesse said after a moment of relief. Safe zone? Liu didn't expect that there would be such a thing in the Demon King City. When the Demon King City returns to reality, those places with weaker magic power and weaker demon control will become blind spots, which are the safe zones for the brave. Brave men can prepare, heal, discuss plans, and conduct transactions in the safe zone. Liu was surprised when he heard this. He was not sure whether there would be such a place in the library. Could it be the 13th library? After the second promotion, Liu knew every corner of the library very well, except that he had never been to the 13th library. And even if he used his authority, he could not see what was inside. Could it be that the so-called weak control? When Jesse spoke, the wasteland was overflowing with magic power, and it seemed as if someone extraordinary was about to walk out of the gate. Carl and Brad looked at Liu, as if waiting for his answer. Does it mean that if you don't team up with them, you won't take yourself to the safe zone? Liu reading understood the look in their eyes. But Jesse led the way directly, running to a step not far from the auditorium, as if he was about to enter the Colosseum building directly. Find the safe area first, and then force Van Helsing to submit. He may be useful on the road. Listening to Jesse's thoughts, Liu hurriedly followed, quietly asking what the safe zone was along the way. At the same time, Liu also amplified his perception and looked for the fly demons and beholder demons around him. If you want to understand the overall layout of the Colosseum, they are the best targets for torture. The gate rose and opened completely, and two almost identical monsters appeared on the wasteland. They both have the head of a lion and a snake's tail, with wings growing on their backs. The difference is that one's mane is entwined with flames, and the other is covered with eye spines that continuously extend and then fall off. New monster? Liu inexplicably felt that these two things looked a bit like chimera. And he thought that it was indeed a coliseum, with all kinds of monsters. If he became the Lord of Authority here in the future, there would be no shortage of demon illustrations. Analyzing objects can open up a lot of new functions of the demonic illustrated book. The trio of brave men rushed into the corridor, and Liu also sensed two chimeras running toward the auditorium. After a little analysis, he found that the progress was extremely slow, so he simply gave up. He also judged the strength of the two monsters in an instant. A high-level demon who seems to be very good at elemental magic. Feeling the vibration behind him, Liu also rushed into the corridor. Of course, not intending to get entangled with them, but the two monsters actually split up, chasing after each other from behind with their manes full of fire. And the other one's footsteps were getting further away, seeming to be preparing to go around. Go to the front to block. Attack from two sides? Liu mourned for Jesse in front of him. These two experimental subjects are only sent to the Colosseum as tribute from the research laboratory. Let's help the king of the Colosseum to test their power. While running, Liu suddenly heard the voice of a devil coming from behind the stone wall of the passage, and immediately slowed down. Quick! The safe zone is just around the corner. Jesse also realized that something was not going well, and then heard a loud noise behind him. Boom! Jesse turned around, and saw a skeletal hand sticking out of the broken wall of the passage. Bone hands grabbed Van Helsing's neck, and pulled the brave man by the Lund River into the wall. Van Helsing, with a solemn expression, rushed in. You go first. Don't worry about me. The fly demon behind the wall was confused. Where did this hand come from? Am I deformed? Chapter 253, Fly Demon Monitoring Network. The fly demon behind the wall actually has a very complicated mental journey. First of all, the beholder was naturally placed in the corridor below the auditorium. The beholder also saw the four brave men rushing in. Everything was going according to plan. But the brave man who fell at the end was passing by the wall. While walking by, a bony hand inexplicably stretched out from the wall, and then smashed a passage. The fly demon is exposed in front of the hero. Of course, the bone hand belongs to Liu, who pulled himself into the wall. After breaking through the wall, Liu stretched out his hands, and tore off two of the fly demon's eyes. The compound eyes were torn and tilted, and the fly demon's perspective was completely confused. Immediately afterwards, Liu completely blocked the fly demon's field of vision, so that it could only see darkness. Until now, the fly demon has not figured out where the bone hand came from, and how the hero found himself. What are you doing hiding here? The brave man spoke in the common language of demons. Hurry up and call the experimental subject to save me. The fly demon flapped its wings, and the buzzing sound resonated in the compartment, prompting the monsters outside the corridor to come to the rescue, but with only a slight vibration. The fly demon's wings were torn off by the brave man, and he could no longer make any movements. Liu pinched the fly demon's neck and pressed it into the wall. He felt that the experimental body that looked like a chimera ran through the corridor and chased the Jesse trio. Liu silently mourned for them, holding the fly demon's neck. Liu also touched the extra blood vessel, and felt that the fly demon looked a little different this time. What is this? Liu tried the adhesion of the blood vessel, not sure whether to tear it off. The beholder's blood vessels, vision sharing. The fly demon only had a few thoughts in his mind, and the blood vessel was ruthlessly torn off by Liu and put into his pocket. Liu was going to try it on the pituitary gland later, when he was sure that he was not being watched. Maybe the whole picture can be opened. As for the method to confirm whether you are being watched, you just need to check if there are any malicious pop-ups. Where is your master? Liu asked, clasping the fly demon's neck with one hand, where the fly demon couldn't see it. Liu's other bone hand stretched out step by step, touching the broken wall, silently putting the broken bricks back together, and Van Helsing disappeared into the corridor, out of thin air. The compartment is quite crowded, and there is a hole in it, which should be the passage for the fly demon to enter and exit. Liu guessed that there are many such passages in the Colosseum, which is convenient for the fly demon to collect bets during the killing cup, and also to facilitate the battle. Observe the enemy from a safe location. Master, conducting a meeting in the mouth of the abyss. The fly demon twisted his body, as if he wanted to fight back, but as long as his mouthparts moved, Liu would rip off his mouthparts, and his hands and feet would be torn off if he moved his hands and feet. After a few clicks, only a bare fly stick was left. When will you come back? Liu asked one question after another, with almost no pause in between. The meeting is over. Come back to prepare for war. Departure. Most of the fly demon's head had been torn off, but he was still alive. but basically couldn't turn his head. And Liu looked at the blood vessels in his hands, and then at the countless compound eyes covered in mucus on the ground, thinking that if the fly demon joined the demon expeditionary army, he could indeed contribute to the collection of battle reports. And by the way, he could also eliminate the expeditionary force. Military excrement. What is the overall defense mechanism of the Colosseum? Liu asked the last question. Bite my fly, but can this person hear my heart? The fly demon finally realized that something was wrong. But the less he thought about it, the more he thought about it. So this fly demon, with only a body, exposed the general situation of the Colosseum to his heart. And Liu was not bad at all. And listened. I even remember it, and play it back over and over again. As previously speculated, when Ajibuki was away, the daily direction of the Colosseum was indeed dominated by the fly demon, and was divided into 3 levels. The third level of defense is to order 300 gladiators from a distance to defend the enemy, combined with armor, skeleton soldiers and winged demons, but if they encounter enemies that cannot be dealt with by the third level of defense, the flying demons will use monsters collectively called beasts. Mission is for secondary defense. Those are the 2 chimera-like monsters. Once the secondary defense fails to stop the enemy, the fly demon will notify the gladiators within 300. And the gladiators within 300 will volunteer to fight until the intruder dies, or until all the gladiators are killed. At the same time, when an intruder enters the Colosseum, the fly demons will also make a bet on which level of defense the intruder can reach and which gladiator he can kill. This one is miserable right now. The fly demon was focused on the death of 4 brave men at the hands of 2 experimental subjects. So he ran over immediately and prepared to pick up the things left behind after their deaths, such as Jess's silver armor and Carl's silver gun. After all, this was the first few days before another brave man entered the city in 100 years. The relics of these brave men were considered rare items in the Demon King city, and could be exchanged for many good things. Understood. Liu finally tore off the head of the fly demon and watched as the magic power on its body gradually melted away, turning it into a wandering spirit in the Colosseum. From the beginning to the end, the fly demon didn't answer any of Liu's questions with a buzzing voice, but he was very cooperative with his inner thoughts and gave Liu the information he wanted. And it didn't take more than a few minutes in total. The fly demon was dead, but Liu did not rush out to join Jesse and the others. Instead, he opened the scalp and skull on the back of his head, revealing the thick brain spirit pituitary gland. Liu wasn't sure if he could just forcefully connect the beholder's blood vessels, but at least the pituitary gland was a sensor and had an innate control effect on this kind of alive demonic relic. So he felt free to give it a try, as if the cameras of the entire Colosseum were connected. Liu instantly saw the Colosseum in action from numerous angles, the low-level gladiators in preparation, the skeleton squads that kept gathering, the armors arrayed, and the throwing bodies. Abada of the spear. Everything came into view. And at the same time, a huge amount of information hit Liu's mind. Fortunately, Liu's promoted brain power has been strengthened. Even without the blessing of absorbing, he can still barely digest what he saw in front of him. Seen. At the same time, the map of the Colosseum began to be outlined in Liu's mind, and everything gradually became clear. Liu even had the illusion that he had become the king of the Colosseum. This surveillance system composed of beholders, should I also have one in the library in the future? If you exchange a few more brain spirit pituitary glands, the brain spirits can use them directly, although exchanging one brain spirit pituitary gland requires 10,000 points of malice, which is currently the most expensive material in the Devil's Manual. If setting up a stall at the Devil's Market didn't require the mayor's permission, Liu even wanted to turn into a businessman and go to Dessler to set up a stall to sell the materials in the illustrated book. What surprised Liu was that in the map of the Colosseum outlined in his mind, there were 3 completely blank locations, one of which was the corner where the Jesse trio ran towards. Is this the so-called safe zone? Because the king of the Colosseum has weak control over the place, the beholder is not revealed, and is even directly hidden in the consciousness of the monsters? Liu did not expect that there would be such a convenient design for the brave in the Demon King city. He was amazed at the magic of this world and decided to search carefully when he returned to the library to see if there were any similar blind spots. The 2 experimental subjects seemed to have not found the location of the 3 brave men, and were still searching in the intricate corridors under the auditorium. Liu finally determined the position of each beholder's perspective, compared the route, and finally sewed himself up with binding thread the back of the head, then kicked the wall away and started back on the road. This time, the whole map was opened, And the Colosseum suddenly became more fun. Should we draw the brave men closer to the encirclement and eat them all? Or make a few sets of traps and get some materials like iron quality? Or just blow up the VIP room with one shot? Before Liu had fully thought about it, he suddenly saw a very familiar figure peeking out from the field of vision closest to the safe zone. Huh? Why is this person here? Liu was at a loss. Chapter 254 Safe Zone. The person who poked his head was none other than Saudi businessman Abed. Liu was even more puzzled. Didn't this person come to participate in the Devil's Fair in the death town of Dessler? Why did he come to the Colosseum after not seeing him for only a few days? Along with him was a guy who looked like a magician. There was a pattern of golden sand on his robe. He was obviously a brave man from the Kingdom of Sand. When Liu appeared in the corridor, he had already attracted the attention of the beholder. Skeletons and armors were rushing here. The distance between the two experimental subjects was not far away. So Liu did not stay too much and followed Jesse 3, turning in the direction where the group disappeared. They soon arrived at the safety zone. When he entered the safe zone, Liu felt the air shake, and his thoughts hurt his brain, as if a razor had been scraped across his soul. This room, which was originally outside the perception, was forcibly found and entered by Liu using surveillance comparison. Then, Liu met Abed and the magician from the Kingdom of Sand face to face. The two people were standing one behind the other at the door, with Abed at the back and the magician in front, playing with a pile of ever-changing sand in his hands, seemingly releasing divination magic. There's someone. Abed was stunned when he saw Liu, and retreated behind the sand magician. The magician condensed the sand in his palms, as if he was ready to attack at any time. Liu didn't blame them either. One hand was still a bone hand. The white beard was stained with the body fluids of the fly demon, and the body was covered in scars. It was difficult to give Abed any sense of intimacy. Huh? Liu also pretended to be surprised, and then asked, "Where is Jessie? Do you know her? Are you Van Helsing?" Abed was stunned. It was obvious that he had just met the talented warrior of the Kingston family. "Go in and talk." Liu pointed to the corridor behind him. Abed and the magician from Sand Kingdom also heard the footsteps of the skeleton, and hurriedly re-entered the safe zone with Liu. Green light shone in the safe zone. And of course Jesse and his trio were recovering from their injuries. Jesse raised his eyebrows when he saw Liu again, curious as to how he survived from the monster. "Killed?" Jesse asked the monster chasing behind him. "Averted." Liu didn't need to explain so much. Now that he saw all the details of the Colosseum, he was even more interested in the safe zone that was not in the picture. The room is basically the size of a library, and is not luxurious. There is only a sofa, a round table and a candlestick in the room. The candle is red, solidifying and dyeing the center of the round table red. The candlelight is swaying, but blooming with its size is disproportionate to the light. In addition to the Jesse trio, Abed, and the Sand Kingdom magician, there was another strong man in the room, sitting on the sofa and saying nothing to the candlelight. And Liu listened to his heart, and inexplicably felt that this brave man did not look like a human being, but rather a demon. Rain, need a rain. Liu couldn't understand his thoughts at all, and then suddenly felt the malice from the gunman. Avoiding the demon so quickly, was Van Helsing replaced by the demon? Please verify your identity. Although the gunman came to Demon King's city for the first time, he had heard many stories about brave men being replaced by demons, and then killing the entire group. Hearing the gunman's doubts, Liu found it difficult to explain to him. Is it a show of cards, saying that we were the devil from the beginning? The sound of a bullet being loaded. The silver cords around him began to gradually tighten and get closer. Liu, who was covered in scars, stretched out his skeletal hand to support his head, then looked into the gunman's eyes and said, as a brave man, "Your IQ seems not to be very good? What's wrong with the devil? Do you know where the safe zone is?" In the field of vision shared with the fly demon, the existence of the safe zone is still completely invisible. If Liu hadn't seen the overall situation, even if you use the brain spirit's ability to construct a space to complete your positioning, you won't be able to get here at all. As for the feeling of his soul being scratched just now, Liu understood it as a test of the safe zone, although he didn't know how he did it. He did it. This is my friend. I trust the intuition of the 7th level knight. Jesse's identification of friend and foe still existed, and he naturally discovered that Liu had not been swapped. He is still the same person as before. Hee hee. The strong man sitting on the sofa giggled after hearing this. Seeing his master speak, the gunman Carl also put away his gun. Although Liu was accepted by the brave men again, he still felt a little annoying. How can getting along with humans be more difficult than getting along with demons? Are they? Liu saw Abed and the Saudi magician sitting back on the sofa. Of course, he would not show any prior knowledge. Abed, a businessman from the Kingdom of Sand, Sander. A brave man from the Kingdom of Sand, and a 7th-level magician. Brad introduced to Liu while using green light to heal his wounds, which may be a tactful way of apologizing. Liu silently evaluated the ability of the magician from the Kingdom of Sand, a 7th-level magician, who seemed to know both divination and some combat spells, and should be about the same strength as the young magician who caused the icicles in the library. Van Helsing, the brave man by the Lund River. Liu nodded to Abed and Sander. Businessman? Why do you come to the Colosseum? Liu was a little curious about the reason that allowed Abed to leave the relatively safe Death Town and run to the Colosseum. The demon merchant Bien Selling appraised my gold sand. Bien Selling left a finger in the VIP room. Only by getting that finger can the excess identification be completed. Liu thought for a moment before he figured out all the logic. It turned out that buying the demon merchant at the auction on the first day was not enough. Abed did not hesitate to hire another magician to get back the finger that Bien sold. Maximize the profits from this trip. Business. Although Abed was full of drama in his heart, his answer was a little cold, as if he didn't look down on a brave man with no family background. And while Abed was speaking, Liu inexplicably felt that under his robe and at the bottom of his skin, the muscles and bones in 3 places were twisted for an instant, as if they were possessed by a demon. More benefits. At the same time, Abed's heart began to murmur vaguely, which was far beyond the level of reason that Liu had ever heard. Instead, it was similar to the voice of the blonde scholar Tom when he was dying on the black slope. Tainted with it. Lots of whiffs of madness and depravity. On the black slope at that time. Ying put Tom away in the shadow space in time to prevent him from losing control. Now Liu heard a similar sound from Abed again, and thought to himself, could this be the attraction of the Town of Death? How did humanity fall? Amplify his desires until death, and then return to Dessler? Liu was suspicious, and at the same time, he found Jess's behavior just now funny. The person who could lose control at any time was actually right next to them. You should know this one. Right? The Rain Man is also your brave man from the north. Brad said about the strong man sitting on the sofa. The strong man was also wearing a tattered robe, with cracked armor looming under the robe, with a short black metal stick on his waist. Liu vaguely sensed that the short stick was filled with the smell of blood, and it was difficult for his thoughts to fall on the physical body of the short stick, as it seemed to be blocked by some vague air wall. The nobles, rainmen, and musicians who were destroyed by the snow country. There was a little fear in Brad's heart, and Liu listened to Rain Man's heart want to rain, and was not sure whether this man was out of control and deformed at any time, or whether he just liked rain. Madman. Therefore, in this safe zone, there is a Saudi businessman who can lose control at any time, a group of brave men, and a Rain Man. The lineup is also very strange. Liu doesn't know how they got together. Abed wants to go to the VIP room to find the finger, and Jesse wants to get the more important monster corpse. Only the Rain Man's purpose is uncertain. He doesn't know where it will rain, and what song it will play. If you have no problem, let's set off and go to the Senior Gladiators Lounge. If we see those 2 guys again on the way, we'll kill them. Jesse finished repairing and replaced the spell on the silver armor. When? Make new preparations for the 2 experimental subjects. Let's go together. 2. To Liu's surprise, Abed rolled his eyes, called the magician Sander, and actually chose to act together with Jesse and the other 3. Go deep into the VIP room. Need the help of the brave. Here I come. My baby. Chapter 255. The Curse of the Colosseum. Abed's voice has become increasingly difficult to suppress, and the magician Sander accepted Abed's employment. Although he had the duty to make suggestions to his employer, he still couldn't bear to see the dazzling Kingston family crest on Jessica's silver armor. Abed's request was acquiesced. Xander felt that with a Kingston family member by his side, the survival rate could be somewhat improved, and it would be easier to escape. Rain Man was still muttering behind him, and none of the brave men or businessmen present had any intention of calling him. Brad took a look at Liu's wound after drinking 2 bottles of magic potion, and seemed to think there was nothing wrong with it, and did not further help Liu read the healing act. A group of 6 people were about to leave the safe zone and head deeper into the Colosseum. Liu, who had opened the full map, memorized the locations of the 3 safe zones, and was also looking for his goal. Where can we wreak havoc to weaken the Colosseum to the maximum extent? Paralyze the Beholder surveillance network? Or blow up Okabuki's Colosseum throne? Then, Liu discovered that, outside the 3 safe zones, there was a huge underground area, which was not within the monitoring range of the beholder. It seemed to be deliberately avoided. Or it was a separate monitoring system. Liu seriously doubted that the underground area was the storage room of the Colosseum. Otherwise, why wasn't it included in the surveillance scope? And Liu decided to go and have a look to confirm whether that was the key point of the Colosseum. What could be more effective against the king of the Colosseum than snatching away all Ujibuki's treasures? Although the devil's money can't buy Mini's life. Without money, it might kill Okabuki. Sander divined at the door for a moment, confirming that there were no monsters nearby. And the group set off again, leaving only Rain Man to continue to stay in the safe zone and talk. But at the same time, Liu heard Yuren's voice change. It's going to rain. Go find the clouds. Rain Man joins the Brave team. And the number of people in the team reaches 7. Rain Man is famous. This time is a good time to see if there is any value in winning over Van Helsing, Rain Man. With the help of these 2 guys, after destroying the Colosseum, maybe we can take them to the throne room together. Looking for the Demon King. Hearing Jesse's inner drama, Liu felt inexplicably that maybe this time he could turn the Colosseum upside down in the name of a brave man. Seeing Raymond joining, everyone had no objections, and the brave men just stepped out of the safe zone. Sander held the map he had just copied from Jesse in one hand, and controlled the fine sand to float in the air to guide the way, leading a team of brave men to the first destination, the VIP room. The underground area Liu was looking for was deeper behind the VIP room, right next to the high-level gladiator lounge. Just on the way, entering the corridor below the auditorium, Gunnar Karl's eagle eye was of little use. And the trio of Jesse's actions also changed to the female knight's intuitive vigilance to guard against possible demons and monsters. Liu and Jesse stood on the left and right, staring at the beholder monitor in their minds. They knew that the group of people had fallen into the demon site as soon as they left the safe zone armor. Skeletons, and the 2 experimental subjects. They all turned around and headed straight for the corridor where Liu was. The Braves lined up neatly, with Liu and Jesse in front, Gunnar Karl in the second formation, and Brad, Abed and Sander in the middle. The fine sand guided the way, and the green light escorted them. Rain Man fell at the end of the team. At the end, the ground made a thumping sound, when monsters began to appear in the corridor. This brave array also came into play. Gunfire and silver threads weaved into a dead line covering the entire corridor, clearing away the enemies in front of them, and advancing quickly. And once there was something like a leg bone attack such as boomerangs or the beholder's light were all received by Liu, either by tearing off a piece of land to use as a shield, or by snatching the bones and throwing them back. Use force to clear the way. As for the rumbling behind him, Jesse couldn't see Rain Man's movements every time he looked back. He could only see the shattered corpses of monsters on the ground. Only Liu could sense that once a monster chased him, Rain Man would have a person wave the short stick in his hand. A majestic force would be struck out of the air, smashing the monsters into pieces, and smashing them into the walls and ceiling. With each swing, Liu could feel the air wall wrapped around the short stick suddenly expand, covering the entire behind him, beating the monster into a shower of blood. This is called Rain Man. Liu didn't quite understand how such a brave man was trained, and he couldn't see through his path. He just felt that if he fought him, it would be difficult to kill him. There are still 3 corridors away from the VIP room. The armors and skeletons on the road have been almost dismantled. Abed's heart is like a drum, and he keeps shouting baby. Liu seriously doubts that he saw Bian selling his fingers. In an instant, this businessman from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will lose control on the spot. And he is also looking forward to the reaction of the brave men. And the change happened at this moment. The experimental subject whose mane was stained with fire was the first to arrive in front of the corridor, stood still, and looked at the array of heroes. The silver line and gunfire approached, and the experimental subject seemed to disappear. He just flicked his mane, and burned up the sharp breath and bullets drawn by Jesse. Then, the lion stared with dull eyes, as if he had seen something helpless. Things to understand. At the same time, the green light surrounding Jesse converged. Brad, the magician in the brave array, seemed to be possessed. He used his staff as a big stick and rushed out to attack the experimental subject. Of course, Jesse couldn't tolerate this behavior of destroying the array, so he grabbed Brad's other arm. But just like that, Brad smashed the wand with his backhand, smashing the green tip of the wand. The magic stone also smashed his arm, then tore it off and rushed out. Blood exploded in front of Jesse's face, showering him with shock. What happened? Brad lost control first? Liu was puzzled. And Brad, who rushed out, was turned into ashes, with a flick of the experimental subject's mane. Everything happened so fast that Jesse didn't even have time to share the damage. The warrior team's formation was broken, and they lost their only healer. When the experimental subject glared again, and turned to the next hero, Jesse seemed to suddenly think of something and shouted, "No eye contact. The curse of the Colosseum is real. It takes effect here." Liu just heard there is a curse in a hurry. And before he could figure out what was going on, he saw Jesse and Carl each taking out a pair of glasses and hanging them on the bridge of their noses. Sander also instantly filled his eyeballs with fine sand and used the body blocks the view of the financial owner Abed, so as not to make the same mistake as Brad. Covering his distorted eyes with his palms, Liu activated his perspective function and looked at the experimental subject in front of him, wondering what the curse of the Colosseum was. Avoid looking at any monster. As long as you look at it, you will fight to the death until you are killed. Jesse put on his glasses and activated the fire-resistant spell on his silver armor to deal with the incoming experimental subjects. And Liu probably understood what was going on. Was it a curse that forced people to join the war? It's really suitable for the Colosseum. It's just that Liu just looked at the experimental subject for a long time, and there was no reaction. Is it only effective for one target at a time? Or is it only effective for humans? Oh no! Our brain spirit has no eyes. Seeing that several brave men were prepared to deal with the curse, Liu couldn't help but let go of the situation of the rain-detecting man, and secretly heard the reaction of this famous brave man in the north. At this moment, the experimental subject with its mane wrapped in ice also appeared behind the heroes, and they were attacking from the front and back. Rainman turned around and strode towards the experimental subject behind him. He was obviously affected by the curse and rushed over. Boom! The experimental subject behind him was hit by Rain Man's stick, and his body was smashed into the corridor and fell onto the square of the Colosseum. Rain Man completely gave up on the brave team and chased out alone. The first experimental subject was pulled away by Rain Man. No, Rain Man was pulled away by it. There is another experimental subject left in the corridor, as well as 4 brave men and a businessman. The VIP room is just in front. Let me find my baby. Abed pushed aside Sander, who was blocking him, ignored the golden sand that blocked his view, and murmured towards the VIP room. Sander wanted to hold Abed's shoulder, but only grabbed a handful of flesh and blood. With Abed's footsteps, the flesh and blood also churned in his body, gradually fading away. Chapter 256 Rain Man. When Abed's fallen flesh and blood condensed into a ball of blood and mud in the corridor, his own soul burst out of his body and directly became a ray of soul, which was sucked towards the death town of Dessler. Abed died immediately after losing control, leaving only a blood stain in the corridor and a backpack in the stain. Upon seeing this, Sand, the magician from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, picked up Abed's backpack from the blood mud without hesitation, and then quickly retreated to the safe area. The financial backer is dead, and Sander has no reason to stay in the Colosseum. When the curse of the Death Town and the curse of the Colosseum took effect at the same time, the scene was instantly chaotic, and the battle began. The experimental subject stared for a long time without finding an opponent, and rushed towards the 2 brave men wearing glasses. Jesse and Carl, it seemed that there was a tacit understanding, and almost at the same time, they shrank behind Liu and let Liu fight head-on. Instinct explained everything. Liu knew that these 2 brave men did not regard him as a companion, but only as a sausage to attract experimental subjects. But he thought to himself, why didn't he think so? It's just that the remaining 2 large sausages have to be fed out at key places. It would be a waste to throw them directly to the experimental subjects. Thinking, Liu put down the hand covering his eyes and rushed forward, throwing himself into the oncoming fireball. Seeing that the experimental subject had confirmed the attack target, the female knight and the gunman each launched an offensive, with cold silver threads and frozen bullets. They all landed on the experimental subject. Without Brad, Jesse and Carl's movements were very restrained, barely intruding into the experimental subject's attack range, while Liu enjoyed the flames of the experimental subject, sucking the fire with the octopus tentacles outside his head, and lamenting the weirdness. Jigsaw's weakness and self-healing coupled with his shocking vulnerability. Burnt, but deadly. Carl could even vaguely sense from the feedback from the pituitary gland of weird Jigsaw that it was enjoying that kind of temperature. Before the analysis, Durong didn't know that the strong point of the experimental subject was the balance of magic power in the body. As long as one of the lion's head or the snake's tail was removed, the other would absorb the other's magic power, causing distortion. Durong's potion decomposed the toxins in the experimental subjects and turned into a few rags and a ball of blood underground. In the blood were backpacks and bottles of potions, almost the same as Abed. Sensing the past, Rain Man was like a musician, flipping the short stick in his hand and knocking away small pieces of monsters. You guys continue. No, Rain Man started a small scene inside, and Durong also realized that it was a rare opportunity to invade, and decided to follow Carl and continue inward. There were originally a lot of monster heads waiting to be retrieved, but now, Sander is too sure. Crack! Leading the two brave men to avoid the monsters running in the corridor, Carl approached the low-level gladiators' lounge. A storm of yellow sand blew up in the corridor, mixed with the poisonous breath of the snake's tail and the mane of fire. All living creatures, including monsters, were being hit, and Carl stroked the flesh that had been bitten by the experimental subject, and screamed in his heart, "It rains in the sky, but it rains underground. It's up to you to perform an ensemble." Carl seizes the time to tear the waist of the experimental subject. Although he does not look back, his thoughts are also extended along the movement of the snake's tail, and he can sense what happened at that moment. Then he died. What's more, there is no devil's manual to help lock the position, so it can be hit with one hit. In an instant, 8 iron claws suddenly stretched out from between Carl's finger bones in the body of the experimental subject, together with the devil wolf's fangs growing out from under the bones. Their organs were immediately cut off, smashed, and exploded. Layers of plasma and body fluids. That's, the curse of the Colosseum exceeded the instincts of the experimental subjects, and retreated to cover up its strong points. After getting the magic core of the armored monster, Sander also collected the lion's head and snake's tail of the experimental subject and hung them on his waist. He looked too much like a noble knight with a low status, but rather like he came from a certain place. Warriors of primitive tribes. But what Carl expected was the same when the lion's head and the snake's tail separated. The snake's tail did not immediately devour the other's body in magic power, but broke away from the control and rushed straight towards Liu. Do you want to go deeper? Brad is not dead yet. Brad died too early. The snake's tail stretched out and brought back Durong, who had just escaped. Van Helsing still doesn't have the confidence to continue exploring? I'm looking at you. The magician hired by Abed stood staggeringly, his body covered with poisonous gas, his face half green and half yellow. He took out 2 bottles of potion and poured it in. Carl decisively exchanged the iron essence from the Devil's Illustrated book, then edited it, transformed it, and then released it through the bone hand. Snake venom, snake venom. Unfortunately, there was no convenient weapon at his side, so Durong could only grab the test subject's neck and tear it apart, and his bony hand deeply inserted into its waist. The yellow sandstorm became increasingly fierce and light, mixed with poisonous breath, and was about to fill the entire corridor. Sander and the gunmen each protected their heads and faces, and they hadn't even found the snake's tail yet. The battlefield was expanded into 2 groups. It was also at that time that Carl discovered from the vision shared by the beholder that a small group of monsters were gathering here. He knew that he could waste more time. The experimental body was rough-skinned and thick-bodied. So what? It would be quite difficult to dismantle it with sharp objects. But Sander, Durong were all resisting the yellow sandstorm and had nothing to do. So it was a bad time for Carl to take action. Yes, it's raining inside. Carl finally understood what Rain Man is. The scene became smaller. Before Sander experienced all that, he quickly got ready to enter the hall. He took out the map and looked at it. There were 8 corridors leading to the VIP room, and just above it was the low-level gladiators' lounge. Carl's tattered clothes were also slowly burned away, and his body was muscular and exuded the smell of barbecue. He tore the body of the subject, trying not to separate the snake's tail from the lion's head. Break. Carl twisted off the snake's head. The yellow sandstorm finally subsided, and Liu reappeared. And just when Carl was bitten by the lion on the neck, and the bone hand was about to cut off the subject's hamstrings, the subject's snake tail suddenly pulled away the muscles outside the body, then stretched out in an instant, and bit into the battlefield. Xander has no inner drama. Liu's face first turned green, then yellow, and finally turned into a pile of yellow sand, which was scattered on the ground and reorganized into his original body, and not in the process. The magic man from the sand country, the teacher, and Snake Eyes looked at each other, and became the last brave man favored by the curse of the Colosseum. Durong looked at the big cage inside the luggage, counted the 8 corpse collectors and a demon merchant outside, and felt quite emotional. Looking out of the hole in front of them, the 8 of them could see the corpses of monsters that had been hit all over the world, and then flew horizontally and diagonally. They scattered into debris in midair, and then fell back to the wasteland like drizzle. Eventually it turned into a crackling sound as it fell to the ground. If he wants to leave, it's best to do it now. Although Carl thinks that Sander and Durong are both small sausages, compared to borrowing our lives to fill the Colosseum, there is still a way to buy materials from the inside. More real. Naturally, Carl picked up the luggage without courtesy, and even opened it and took a look at it going around and around. He found that the goods that the slave merchant had difficulty buying had returned to his hands. Only Durong could no longer lock the enemy firmly with his mind, put away the iron claws and the fangs of the devil wolf under his bones, and twisted off the snake's head in the yellow sand storm. The layers of yellow sand spread out were indeed sensitive to perception. It was not disturbed, but Durong's consciousness was greatly weakened after being successfully promoted, and he was not able to ignore that level of flying sand. The lion's head gradually loses life, and the flames gradually intensify until they dissipate. Chapter 257. The next step is all dirty work. It seemed that more monsters were attracted by the heavy rain in the Colosseum. After Liu, Jesse, and Carl cleared away the remaining skeletons and armors in the corridor, no more monsters appeared. When passing by the VIP room, Liu kicked open the door and looked around, but did not find the little finger sold by Bien. Nor did he find anything of value in the VIP room. There were only half-played cards and cards on the table, and IOU lying quietly. BMI needed to leave the town of death, and borrowed one soul from the Saudi businessman Abed, and dedicated it to the Devil's Market. On the third day of the fourth full moon in the year 299, the repayment was completed. The IOU has lost its magic power, and the handwriting is gradually blurring and about to disappear. It is impossible to see what Abed borrowed from BMI. Liu glanced at it, and understood that Abed was deceived by the Devil's Market and BMI for humans. Every transaction in the Devil's Market may lead to the loss of the soul. Maybe in Abed's imagination, the VIP room contained everything he wanted. But if he really opened the door, he would find that everything was just a dream. Liu and the others did not stay too long. Crossed the VIP room, used the remaining two safe areas to hide their traces, and went straight to the rest area of the high-level gladiators. The gladiators' rest room was connected to the underground area. Liu, I looked forward to finding a way to enter the underground area from here, and see what Ajabuki got so deep. Preferably it would be the wealth he accumulated in the Colosseum, or something equally important. Seeing Liu walking through corridors, avoiding traps, encountering locks and breaking walls, Liu had a completely new understanding of the brave man from the north. Weak thief, simply a weak thief. In order to seize the time, Carl also hit it again. Whenever he sensed a shortcut inside the wall, he would cut through the wall to pass through. Following Liu's map and Sander's sands, the brave brigade had no new navigation. It was rare that Imo Song's voice was not vague. You stood there and thought for a moment, and then stretched out your hand to remove the breastplate, seeming to be searching for something. That's very abnormal. Imo Songshin thought that it was possible to have some defensive measures in that place. But he thought that even though there were no low-level gladiators to protect him, he still had to add a little extra insurance. The importance of this place is also the cry is about to come out. You Kingston family are all worthy of my loyalty? Along the way, did I just use you to get there? It should be the same as the curse of the Colosseum. It is some kind of defensive magic. Imo Song moved quickly, savored the scene outside the mirror, listened to Liu's inner voice, and imagined a scene of success. This mirror shone with divine light. Without burning Carl's thoughts, Carl sensed the past, and was shocked to find that on the other side of the mirror, not a single face flashed past. You've drank very little pituitary gland potion, so nothing else is the same. Carl pointed to his brain. The task of eradicating evil is over. Imo Song took 8 steps forward. He first entered and exited the area of White Mist's influence, chanting the family motto of the Kingston family. After taking it for a long time, he finally took out a mirror from his arms, and then bit his finger. Smear the blood on. But don't mention that you reminded him. Those who are resting outside should be the weakest gladiators in the Colosseum. While digging, Carl also reminded him, thinking that magic armor knights, like the patrolling sword, should not be qualified to live outside. With the strength of Liu and Jesse, the difficulty of killing them in the lounge is basically the same as killing them in the mouth of the abyss. Liu disagrees with your speculation. The side and back is not a rest area for low-level gladiators. Carl, who has the full map open, certainly knows that Rain Man is still showing off his power in the wasteland, because no gladiator has left the rest area during that time. which is obviously not the case. I ran to the center of the Colosseum and accepted the baptism of the heavy rain. Where is he going? Mo Song never thought that Carl would throw him away. See, the smell has also disappeared. Li Yu looked at Jesse and Carl, confirming the change in the environment. Have the demons in the Colosseum made any arrangements? With the help of Rain Man and Van Helsing, that trip to the Demon King City should have ended up in the throne room. So just use it there. Who can know the brave man's methods? No matter how Carl turned his head or changed his position, he could always find layers of white mist blocking his eyes, as if lifeless, following the 8 people's senses and changing positions, blocking inward and deeper prying eyes. Of course, Carl didn't know what Li Yu and Jesse knew about the brave men in the north, and he felt that he needed to be so cautious before the battle with Rain Man. Now that we've arrived at our destination, it's not time to use that. Li Yu took it out and looked at the map of the Colosseum repeatedly, confirming that the area behind it was the lounge, and planned to hide it again. It's almost like courting death. Besides, is brain spiritual pituitary gland common sense? And at the same moment when he came to the corridor, Carl suddenly felt that there was a layer of white mist behind his eyes, and the mist dispersed. Next, is he going to find trouble with the gladiators? Mo Song turned to Li Yu and said, "Wish him peace." Before that, the scene in the mirror remained unchanged. The field of view in the mirror zoomed out, and a queue appeared. But it's also strange, as long as the 8 people take a few steps forward and move within a certain range, the white mist and smell barrier will automatically disappear, as if the bad thing had never appeared before. Gunnar Mo Song had been observing Carl's every move. At this moment, when he saw me waving my hands to pry open the floor of the corridor, he finally couldn't help but sigh. After a long journey of fighting, Li Yu realized the limitations of his team. No matter how low and ambitious he was, his voice became very calm. He understands magic? His power of thought. Li Yu expressed the doubt in his heart. Huh? What kind of artifact is that? Although the white mist blocked the 7 senses such as sight and smell, it was able to block Carl's mental ability, although the overall perception was that the air was thicker and simpler. The sense of direction was still there. And Carlichi, wasn't he prepared? No wonder he wanted to come to the lounge so much. Is there no magic weapon to win? The next step is all dirty work. You have to dig holes. Carl rolled up his tattered sleeves and ended up looking for the perfect entry point between the restroom and the ground area based on the whole picture in his mind. But as long as you go deep, the white mist will spread outside the senses, making it very sensitive. Mo Song completely understood how Rain Man caused the rain, and he guessed it had nothing to do with the short stick in my hand. Found the right place. You said you came here to look for something, and the thing you are looking for should be right in front of that. Carl waved his hand and marked a small area, which was on the ground connecting to the lounge area. What kind of hands did that man have? A universal tool. If I die, those hands will probably turn into demon relics. Then, Carl knocked on the first wall and led Li Yu and Jesse to the dark corridor. You need proof of the devil's death. As for how he died is not important. Chapter 258 Magic Mirror. Li Yu learned from Jesse's voice that the mirror he just took out was called the Magic Mirror, and was one of the Kingston family's magic items. In fact, it was also a demonic relic obtained while hunting a demon. Its function is to open a space channel in a short period of time and project a large number of offensive spells or explosive bombs. Therefore, the Kingston family also has a team of magicians all year round, although the individual combat power is not very strong. With a variety of magic firearms and their enhanced magic, it can trigger a large number of magic bullets in a short period of time. Shoot, causing penetration, explosion, and other types of damage. After repeated practice by the Kingston family, the power of this killing method can surpass the full power of an 8th level magician, and is barely enough to reach the 9th level. If there happens to be a powerful magician or army visiting the Kingston family at this time, this wave of magic bullets can evolve into more changes and stronger destructive power. What's even better is that the magic mirror can be split if the broken mirror is placed in different directions. It may even destroy the entire structure of the Colosseum rest area, causing great damage. This also gave Jessie a good imagination, and the only problem before her was how to place these broken mirrors to maximize the use of the magic bullet rain. Of course, it doesn't matter even if the maximum damage is not achieved. Jessie only needs to find the corpses or magic cores of some high-level monsters from the mess and waste after a wave of magic bullets in the mirror, and then take them back to his hometown. And it's done. This time, it's a gilded trip to the Demon King City. And Li Yu's action of wiping blood under the mirror just now was not telling the attendants outside the family, who were staring at the magic mirror, that he was about to use that small murder weapon. What is that? Carl hadn't gone to the ground yet, but he stayed up when he saw the mirror, because he felt that the mirror was tailor-made for him. Li Yu shared damage can still be used. Carl thought that there was no need to go to such trouble with the perception before the brain spirit was promoted. He was the best person to complete the task. No. Carl agreed naturally before he finished playing his course of action for a while. But no matter what, as a brave man, Carl's movements were too weird, and he soon attracted the attention of Bai Wu. When inserting a fragment into the ceiling, Carl suddenly encountered white fog, and he fell into the white darkness. Feel. Carl was excited, and then secretly called him a fluke, saying that he was lucky that I was a brave man. When he looked at the old man, Carl instantly felt the blood flowing to his brain, and almost ran straight to the small door of the lounge to meet the old man. The idea of death, but the brain spirit pituitary gland once again released the coolness, lifting the blood on the top of the head, and preventing Carl from being affected by the curse of the Colosseum. As a First Order Knight, Li Yu was able to follow Carl's movements. Before he got used to Carl's speed, it was as if he had become a part of Carl's arm, without causing any trouble. Carl also took Li Yu's hand, and moved at full speed, borrowing perception and the full map. Carl avoided the various monsters in the lounge, and the gladiators heading towards the Colosseum, inserting the fragments one by one towards the rest, in the cracks in the walls and floors of the room. Get the first blood of the Demon King's castle. The remaining 8 fragments merged into one, and the magic power inside and outside surged. Xiang Shui also put his perception on a seemingly special ground, punched out, and then landed on it. Li Yu took another 8 steps forward and looked away from behind, if even the glasses could no longer be doubted. Then there really was a way to take one step closer. The male knight's intuition and physical strength were very weak, and he could still move freely even though he was blindfolded. They looked at each other and were killed. Carl thought about what had just happened. His glasses may have failed, without the obstruction of the photon pigment. Even if Li Yu opened his eyes, he could still see nothing. What are you doing? Li Yu covered his nose. Upper consciousness avoidance. The rag was covered with mucus from the discolored octopus tentacles and broken self-healing bones. The smell at the moment could not be said to be quite weird. The old man stepped out of the small door, but did not move slowly. Instead, he lifted his cloak and looked around. Then he raised his head quickly and looked at Carl. You can't help him. Carl took the initiative at that time, although he had not yet found a way to break the white mist. It did not affect the full picture of Carl's use of perception and beholder to help the Xiang Shuasai family complete the magic rain of bullets. There were only 2 brave men left in the corridor, and Li Yu finally realized that he was still well prepared for the Demon King city, which had not been opened for 100 years. He's holding that. He may be very slow. Don't fall behind. Seeing that you were confused, Xiang Shui handed over a piece of binding wire to your hand, just in case something happened. Your Kingston family's sacred magic mirror. Li Yu wrote under the mirror to communicate with the other side, and also gave Carl a complicated introduction to its function. The brave help the brave. Carl talked about the words he heard when he first met Li Yu, thinking that the talented brave of the Kingston family had finally come into use. Li Yu doesn't have much choice. If you can get help from Carl, you can either rely on your ability to temporarily upgrade to the 4th level to make a breakthrough, or you can give up directly. A quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour is the limit. He has to be prepared. Li Yu handed over a mirror fragment. Although Li Yu must stay for the sake of honor, there is no difference. You can't choose yet whether to follow Xiang Shui or not. It's time. Let's start. Xiang Shui came to the junction of the lounge and the ground area again, even though he hadn't had time to place the 8 fragments. He signaled Li Yu to delay his action. It's so troublesome. Li Yu directly held Carl's hand, completely out of mind. Suddenly, Jesse dodged and rushed behind him. Magic bullets rained out, and the space became complete. Carl's code of conduct was to stay close to the white mist, and there was no time to avoid it. However, Carl didn't waste time getting under the monster at all. He quickly completed the placement of nearly 40% of the fragments and walked in the corridor. It's like walking in your own home, sometimes so slowly that the beholder's eyes don't even have time to lock onto it. Immediately afterwards, the vision in Carl's mind quickly dimmed. Judging from his position, the old man was approaching Xiang Shui at an extremely slow speed. You must have killed me without any change. Get ready. After saying that, Li Yu nodded to the gunman Jesse. If Li Yu wants to follow then, it's all up to you. Are you trying to figure out how to see through the fog and complete your positioning? Yes. Through the beholder's field of vision. The old man and Carl looked at each other. There was no unknown existence in the white mist, which was enough to break the protective effect of the 7 people's glasses, weakening the curse of the Colosseum, directly attracting the peeping Xiang Shui to retreat, and then brutally killed him in the lounge. We found it. Through the whole picture, Carl saw that the small door of the lounge opened again, and an old man with stains under his red robe walked out. At that moment when the white mist hit, the male knight's courage came into play, and Xiang Shui chose to stay. The Kingston family will remember his help. That is the sacred object of the Kingston family. You can give it to him directly, Li Yu said. If he is sure that he can't find a place in the white mist, you have to go with him. Immediately afterwards, some sparks and silver light burst out vaguely in the white mist in the field of vision, and then fell into noise. Xiang Shui did not intend to retreat into the lounge, but to finish arranging the mirror fragments inside, then go directly to the junction between the lounge and the above-ground area, and sneak into the above-ground area to take a look. Before determining the route, Carl also tore off a piece of rag from his cuff and handed it to Li Yu, who was standing aside. Li Yu looked at his armor, thought for a moment, and had to endure the strange smell under the rag and covered his eyes with it. Xiang Shui once again wrote and communicated with the person in the mirror for a moment. And then Xiang Shui felt that cracks began to appear under the mirror, which slowly filled up, making preparations for separate deliveries in a while. But it has come. Jess's sharp eyes seemed to be prepared for that kind of environment. He put on my glasses again and tried hard to look into this white mystery. Does he want to be like Jesse? A spark in the darkness? As he spoke, Carl shook the rag under his hand, indicating that you would be blinded slowly. The old man showed a slightly doubtful look, then rolled his eyes, and Carl's field of vision suddenly fell into darkness. The beholder was seen to death by the old man. Chapter 259 Egg. With the black mist, Li Yu couldn't see the damage caused by the light beams emitted from the mirror fragments to the lounge. But Li Yu could see from the remaining beholder's vision that the entire lounge area had almost become a shooting range. There are thick light pillars in each fragment piercing into the lounge, like a huge light thorn trap. The light thorns are nails, piercing deeply into the darkness from the outside. The scale of the attack was unprecedented. This is the power of the Kingston family's sacred object, which is worthy of a blow from a 9th-level magician. There was no time to check the impact of the rain of magic bullets on the old man. When Li Yu broke the ground, he knew that it was indeed connected to an unknown space. At the beginning of the fall, Li Yu and Jesse disappeared from the sight of the beholder. Within the range, the old man even lost the direction of tracking. Where are we going? Jesse felt that the connection with the holy object was weakening. He was holding a silver cross sword in his hand. He was not sure whether this was Li Yu's unusual movement. We were targeted just now, and it is not appropriate to fight head-on, Li Yu explained briefly. For Van Helsing, is there no door in this world? He will smash it wherever he goes. Jesse cursed, his hands touching the rag covering his eyes, as if he wanted to lift them and take a look. After knocking on the L of the egg, the texture is slightly hard, and it seems to be the inner L of some kind of creature. The middle of the L is also full of magic lines, and the magic power flows rapidly inside, nourishing things inside and outside. Doesn't he have any holy objects like magic mirrors? If he destroys that cave, he will gain great glory. Jesse heard your voice, and wanted to find someone who didn't clear the hole quickly. Method. It was a fly demon. A fly demon with magic patterns all over his body. It was completely different from the one seen outside the fighting venues. There was no green liquid flowing under the wing veins, and it seemed to contain some kind of toxicity. Those are all what you have seen with your own eyes. Once you return to the family territory, you will become the first-hand intelligence for the Taz Empire to build a new line of defense, and even directly organize the army to counterattack the Demon King City. GAI originally thought that this place would be a vault where Van Helsing stored the wealth of the Colosseum. Did he think that it was more like a monster cave that had been seen in some film and television works in later generations? Li Yu asked in his heart, and then shook his head. There is nothing he can do? Or he can escort you out of the city? Moreover, there is blood in the body of the fly demon, so the teeth of the demon wolf are effective. Jesse even injected some iron into the wound of the fly demon, but found that it could only barely interfere with their actions. It's accurate. A quarter of an hour. Jesse looked at the giant cocoon in the middle of the cave, and couldn't estimate the time incorrectly. The poisonous fly devil's eggs were relatively slow to process. But this giant cocoon was obviously made of the key to the devil is that if it is broken, It will be a fatal blow to Van Helsing. He must also kill this giant cocoon. GAI was only unfamiliar with those areas, and subconsciously sketched out a bloody storm. Is that Gaelin's sword? How could it be hidden in a place like that? Am I a devil? The place where the two of them were was at the edge of the cave, and above it was a smashed hole, leading to the high-level gladiator's lounge. The surrounding area was flat, and seemed to be embedded with countless eggs, densely covering the floor and ceiling. Without any magic power, is flowing. That place outside is where demons are born in the Colosseum. GAI looked at the squirming fly demons underground and roughly understood what was going on. You are also Chame. I just know that the protection outside is very bad. GAI and Liu didn't have many eggs around them, so they naturally checked them. The bad thing is that when difficulties arise, if you miss the best opportunity to break the good news and get caught off guard by Van Helsing before, you will regret it. The king of the Colosseum is building his own army? Okibu's real goal is to cut off the production of demons in the Colosseum? That's so brave. Van Helsing at the bottom of the Colosseum, imitating the blood cocoon, hiding a hatching hole for a fly demon? Dong dong. Disposal? Okibu is Rain Man again. How can I deal with those tens of thousands of demon eggs? According to Jesse's knowledge, the worst thing to do to stay quiet at that time was to move around, so as not to wake up some ordinary beings. But the magic bullets raining down on the Colosseum were being fired at random, and explosions and vibrations were coming. No matter how much the underground fly demon is cut down, it seems that it cannot be restored to life through the healing of green liquid. The fly demon split into two parts, but its wings were still taking a step back to transform. It seemed that the decapitation had no effect on it. The green liquid under the wing veins also flowed to the broken neck, sealing the wound and completing a new cycle. A huge fly shook its head slightly and twisted its wings in the mucus, as if it was about to wake up. The eggs are no less than 1 person, half a meter apart, spread out in a grid, forming countless roads leading directly to the giant cocoon in the center of the cave. No. Wait. Liu was just a moment and a half away. It just so happens that this is where I want to come. Liu unfolded his perception and found that there was no black mist here, and it seemed to be a huge cave. It was difficult for Jesse's thoughts to penetrate the inner SHL, and the see-through ability of the distorted eye was also blocked by the magic pattern. He had to pretend to put his palms under the SHL, barely sensing the flow of liquid inside and outside, as well as something in the liquid. Kind of monster. Where is that outside? GAI tore open the rag and rested for a moment before regaining her night vision ability. She and Jesse saw the same scene, a cocoon-shaped colossal object in the middle. The ground, walls and ceiling. The bottom is covered with eggs. No. How long? The rain of magic bullets below continued, and Liu planned to leave immediately. GAI regretted that the magic mirror was only used to penetrate the lounge of low-level gladiators if it was placed outside. Wouldn't it be possible to directly destroy Van Helsing's preparations for decades, or even hundreds of years? Layout? Liu sighed. But GAI didn't have time to feel ashamed and directly tested the weakness of the egg and the fly demon, first slapping, then tearing, and then pulling out the bone sword from his calf. Gu Liu's horrified eyes directly cut off the head of the fly demon. So Jesse said little, pierced the egg-shaped object with his bony hand, and then smashed it open inside and out with a hammer. The juice behind his eyes splashed and magic power rose. You can't deal with that. It just takes a little time. Does he want to wait for you? Jesse asked Liu. I'm bothering him to go down here because he wants to take a peek. Otherwise, he might die. Jesse thought about some excuse and decided to go straight to persuade Liu to avoid what was about to happen. The fly demon's head turned to Jesse, as if he was about to flap his wings and get up. Jesse held it down firmly, but due to the corrosion of the green liquid under the wing veins, Jigsaw's muscles seemed to be unable to hold on for a while. If Van Helsing uses the army of 10,000 fly demons, not to mention the library, I'm afraid he won't even be able to access the Forbidden Forest. That is a military achievement and an honor. War, the devil is about to launch a new expedition. As a member of the Kingston family, Liu of course read the true meaning of that change and became more and more interested. The hatching hole, the green fly demon, new demons are being bred outside the Colosseum. Jesse was still trying new methods to kill the fly demon, and found that physical attacks were very efficient. And at that time, on the light pillar below the cave, an old man stuck his head out and stared at Liu. The whole cave is filled with the eggs of the fly demon. A rough count. There are tens of thousands of them. Yes, that's enough. It's here now. Jesse smashed the struggling fly demon into pieces, stood up and shook his head, with an idea popping up in his mind. If the old man really catches up, it will be another troublesome matter. If not, would you still rely on his help? After slow experimentation, Jesse discovered that the petrification effect of the Eye of Distortion and the magma released by the left hand of the lava were both ineffective in killing the fly demon. So he thought of a way to bury the entire cave. That intelligence, plus the destruction of the lounge, is not enough. As he said that, Liu picked up the poisonous fly demon's head and tied it to his waist. He also took a test tube and filled it with some poisonous fly demon green liquid. In the pitch white, there was a faint sound in the middle of the cave. There seemed to be a giant thing connecting the bottom and the top. The thumping sound did not come from this place. Chapter 260, Cutting Off the Roots. The old man and Jesse finished looking at each other. And the curse of the Colosseum came as promised. Jesse, like Brad and Carl, fixed his eyes firmly on the demon at the entrance of the cave, jumped up to fight, and instantly climbed to the 8th level. The magic power exploded, and the silver armor glowed with phantom silver, bringing up layers of thin threads and approaching the old man. Liu was also helpless, because the female knight's dazzling silver armor was always more eye-catching than his own rags, and with this female knight, who had been temporarily promoted to the 8th level fighting with the old man, Liu could only after spending more time dealing with the eggs and cocoons in the cave. Jesse discovered his identity as a demon. Eyeballs, overwhelming eyeballs, floating in the underground caves of the Colosseum. The Eye of Deformation. Bone spurs, overwhelming bones. Each group is paired with an Eye of Distortion, as a means of breaking stones. Although there were countless eyeballs, they did not release the petrified light immediately. Instead, they drifted to the edge of the cave, looking for the best release angle. Although the distorted eye was already Liu's sensing object, when using his ability, it would still consume a small amount of Liu's magic power. So Liu had to choose to save. Fortunately, the poisonous fly demon's eggs are arranged neatly. As long as the angle is found correctly, not a single bit of petrified light will be wasted, and with the sensing power after the second promotion, Liu feels that he is the most suitable. The person to destroy the underground cave has been chosen. It can be regarded as a match made in heaven in another sense. As for the battle between the old man and Jesse, Liu did not participate at all. He only felt that the silver line had turned it into an independent field. Any creature that retreated into the range would become Liu's attack target. Similarly, these poisonous the eggs of the fly demon were all chopped into pieces, and the ground was littered with broken limbs, adding a pool of venom to the already simple battlefield. And the corrosive sound of shishi was constantly heard. Jesse's lower root system broke, and he fell vertically. At that moment, the giant cocoon suddenly received a strange reminder. "This is my friend." A loud voice finally sounded in his ears, and the giant cocoon suddenly found that he was also slightly injured, and the layers of the weird puzzle and self-healing bones burst open. Vaguely, the old man sensed that the cave was filled with strange magic fluctuations, so he didn't ask any questions. The giant cocoon seizes the opportunity to move Jesse in the center of the cave, and directly strikes a weak blow with the bone sword. With a ding sound, it stabs a crack under Jesse. The giant cocoon was not happy at all, so it slowly slowed down its movements. Sheng Liang conservatively estimated that the eggs of the poisonous fly demons in Chibi could not be eliminated, but he was just making sure that it was too late to destroy Jesse. Zhu Xiu guessed that Jesse should be the key to making the poisonous fly demons. No matter what is outside, the giant cocoon cannot choose to complete the petrification first and then break it with a heavy blow like it does with the eggs. The old man seems to know that Sheng Liang's fighting style will last for a long time, and he is prepared to fight head-on with you. Fight hard or fast, and constantly observe the strong points of the brave. If the curse of the Colosseum is a double-edged sword, which prevented me from looking away, the old man must not have discovered the identity of the giant cocoon as a demon. The giant cocoon was hung under Sheng Liang, and he stabbed at different angles. He used demonic wolf's fang, petrified light, and lava's left hand as before, and found that petrified light had the best effect. There was a creaking sound, and the river of bones eroded the roots. Jesse was a whole body, and the speed of petrification was extremely fast. After about 7 minutes of tossing, the giant cocoon was still spinning in the inner SHL, and even the veins outside could not be seen. Sheng Liang focused on Jesse and became interested in dealing with the old man before answering. Sure enough, the knight's comrades are too bad. Thinking about it, Van Helsing's eyes were torn open by the giant cocoon. Filled with distortion eyes, and shot out several rays of petrifying light, while the giant cocoon petrified the bright inner SHL. It retreated, preparing to break it from the inside. Your baby daddy. The giant cocoon circled around Sheng Liang for a long time. I found that there was no worse way to find it than to destroy it with force. So of course, I wasn't a little upset. The quarter hour is approaching. If there was no curse of the Colosseum, neither the old man nor Li Yu would be able to see it. The underground caves are full of gravel, and any petrified egg will turn into dark green gravel when struck by the bone spurs. The place smelled fishy. Boom! The bad thing is that all the calculations have not been completed yet. In the next quarter of an hour, the petrified light from the inner circle will not be able to hit Jesse in the center, so they can meet outside and conquer Xunliang together. The old man's fighting style seems to be related to a curse. The bright silver armor is sometimes wrinkled and sometimes dyed white, and the raised hair will break at any time. It's like a demon that you can't see is whispering in your ears. Inhale, exhale, and exhale the same mist. It was a mistake that the aberrant eyes that had passed through the inner circle had retreated. The petrified light and the bone spurs perfectly cooperated. Before they had retreated more than half of the cave. Within a few minutes, they could no longer directly hit Jesse from several angles. Clearing the eggs is equivalent to killing the active troops in the Colosseum. But only by destroying Jesse can the entire poisonous fly demon plan of Okabuji be completely eliminated. The root system was getting thinner and thinner, and Jesse seemed to have lost nutrition. And violent tremors broke out, and here, Li Yu's silver thread network was gradually torn apart by the old man's attacks, and was losing its scale. The giant cocoon then remembered that the guy was probably distracted looking for his location, and immediately decided to keep his mouth shut. Worry. You will eat him. Eat them. The old man noticed that the strength of the male knight was weakening, and he was no longer sure of getting rid of the 7 people. The taste of the brave is the best. And he has reached your stomach. Besides, you can even tell what kind of hero he is. The 4th level knight can't share his own damage with you. The giant cocoon also tried to analyze the old man, and judged from the analysis speed that it was a low-level demon. It may not have time to know which type I am after breaking through the cave. In the field of vision of the old man and Li Yu, they could only see each other's movements, and the rest was just white mist. Dad? The old man's nails suddenly stretched out, almost piercing Li Yu's silver armor and breaking the giant cocoon's cheekbones. The giant cocoon also discovered that there are many demons who are accustomed to aversion to human forms, such as the nightmare male demon, such as the jackal, and maybe the old man is the same. A beam of light shot out from the cave, and pieces of sand and stone rustled up, even mixed with the flesh and blood of the same monster, while eyeballs and bone spurs floated in the cave. The eggs of the poisonous fly demon were connected like dominoes. Several rows collapsed, and finally arrived at Sheng Liang's location, when the silver thread gradually became branched. The bright lower and upper roots were hit by countless petrified rays, and they immediately roared, as if they were not about to topple over. The giant cocoon immediately gave up and jumped from the center of the SHL, jumping below Jesse, summoning the bone river, which was broken, wash away the petrified root system. As he spoke, the distorted eyes and bone spurs around the cave were also at different angles, and began to emit petrified light from the inside out. At the same time, the magic power of the giant cocoon body was also rapidly consumed. At this moment, I was hanging under Jesse, feeling dizzy, although the speed is very fast. If you look at it with see-through at most, you can see that Sheng Liang's inner SHL is gradually petrified, and it is getting deeper and deeper inward. But looking from the inside out, the old man was different from human beings. Moreover, it was certain that Jesse didn't have many levels. Sheng Liang could blindly use the withering thorn once a day, so he could only continue to retreat and look for Jesse's core. There were only 100 eggs left in the place where the old man fought with Li Yu. The giant cocoon was afraid that the petrifying light would affect Li Yu's battle, so he spared this large area. Parsing, 0.7%. Is he a hero? Or a demon? The old man broke off a few silver threads around his body, and spoke solemnly, although I could see what the giant cocoon was doing. That didn't affect my inquiry. Chapter 261 Beelzebub. Very powerful. On the same level as Ujibuji, a guy who is as powerful as Ujibuji is sleeping inside the giant cocoon. Li Yu made a judgment as soon as he received the prompt. Recalled all the distorted eyes embedded in his face. And when the giant cocoon fell, he rushed to the top where the veins were leaking, and a burst of petrified light shot out. Immediately afterwards, Li Yu spit out the magic cannon from his chest without hesitation. The weird puzzle piece squirmed its muscles, loaded and filled. And the lava right hand released heat to pull the fuse. Very decisive. Except for the thorn of withering. Liu used everything he could. Boom! An explosive bomb shattered the layers of petrified veins and shot into the interior of the giant cocoon. At the same time, Liu didn't even look at the result. He turned back with his feet and jumped in the direction of the old man and Jesse. The bone sword was filled with deathly energy. Boom! Like throwing a firecracker into a water balloon. The second explosion came, and the entire underground cave suddenly shook, with layers of cracks appearing, as if there were signs of collapse. Then, there was a bright light coming from the giant cocoon. It shined through the cracks, illuminating the ground and overturning countless gravels. The entire cave was shrouded in sand, gravel and soil. Simply perceiving the shape, the figure's figure inexplicably reminded the giant cocoon of Bosch. But it had the wings and head of a fly. It hummed and howled as it fell to the ground, with no poisonous blood spurting out of its body. Damn it, is that a pure-blooded devil and a fly grafted together? And yes, a small part of the pressure from humans will be borne by the Colosseum, the abyss mouth and the forbidden forest. And the giant cocoon will have less room to grow in strength. Don't. Saboon. The monster called out its demon name, shook off the mucus, and was about to open its eyes. The giant cocoon was running away, passing by the wasteland of the Colosseum, and could still feel the rain coming down below. He thought that the brave man named Rain Man might be in trouble. And then he kept swimming out of the Colosseum. The range finally reached the Moonlight Trail. Kill the low-level demon first to ensure the way in. No matter what was in the cocoon. At least tens of thousands of poisonous fly demons were killed in this trip. Although the thing in the cocoon was not killed, it should have caused a little damage. Right? After pushing aside the soil, the giant cocoon poked its head out slightly, raised a distorted eye, and looked back. It was as if a huge hole was poked in the ground of the Colosseum. And countless flies and insects flew out of the hole, covering the sky and dancing, and then rushed towards the reign of the Colosseum. Zheng Liang retreated underground again, and this time, he went straight to the 8th library of the library, not making any stops on the way. Kill low-level demons and obtain 1 demon point. At the same time, Zheng Liang Junji, who was retreating from the post-war meeting in the mouth of the abyss, a red fly suddenly popped out of the corner of his eye, and the king of the Colosseum stood up and roared, sensing the withered palm that suddenly stretched out in front of his back with no evil intention. It was only then that Jikoko realized what kind of guy Liu was fighting. He thought to himself that the 4th level knight had indeed undergone another qualitative change. It's hard to hold on like that for a quarter of an hour. It turns out that buzzing sound was an illusion. It was also at that time that the old man sensed the intruder in the white mist. He thrust the palm of one hand into the white mist, appeared in front of the giant cocoon, and pulled the front and back of the giant cocoon. The other hand passed through the approaching silver thread, blocking the back of his neck to resist the bone sword. The operating rules of the Colosseum during the non-killing cup period. Kingston Key's plan to prepare soldiers. The connection between the heirs of the Okib family. The quality of iron. The giant cocoon was satisfied with the harvest of that trip, and had to send him away after that. Zheng Liang. The eyes are blinded to see anything. But when the giant cocoon wanted to escape, it was tripped by the curse of the Colosseum, and once again pulled a rag to Zheng Liang. The fly demons all have hundreds of eyes. You will be filled with hatred every time you look at it. The giant cocoon was horrified as it jumped into the battle between the old man and Liu, avoiding the 2 disconnected silver lines. The thorn of withering pierced the old man's neck. The giant cocoon carried the heir of the Okib family, spread out the octopus tentacles on his upper body, changed direction, drilled into the soil, then retreated, moved his back hand to fill in the front hand, and quickly fled towards the direction of the moonlight path in the Colosseum. Leaving everything behind, the hustle and bustle was thrown in front of him. Zheng Liangzheng's monster stood up while holding his upper abdomen. There was a small hole under his abdomen. Countless insect eggs fell into the hole and burst. Finally, a poisonous fly demon as big as the palm of his hand emerged from the egg. A strange version. Bite your devil ass. Bad. Liu also realized that the harvest from that trip was enough compared with the sacred objects of the Ojibu family. His own life, achievements, and the information about the Demon King City are the most worth bringing back. Beelzebub leaned half of his body out of the cave entrance, buzzing in the sky among the ruins. You know a place to leave Demon King City. You will send him directly back to Dessler, the big town of death. Jukakun has not yet weighed the situation on the way, and decided to let Liu go back with the situation of Demon King City. The buzzing sound gradually filled the entire cave. Zheng Liang staggered and almost managed to control his body after several rounds of petrifying light and the consumption of bone spurs and bone rivers. Plus the withering thorn he had just used. The magic power of the giant cocoon has not been almost exhausted. And there is no more energy left to deal with this monster. So I just want to leave slowly. Liu obediently covered his eyes and drank a bottle of magic potion to recover from the injuries from the previous battle. Because only in that way can humans pay more attention to the Demon King City. And even organize legions to directly retreat and attack the Demon King City. The more chaotic the Demon King City is, the less chance there will be for the library. This is the magic cannon. The power of the Taz Empire's top technology. The thing outside of Jesse was waking up. At the critical moment, the giant cocoon was ready to tangle with the old man too little. He completely ignored the hand in front of him and focused on the withering thorn behind his eyes. Magic mirror. Liu took a quick look at the situation and approved the giant cocoon's advance. But he still wanted to take back the sacred objects of the Zheng Liangjun family. It's too late. Be sure to open your eyes. Otherwise you will die. The giant cocoon has no time to help Liu recover the fragments of the magic mirror. And he even minds leading Liu to escape alone. Just see if I can understand it from my heart. If it were a brave man, he would have died. What? Is he satisfied with your arrangement? Memphis bared his teeth. When he was filled with death energy, the old man immediately recalled that not one of the famous gladiators had died from that stab. And he immediately turned pale with shock. But just as the giant cocoon carried Liu and jumped out of the cave entrance, the entire underground suddenly collapsed. And broken rocks and debris hit the 7 people. It's a pity that the giant cocoon is. But Liu didn't see any kill prompt pop up. He immediately knew that the terrifying existence in the giant cocoon was not dead. He accelerated rapidly and rushed towards the battle group of the old man and Jesse. If he didn't leave, he might not be able to leave. The old man died, but did not drop any materials. At this moment, the giant cocoon looked at the body behind the eyes that was gradually being swallowed by the death air. He snatched the crest plunger from the palm of his hand and put it in his pocket, and slowly moved towards the entrance of the cave. Escape. Before that, the old man had his head cut off by a blow from the bone sword. At that moment, Liu in silver armor got rid of the curse of the Colosseum and saw the earth-shaking underground cave again. There are countless compound eyes. Ran very far. Very far. Jukun felt that he could still hear the buzzing of flies in his ears, and was even sure that it was an illusion, while Liu was completely lost. Even if his perception had not recovered a little, he completely knew where he was. He only knew that Van Helsing was there. He was holding his neck and moving quickly. Jesse also burst at that time. Green venom spurted out from the cocoon. The petrified inner SHL and biomass inner membrane burst, and a huge figure emerged from the blood cocoon. Of course, even if we kill this guy outside Jesse, it will be in vain if we manage to get out alive. Therefore, the bone sword stabbed the old man's palm, passing countless death energy at the same time. The hand in front of his back tore the back ridge of the giant cocoon, and directly tore off 2 ridge pillars. As for Abada, who set off the results of the war after the end, before the giant cocoon saw the underground cave of the Colosseum, he didn't think it was a difficult thing to deal with. And he didn't even report the Kingston Foundation to the city lord. The idea of secretly raising troops. Earth, the smell of earth. What is this slippery, sticky thing? It's trying to get close to you. Where are you? Chapter 262. You asked me to climb into the toilet? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The brave man stabbed Ujibuji in the butt. The big pillars and demon army leaders present laughed and scolded the king of the Colosseum. I have just returned to reality. Oh my god. Just a few brave men penetrated the Colosseum? I'm going to reconsider the role of the Colosseum in the demonic expeditionary army. Ha 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 ha. Memphisius smiled heartily, and flames burst out of his head. I'm going back first. I'll see you when we go out for the war. Ajibuki couldn't reply. He just wanted to go back quickly and see the situation in Beelzebub. The devil biting my ass. Beelzebub, my army. Was it really the brave who did it? How could the brave do this? Ajibuki kept cursing the brave man in his heart and continued to communicate with the fly demons in the Colosseum. Still alive? Okay. I want to see who is messing with me. Huh? Really a brave man? The flies in Okabuji's bag flew around, and the entire demon danced into a gust of wind, bouncing upwards through the abyss mouth layer by layer, and flew to the Colosseum. In a shadow of the abyss mouth, a silver egg lay out, pointing at the bag demon that had just flown by. That was the Jibuji just now. Dandan asked Inging. Jesse avoided serious issues and focused on making nonsense. He did not give Liu any invalid information, but instead gave Ho Tai a gift. If you just go through the window, you might encounter demons, especially before you guys destroy the Colosseum like this. Jesse actually knew Liu's choice and was just passing by to give you a step. Having gone all the way out there, does he still want to take that risk? That's the passage you discovered to leave the city. Ho Tai had already retracted his tentacles. At this moment, he was almost still in human form, except that his clothes were covering his body, and his skin and flesh were torn, and none of his hands were bone. It was quite something like that. But Ho Tai was not surprised when he heard it. He looked Jesse up and down. Jesse thought about it for a moment, and realized that his request was not too much. I actually made that kind of request. Jesse realized that it was a delicate situation that could be said they had to break up after saying something. But they couldn't pretend to be sober to each other. The Van Helsing family's relics depend on him, and you will be waiting for bad news from him. After all, the Van Helsing family is a family of warriors from the Tarth Empire, and those resources must be used wisely, as long-distance transactions cannot be completed without the mirror left in the Colosseum. Liu collected Kingston's luggage suspiciously, thinking that without that batch of goods, he couldn't let the mayor arrange a team to escort him out. The magic mirror is triggered by the blood of the Van Helsing family. Jesse's request is actually asking Liu for blood. Seeing that Jesse was very objective and didn't respect his own intentions, Liu swallowed and nodded reluctantly. Well, he's worried. Jesse was trying to make up for it, but immediately shut up when he heard Liu's inner voice. Going up from there, you will reach the death town of Dessler. How to return to the Tar's empire, you doubt that he can do it on his own. Jesse pointed to the toilet pit, the kind that the former toilet pit was leveled, and the surface was lightly smeared with mucus to cover up some of the smell. What does that smell like? The blood of brave men is offered voluntarily. The next thing is not a small renovation of the library. It was finally time to say goodbye. After setting off, Liu used magic to cover his body with a layer of protective magic to isolate the smell and feces, and left the Demon King city through the toilet in the 8th library. So Jesse said it. The first half of the journey to the Colosseum made Ho Tai have no change in your opinion. At most, you are indeed very courageous. Or he can't choose to jump up from the window. Have you jumped? There may be a courtyard above, and he can't go out from the front door, or maybe that kind of space will shatter with him. Jesse pointed. The toilet window was prepared to be sealed for us all beforehand. Or just leave some gaps to prevent brave men or monsters from breaking in. Well, just use a mirror. Can his mirror see the situation on the other side? Jesse remembered how to use the magic mirror, and vaguely saw the battle of the Van Helsing family in the mirror. He can arrange for someone to wait on the other side of the mirror. If you find it, they will be notified. Jesse took the blood bead in his hands, and was not surprised Liu saw Ujibu's potential. Was he willing to give out the blood, but also take himself under his command? Liu untied the rag that was used to protect his eyes, and found that he was in a toilet. This long toilet pit was constantly exuding a pungent and unpleasant smell, but there was still a faint smell of corpses. It's very bad. If we haven't had a chance to meet, the Van Helsing family will also express their gratitude. Liu hasn't used all the magic weapons in his body. Looking for a gift for Jesse, he can only draw a cake. Northern the brave man. Okibu, thank him. I'm a devil. Right. At most, I'm a hero mixed with some devilish abilities. In the eyes of the Holy See, I'm not a fallen hero. But when it comes to getting along with him, he's really weak. Damn it. Does that Ojib think you are a snow monkey from the north? Or a sand wither from the south? Do you think you are aware of these mucus, tentacles, and empty torso filled with blood? Very bad. You will stay in the Demon King city for a while. Maybe help him collect the fragments of this mirror. Jesse nodded. Liu, after all, it is the sacred object of the Van Helsing family. So it is a pity. They also talked about some details of cooperation and communication methods, mainly Liu's exploration of Jesse's lifestyle, asking Jesse how long he would stay in the Demon King city, what stage of bravery he will be in the future, which path, etc. Wait. Oh, if he doesn't have a worse way, you can just follow his approach. Ho Tai spread his hands. You need his contact information, because you may not be able to trade some monster heads with him for some materials. After just thinking for a moment, Liu made a decision. The cross sword passed across his finger, and a drop of blood dripped from Liu's fingertip. Okib asks for your blood. It's a gamble. Hee. Judging from his appearance, Something big must have happened in the Colosseum. Baby Steel smiled. Could it be our friend? He did a good job, Jesse shouted, releasing the iron substance from his fingertips. Throw the spear and let it continue. A Beji was stabbed in the butt. It hurts. He will probably bother you again in a short time. Jesse said a few words. Liu held his hand tightly, and the cooperation of the 7 people would officially end from the moment Jesse found the magic mirror. Ying froze for a moment and did not answer. She dragged Baby Steel and Dandan and continued deep into the abyss to report to the Demon Expeditionary Force. The moment Hotai Van Helsing left, the bathroom door of the 8th library was opened by Jesse with his mind. The door was filled with many minis who were eavesdropping and watching the silence, as well as Galaric and the blonde scholar Tom. That's what Kingston, a businessman from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, harvested from the Devil's Market. Jesse handed Kingston's luggage over. You've seen it. There's no devil merchant or body collector from Devil King City outside the bag. There's not a single one among them. The corpse collector is disguised as a human thief. It seems that the Demon King has been outside the city for a long time, and there is no value in asking. So I just gave it to him. Oh Kib, sooner or later you will ask him to be loyal to you. He asked you to climb into the toilet? Liu raised his eyebrows and touched the handle of the cross sword. Of course Hotai will hand out the dominoes. After all, this method of communication is very devilish, and he is too brave. It's a pleasure to work with him. Jesse used the weird puzzle to collect Hotai's blood beads and stretched out his hand. It only takes a little bit of your blood to turn on the magic mirror. The wound on Liu's finger healed slowly, and he nodded slightly to Jesse. If the magic mirror is aggregated and broken, there will be almost no difference between the inside and outside of the special broken mirror. The difference must be caused by the blood of the Hotainan family. It would be difficult to detect it. Only a very skilled craftsman can barely recognize it. By the way, how do you contact me? Liu recalled the adventures he had taken before meeting Hotai. He was not confused for a moment, but he also knew that it was time to say goodbye. We all looked at Jesse, asking in our hearts, before the trip to the Colosseum, what should we do with the library? What if there was to be an outright war? Chapter 263 Iron and Bone. After a trip to the Colosseum, of course he received a lot of ill will. At this moment, Liu can go to work and strengthen the library. And as long as Bitaborg is not allowed to leave the bone room reception room from now on, Abada's javelins will only be concentrated in the same area, until Bitaborg dies. Or Abada dies. The killing seed butterfly that Liu originally left outside the bone room's reception room was enough to sustain it for a while. If some high-density iron essence was poured into it, it would provide better protection for Bitaborg. Synchronously, it's time to improve the sturdiness of the library. It's just that Liu's magic power has been exhausted at the moment, and he has just received a replenishment of the library, so he cannot start work directly. It is best to rest and recuperate, and then turn the plan in his mind into reality. By the way, there is also a safe area. Liu called up the authority of the library, and searched every corner of the library from head to toe. He found that except for the 13th library, which was not monitored, there were no blind spots in other locations. He temporarily put it down. Hard comes. As for the exploration of the 13th library, Liu has not put it on the schedule yet, and will wait for the library to restart development. Returning to the upper cave of the library, Minnie and the brain spirits knew enough not to disturb them again. Liu looked at the empty bathtub and the lonely soul altar, and glanced down at his own shadow. Nothing much has changed. Liu continued to release the iron substance after turning the particles of the egg into sensors. These particles were dispersed to various key nodes in the library. Xiangxian's original plan was to use bone to connect the library into a whole, when necessary. It cannot even complete the overall transfer to avoid certain crises. It wasn't until Liu finished his lecture and signaled Tom to teach, and even put Galaric in the small hall to straighten things out, that the minis found some freshness. What Liu prepared for us was not a translation job, but a classroom. In his sleep, Liu imagined that the library had lost the thunder pool as a power source, and created electric lights, magnetic storm coils, electric cars, too, the Terminator, and the Baku Empire. A red fly flew out of the bag, landed on the gunman's cerebellum, and began to chew on it. There are 2 prisoners. Right? Take them down. Ajibuji bounced back to the ground and summoned the fly demon to drag 2 people over. But now that the iron quality is gone, there is no doubt that there is no more suitable solid material. And if Liu turns the iron quality into a sensor, it will be just as easy to control. In the Colosseum, The dust has not yet fallen to the ground. But the king of the Colosseum has returned. Originally, there were very few mechanisms and deadly mechanism that required power to be produced. Xiang Xianji jumped up and down and took a look at the damaged Colosseum. The angry buzzing even shattered the remaining walls. If in the future, the library cannot leave the Demon King's castle, fly into the air, and then fill it with magic cannons. Even though it was a cave on the ground, the magic mirror also tore the auditorium into pieces. The low-level gladiators invaded the high-level gladiators' lounge and drove out all the survivors. As a result, there were only a few people gathered under the wasteland. The monsters with something to do, coupled with the corpses that fell to pieces on the ground, were like the afterglow of some kind of natural disaster, making the Colosseum a beautiful place. Books related to life and facilities such as deadly mechanisms, a complete collection of practical farm tools, and a cooking method for Cindy's snails were listed as the first priority by Liu for Now Ling and many to learn. The remaining basics of magic principles of Holy Night cultivation, trade benefits of the White Forest orcs, general history of Chaos continent, etc. are hobby readings. Monsters cannot refer to them on their own to find their own unique roots and find their own indifference. Only in this way can we be able to cope with the upcoming battle of the Colosseum and maintain our best position in the war between Demon King City and humans. Of course, if you can buy a few magic cannons, or master a luxurious manufacturing method, there is another route. But this will require a very small amount of wealth. Liu hasn't imagined a mobile fortress yet. Among the current facilities, it's just that the kitchen open for Brother Pai is closely related to the lives of the monsters in the library, mainly using Liu's self-healing bone and lava left hand as staple food, paired with side dishes delivered by the dining car of the Devil's Kitchen. Brother Pai is delving into chaos in terms of cooking. A group of greedy minis who want to try cooking skills have also gathered to learn. After clarifying his thoughts, Liu soaked while exchanging the quality of iron, using the particles scattered in the library as nodes, using iron and bone to gradually connect them. What the hell happened? Who can answer you? Lijibuji continued to buzz, and those who were relatively strong outside the gladiators were even directly shaken to pieces. At present, the facilities of the library include the bone room and reception room, the bloody corridor, and the kitchen specially open for pigeon. The remaining several library rooms and the lower cave have not been fully utilized, and there is not enough room for development. A gunman whose skull was opened, exposing his internal and external cerebellum, and a strong man whose skin was so large that no fly could swim around, who only knew how to chuckle, were pinned behind the king of the Colosseum. Still the same lineup. Still flipping through books? What is he laughing at? Does your brain feel itchy? Ijibuji turned to Rain Man. Haha. The strong man smiled. Now the entrance to the library is already in the living room, and Beautybog is constantly attracting Abada's spears. No matter who it is, they will see a strange scene when they retreat into the library. And then, they were attacked in different ways by throwing spears. What Liu urgently needs to solve now is the power problem. If he uses magic power as his power source, he will still be restricted by the Demon King. However, once he masters electricity, there will be very few facilities in the library, even if Liu is there, time, and still operate most freely. At the same time, Liu also arranged for Minnie to carry all the badly sorted books to the small hall of the library, and then use the staff of deception to summon Tom and Nailing to come over and find something to do for us. The development of the library is back on track, except that Beautyberg is still running and escaping in the Bone Room's reception room. It seems that it has not become the only meaning of my monster career. 1/7 of the auditorium collapsed, revealing a small hole leading to the ground. At the edge of the small hole, Beelzebub, a fly-headed man, lay dying, spitting out thick green poisonous juice. My demon cocoon, is still there outside, and I threw him a demon cocoon's muddy ass. Xiang Xianjiji knocked down the mud under the platform, and Abada stuck to the edge of the platform with a chirp, anxiously squirming back urgently. Brain Spirit, Slave Scholar, Mini. When we gathered again in the small hall of the library, everything in the library had not changed, but it seemed to have changed. The Bone Room, reception room, and the bloody corridor are also the most basic defense facilities. Before seeing the Battle of the Brave and the Colosseum, Liu felt that it was very weak. He could only take a step back to enrich himself before going to the Forbidden Forest to find the Thunder Pool. It takes time to assemble the library with the substance of iron, and it is also a very boring action. Liu used the Staff of Deception to arrange everything outside the library, while soaking in the substance of iron until he fell asleep. Therefore, the last step of the renovation of the library is not to complete the reinforcement with iron. Find a power source, and then add more defense and living facilities to reach the stage of independent operation. The Kingston family, the brave ones. Is it true that the one in my cocoon is the brave one? Ajibuki seemed to be able to chew on the memories of the gunman and murmured to himself. Van Helsing, who is Van Helsing? Chapter 264. Do you know dwarf technology? Haha. Raymond's reaction was still the same. As if he didn't care at all about the fact that he was restrained by the king of the Colosseum and surrounded by demons. Ajibuki devoured Carl's brain. And after seeing everything that happened to Carl and Van Helsing, he still couldn't understand where a brave man came from, who could appear and disappear in the Colosseum, and even evade the defense lines built by fly demons and beholder demons, pointing directly to the underground area that gave birth to Beelzebub and the poisonous fly demon. Seeing Rain Man chuckle, Ajibuki naturally focused on extracting information on him, hoping to see something that Carl missed. What's that devil cocoon of yours? Following Ajibuki's question, the red fly lifted up the flesh and got in from Raymond's temple. Raymond's eyes instantly turned blood red. Haha. But he was still laughing. But his laughter was slightly louder, and he was enduring the pain that was drilling into his brain. Oh, he used to be the knight commander of the snow country. An 8th level knight. His family was ruined. He came to seek revenge from the devil. Okabuki read through Rain Man's memories and found almost nothing related to Van Helsing. For Raymond, after his family was destroyed and his family was destroyed, the only memories he had were of heavy rains one after another. Bite my devil's ass. Was it really the brave men of the Kingston family who did it? Jesse. Van Helsing. Ajibuki didn't see much information in the memories of the two people, so he could only reluctantly believe it. His loss was caused by the brave men of the Kingston family. Then, there is the rage the brave man destroyed his lair. Who knows where we have gone now? We are certain to die outside the vegetable field. But Carl is still worried about how the Kingston Foundation will find the outside of the library. So he still needs to observe a little more. King Stanji waved his hand, and the fly demons dragged Rain Man up. Forbidden Forest. Mouth of the Abyss. Colosseum. Carl drew 8 emblems on the ground. Namely Forest, Blood Cocoon and Double Swords. There is no Thunder Pool in the Forbidden Forest, but it is also a source of power, if you want to get the H.L. Karma Fire if so. We have to go to the mouth of the Abyss and the Colosseum. Kingston will definitely be sad if we kill this huge fly, and we can also look for a mirror by the way. It is basically equivalent to a magnetic storm coil, mainly, because the library now uses physical traps as its main defense force, and is in urgent need of magic traps. And Carl searched his mind, and could only think that the Ark did not have enough breaking power, and could not pass through. Get mind pools to solve your most critical energy problems. In fact, without the particles as sensors, Carl could just rely on himself and imitate the method of throwing the egg. Break these particles into pieces, and then open the passage from the library to the mouth of the abyss. It's just that the passage is two-way. After Carl prepares the library for destruction, there is still a way to open it without hesitation. As he spoke, Wang Qiong's brain trembled. The underground skeleton floated to the lower level of the cave, touched the visible door, then broke open and fell back down again. The Gamble family is also one of the minor nobles of the Tarth Empire, and has no contact with the Colosseum. It is also the main supplier of greedy flies to Wang Qiongfuji. The family motto is always be satisfied. As for the situation in the Colosseum, it is clear that Wang Qiong might have gone out to act so arrogantly in such a short period of time. The Beholder's monitoring network disconnected the sensor when Carl ran to the Moonlight Path. And it is estimated that you can only reconnect without returning to the Colosseum area. After looking at the current situation of the library, the monster studied what they should study, and cooked what they should cook. They each found their own interests. And the air below suddenly became noisier. Just as he was sighing, suddenly no voice sounded. Just imagining this scene, Carl felt out of control. He turned his distorted eyes drooping beside his head, and looked at the skeleton and Beelzebub human skin that had regenerated into a skeleton. Wang Qiong sighed, in awe of human technology. And Carl was also discouraged. Can we only buy fewer magic cannons or parts of magic cannons from the Devil's Market in order to arm the entire library? Can Carl's body be electrocuted into charred flesh as soon as it hits it? Damn, you must have been watched by someone, Okibuan. Your army, if you want to find a fortune dice for divination? Or grab 2 red-robe priests. It's a pity that Kingston Key is a detective. These scattered clues mean everything to me. As for Bitterberg, who holds the library, he is temporarily within the consideration range of the king of the Colosseum. To be fair, you should go to the Forbidden Forest. Right? Of course, Karl von Hoodie knew that the Thunder Pool was the key to weakening the library in the previous step. But he just wanted to go to the mouth of the abyss for no reason. That was Karl's initial idea. But after trying it for a while, Wang Qiong found that he thought less, not even rubber. Once the luxurious binding wire and iron wire are connected to the Thunder Pool, it will not be a special surprise. How can a self-healing bone resist the flashy light-filled scene? The transformer is used to control the voltage of the Thunder Pool. The binding wire and the iron mass are degenerated and conducted. And then the coil is degenerated and weakened to create a sphere that can release lightning. The original function of that mechanism was to provide electrical energy to creatures and monsters. But once the transformer device under the magic locomotive was gone, it was impossible to slightly weaken the voltage and transform it into a deadly device. Just when Kingston Key was furious at his hands and tortured Liu and Rain Man in the lower cave of the library, Karl woke up refreshed. Oh! I can actually resist you? Kingston's bag trembled. It doesn't matter. Give him less time. He will definitely become the new toy and darling of the Colosseum. This does not mean that. In fact, before Wang Qiong built the skeleton of iron matter in the library, Yu Shui had not set off to the Forbidden Forest to search for the evil horned beast and the Thunder Pond. Wang Qiong's shot really hit Wang Qiong Fuji's vitals. The iron quality has not yet spread to every node in the library. At this moment, iron and bone have been thrown down from the corners of the lower cave, ensuring the strength of the bracket while also taking into account the toughness. For Kingston Key, there is nothing more important than the danger of Okibuan. This is my smallest reliance on the power of the Demon King. How to do it? It's here to do it, he said. Where should you go for the next step? Karl asked when he saw that the cave was empty, and used the self-healing bone to form a skeleton behind his eyes. Kill him. In the rain. Rain Man's eyes were stained with blood red. But that only inspired me to be more willing to learn and still retain my sanity. As for him, Kingston looked at Rain Man, whose head and neck were spasming, with flies surrounding him. It seems that the brave men have also become weaker. It's time to go on an expedition. After the expedition, there may be problems in the Colosseum. Kingston Key decided to contact the Gamble family to find out more about the current situation of the Wang Qiongfu family. While asking, Karl also took off Beelzebub's skin and added self-healing to it to repair the damage caused by the trip to the Colosseum. You still understand the technology of the dwarves? Kingston Key was looking for a way to thoroughly investigate the matter, while making a decision after the Demon Expeditionary Force sets off. Restore Okibuan's fertility and consolidate the fighting beasts. The best way to defend the arena is to find out whether there is really no force targeting the Colosseum. What to do outside of this period of time? Wang Qiong hadn't thought about it even when he was playing with the self-healing bone repeatedly. He removed the transformer under the magic locomotive Wang Qiong exchanged for less iron quality, and bent into several perfect spheres, and tested whether they could make the electric charging device in Fatal Mechanism. Chapter 265 Library Recruitment. Skeleton Knight Galaric walked slowly over, half kneeling in front of the bones floating in the sky, and performed the knightly salute. Liu controlled the skeleton and nodded. Then the brain, bones, and human skin merged into one, and turned to Galaric. What? Do you know this thing? After Galaric assisted Liu to complete the promotion, his frame at this moment is also bright and shiny, extremely dense, and his overall ability has been further improved. Sir, I once met a dwarf in the dungeon maze, and he had something like this in his workshop. Galaric pointed at the perfect sphere that Liu had pinched out. Many magical mechanisms, many pipes and lines, many magical creations that are given action by magical energy. Galaric's voice was also heard by Liu, and he suddenly realized that he did not need to pretend to be a scientist. The deadly mechanism has been inherited. It has been integrated with dwarf craftsmanship. Dwarves also understand electric balls? Liu's thoughts swirled, and then he remembered. In the entire library, perhaps Galaric is the monster who knows the most about various areas of Demon King City. After all, he has followed the Demon Expeditionary Army and has wandered countless times in Demon King City. Have you been to the dungeon? What were you going for? Liu became more curious about the dwarves. If the library obtains electricity, it is obviously not enough to rely on himself, brain, spirit, and many to manufacture various facilities. It is best to working together with a monster who really understands it. The dwarves were once leading the continent of Chaos in terms of forging and manufacturing technology. It would be great if we could get their help. Looking for your mount. Larrick's answer did not surprise Liu. The skeleton knight seemed to have been looking for the perfect mount his whole life. What needs to be confirmed is, when recruiting troops, should we avoid the other princes? If Skalric returns to the Tomb of Light for sure, the other princes will lead the expedition. However, Liu waited until the day the demon expeditionary army set off. Very bad? Kong Shu nodded, and let Larrick leave the library. As for the remaining princes outside the Tomb of Light, Kong Shu suddenly remembered the 8 skeletons. But he was too sure. So he followed Larrick's idea. We should be very much looking forward to joining the demon expeditionary army and gaining honors. Liu tilted his head. Avoid us during the recruitment. Your chance is in the Demon King's city. You don't have much to do. Now that Larrick has taken the initiative to recruit troops from the Tomb of Light, Liu certainly has no reason to agree. Even Ajibuki, the king of the Colosseum, is secretly raising flies underground. And you, Kong Shu, have exploded some skeletons in the library. What's wrong? You understand. Larrick saluted again, stood up and prepared to rush to the Tomb of Light. Of course, as long as we can protect ourselves. It's bad. Kong Shu admired Larrick more and more. The skeleton knight was really thinking about the future of the library, and kept on the same channel as Liu. The underground city is the home of underground dwarves, dark elves, and a few monsters, and will produce many strange monsters. Based on the situation, Liu quickly arranged his future schedule. Without a detailed outline, he sent Larrick to the Tomb of Light to recruit troops. And he went to the Forbidden Forest first to find a way to get the Thunder Pond, and then hired dwarves to enrich the facilities of the library. Even if the research yields nothing, at least the required materials must be sorted out. The last time Van Helsing went out hunting, he was looking for prey without any purpose. Although the power source of magic and electricity is necessary, there are also many things like cables and coils, good or bad. It is too bad now. Leaving the library is like self-study. Larrick had no confidence in his own kind. There is no question about the permanent strength of the library. You suggest that you still use skeleton soldiers. Larrick raised his head and said, you can't go to the Tomb of Light and bring in some new skeletons, or even bone mages, to strengthen your hiding place. The military power of the library. Borny copper ladle. Larrick changed the giant sword in his hand into the shape of a big ladle. It hung under his chin. My beard is like a ladle, and it hangs all over my chin. I will definitely admit my mistake. The news of Skorik's cooperation with Bitterberg has not yet spread throughout the Demon King city, and a group of people gathered. An army of skeletons is simply better than anything else. By the way, what is the name of the dwarf he just mentioned? Liu had not rested much. Seeing the perfect sphere in the ground, he was increasingly looking forward to seeing the arc that cracked the soul of the monster light up in the library. The Demon Expeditionary Force is about to set off, and everyone in the Demon King city is mobilizing. At that time, can he recruit troops? Liu is a real skeleton, so how can he know the operation of the Tomb of Light? Godric, Vitric, Toonric. It is even necessary to pass through the confusion corridor to sneak in more clearly. Larrick seems to have found his own value. Maybe we should choose a time to go to the Tomb of Light and see if we can use the bone sword that is already a sensor to find Skorik's possible legacy. No. Holding the bone sword in hand, Liu held the virtual authority of the Skeleton King because he was afraid that the skeleton would be obedient. Since then, he has not recruited troops from outside the skeleton, mainly because of the channel. Larrick's inner voice confirmed Liu's conjecture. Those 8 skeletons of the 7th generation were indeed Skorik's brothers. No wonder he was so arrogant and wealthy. Bad. You understand. Liu wrote it down for the time being, called up his memory, and looked back at the map of Demon King City that Jesse had spread out in front of him. He found that the location of the underground city was not far from the Forbidden Forest. It passed through the north central. The soil layer would make it impossible to reach a collapsed tunnel in the underground city. Is he okay with you? Originally, Kang Shudi was supposed to be on guard at the small door of the library, but he was assigned to the door after passing Booty Bog and the Bone Room reception room. Larrick became the candidate to maintain order in the small hall of the library. How could the establishment of a new system not be so complicated? But just by copying the known books, you can instantly turn the library into an aircraft carrier. After sending away the Skeleton Knight, who brought important news, Liu suddenly realized what the problem was. He was too impatient. But then, Liu remembered a question. He will be bad if he wants to hold the lake. Liu was sure that Shudike was very reliable, and he had definitely picked up a treasure. I have no army. Then, I would like to ask my lord to go to the storage room to collect mounts. I am willing to build a skeleton cavalry army for my lord. You know the tactics of the skeleton clan best. The soldiers of the skeleton clan will have no faith in orders. The skeleton clan are the worst soldiers. Apart from the time he spent observing the reaction of the Colosseum, Liu was completely unable to reorganize the knowledge in the library and plan a technology tree for the library from a truly feasible perspective. You will be careless. Kang Shudik has actually thought about that matter. As long as the recruitment is in the name of the skeleton prince Skalrik, it will attract the attention of the demon scribe, and you will also limit the first quantity to more than 800, and then quickly expand. According to your arrangement, it is our recess now. Lyric bowed his head and said, after your observation, Mini is indeed very untalented in fighting skills. But in fact, you did not intend to let's be soldiers. Shall we? And when the demonic expeditionary force was set off, it was time for Liu to go to the mouth of the abyss to get the Hell Karma fire, to the Tomb of Light to explore Skorik's legacy, and to the Colosseum to destroy Okabuki's authority. So Liu unfolded the imaginary world in his mind in the cave below the library, searching all the small and big corners of the Chaos continent, and sorting out the technology tree of the library. Chapter 266 Electric Shock Slug. On that day, the demon market in the death town of Dessler was closed, and all the brave men in the demon city were also completely cleaned out under the leadership of Memphisius Ajabuki, led by the king of the Colosseum. Pure-blooded demons from the mouth of the abyss served as soldiers, and 3 red-robed bishops performed divination and offered sacrifices. They traveled throughout the demon king's city. No brave man could hide, and no brave man could able to resist the encirclement and suppression of quasi-demon level demon organizations. Those brave men who learned about the opening of the demon king's city and wanted to come here to get the first pot of gold and the first glory were all torn into pieces and decapitated, and became the demon's meal. Their heads were cut off and stuck in front of the demon king's city with spears to prepare for the upcoming demon expedition. Rivers of blood. Even the library was visited by the elimination team at that time. Bitaborg's Fly and Ajabuki met in the Bone Room's reception room, and the bag demon saw the traces left by Abada's spear and was unsure. Is the rush shown by Bitaborg an act? After the divination, the red-robed bishops confirmed that there were no brave men hiding in the library, and then continued to use magic to guide the elimination team to the next killing field. During this period, Liu hid by the altar on the upper floor of the library, using his authority to observe the actions of the suppression team, and also used the staff of deception to completely hide the existence of the weird jigsaw, thus evading the divination of the red-robed bishops. And this almost exhausted all the magic power of the library. Fortunately, after Baby Steel was resurrected, the upper limit of magic power that could be used in the library was doubled. Otherwise, he would not be able to deceive the 3 red-robed bishops. Seeing Ujibuji's disappointed look through the eye of distortion, and reading the hysterical conversation between him and the red-robed bishop, Liu probably guessed what was going on, secretly calling it a fluke. After the rain in the Colosseum, Ajabuki must have put the blame on the brave men and suggested to Memphisius that before the demon expeditionary force set off, he should clear out the brave men and look for the hero by the way, west and traces of Van Helsing. Fortunately, during this period of time, Liu had been building a new system for the library on the upper level of the library, and no longer used Van Helsing's appearance to deceive others. Otherwise, if he met Ujibuki himself, plus a legion of pure-blood demons and 3 red-robed bishops, he would have died without knowing how. I'm afraid my brain has also been treated as a candied hawse and worn at the entrance of the Demon King's castle. Right? There are brave men here. Flies flew around and turned into arrows, pointing at the blood stains in the guest room of the Bone House. I'm sorry, Lord Ujibuji. They are all dead. There are no brave men here now. The 3 red-robed bishops moved in unison, shook their heads and pointed at the crystal ball. In the past few days when Liu kept a low profile, of course, there were brave men who came to the library to search for the brain-spirit pituitary gland. But with the cooperation of the stick of deception and Abada's spear, they became the wall of the living room of the Bone Room. A smear of mosquito blood. Search! The fly expanded in a circle. I'm sorry, Mr. Ajabuki. You can only search the entire area if you divine the presence of the brave. The 3 red-robed bishops seemed to be carved from the same mold. The commander did not give you the means to transcend the iron laws of Demon King City. That power hacked the iron laws of the cocoon, Ajabuki yelled. Of course, you can go deep on your own. We will wait for you in the confusion corridor. The 3 red-robed bishops left decisively, while Ujibuji looked at the squirming bone spurs. the eyes in the wall, and the bone throne. Bitterberg, who was looming above him, left angrily. In a clearing operation, only a few brave men were killed, and not even Jesse and Van Helsing were touched. Of course Ajabuki was not happy. Liu could also understand the feelings of the king of the Colosseum, seeing his furious look and listening to his confused thoughts. Liu was sure that when the Demon Expeditionary Force set out, Ajabuki would leave the Demon King's city. If you join one of the three armies, you will no longer be able to summon the Colosseum or usurp the authority of the library in a short period of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious and irritable. The one shot under the Colosseum was of far-reaching significance, and Liu thought that when the Demon Expeditionary Army set off, there would be a few more shots. As for the huge fly under the ground, Ajabuki's favorite thing was the matter of Beelzebub. During this period of time, Liu also asked men to send letters and reports to various doors in the corridor. Report that the king of the Colosseum is raising soldiers and poisonous fly demons, and wants to overthrow the rule of the city lord. But no response was received. Liu was not sure whether it was because the city lord or other pillars didn't hear it, or because every authority lord was doing this kind of thing, and no demon cared about it at all. Galeric has been away from the library for some time, and has not brought back the promised skeleton soldiers, and no news has been sent back. However, Liu is not too worried about him. After all, this skeleton knight has rich experience in surviving alone, and now the library is not in urgent need of hundreds of skeletons. As long as he doesn't get recruited by the demonic expeditionary force, Liu thinks that Galeric will also be given a domino in the future to facilitate long-distance communication. During this period, Liu also tried to contact Ying and Dandan, but the mouth of the abyss seemed to be blocked by some kind of force, which intensified the magic consumption of the Staff of Deception. So Liu decided to wait for the Demon Expeditionary Force to leave the city, communicate with two friends again, to get some information about Hell Karma Fire and Okabuki's army. It was also on the day, when the Devil's Expeditionary Army set off, that the spear throwing in the Bone Room's reception room stopped, and the Abatas must have been recruited into the Devil's Expeditionary Army. Bitterberg can finally take a break. Under Abata's training, Bitterberg has been able to enter the hidden state at any time, and can also perform some continuous short-distance teleportation, about 10 meters or so, becoming an erratic brain spirit. These days have also sharpened Bitterberg's mind. The former master of the brain seems to be unable to get used to the quiet bone room. From time to time, his brain sulci will twitch, and then teleport to another location, and he has some delusions of persecution. After several days of immersive imagination and self-study, Liu already had preliminary ideas. All he had to do was move the thunder pool in the Forbidden Forest to the library, and then experiment. It just so happens that the clearance of the brave men in the Demon King City is ended. Liu can put on the weird puzzle, and embark on the journey of collecting materials, and enriching the Demon Illustrated book again. Liu has already decided to give it a try after getting the thunder pool. If you really can't do it, then go to the dungeon to grab a dwarf, and build a library dwarf workshop. Thinking about it, Liu put on Fan Heshin's skin and jumped into the soil. In an instant, he came to the kitchen where Brother Pai was, and stretched out his hand to the busy little pig. "Can you lend me your father's stomach bag?" Liu has no sense of smell. Looking at the colorful dishes on the table, he thinks they are pretty good looking. In the past few days, Brother Pai has formed a group with some mini-minis who are interested in cooking. In the kitchen, learn chaos cooking while eating. By the way, will your stomach bags be penetrated by electricity? Liu added. Xiaozhu didn't understand what Liu wanted to do, so he threw the demon chef's stomach bag to him, holding a kitchen knife in his 6 arms and scratching his head. Dian? Electric is delicious and fresh. Can you get it? I can give it a try. Is your stomach pouch okay? Liu was also afraid that his stomach pouch would leak electricity, and he would be electrocuted. There must be no problem. My father's famous dish is electric shock slugs. All the ingredients are originally stored in the stomach bag. Brother Pai was very confident in the strength of the stomach bag, and inside with the chef's skills. I eat electric shock slugs. After that, you can throw 3 bolts of lightning, which are as powerful as an 8th level magician. Very good. Liu took the stomach bag, recalled the list and map in his mind, and planned the route to the Forbidden Forest. Brother, it started. It started. Lulu and Feifei rushed into the kitchen and called to Liu. Only then did Liu remember what he had promised the 2 little guys. Chapter 267. It's easy to think too much when you have a big brain. When the demonic expeditionary army sets out, the Demon King City will of course have its flags waved to bid farewell to the warriors. and there will be a grand expedition ceremony. For Li Yu, this is an excellent opportunity to enrich the Devil Illustrated book. And it is also a good opportunity to take a look at the arrangements of the expeditionary force. Lulu and Feifei are actually very busy these days. And this is what they have been looking forward to. A trip to visit the expeditionary force with my brother was underway. There are many things that keep the Guardians busy in the library classes. Training, management, vigilance. The two little guys filled the day and faithfully carried out Li Yu's arrangements. So in the past few days, under the leadership of Lulu and Feifei, most of the mini-minis have found their own hobbies. There are chef mini-minis who have joined Pai Ji's cooking class. And there are warriors who are immersed in swordsmanship and fighting training. Mini, and even a group of businessmen mini, who have learned the trading skills in the collection of books. Take Li Yu's deposit of 270,000 gold coins, and go to the Devil's Market every day to buy. The rest continue to attend classes, immersed in the ocean of knowledge in the library, and seem to be very interested in magic. The difficulty is that there is no mini who suddenly has an epiphany overnight, and can help Li Yu realize his thoughts, but this is not surprising. After all, what Li Yu sees is completely different from this world. And what he wants is completely beyond the knowledge of monsters. The good news is that the businessmen quickly squandered all the gold coins accumulated by Li Yu, and converted them into a dazzling array of materials in the warehouse. And this also became a burden for Li Yu. In addition to the materials on Li Yu's purchase list, such as Evil Horn, businessman Mini also bought a lot of rags related to underwater ruins, such as cursed anchors, broken compasses, dried cannibal seaweed, etc. Every time he saw a new material, Li Yu couldn't help but think about what piece it could piece together in the future layout of the library. There were so many possibilities that every time Li Yu went to the warehouse, he even thought about it. Reading the materials will make you feel like you have a splitting headache. What you know about your past life is intertwined with your current life, and you can't find a way out. It's even more painful than exploring the blue-purple cloak on the altar. It's easy to have this problem when you have a long brain. Thinking too much. Skeletons don't. By now, Li Yu has almost given up on looking for inspiration in the inventory in the warehouse, and is just waiting to capture the dwarf's master craftsman, Bogny Copper Ladle, and study the details together. After all, most of this world is made of magic materials, which is very different from Li Yu's previous life experience. Li Yu cannot plan how to use each material in detail. These require professional help. As for how to control the Bogny Copper Ladle, thanks to businessman Mini, Li Yu doesn't have to worry about this anymore. He has already accumulated several sets of materials required for high-level monster contracts. Li Yu plans to sign the contract when Galaric comes back. And he can also get the Copper Ladle by the way. Sign out. No matter how many ideas you have, and how many little things you make, if there is no energy, it will all be empty talk. So the problem before Li Yu is still the same: grab the Thunder Pool quickly. In this case, even if the Bogny Copper Ladle has not yet been stored, Li Yu can conduct some simple experiments to explore the direction of the library's transformation, which even includes experiments on the transformation of human bodies and monsters, like Frankenstein. This is Li Yu's tailor-made plan for Blonde Tom after returning to the library. This slave scholar has been bent on becoming a devil and gaining power. Li Yu understands self-healing and has a brain. As a censor, the pituitary gland can do some editing on Tom. This is why Tom volunteered to teach in the library. And if the experiment on Tom is successful, Li Yu would not mind making some modifications to Mini and Mini as well, so that they would have stronger survivability and provide better help for the library. Li Yu is improving the new system of the library. Among them, electricity that can replace magic power is the top priority. So when the demonic expedition was about to set off, Li Yu finally emerged from the upper cave of the library, and immediately prepared to go to the Forbidden Forest, following the footsteps of lightning, to search the Thunder Pond. With the Thunder Pool and Bogny Copper Ladle captured, knowledge can be realized and the library can take off. Brother, what are you doing? Brother, your saliva is drooling. Lulu and Feifei each held Li Yu's skeletal leg and stretched out their arms to wipe away the mucus dripping from Li Yu's mouth. It's nothing. Let's go. Li Yu wriggled a weird jigsaw puzzle, turned out his human skin, dressed himself up as a zombie-like guy, then swallowed Lulu and Feifei into his body, and walked together corridor of confusion. Ah! It's so dark. It's so itchy. After squirming for a moment, Li Yu squeezed Lulu and Feifei to his chest. His two small eyes were mixed next to the aberration eye. It was difficult to see the flaws except for the beholder. If you just glanced at it, anyone would think it was an aberration. It's just the monster behind. Liu is going to wear this outfit and find a place at the top of the city to watch the grand scene of the Demon Expeditionary Army's expedition. On the cliff at the gate of Demon King City, monsters were flying all over the sky. The top of the city, the foot of the city, and the cliffs were crowded with monsters from various areas, all waiting to watch this once-in-a-century expedition. The gate of Demon King City is already wide open, leading directly to a black and purple portal along the cliff. The ritual of the portal has been formed, and the red-robed priests and bishops who cast spells have returned to the array, lining up under the strict protection of pure-blooded demons, preparing to go out with the army. Liu squeezed through the queues of low-level monsters such as harpies and beholders, took Lulu and Feifei to an inconspicuous city route, and then hung them on the wall. Finally, he found a wider field of view. The portal at the end of the cliff was concealed by some kind of magical power, and neither the eyes nor the mind could detect the exact situation behind the door. However, Liu saw through the array of the demonic expeditionary army that the first batch to set off were 3 armies, making up the above. Slightly different. Obviously the goals are also different, and each has its own emphasis on the lineup. The first army is similar to the one in the Blood River simulation battle. It is mainly composed of legions of pure-blooded demons and siege beasts, with red-robed bishops and red-robed priests, and dotted with some strange-shaped monsters and mire-like monsters that look like gladiators. Abada, surrounded by overwhelming winged demons and winged demons. It is the main force of the expeditionary force. The demon scribe Daimon was originally in the first army, standing next to the son of Amphigeus, looking back at the monsters in the Demon King City with amused eyes. Ajibuki changed into a cloth bag embedded with magic armor, and lay on the huge bed guarded by the gladiators. Next to him sat or lay the succubus and the female fly demon, as if he was going on a trip. The second army has groups of demon wolf warriors, plus 3 legions of pure-blood demons, with a large number of skeleton soldiers, skeleton mages and armors. Behind them are demon wolves and evil horned beasts, which are obviously extremely powerful. The earth strengthens the mobility of ground combat, and the target may be battlefield cutting and the like. The 3 skeleton second-generation ancestors were in the second army, showing off their power, as if they were the commanders of the second army. And everyone knows that the person in charge of the second army is the demon wolf King Phintius. The formation of the third army is relatively compact, covering a small area, and is a bit chaotic. There are also various types of monsters. There are nightmare demons, weirdos, jackal tricksters, and even a dice, which is constantly splitting and merging. The team is very naughty, until a ghost ship suddenly appeared in the formation of the third army. Liu roughly understood the role of the third army. The ghost ship was none other than Gossip, the mentor of mythology, and there were several people standing on the cabin. There is a demon merchant, and the cabin is filled with mysterious creatures. It seems to be a special mobile unit. The 3 armies gathered together, and all the monsters in the entire Demon King City seemed to be here. The scene was noisy and chaotic, and stampedes would occur from time to time. And Liu couldn't even listen to the thoughts of the monsters, because as long as he relaxed for a moment, countless thoughts would float into his head, which almost caused Liu to twitch and faint when he first came. Liu had no choice but to carefully control the Devil's Illustrated Manual and his own perception, enriching the Devil's Illustrated Manual from near to far. While observing the first army where Ajibuki was, he was looking for Baby Steel, Shadow and Dandan. Strangely, the city lord was absent from the Demon Expeditionary Force's departure ceremony. Instead, Amphigeus flew high above the city, as if he was in charge of the demon city and the demon army below. Liu couldn't help but imagine, if a magic cannon was used here to launch a volley, how many pillars could be killed, how many authorities could be tilted, and how much materials could be dropped. After the 3 armies were arrayed, Amphigeus at the top of the city suddenly exploded. Chapter 268 Prelude to War. Layers of lava poured down from the sky, like opening a door to another world, and endless flames burst out, and when all the monsters' attention was attracted by the explosion in the sky, Amphigeus reappeared, his whole body also huge, in a circle. Explode, erupt, burn out. Amphigeus shouted some meaningless words, but the monsters below roared as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The sound and magic power shot up into the sky, but did not disperse, but gathered in the clouds, together with the lava, gathered around Amphigeus. It was as if there was an invisible hand, grasping the invisible sound and magic power, kneading it again and again. causing sonic explosions to sound frequently in the high altitude, and the lava to move, playing a prelude to war. Let humans become the bait and nutrients of demons again, and let humans recall the fear of being dominated by demons. Memphisius's pre-war mobilization was very simple, but the enthusiasm of the demons had been completely ignited by him. 100 years of accumulation, the treasures and lives are all ours. The only response to Memphisius was the howls of the demons, and the more intense and dense sonic booms in the sky. Liu noticed that in the formation of the First Army, several red-robed priests and bishops were performing some kind of ceremony. It seemed that even the fanaticism of the demons would not be wasted, and it might create some kind of alarm to Kayu. The vision of Sri Lanka. I found you. While Liu was looking up at the sky, observing the sonic boom in the clouds, the shadow on the wall suddenly squirmed and turned into a line of small characters. Where are you? Liu extended his perception along the shadow, and just now located the shadow's location in the First Army's formation. Here. Baby Steel was looking at the sky and cinders with a smile. But because he was too short, he was completely blocked by the pure-blood demon around him, so that Liu didn't find it after the end. Us. But Dandit is not with us. Huapeng guessed that he must have been pretended to be out of the shadow space, so as not to come out and cause trouble. Instead of having a hurried exchange of words, the ceremony of setting off was completed. Cinders in the air lifted the squirming and exploding lava above his head, shook his wings, and turned to the direction of the white-purple portal. Cinders gave the order, and the red-robed priests cast spells, and the ripples inside the portal stopped rotating. Hupenges threw the lava and sonic boom into the portal, and the ripples boiled completely in an instant, bursting into flames. The mouth of the abyss is the same as when you were born. You secretly went to Hell's Karma Fire once. It's very safe. Inging gave Liu the latest map of the mouth of the abyss. The roads are complicated and simple. Liu, I can only remember it weakly for the time being. Liu knew what was on the other side of the portal, and so did the monsters on the bottom. But the faint explosion coming from the door, and the silence before the explosion, became the most beautiful thing to our ears. Melody. How about it? Do you really want to have a twist and kill now? The ceremony was still going on, and Huapeng made a joke to Ying. The battle has begun. Now is the time to go to the mouth of the abyss. Liu motioned to Ying Xiaoxin. When they leave, there will be no fewer brave men to retreat, and it will be very boring outside the Demon King's city. Wait until you finish the later preparations before packing this bag. Extraordinary. The demons present are too weak. They will die. Ying seemed to be a little calmer, and a little more restrained before the First Army prepared for battle. Liu silently took note of the information. The bad thing is that the monster's attention is focused on cinders in the sky, who noticed that Huapeng was exchanging messages with the shadow under the wall. Taken together, the 8 armies of the demonic expeditionary force are dispatched together. The first operation will focus on the holy city of Huapeng, and at the same time try to weaken the power of the Taz Empire. Liu couldn't imagine what the human beings outside were encountering. He only felt that it was a natural disaster, and the indifference of the demons had ignited the entire continent. Liu knew that it was not the whole picture of the demon expeditionary force, and he didn't care too much taking advantage of the strong internal strength of Demon King City. Liu's strategic goal was to strengthen the small library. Baby Steel is good at negotiating with demons. I said the First Army's goal should be the holy city of Memphisium. This little time is wasted by humans, which is very suitable for me to regain my strength. Liu thought to himself that it is no wonder that the ghost ship Gossip was invited. And it is no wonder that there are so few dream monsters and demon merchants under the bed. Maybe building some advantages for the 7th phase of the war? Before that, the sky in the distance to the west of the Demon King City was suddenly lit up, and a demonic face of cinders spread out ferociously, looking down at all the living creatures under this small continent. Of course, Liu also scheduled time to go out to the mouth of the abyss. Getting the thunder pool was enough of a headache. Not to mention that he had to go to the underground city in the middle to capture a dwarf to store the library. Maybe the library will be completely the same the last time we met. Liu drew an airship under the shadow. There is a problem. Liu scratched his fingers under the wall and made a promise. Xiao Gui was worried about the situation of the demonic expeditionary force. Huapeng told Ying, who was about to go on the expedition, if he attacks the holy city, he must be more careful. If there is not a lot of holy light, it is indeed less disorganized than when Bosch led the team. You know? Ying stretched his arms. He remembers that the mouth of the abyss will wait for you when he really wants to take the fire of H.L. The communication between Liu and Ying was completed amidst the howls of demons and sonic booms. Lulu and Feifei also kept watching, desperately trying to get closer and touch their friends. But Wapeng stopped them with a weird puzzle. Set off. Ouch! Lulu Feifei outside the body was also howling. Liu knew that we should be affected by the devil's encouragement. So he quickly covered our mouths with his chest muscles. Does he mean you're the last word? The shadow wrapped around Liu's finger and then slipped away. The 7th Army is a wandering force. When the 1st Army attacks the holy city of Memphisium, we will go deep into the hinterland, cut off the connections between the cities in the Taz Empire, and also retreat and plunder. Ying quickly communicated with Liu, shared information. The demon's face melted. Lava rain fell from the sky, and the burning air filled the entire area. Everything was seen clearly again. Immediately afterwards, the smoke of gunpowder dimmed the portal. Syndrus flapped his wings, and the 1st Army activated the array and retreated in order. The howls of the demons resounded through the sky. And as the Demon Expeditionary Army invaded this white and purple, the sound reaches its peak and lasts for a long time. 1st Army. Ying hadn't contacted Wapeng for a few days, and his handwriting jumped up and down. You help him keep an eye on Ujibuji. Liu thinks that kind of change is quite bad in that case. At most, the probability of Ying being greedy for swords in the battle of the holy city is greatly increased. And he cannot be hurt by the holy light more. That shadow is very small. And you are disgusted. Ying directly regarded the future outlined by Liu as a gift. You will also prepare gifts for him. Give them to them. Perfect. Liu wrote under the shadow with his finger. You thought he would be in the 8th Army. The 8th Army seems to be more ordinary. The struggle for power ends in the Colosseum. I hope that when Ajibuki comes back, he can get the fire of H.L. and win over the king of the Colosseum. The 8th Army fought against the temptation of the 2 royal families and the minor nobles to retreat. They also went to the Sea of Death, communicated with the sea people and mythical creatures, paralyzed the naval power of the Taz Empire, and cut off human access and arms. Chapter 269 Discharge. At the same time, the brain-spirit pituitary gland at the back of Liu's head also released coolness, helping Liu cool down the fanaticism in his heart until the shadow left the wall and Memphisius in the sky disappeared into the black and purple portal. The Demon Expeditionary Army's expedition ceremony finish. Brother, we also want to join the Demon Expeditionary Force, Lulu said angrily into Liu's chest. You're talking nonsense. Liu knocked the 2 little guys on the head with his collarbone. That was the Devil Commander's magic just now. You were affected and went crazy. But brother, why don't you go? You are so powerful. You should be honored in the Expeditionary Force. Become the commander, and then become the city lord. Right. Lulu believed in Liu's ability. Yes. Yes. Now that my brother has become the city lord, can we do whatever we want? Feifei recently learned a lot of new vocabulary from the blonde Tom. In this way, we can go back to our hometown to get married at any time, and then come back to play with my brother. It's not that simple. Of course, you remembered the wishes of the minis, and also tried to leave the Demon King City at the Demon Market, but failed. Liu was not sure if letting the minis return home on their own would be the result they wanted. So he simply asked now, by the way, do you want to go back and get married? Maybe I can send you away, Liu said, covering his chest. Really? That's great. Lulu and Feifei were beating wildly in Liu's chest. Brother will be our witness when the time comes. There are many fun and delicious things on our island. Brother, he is if I love eating. I must try it with you. Lulu and Liu spoke very slowly, but Feifei shook his head. You can only send them out. If you have not found a way to leave the Demon King City, you should go out. Bad. Wait until you become weaker. Feifei smiled slightly when he saw that the right and left guardians had no intention to leave for the time being. What's more, Feifei has already completed the collection of the Evil Horned Beast before he has the Devil's Illustrated book after the old Evil Horned Beast moved its feet. Feifei was no longer aware of it, so he turned slightly sideways to avoid its direct collision. That's why Feifei came up with the method of changing the bone ratio and tried to sneak in. You can only send them away from the Demon King City. There will definitely be people on the way home. Will you be able to protect them by then? Since Feifei can leave, there is nothing he can promise. After retreating into the Forbidden Forest, Feifei also buried a pile of self-healing bones at the bottom, which may be used to trigger the curse of the Forbidden Forest and attract the attention of some little people when he advances. But before entering the forest, Feifei slowly tracked 8 of the same kind. His horse hooves fluttered, and he ran with them into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Is it bad for you to wait for brother? Lulu rarely whispered seriously to Sunjin. Maybe one day, even if the devil refuses, brother will not be able to get out. Presumptuous. Lulu gave Liu a headbutt outside Feifei's chest. And the two big guys started fighting like that. During those days when he was wary of the Colosseum, Feifei also never stopped sending Noisy to the Forbidden Forest to collect goodwill. Feifei never worries too much about things that are within his control. But he also keeps a close eye on them. It was only after many trials, and even at the cost of the lives of more than a dozen brain spirits, that Feifei was able to detect the ratio of Shao Duo iron to Shao Duo bone. If you don't have the ability to protect yourself, the possibility of returning to your hometown to get married is slim. Although Feifei's overall movement speed has not increased, and his control is so smooth, he still cannot separate his body and head at any time. Shrink to the ground and run away. Otherwise he will be exposed like an illusion. But Sunjin's worry lies not only in this, but in the fact that the demonic expeditionary force is causing a bloody storm in the small continent of Chaos. It is said that Gossip, the Quasi-8th Army, has not carried out the task of plundering the mysterious creatures. Many and many's return home. The road will definitely be complicated. Feifei came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, took out the self-healing bone that had been processed a long time ago, and handed it to the outside of the forest. Feifei was testing the self-healing bone mixed with iron quality. This will trigger the Forbidden Forest. And on that trip, I knew that it would take a lot of thunder and lightning, and it would need to be replaced occasionally. But that's still over. How could he be recruited into the Demon Expeditionary Army when he is so young and strong? On the road, an old evil horned beast saw that no newcomers were joining him. Fei hit him. Obviously, Liu really wants to go back to his hometown and get married. His stinky thing. The two big guys started fighting outside Feifei's body again. Before the death of the Demon Wolf Prince, the Forbidden Forest had prohibited the Skeleton Clan from exiting. But Feifei guessed that this ban was just a curse directed at the Skeleton Clan. It is to confirm that Phintius has the authority of the expeditionary force, and will come back at any time. Feifei's action to seize the Thunder Pool must of course be guarded against the gaze of the Demon Wolf King. However, Feifei had read a lot of books and learned mythology outside of the closed combat training. He had no understanding of mythical creatures like the evil horned beast. How could he be plotted against by the old evil horned beast? That's why my brother wants you to study and give you knowledge. Lulu's tears welled up again. The previous step is not a thunder pool. After adjusting the arrangement of the bones, Feifei stuffed the new bones into the weird puzzle piece and assembled it into the shape of an evil horned beast. Then he put the horn of the evil horned beast bought at the Devil's Market under his head. And finally, he was dressed as a monster. A horned beast. The ceremony was over. But the carnival was not over yet. The monsters who stayed in the Demon King City gathered in countless groups and discussed the process and results of the battle. Feifei also disappeared into the demonic tide, bringing Lulu and Li to the grand gathering. I went round and round and collected a few demons. It was not until the end of the night that I separated from the right and left guardians in the corridor of confusion. At this rate, materials that previously weakened or damaged certain characteristics should not be able to be retrogradely preserved and mass-produced through the Devil's Manual. This is undoubtedly a step back in terms of productivity. It's a pity that Feifei has few traits that can be weakly added now. And there is no limit to the number of demon points. So he can only try backwards in the past. Feifei froze up and fell to the ground like a frightened sheep. Or, when you become weak, for example, become a low-level demon, why don't you go back to get married first, and then come back to find your brother? Liu asked tentatively. Feifei's scalp tightened, and the moment the old evil horned beast passed by, it used the white horn on its head to release lightning, crackling and covering an area of 10 meters in radius. This is impossible. Let's go together, Lulu Shiri said solemnly. If you want to go to the Thunder Pond to investigate, of course you can dress up as a hero. Or it would be more natural to dress up as a horned beast. Even so, Feifei also felt that the octopus tentacles could not even be used as a battery replacement to a certain extent. They could be retracted and retracted freely. But they only required Feifei's personal control to prevent them from becoming a permanent device. Regarding the extremely slow lightning conduction speed, Feifei's preparation was not octopus tentacles. Feifei's entire body was wrapped in layers of octopus tentacles on top of the evil horned beast's skin bag blended by weak lines, absorbing lightning in real time. But Sunjin didn't say anything. You can't go back to your hometown to get married first, and then come back. When you become the Lord of Authority, you must be rejected by the Demon King before you can leave. Feifei explained a little, thinking that it was wartime now. And maybe Memphisius didn't have the same authority. Ah? Lulu and Liu suddenly became quiet. And Liu thought of the lava rain that just fell on the small continent of Chaos. Combined with the human history he learned outside the library, his coldness immediately disappeared. Minnie is a monster. And humans catch monsters, sell monsters, and kill monsters. The next step is to feel the electric shock. Fei tensed his heartstrings before confirming that the self-healing bone mixed with iron matter would trigger the curse. Fei alone updated the new loud noise in the template of the Devil's Manual and found that it worked. Surely all the creatures outside the Forbidden Forest have a way to survive. Many mysterious creatures have bones. The attacks of the evil horned beasts are usually accompanied by electric shocks, which is basically not their instinct. Fei was fully prepared to test his own electric resistance. No matter where you go or what you do, you all need enough strength. Fei did not answer Lulu's question directly, only focusing on the back of his eyes. Chapter 270, Not an Ordinary Horse. What just happened? Liu himself was not sure. The moment the electric shock struck, of course Liu used his octopus tentacles to absorb the current directed near his head. The back of the tentacles was close to the pituitary gland, and the electric shock was itchy, but it was also at this moment that weird Jigsaw seemed to be awakened. Just like that, he was temporarily out of Liu's control. It wasn't until the tingling sensation in the pituitary gland disappeared that Liu regained control of his body, and found that the power of the weird puzzle seemed to be stronger, and the cells in his skin kept jumping. Is this being charged? When charging, will there be irresistible numbness and stiffness? What is this? An evil horned beast suffering from electroshock catalepsy. It's as ridiculous as many without hands. You have no power? The old evil horned beast turned his horse's mouth with contempt. No wonder you can't join the demon expeditionary force. Liu had an idea and directly portrayed himself as an electric horse with flaws. Liu Sha touched the old evil horned beast and roughly understood the operating mechanism of their group. Whether or not there is electricity now means that there was no electricity in the past. Xiao Jiao also imitated the old evil horned beast and turned her head. In fact, she has not been able to discharge electricity like a real evil horned beast. Alien, it's a chance to become a devil. If you become the leader, you may be weaker than them. Which ethnic group is he from? Was he kicked out? Of course, there was a group of evil horned beasts in the Forbidden Forest. And the old guy asked about Xiao Jiao's origins. That outlier is a special horse, the old evil horned beast murmured. And then his expression suddenly changed. However, just when Liu saw the faint electric light behind him, and was about to reach the core of the territory far away from the thunder pool, a figure suddenly passed behind him quickly, opened and closed his huge mouth, and bit the old evil horned beast's companion hard. Neck. Your tribe is so young and strong after the expeditionary force conquered it. It's time to re-strengthen the tribe. He behaved badly, so maybe he can't be a guard in the inner circle, the old evil horned beast said, while shaking his electric tail. As for the stallion, he just needs to think about it. He hasn't mutated yet. Your tribe must keep the bloodline pure. On the way into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Liu even ate the ghost grass outside the Forbidden Forest with the 8 evil horned beasts. The weirdo puzzled out how it tasted, and the squirming flesh rubbed the chewed ghost grass onto the soles of his feet. Plate. TSK. The old evil horned beast kicked Liu. Liu had just recovered from paralysis, so he didn't react at all. If it is fully discharged, can it be considered as a clan leader? Don't be fooled by being poor for many years. Liu frowned. The jackal hunter who was gnawing on the neck of the evil horned beast was so shocked that his hair stood on end. But I didn't let go. I sucked the blood of the evil horned beast and stared at Liu fiercely. Liu snorted, acting like an aloof and slightly angry horse. The devil is asking for the source. In addition to being charged with electricity and liking to hit even when saying low, the direhorn is generally a fairly stable mythical creature. This is why Liu dared not be sure whether Phintius would set off with the expeditionary force. The reason why he sneaked into the Forbidden Forest alone under the gaze of the forest guard. TSK, were you not electrocuted into coke by him? Liu asked back. Although I am young, I have some physical problems. It may be some kind of abnormality. The success rate of Jackal Hunter's action prediction is as low as 80%. And Liu can predict a small part of our actions. Liu Eshin said thank you to him. But he couldn't wait to go to Leichi to have a look. TSK. Liu said that the test was only about words. And he was not even tempted by the baptism in the thunder pool. Would it be fully charged? Bite your electric ass. The leader of the Jackal family died in the Colosseum. And there are no more hungry wolf cubs outside the Forbidden Forest. The old evil horned beast drummed in his heart, raised his head slightly, and pointed the horns under his head. After meeting the jackal hunter behind him, lightning crackled and flashed all over his body again. It doesn't mean that Liu can't handle it calmly, as long as it is 100 times more powerful than the old evil horned beast's electric shock. The old evil horned beast just received a burst of electric shock. Not even one of the octopus tentacles was filled. And the tentacles that Liu wrapped around the body had no more than a dozen layers and hundreds of roots. And they were all changed. But almost at the same time, Liu had lightning on his head and headed straight for the jackal hunter. The ghost grass out there is the sweetest, and it has not been occupied by your tribe for generations. But recently, no brave men have come out to cut your horns. It is too dangerous, so fewer guards are needed. The old evil horned beast introduced the thunder pool. In the distant territory, Liu knew that he was closer to his destination. The bad thing is that during the recent clearing of Ajibuji, the brave men temporarily disappeared outside the Demon King city. Liu and his party did not encounter the horncutters who blocked the road. The forest guard only glanced at Liu briefly and disappeared into the forest. Have you seen through Xiao Jiao's disguise? There are no clan leaders, no stallions, and no guards outside the clan. The new horned beasts who join the clan need to prove their abilities through duels or thunder pool baptisms. If they win, they will either die or be expelled. As for whether he can become a guard in the inner circle, it's up to you to decide. The old evil horned beast could only help so much. He needs to prove his ability. It may be a duel or a thunder pool baptism. Look at the will of the forest, not the will of the clan leader. An evil horned beast faced off against 4 gnoll hunters. It was a sight that the old evil horned beast had never seen before. Ha 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 ha. The 8 evil horned beasts behind him raised their heads and hissed in amusement. Liu also joined our large group as he wished, towards the thunder pool where the evil horned beasts live in the forbidden forest. Split up and run away. The old evil horned beast took the lead in breaking out. Of course, it would be even worse if it carried more power. The old evil horned beast was amused again, and the bad image admired Liu's physique. So he said with concern, it doesn't matter which ethnic group he comes from. If he dares to strangle the leader of the tribe, his heart will be electrocuted into charcoal. It's a waste of this body of flesh. The old evil horned beast seemed to be a bit talkative. He was also the leader of the 3, and led the other 2 to look down on Liu. When the old evil horned beast and its companions were covered in bloodstains and barely escaped from the encirclement of the gnoll hunters. When they looked back, they found that almost all the gnolls had gathered in Xiao Jiao's direction, tearing off my flesh and blood. The hunting is not over yet. When faced with the prey, the jackal hunters did not make any unnecessary moves. They just led the formation and looked for the flaws of the 8 evil horned beasts, except for Liu Eji. The other 2 evil horned beasts were regular. The whole body of lightning retreated into alert. Of course, the hunters had no answer for which one to attack. At the same time, 4 identical shadows appeared in front and back, long necks, huge mouths, and scars all over their bodies, tightly surrounding the 8 evil horned beasts, including Liu. Liu also thought that he would accidentally encounter a jackal hunting a horned beast outside. Should he decide which way to deal with it, kill them all? Or should he focus on breaking through the encirclement? Although the old evil horned beast knew that Li Yuning could pass the test. At most, based on his speed, size and attitude, he felt that the young horse was still wrong, and did not have the potential to become a guard. Jackal Hunter, the Devil's Manual has not yet given the answer. And our current status is hungry.